In his past life, Yin struggled to survive in the apocalypse for 2 years, ultimately meeting a tragic end filled with humiliation while witnessing his parents being thrown into a horde of zombies by their enemies. Carrying a deep grudge, he unexpectedly reincarnates back to the time before the apocalypse. This time, he vows to reverse all tragedies and repay the humiliations of his past life 100-fold. With the foresight of future events and his deep-seated hatred, can Yin rise forcefully in the perilous wasteland and completely overturn the predetermined tragic fate becoming the ultimate powerhouse who controls his own and his loved ones' destinies? Chapter 1. Rebirth. Yin lay on the ground in despair, watching the horde of zombies approaching him closer and closer. 30 seconds. At most 30 seconds, and he would be overwhelmed by the zombies. Yan's legs were neatly severed below the knees, with clean cuts, blood continuously gushing out and forming a small stream on the ground. The severed legs were placed within his reach by the murderer, cruelly mocking his weakness. Due to excessive blood loss, his hands lost strength, unable to prop himself up to see the zombies, whose rotten flesh was continuously falling off as they drew nearer. He could only lie helplessly on the ground, which was filled with the stench of decay and blood, staring at the grim sky of the apocalypse. Zhang Tianshu, thinking of that man's vile face, made Yin wish he could dismember him into pieces. But he had no power. He was not even a one-star evolver, lacking any abilities or profession. How could he fight against Zhang Tianshu? This was the apocalypse. Without power, one could only be slaughtered. If you're not cruel to others, others will be cruel to you. It was only when he was about to die that Yin fully understood this principle. The growls of the zombies attracted by his blood became clearer, while his half-body gradually lost sensation. After struggling in the apocalypse for 2 years, would he ultimately still meet the fate of becoming zombie food? Suddenly, Yin opened his eyes. Where are the zombies? Where's the smell of blood? Ceiling? Game sounds? Dormitory? Yin kicked his legs. They were still there. He had been reborn. Underneath him was the narrow but soft bed of his dormitory, and the air was filled with the smell of smoke. The first thing Yin did upon his rebirth was not to check how long until the apocalypse began, but to hatefully recall a person. Zhang Tianshu. In this life, I will definitely let you taste what it's like to have your legs chopped off and fed to zombies. Let you experience the pain of losing someone important. Yian's eyes were filled with hatred and coldness. The brutal torment of the 2 years in the apocalypse had transformed him from a gentle and refined person into a cold and twisted one. If you're not cruel to others, others will be cruel to you. Yian pulled out his phone. April 1st, 2025, April Fool's Day, 11:30 a.m. Only half an hour left until the world plays a big joke on humanity. In the apocalypse, the Earth's magnetic field changes and humans, animals, and plants all undergo mutations and evolution. At the moment of the apocalypse, 80% of humans will indiscriminately mutate into zombies, while the evolution of animals and plants occurs almost simultaneously. Zombies evolve, gaining more powerful and terrifying abilities, with humans being their favorite food. Mutated animals, already wild, become even more savage and brutal, hunting everywhere to evolve. The world is filled with danger, and the threats facing humanity are not just the constantly evolving zombies, but also the intelligent mutated beasts and the scarcity of food and shelter. The most terrifying are the selfish and ugly people who emerge because of the apocalypse. Yet the world grants humanity a final glimmer of hope. The traitors who appear simultaneously with the apocalypse without any warning. Just as no one knows why the apocalypse occurs, no one can explain the appearance of the traitors. When meeting a traitor, one can exchange magic crystals from zombies and mutated animals for evolution agents, weapons, special professions, cards, and more. This is the path for humanity to evolve and grow stronger, the reliance that allows them to combat zombies and mutated life forms. In his previous life, at the base that brought him endless nightmares, Yin heard that there were traitors appearing near his school. Many people, after witnessing the failures of those before them, learned the secrets of the traitors and successfully traded with them, surviving the terrifying wave of mutations at the outbreak of the apocalypse. What Yin needed to do now was to rush to the library. Chapter 2. Purple Hook Jade. Seeing Yin about to leave, his roommate casually asked, "Where are you going?" In his previous life, these two roommates became zombies the moment the apocalypse broke out, and Yin fled the dormitory in a panic. His rebirth would not change the fact that they would turn into zombies, so upon seeing them, Yin had already given up on them. The only response to his roommate was the sound of the door closing. His eyes were only on the library. Choosing the closest route, he passed through the gymnasium to reach the library. Yin completely ignored everything around him. When someone greeted him on the way, he directly ignored them, causing many to be dissatisfied with him. In a gymnasium, someone was playing baseball, and a baseball flew from a distance. Yian's heart tightened, and he instinctively dodged at that moment. Everyone present looked at Yi Yin with glee. Is this Yi Yin out of his mind today, daring to pass through the gym? Yi Yin had lived for 2 years in the apocalypse. Although he was not an evolver, he had fought with many zombies and experienced life and death situations, so his combat power was decent. Clearly, he was not on the same level as these college students. If it were the Yi Yin from 2 years ago, he would have definitely been hit by that baseball. Seeing the arrogant Li Fuyo approaching him, Yi Yin frowned. Now is not the time to waste on such a character. In his past life, Li Fuyo had a crush on a junior who liked Yi Yin, which made this arrogant, rich second generation recognize Yi Yin. From then on, whenever Li Fuyo saw Yi Yin, he would certainly embarrass him in public. Thus, Yi Yin had always avoided passing by the gym because Li Fuyo from the sports department often hung out there. The people in the gym were watching this side, knowing that a good show was about to unfold. The baseball, just now, was also deliberately hit by Li Fuyo towards Yi Yin. Yi Yin looked at Li Fuyo and the others, then turned around and left. Li Fuyo laughed loudly. Huh, running away upon seeing me. Are you that afraid of me? One of Li Fuyo's lackeys chased after him and blocked Yi Yin. Our boss is talking to you. Are you deaf? Yi Yin stopped and looked at the baseball bat in the man's hand, which looked heavy. It must be very satisfying to hit zombies with it. One hit would do. Yi Yin said nothing and directly reached out to snatch the baseball bat from the man's hand, leaving everyone present in shock. Snatching a baseball bat? What's going on? The lackey was even more stunned. When did this weak Yi Yin become so strong? Li Fuyo frowned as he approached, looking at Yi Yin with disdain. Hey, didn't you hear me talking to you? What does snatching his baseball bat mean? Yi Yin's expression was blank as he stared at Li Fuyo, making him feel uneasy, hitting a dog. As soon as the words fell, the baseball bat struck directly against Li Fuyo's legs, the weight and tremendous force making Li Fuyo let out a scream and kneel on the ground. Everyone looked at Yi Yin in disbelief. What's going on? In a society governed by law, Yi Yin actually hit someone? And he hit so hard. The other party was the wealthy and powerful Li Fuyo. Li Fuyo was sweating profusely, the muffled groans and hoarse cries casting a shadow over the hearts of those around him. This Yi Yin is so ruthless? Li Fuyo's condition looked really bad. Seeing that Li Fuyo was in trouble, the people present rushed over. Is this guy crazy? He actually broke someone's leg. This is illegal. Is he looking for death? Yi Yin knew time was running out, ignoring the growing commotion behind him, and ran straight toward the library. Since I cannot prevent the arrival of the apocalypse, I will use my advantage of rebirth to become strong. At that moment, a loud noise came from the sky, and Yi Yin knew that the apocalypse had arrived. Yi Yin quickened his pace. The library was right in front of him. Suddenly, Yi Yin stopped in his tracks as countless white lights from his past life appeared in his mind, calling to him. He looked down at his chest. The purple jade pendant was shining brightly around his neck. Chapter 3. The Previous Life. The purple jade pendant was something Yi Yin picked up during his escape when the apocalypse broke out in his previous life. The pendant emitted an alluring glow in the darkness, and even during his hurried escape, Yi Yin inexplicably picked it up. After that, Yi Yin joined a concentration camp and lived a life devoid of hope. When he first encountered the concentration camp, it was under the guise of protecting survivors, attracting many to join. Once inside, the survivors realized that most of them were only used as laborers, doing menial work, with no promise of the promised evolution serum. Those who were unlucky would be taken out to be used as bait for zombies. When resisting the zombie waves, these survivors, who had only received basic training, would be used as cannon fodder at the front, while the evolved ones stayed behind, fearing for their lives and attacking from a distance until the zombie wave receded. It was a miracle that Yi Yin managed to survive 2 years in the concentration camp. During the time he was oppressed and lacked freedom, Yi Yin felt a powerful attraction drawing him from afar more than once. Sometimes Yi Yin was even convinced that if he could just get out, he would immediately find the source of that signal. The signal sometimes moved, sometimes stayed fixed. It was sometimes intense, and sometimes barely perceptible. In his previous life, while suffering in the concentration camp, the strong attraction only added to Yi Yan's torment. What on earth was it? Why didn't anyone else feel it? Could it be that strange jade pendant? Now, after being reborn, Yi Yan had not picked up the purple jade pendant, yet it was so conspicuously hanging around his neck. Could it be that his rebirth was also related to the pendant? With no time to think too much, Yi Yan rushed toward the white light. He needed to find out what it was. People around him had already started turning into zombies, the unique roars of the undead faintly filling the air. There weren't many people heading to the library right now, but there were still some. Two zombies not far from Yi Yan immediately charged at him, emitting a strong stench of decay, moving slowly. Yi Yan swung the baseball bat in his hand, cleanly taking one out with one hit. Without any unnecessary movements, the heavy bat smashed the skulls of both zombies, splattering black blood and rotten flesh all over him. With the experience from his previous life, Yi Yan found it very easy to deal with these first-level zombies. To completely kill them, he just needed to destroy their brains. Although Yi Yan was eager to follow the attraction, he still collected the magic crystals from the two zombies into his pocket. These things were the currency of the apocalypse. Yi Yan rushed into the library, and the zombies surrounding him were immediately smashed in the head with a single blow before they could get close, with their magic crystals also collected by Yi Yan. Once inside the library, the stench of blood assaulted him. The scene inside was truly horrific. Just moments ago, people were sitting in a row reading, and the next second they were lunging at you, exuding the stench of decay. Blood splattered everywhere, severed limbs and dismembered bodies littered the ground. Screams, cries for help, wails, and sounds of biting mixed together, all proclaiming to everyone that the apocalypse had come. Everything had changed. The zombies weren't quick, but they weren't slow either. The panicking people were surrounded by even more zombies and were instantly torn apart. Those about to escape the library, scratched by the zombies' claws, had terror and despair appear on their faces before they could even smile. Transformation into a corpse. Chapter 4. Turning a blind eye, Yi Yan stood at the door, stunned for 2 seconds, watching this familiar yet strange scene, watching humans struggle futilely under the zombies. Jaws, a sense of helplessness suddenly rose in his heart. This is the apocalypse, a cruel apocalypse. If you're not strong, you will be devoured by the ever-present dangers. This time, he would not become the fish on the chopping block. Determination, indifference, and hatred flashed in Yi Yan's eyes. He must find a concentration camp, take revenge, and save his parents. In this life, he would become the one who dominates others. Yi Yan no longer hesitated, gripping the baseball bat tightly. He charged directly toward the central staircase on the first floor. He clearly sensed that the white light was on the 4th floor. That should be the library's album room. Many people who had fled to the door were filled with terror as they saw Yi Yan walking inside, looking at him as if he were a fool. Is this person crazy? Everyone is desperately trying to escape, and he's going in? They didn't know that at that moment, zombies were everywhere. There was no safe place. Yi Yan's target was the staircase, and every zombie that blocked his path was unhesitatingly smashed in the head. Black blood and rotten flesh stuck to Yi Yan, leaving not a single clean spot on him, covered in slaughter. Soon, everyone in the library noticed this scene, staring at Yi Yan in astonishment. Even those who had just thought Yi Yan was foolish for entering the library were shocked. Who is that? How dare he fight zombies? Aren't zombies supposed to be untouchable? Isn't it said that if you touch them, you'll get infected? Don't zombies eat people? Why isn't he afraid at all? Why doesn't he have a hint of fear on his face? Does he really think he's playing baseball with that bat? This is too abnormal. Yi Yan paid no attention to the other people, directly making his way to the staircase. Many seemed to see hope, excitedly shouting to Yi Yan, "Classmate! Classmate, help! Help! Come save me!" A girl not far from Yi Yan bravely charged through the zombies to him, gripping him tightly. Everyone looked at that girl with jealousy and hatred. Why not me? Yi Yan frowned and pushed the girl away, bringing the bat down hard on a zombie behind her. The girl, who had been stunned, immediately looked at Yi Yan gratefully. "Thank you. I knew you would save me." Yi Yan glanced at her expressionlessly. "Get away." The girl's expression froze on her face. "What's going on? Didn't he just save me?" Yi Yan strode up the stairs, fiercely hitting and smashing the zombies in front of him, forcibly creating a bloody path. If there's even a hint of hesitation in front of the zombies, you will be surrounded and become their food in an instant. The girl who had just been abandoned by Yi Yin was instantly overwhelmed by the attracted zombies. The students watching this scene were filled with anger, glaring at Yi Yin. He has strength. Why doesn't he save anyone? We're all the same. Why does he turn a blind eye to those in need? They never considered that if they had his strength today, would they carry so many burdens? Would they be quicker to shake off these people than Yi Yin? But now, the ones needing help were them, and the one with strength was Yi Yin. Yi Yin ignored the angry shouts and continued toward the staircase. As for the magic crystals, he would come back to collect them later. The closer he got to the album room, the clearer the white light in Yi Yan's mind became, and his excitement grew stronger. Finally, after smashing the heads of 2 zombies and being covered in the foul black blood of the undead, Yi Yin forcefully pushed open the door to the album room. A figure cloaked in a black robe, obscuring their figure and face, appeared before Yi Yin. Yi Yan's pupils constricted sharply. A traitor. Chapter 5. The Traitor. Yi Yin never expected that the energy fluctuations he had sensed all along were actually from a traitor. As the only hope for humanity's survival in the apocalypse, the traitor, who was always fought over by humans, could actually be sensed by him. If in his previous life, he hadn't been imprisoned in a concentration camp, would he have already become a powerful figure, thanks to his ability to sense the traitor? The gallery was empty. There were zombies inside, and recklessly entering would be seeking death, with no place to escape. When the apocalypse erupted without warning, almost no one would think of counterattacking the zombies. Yi Yin suppressed the shock and excitement in his heart, closed the door, and systematically dealt with the few zombies that rushed over after hearing the noise. Black blood splattered on his face, but he didn't care at all. The person in front of him, dressed in black and exuding mystery, was the traitor, the hope for humanity's survival in the apocalypse. The resources that everyone fought over after understanding the rules of the apocalypse. Wherever there is a traitor, there is a fierce battle. Humans can exchange magic crystal from zombies and mutated beasts of the traitor for evolution agents, professions, skills, items, and more. With these things, humans can gradually become stronger, survive in the harsh apocalypse, and fight against zombies and powerful mutated life forms, almost stepping into another realm, becoming a different species altogether. Because ordinary humans and evolved beings are worlds apart. The traitor has 19 levels, and the higher the level, the rarer the items, and the higher and greater the number of magic crystals required for exchange. The trader will automatically determine whether the person coming to trade has enough magic crystals, with the minimum standard being the lowest magic crystal price of the items the trader possesses. If the visitor does not have the minimum number of magic crystals, the trader will ignore them. If the visitor meets the minimum magic crystal requirement, they will enter a 10-minute trading time. During the trading time, no one can see the specific situation, and no one can attack the person initiating the trade. Once the trade is completed, or the trading time is over, the trader can choose between 2 options: exit the trading time on the spot and be teleported. If they choose to teleport, the trader will randomly send the initiator to a relatively safe area within a 1-kilometer radius. If it is a team, a maximum of only 10 people can enter the trading time. The treasures on a trader are limited. Once someone exchanges them, they are gone. Therefore, when encountering high-level traders, large factions always end up in bloody fights, as good items are usually limited. Whoever exchanges first gets them. Moreover, as a bug-like existence in the apocalypse, zombies and mutated beasts absolutely will not attack the trader, and Yi Yin could actually sense the existence of the trader. This is his trump card for dominating in this life. Thinking of this, the hatred in Yi Yan's eyes grew stronger. He had this ability in his previous life. If it weren't for trusting the concentration camp and being deceived into it, would he have experienced that kind of suffering in his last life? In this life, he would definitely make the concentration camp pay back double. Yin only had a little over 10 magic crystals on him, and he had mostly not dug out magic crystal from the zombies he killed in the library. One reason was that he was eager to find out what that attraction was, and the other was that there were simply too many zombies in the library. If he bent down to pick up magic crystals, the likelihood of being surrounded by zombies would be too high. Yi Yin walked directly toward the traitor, dressed all in black, standing by the window with his back to him. In his previous life, Yi Yin had never seen the traitor, only heard that the traitor wore a black robe and had a face that was not human. Upon reaching the back of the traitor, he indeed did not react, indicating that the lowest priced item on this traitor exceeded the 10 magic crystals Yi Yin had. Chapter 6. When Yuan and Yi Yin was about to leave to continue killing zombies and collecting magic crystals, he had to evolve into an evolver as quickly as possible, progressing at the fastest speed. He hurriedly walked to the door of the art room, but before he could touch the doorknob, the door was suddenly yanked open from the outside. A person burst in, slammed the door shut, and a face filled with fear yet determination appeared in front of Yi Yin. Yi Yin's heart suddenly tightened. When Yuan, seeing this familiar face, the tension that had been with him since his rebirth relaxed for a moment. The woman was covered in dirt, especially her hands, which were stained with zombie blood. Anyone who didn't know would think she had killed a zombie barehanded. When Yuan shook the magic crystals wrapped in her clothes onto the ground, looking at Yi Yin with expectation, but the vigilance and calculation in her eyes couldn't fool Yi Yin. I saw you kill zombies and dig out this thing from their brains just now, so I knew this would be useful to you. Later, when you didn't dig anymore, I helped you dig it out. A smile finally appeared on Yi Yan's face for the first time since his rebirth, as if he saw an old friend. So what now? When Yuan was somewhat confused by Yi Yan's attitude and gaze. He was nothing like how he had treated that girl on the first floor. She didn't hide her feelings at all and said earnestly, yet not submissively, I saw you dare to kill zombies. Can you take me out of this library? No. Can I follow you? I'm not afraid. I can help you dig out that thing from the zombies' foreheads. I definitely won't hold you back. Yi Yin asked with interest, how did you get up here alone? When Yuan immediately replied, I found that zombies can't see people. As long as you don't make loud noises, they won't come this way. The others were yelling and shouting, so most of the zombies were attracted away. I quietly followed the bodies of the zombies you killed to find you and dug out this thing that seems useful to you. After all, you're the only one who dares to kill zombies. Yi Yin smiled inwardly, as expected of when Yuan. She discovered this so quickly. Yi Yin counted the magic crystals on the ground. There were more than 20. Together with the ones he had, there were a total of 31 magic crystals. Yi Yin took all the magic crystals and once again walked to the traitor's side. But the traitor still showed no reaction. In his previous life, Yi Yin had heard that some traitors wandered around, while others stayed in one place. Sometimes you think they are just there in one team move. But when you go to check after a few days, the traitor has disappeared. In short, during those 2 years, the traitor had always been a mysterious presence. No one knew when or where he would appear. All one could do was take the magic crystals and risk danger to trade with the traitor. When Yuan then realized the existence of the traitor and felt a sudden fright. This person had been here all along? How'd she not notice at all just now? Moreover, this person's attire was too strange. When Yuan slowly walked to the front of the traitor and was just about to reach out and pat him when Yi Yin quickly stopped her. Seeing Yi Yin's warning expression, when Yuan stuck out her tongue. When she saw Yi Yin kill zombies downstairs, she found him terrifying but also someone worth using. After interacting with Yi Yin just now, the rejection and indifference she had imagined did not occur. Although Yi Yin appeared very indifferent, she could faintly sense his unusual emotions. When Yuan was not beautiful, had a poor figure, and was the most ordinary presence in the crowd. Her only advantage was her ability to read the room. Her emotional intelligence was extremely high, being exceptionally sensitive to people's emotions, disguises, and attitudes. When Yuan subtly felt that the cold-blooded Yi Yin would definitely help her and wouldn't make things difficult for her. When Yuan walked to the side of the traitor, wanted to see the face of this mysterious person. Just as when Yuan let out a scream, it was suddenly cut off, seeing her terrified expression. Yi Yin quickly covered her mouth, and at the same time, he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory for life. Chapter 7. The jade pendant and the traitor was wrapped tightly from head to toe in a black robe, revealing only an extremely eerie face. The traitor's face had no features that could be called human. There were no eyes, nose, or eyebrows, and the face, devoid of human skin, was made up of 2 smooth, green jade pendants connected end to end, emitting a faint glow resembling the shape of a bagua, 8 trigrams. This bizarre and terrifying scene left Yi Yin astonished. What shocked him even more was that the jade pendants on the trader's face were identical to his own purple jade pendant, except for their color and size. Could this be the reason he could sense the traitor? The jade pendant, the traitor, the apocalypse. Everything seemed to connect in the dark. Yi Yin whispered a warning in Wen Yuannan's ear. Don't make a sound. It will attract zombies. Wen Yuannan looked at the traitor's face in horror, then nodded. As soon as Yi Yin released his hand, he immediately jumped away. This isn't human, right? What's wrong with his face? Yi Yin suppressed his shock. He had heard that the traitor looked strange, but he didn't expect it to be so eerie. However, the most important thing right now was to gather enough magic crystals and initiate a trade. Yi Yan's eyes sparkled with determination, and he did not answer Wen Yuannan's question. I need to go out and kill zombies. You stay here and wait for me. He didn't want Wen Yuannan to be in danger. He owed her too much in his past life. Wen Yuannan, thinking that Yi Yin was going to abandon her, hurriedly said, I want to go with you. I can help you dig out things from the zombies' heads. After saying that, Wen Yuannan glanced at the almost lifeless traitor. Staying with this terrifying being was too horrifying. Yi Yin looked at Wen Yuannan, and for the first time, his eyes, usually filled with coldness and bloodshed, showed rare sincerity. I won't abandon you. You stay hidden here, close to this person. This person is humanity's last hope. With him, humanity can become stronger. Once I've gathered enough magic crystals, I'll come back. You stay here and don't go anywhere. After Yi Yin finished speaking, he tightened his grip on the baseball bat and stepped out the door. His ordinary silhouette was filled with determination and faith, making him seem immensely tall. Wen Yuannan surprisingly felt a sense of security in this unstable apocalyptic situation. As the door opened and closed, the sounds of biting and screaming from outside faded in and out, leaving only faint noises that violently narrated the brutality of the apocalypse. How clever was Wen Yuannan? How observant was she of humanity? She could tell that Yi Yin hadn't lied to her and genuinely wanted to protect her. Originally, she had planned to use Yi Yin, but her heart softened in an instant. Moreover, was the thing on the zombies' heads called magic crystals? Did he say that this terrifying, mysterious person was humanity's only hope? He was going out to kill zombies to gather magic crystals? Could it be that magic crystals were the things that could make people stronger? Wen Yuannan was astounded. How could this person know these things? It felt like he knew about the coming apocalypse. As Yi Yin stepped outside, several nearby zombies were immediately attracted. Instead of fleeing, Yi Yin charged forward, delivering a swift and precise blow with his bat to one zombie's head. The zombie's head exploded instantly, black blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, and the headless body collapsed heavily. The remaining zombies, showing no fear, only knew to pounce towards the source of the sound, one by one being decisively dispatched by Yi Yin. Yi Yin quickly dug out 5 magic crystals, trying to move as quietly as possible towards the window, stealthily approaching the few zombies that were gnawing on a corpse. Chapter 8. Clearing the zombies. He didn't want to attract the zombies to the art room, because when Yuannan was inside, it didn't matter if the traitor was discovered. Humans would eventually understand the role of traitors and embark on the path of evolution. The current zombies were all level 1, lacking sight, and their sense of smell and hearing had deteriorated, but they were exceptionally sensitive to the smell of blood. As long as there wasn't a commotion and no blood was spilled, zombies wouldn't be easily drawn in. Yi Yin struck the heads of several mindless zombies with his bat, hitting precisely without any deviation or unnecessary movement. The survivors on the 4th floor were shocked that Yi Yin dared to kill zombies while they were frantically fleeing. Who was that person? How could he dare to go alone and kill zombies? Didn't he know how terrifying zombies were? Was he not afraid at all? As if to prove to those filled with doubt, Yi Yin continued to kill the approaching zombies, his hands never stopping. Hearing the sounds of fighting, the few zombies on the 4th floor slowly gathered towards this side. Although there weren't many zombies, Yi Yin still had to be careful not to get hurt by them. On several occasions, he narrowly dodged one zombie's claws after another, countering with his heavy baseball bat to smash the zombies' heads. This body was not the same as the one Yi Yin had trained for 2 years in the apocalypse. After just a short while, his arms began to ache and tremble slightly. However, The belief in survival and becoming stronger kept Yi Yin going, allowing him to unleash tremendous power. The fourth floor of the library contained some newspapers and journals, and usually there weren't many people around. So the number of zombies was relatively small compared to the lower floors. Yi Yin had only killed about 30 zombies, and there were almost no signs of zombies left on the fourth floor. The zombies on the fourth floor were already few, and with the noise from the zombies and humans below, they were drawn away. The few zombies remaining here were not nearly as terrifying as those on the lower floors. Soon, Yi Yin was covered in black blood, and an astonishing number of zombie corpses surrounded him, his entire being radiated a murderous and cold-blooded aura, striking fear into the hearts of those survivors who only knew how to flee. This person was not human. Not only did he dare to kill zombies, but he also killed so many alone without fearing infection. Did he really not get hurt at all while killing so many zombies? It was known that even a slight scratch from a zombie's claws could lead to infection. Yi Yin stood there, covered in filthy blood, making it impossible to see his true appearance or whether he had any wounds. Those with a warped mindset, having witnessed the hellish scene in an instant while being chased by zombies, had madness gleaming in their eyes. They called him reckless. What was the use of killing so many zombies? If he got hurt even a little, he would be doomed. Exactly. What a fool. Wasn't it better to run away? But it was indeed fortunate for them that he had cleared most of the zombies on the fourth floor, allowing them to be temporarily safe. Yes, keep your distance from him. Who knows when he might turn into a zombie? The dissatisfied people were unhappy that they had no courage to resist in front of the zombies, only knowing how to flee, while that person had no fear and dared to confront and kill so many zombies. Earlier, when they were on the stairs, they had asked him for help, hoping he would take them with him, but he seemed to ignore them as if he hadn't heard. So what if he dared to kill zombies? Couldn't he possibly have escaped injury after killing so many? He must have been infected. A few people watched Yi Yin, who was still relentlessly killing zombies in the distance, with glee, their eyes filled with madness. The apocalypse was like this. Even a small incident or a bit of stimulation could change a person's heart, revealing the ugliest side of someone. What was he doing digging out the crystal from the center of the zombie's forehead? Who knows, he must be crazy. Forget about him. Let us get into the art room first. Chapter 9. Stealing Things? When Yuan Nan held the magic crystal tightly against his chest, covering it securely with his clothes. In front of him were a dozen greedy people, both men and women, eyeing the item he was desperately protecting. A woman stared intently at the magic crystal wrapped in clothing, her eyes revealing a primal greed. It must be food. Among them, a tall, muscular man licked his lips. It was already lunchtime, and he was starving, especially in this special time when it was uncertain whether they would be able to eat in the future. We're all classmates. It's not right for you to hoard the food all to yourself. We should at least share it. When Yuan Nan looked at this group of people who showed no restraint in their intentions and felt a chill. Is this what the apocalypse is like? Have people changed so quickly? He tried hard to appear less tense. This is someone else's property. The man impatiently replied at this point, do you still care whose property it is? There's zombies everywhere outside. That person might have already been eaten by them. It's better to distribute these items to the survivors and let them serve their purpose. After saying that, the man stepped right in front of Wen Yuan Nan and reached out to grab the crystal. Wen Yuan Nan's pupils contracted as he stepped back repeatedly, looking at the man in disbelief. How long has the apocalypse been going on? Has such blatant robbery already become a norm? Seeing the greedy looks from the others nearby, Wen Yuan Nan vaguely understood that perhaps the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse wasn't the zombies. Just as the man threatened Wen Yuan Nan and continued to pull at the clothing wrapped around the magic crystal, the door to the art room was suddenly pushed open. Almost all the zombies on the fourth floor were dead. Could it be the zombies from downstairs? Everyone was horrified, and fear made them momentarily forget the food in Wen Yuan Nan's hands. Yi Yin stood at the door, covered in black blood, looking at the unexpected guests with icy eyes. In that instant, everyone was stunned. They had all seen Yi Yin before and had just been cursing him for being infected by zombies. However, seeing him up close now, covered in battle scars, was far more shocking than watching him kill zombies from a distance. There was not a clean spot on his body. His clothes were completely soaked in the black blood of zombies, making it impossible to discern their original color. The hair on his forehead was plastered to his skin, wet with either sweat or blood. His clothes even had bits of zombie flesh stuck to them, emitting a stench similar to zombies. The baseball bat in his hand was covered in black blood, indicating what kind of battle its owner had just fought. His face was also smeared with filth, making it impossible to see his features. Only his chilling eyes could be seen. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Yin appeared before them like a god of death. Looking at Wen Yuan cornered, a killing intent surged in Yi Yan's eyes. He didn't say a word but walked powerfully towards Wen Yuan. The man who had been so aggressive just moments ago stumbled backward, his eyes filled with terror. This person had the courage to kill so many zombies, which was already frightening enough. Seeing him like this, who would dare to approach? Yi Yan yanked the magic crystal wrapped in Wen Yuan's clothing away, ignoring the terrified gazes of the others, and walked towards the traitor with an aura of unrestrained killing intent. Only then did the people see the traitor, and they were shocked beyond measure. Who is this person? How did we not notice him before? Damn, this is terrifying. Has he been here the whole time? Chapter 10, 1-Star, Evolution. Ian walked up to the traitor, and with a thought, a white light enveloped him. Trading time. In his previous life, Ian had only heard about the absolute safety of trading time, but had never entered it. Looking around at the white surroundings, with only him and the traitor present, it felt like he had entered another world. Ian suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at the semi-transparent rows of items within the white light. White battle knives, immunity potions, handguns, food, etc. almost filled the entire light screen, and the most valuable item among them was the bottle of 1-Star Evolution Potion. As he looked down, he was astonished to find that the price of the 1-Star Evolution Potion was only 60 1-Star magic crystals. What is going on? In his previous life, although Yi Yan had never interacted with traders and had never entered trading time, the price of 1-Star Evolution Potions was no secret. The price of evolution potions was uniformly set by all traders, and it absolutely would not change. Ian had heard that the price of a 1-Star Evolution Potion was 100 1-Star magic crystals. Why is it only 60 magic crystals now? Moreover, besides the 1-Star Potion, there were two other items that made Yi Yan's mouth water. The only white-level battle knife and 2 bottles of zombie virus immunity potions, priced at 45 and 40, respectively. This is different from what Yin had heard in his previous life. Even the lowest white weapon cost at least 70 magic crystals. Looking at this white battle knife, it definitely wasn't the lowest quality. How could it only cost 45 1-Star magic crystals? And the immunity potions, Yin had heard that in the first-level traders, immunity potions were worth 70 1-Star magic crystals. Why are they so cheap? This is too unreasonable, right? Unable to find an answer for now, Yin immediately exchanged 60 magic crystals for a bottle of 1-Star Evolution Potion, leaving him with only 6 magic crystals. Holding the potion in his hand, Yin's hand trembled slightly. The 1-Star Evolution Potion he had yearned for in his previous life was now in his hands on the very first day of the apocalypse. After injecting the 1-Star Evolution Potion, Yin immediately felt an earth-shattering change in his body, completely overturning his understanding of himself. An unprecedented power surged from the depths of his body, sweeping away the fatigue from desperately fighting zombies just moments ago, filling him with strength, speed, reaction, vision, physical strength. Any enhancement imaginable about the body had risen to a new level. 1-Star Evolution complete. In this moment, Yin had completely become a 1-Star Evolver, and it had happened in less than half a day since the apocalypse began. Meanwhile, most people in the world still did not know about the existence of traders, right? Even if they did know, they wouldn't understand the secrets of the traders, right? Yin quickly exited trading time. The white light screen disappeared, and the scene of the illustration room appeared before his eyes. Yin had not forgotten that those people seemed to want to do something to Wen Yuan. In the eyes of those in the illustration room, Yin had suddenly disappeared, and after less than a minute of chaos among them, he reappeared. The moment Yin appeared, everyone was shocked and terrified, staring at him. What is going on? How did he disappear just now? How did he disappear? How did he suddenly reappear out of nowhere? What should worry them even more was the murderous and chilling gaze in Yi Yan's eyes as he reappeared. Chapter 11 Acquaintances. Lu Peng looked at Yi Yan and couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this the Yi Yan? The one who has always been targeted by his boss Li Fuyo? How is this possible? He actually dares to kill zombies. And he actively seeks out zombies to kill. This is unbelievable, right?" Just now, Yi Yan's face was covered in black blood, making it hard to see his features. But now, Lu Peng took a closer look, and this is that weakling Yi Yan. How dare he fight zombies? Just now, he suddenly disappeared, scaring everyone. And now he suddenly reappears. It's beyond miraculous. The apocalypse has come, and there are all sorts of strange things happening. Thinking of this, Lu Peng couldn't help but feel a sense of dissatisfaction. This Yi Yan, who was always the target of ridicule for him and his friends, would always take a detour when he encountered them at school. Now, he's so arrogant, even daring to look at him with that kind of gaze. Just now, he even took the food that was about to be in his hands. Lu Peng didn't care how many zombies Yi Yan had killed, no matter what happened. Yi Yan had always been someone he looked down on. This weakling can kill zombies, which means zombies aren't as terrifying as they seem. And this Yi Yan must be no match for him from the sports department. Once he dealt with him and got his food, he could kill zombies while making his escape. Since the useless Yi Yan can kill zombies, why can't he? During peacetime, Lu Peng, who followed Li Fuyo, certainly couldn't stand Yi Yan, so it was perfectly normal for him and his gang to find trouble with Yi Yan and trip him up at every turn. They had money and power, and Yi Yan never dared to resist them, or even if he did, it was useless. If such a useless Yi Yan can kill zombies, it gave Lu Peng the courage to dare to kill zombies. Thinking of this, the fear and shock on Lu Peng's face instantly disappeared. Since the other party is the Yi Yan who has never dared to resist him, everything is easy to handle. A mocking expression instantly replaced Lu Peng's face. Afraid of this weakling Yi Yan? Absolutely not. While others were still immersed in the shock of Yi Yan's disappearance and sudden reappearance, Lu Peng's arrogant voice had already sounded. "Yi Yan, the apocalypse is here and you don't recognize your granddaddy anymore?" Everyone looked at Lu Peng with shocked expressions. Is this person crazy? Although Lu Peng was considered a prominent figure in school during peacetime, everyone had heard of him and knew he was from the sports department and could fight very well. However, the person in front of him, covered in zombie blood and looking terrifying, was clearly not someone he could provoke. This person dares to kill zombies. And Lu Peng, the one who runs the fastest when encountering zombies, is him. Yi Yan looked at Lu Peng with an even colder gaze. Previously, Yi Yan hadn't remembered who this person was, but after hearing the sentence, he recalled that this person was someone who often followed Li Fuyo around, acting high and mighty. In his previous life, Li Fuyo and his gang had always targeted Yi Yan, and even though he wasn't in the same department and had no intersection with them, they could always find trouble for him. Once, these troubles had brought Yi Yan a lot of distress during peacetime. But after the apocalypse occurred and he suffered in the concentration camp, Yi Yan felt that the methods of Li Fuyo and the others were simply childish play. Now that this person appeared in front of him, Yi Yan didn't mind teaching him a lesson, especially since he was the one who had been pressing hard on Wen Yuan in just now. Yi Yan pulled a smile that held no hint of amusement. Do you know what has changed the most since the apocalypse began? Chapter 12. Human life is no longer worth anything. Lu Peng was taken aback for a moment, and anger quickly appeared on his face. I'm asking you a question. Do you dare to ignore me? The people around were watching this scene with strange expressions. Lu Peng wasn't someone without intelligence. So why was he suddenly so impulsively seeking trouble with this seemingly tough person? At this moment, Lu Peng was driven mad by Yi Yan. The way he looked at him was like looking at a weak animal. When did this kid Yi Yan dare to look at him like that? Lu Peng turned to the people behind him, his face filled with anger and arrogance. You may not know him, but you must have heard of him, right? The infamous Yi Yan. The Yi Yan who's constantly suppressed by Li Fuyo from the sports department. He actually dared to steal Li Fuyo's woman. Everyone must have heard what happened next, right? He was targeted by Li Fuyo everywhere, but didn't dare to say a word. Ha ha ha. You all fear such a person? The crowd immediately looked at Yi Yan with shocked and curious eyes. He is the Yi Yan who offended Li Fuyo? Wow, it really seems to be him. I recognize his face. It's just that his face is too dirty, so I didn't notice it earlier. Oh my, so it's him. No wonder they say Lu Peng dares to provoke him. Lu Peng has always been friends with Li Fuyo, and he must have bullied Yi Yin a lot. TCH, I thought he was some big shot. He can kill zombies, and so can we. Listening to the crowd's discussions, Lu Peng turned around smugly to look at Yi Yin. Don't think that I can't recognize you just because you have zombie blood all over your face. Hand over the food from earlier. It's a waste to leave it to someone like you. Wen Yuannan was also taken aback when she heard Yi Yan's real name. Yi Yin himself was not well known, but Li Fuyo's notoriety and targeting had made many people in the school hear of Yi Yan's name. Wen Yuannan looked at Yi Yin with even more complex feelings. How could this person's actions and courage to kill zombies possibly match the rumors of someone who was bullied by Li Fuyo and others? They didn't match at all, and the crowd's discussions were not over yet. Hey, he killed so many zombies just now. He must have been infected. Exactly. Killing zombies in a pile of them is something a madman would do. There's no way he wasn't hurt at all. He should hurry up and hand over the food and get out of here. We can wait until he turns into a zombie and then kill him. That way, we can see how difficult it really is to kill zombies. That's right. There are so many of us. We're not afraid if he turns into a zombie. It's a perfect opportunity for an experiment. Hearing the crowd's conversation, Lu Peng's twisted smile grew even wider. Weaklings are indeed weaklings in the apocalypse. They will only become lambs to be slaughtered by the strong. The apocalypse will only lower the status of the weak even further. Wen Yuannan's face turned even paler as she heard the crowd's discussion. She wasn't afraid that Yi Yin would actually be infected by zombies. She was worried that Yi Yin wouldn't be able to handle these people. Compared to these greedy individuals, she felt more favorable towards Yi Yin. Although Yi Yin had the courage to kill zombies, zombies were mindless. The people in front of her were clearly not kind-hearted, as the arrival of the apocalypse had stripped humanity of its conscience. If they banded together to deal with Yi Yin, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be their match. Just as the crowd looked at Yi Yin with malicious intent, Yi Yan's voice coldly rang out. In the apocalypse, the most significant change is that human life is no longer worth anything. Chapter 13. Murder. As Yi Yan's cold words reached Lu Peng's ears, sending a chill down his spine, a heavy baseball bat swung down with the fierce power of a first-tier evolver, striking without any warning. In an instant, Lu Peng's head burst open, blood and brain matter splattering all over the surrounding people. Lu Peng's headless body fell heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. Everyone present stared in shock at the gruesome scene and the indifferent face of Yi Yin. What was happening? He killed someone in an instant, without even blinking or giving a heads up. Even more terrifying was that everyone was focused on Yi Yin and Lu Peng, and they hadn't seen how Yi Yin had made his move at all. In the blink of an eye, a gust of wind was felt, and Lu Peng's head had already vanished from its original position, now reduced to dirt on the ground and smeared on the people around him. This kind of speed was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Everyone looked at Yi Yin with terrified eyes, and those who couldn't take it anymore had already started to tremble. What kind of person had they just provoked? Those who had been joking earlier, saying they would wait until Yi Yin turned into a zombie to kill him, now wished they could slap themselves twice. Was this someone they could afford to mess with? Looking at Yi Yan's calm and unperturbed face, they finally realized how foolish they had been, not to mention whether they dared to kill a zombie. Yi Yin wasn't afraid of zombies at all. He could take one down with a single blow. He was also completely unhesitant when it came to killing people. Were they really a match for someone like him? Maybe in a couple of days, they would fully understand that life in the apocalypse was truly worthless, that anyone could kill for a bag of cookies or a bottle of mineral water, and only then would they dare to kill like Yi Yin without hesitation. Even if they had the guts to kill now, were they any match for Yi Yin? They completely failed to see or react to how Yi Yin had killed Lu Peng just now. Lu Peng was the tallest and most muscular among their group, and he had been killed in an instant by someone who seemed weak and frail on the surface like Yi Yin. What were they still talking about? At the same time, many people began to have doubts in their hearts. After Yi Yin had walked over to the mysterious person, he had suddenly disappeared, only to reappear out of nowhere a minute later, leaving everyone puzzled. The power and speed Yi Yin had just displayed clearly weren't something an ordinary person could achieve. Could this be related to that mysterious person? After all, smashing a person's head and smashing a zombie's head were not the same thing, for some unknown reason. The flesh of the zombies started to rot and fester in large patches, decaying flesh falling off their bodies, and aside from their extremely sharp teeth and fingernails, their bodies were evidently not as solid as a human's, making their heads easier to crush. And Yin had just smashed Lu Peng's head with a single blow, which clearly was not something an ordinary person could do. Yin didn't even glance at Lu Peng's corpse and head on the ground. He stared intently at the crowd, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Who just said they would wait until I turned into a corpse to kill me? Everyone immediately gasped in shock. Who would dare to speak now? Wasn't that asking for death? Everyone fell into tense silence, afraid that Yi Yin would come for them next. Meanwhile, Wen Yuan was still in a daze. She knew Yi Yin was powerful and killed zombies without hesitation, but she had never expected that he would so easily kill a fellow human. Chapter 14 Energy Fluctuation. When Yuan's delicate face was filled with shock and confusion. Is this the apocalypse? She wasn't foolish. She could guess what Lu Peng wanted to do to her just now. If it weren't for Yi Yan's timely return, she might have already become something else. But is this a reason to kill a wolf? Is this the apocalypse? Have the old rules ceased to exist? Yi Yan noticed the complex expression on Wen Yuan's face and smiled bitterly in his heart. This was still the early stage of the apocalypse for Wen Yuan. She was nothing like the resourceful, charming, ruthless Wen Yuan he had seen in his last life at the concentration camp. Yi Yan threw the clothes he had just used to wrap the magic crystal onto the dazed Wen Yuan and said flatly, "We're going out to kill zombies." Wen Yuan instinctively caught the clothes and immediately followed Yi Yan. This world was already different. To survive, she could only follow someone like Yi Yan and become as powerful as him. The people standing nearby watched the two about to walk out, their expressions quite interesting. It was already a stroke of luck that Yi Yan didn't pursue what they had just said. However, now that Yi Yan was leaving, how could they step out of this library? None of them dared to kill zombies, and staying here without food was also a dead end. After hesitating for a moment, one person finally called out to Yi Yan, who was heading outside. "Can you take us with you?" Everyone looked at Yi Yan's stopped figure with expectant and nervous eyes. Yi Yan slowly turned around, a playful smile on his face. But his words chilled their hearts. "I won't take along those who just said they wanted to kill me." Everyone was taken aback, realizing that there was no hope of following this strong person out anymore. After speaking, Yi Yan took Wen Yuan out of the illustration room without a hint of hesitation. What he needed to do now was clear the zombies in the library and then trade for some supplies. Wen Yuan followed behind Yi Yan, having recovered from her earlier shock. Whether it was that strangely mysterious individual, the function of the magic crystal, Yi Yan's sudden disappearance and reappearance, or his immense power, Yi Yan would eventually tell her the answers. And for now, she just needed to stay by Yi Yan's side. Only by being near someone powerful could she survive in this suddenly terrifying apocalypse. As they stepped out of the illustration room, Wen Yuan's heart, which had calmed down, couldn't help but be shocked again. The entire fourth floor of the library had no zombies. The scattered zombie corpses on the fourth floor proved that there had been quite a few zombies here, but they had been killed. And that person, without a doubt, was Yi Yan. Up until now, Wen Yuan had not seen anyone else brave enough to kill zombies. Wen Yuan stared blankly at the ground covered in zombie corpses, stuttering as she asked this. "All of this was you who killed?" Yi Yan, while leading Wen Yuan toward the safety passage, casually replied, "There weren't many zombies on the fourth floor to begin with, and many were attracted away by the noise from the lower floors. The place we're going to below is where the zombies are more numerous." Just as Yi Yan was about to say something else, he suddenly stopped, striding toward the window of the floor, looking at a certain spot in the town with an excited expression. A traitor with energy fluctuations even greater than those upstairs. Chapter 15. I don't take useless people. Yi Yan could clearly feel that the things possessed by the traitor outside the school were rarer than those of the traitor upstairs. Despite being a certain distance away, the outside traitor emitted such a powerful energy fluctuation. When Wen Yuan saw Yi Yan's excited expression, she immediately ran to the window, but saw nothing. "Traitor? Is it that terrifying person from earlier?" Wen Yuan asked in confusion. Ian had previously told her that the mysterious person was humanity's last hope. After returning, as soon as he approached the mysterious person, he suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, the magic crystal on him was gone, and the strength he displayed while killing Lu Peng had already exceeded the realm of ordinary people. She could roughly guess that the traitor Yi Yin mentioned was the secret behind his extraordinary strength. Yi Yin had no intention of hiding anything, and Wen Yuanan was someone he definitely wanted to protect. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and withdrew his gaze from the outside. The person in the black robe from the art room is the traitor. To trade with him, you only need one thing: the magic crystal from a zombie's head. And the things you can exchange for are beyond our previous understanding. Wen Yuanan unconsciously held her breath. What? Yin smiled. Evolution agents, weapons categorized by color, immunity agents for the zombie virus, professions, skills, food, and so on. These are all things that humanity will need to survive in the future, things that will be fought over. Wen Yuanan was completely stunned. Evolution agents? Colored weapons? Professions and skills? This is no longer something that should exist in the human world. It's completely from a TV show or a novel. Is this Yi Yan's powerful secret? Or did he just exchange with the traitor? I'm already a one-star evolver, Yi Yan said lightly, as if answering the unspoken question in Wen Yuanan's mind. At this moment, Wen Yuanan didn't know what to say. How does Yi Yan know the purpose of the traitor? The apocalypse has just erupted for how long? How does he know everything? What about professions, skills, evolution agents? How does he know? How does he know to use magic crystals for exchange? She had also approached the traitor, so why didn't she receive this information? Yi Yan. It was as if he knew everything in advance. Yi Yan looked at the overwhelmed Wen Yuanan, his gaze turning cold. If you want to stay by my side, your first challenge is to kill zombies and earn the magic crystal needed to exchange for a one-star evolution agent. I don't take useless people. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuanan finally recovered from her shock. Killing zombies is an issue that must be faced sooner or later. If she didn't have the courage to kill zombies and relied solely on Yi Yan's protection, she wouldn't survive in the apocalypse. And Yi Yan couldn't always protect her like this. Without the fear and retreat Yi Yan expected, a glimmer of tension and anticipation appeared in Wen Yuanan's eyes. This was more like the Wen Yuanan from her previous life. Yi Yan took down a fire axe from the emergency passage and handed it to Wen Yuanan. Chop off their heads and follow me. Wen Yuanan grasped the fire axe tightly. It was a bit heavy, but she nodded seriously and nervously. This was a step she had to take. The world had become like this, and she was powerless to change it. If she didn't have a sense of awareness, how could she survive? Chapter 16. Discovering cannon fodder, there were almost no zombies in the safe passage, as very few people typically walk through here. Students usually use the central stairs or the elevator to get to the library. As the two reached the entrance to the third floor, they heard the sounds of someone screaming and weak cries for help from inside. Wen Yuanan instinctively looked at Yi Yan, and sure enough, there was not a trace of emotion on Yi Yan's face, let alone any intention to help. At that moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps grew closer, and the door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. 5 people rushed in, looking disheveled and covered in the black blood of zombies. As soon as they entered, they slammed the door shut, leaving 2 of their companions, who were still 5 meters away and entangled by zombies, to their fate. The 2 looked on in despair as the door closed, and the sounds of biting and screams erupted just on the other side, triggering everyone's sensitive nerves. Naturally, the 5 immediately noticed Yi Yan and Wen Yuanan upon entering. They were startled but remained silent, holding their breath as they listened to the sounds of their companions being devoured by zombies. Indeed, the current zombies lacked intelligence and sight. After finishing off the 2, they slowly wandered away, having heard no further noise. The 5 finally let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground to calm their racing hearts. Yi Yan immediately turned to leave. He had no intention of getting involved with more people, even if it meant going to the second floor to clear out zombies. At that moment, one person suddenly called out, "Yi Yan?" Yi Yan turned to look at the speaker, who seemed somewhat familiar, likely a classmate from his previous life, though he couldn't recall the name. Su Songshu stared at Yi Yan in shock, taking in his disheveled appearance. Yi Yan had no clean spot on him, covered in dried zombie blood, looking as if he had rolled around in a pile of zombies. Su Songshu looked at this usually unremarkable classmate. And although he didn't know why Yi Yin looked so miserable, having two more people in the group would increase his own chances of survival, especially compared to the two who had just been left behind as cannon fodder. Su Songshu quickly put on a smile, albeit one filled with ulterior motives. Yi Yin, what are you doing in the library? Come with us. It's better to have more people for support. Everything has changed now. The others also stared at the two, thinking the same as Su Songshu. In this apocalypse, apart from their own lives, the lives of others were worthless. Who wouldn't want two more people who could be betrayed at any moment to save themselves? Upon hearing this, Yi Yin forced out a smile that held no warmth. But this time it was filled with endless sarcasm as he coldly replied, "Join you, so you can treat us like you did those two people earlier? Using us as cannon fodder to escape at a critical moment?" When Yuan Nan was taken aback, she had thought the group had just abandoned those two out of helplessness, never considering it from that angle. Not just Su Songshu, but everyone else's expressions changed drastically, feeling incredibly guilty and awkward. One person stepped forward arrogantly, pointing at Yi Yin. "You have no evidence. How dare you say that about us?" Yi Yin smiled again, looking at the speaker with a proud and disdainful gaze. "I'm just saying whatever I want, but your expressions just now have already betrayed you. And put your hand down. I'll only say this once." Upon hearing this, the faces of the five changed comically, and a surge of anger rose within them. The speaker not only refused to lower his hand, but stepped closer, pointing at Yi Yan's nose and cursing loudly. "How dare you play us? I'll make you cannon fodder. So what? I'll throw you out to feed." Before the man could finish his sentence, he felt a shadow loom before him, and suddenly he couldn't make a sound, looking at Yi Yin in terror, not understanding what had happened. Everyone was stunned, watching the scene unfold. Yi Yin had grabbed the man by the throat with one hand and was lifting him off the ground with sheer force. Chapter 17. What is your name again? For Wen Yuan Nan, who had already witnessed Yi Yan's incredible strength, the scene before her was no longer shocking. However, the other five individuals were different. The man being lifted by his throat into the air was desperately clawing at Yi Yan's hand, but he found it as unyielding as iron. Not only did Yi Yan's hand not move, but it was also extremely hard. The man kicked his legs frantically in the air, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Yi Yin. At that moment, he regretted beyond measure why he had to stand out like a fool. Wasn't he just asking for a beating by doing so? The other four were dumbfounded, staring at the scene before them, completely unsure of how to react. This Yi Yin, is he even human? Could he be a martial arts master? He was actually able to lift a man who was clearly more robust than him with one hand. Even someone physically stronger than the man wouldn't be able to easily lift him into the air like that. They had previously wanted this person to be their cannon fodder. It was simply a death wish. It would be good enough if he didn't throw them out to feed the zombies. Yi Yin looked at the terror-stricken man, who was beginning to suffocate, with a half-smile. "So, you were just about to say you want to throw me out to feed the zombies?" The man shook his head in agony. Already being choked and lifted into the air, he was now further deprived of oxygen due to his fear. The others held their breath, watching the scene unfold, not daring to speak, fearing that any sign of existence might draw Yi Yin's ire. Yi Yin seemed a bit troubled and said after a moment, "If you lie, I won't let you down. Just suffocate like this." The man's face was already turning purple, and upon hearing Yi Yan's words, he immediately nodded in a daze. Then he saw Yi Yan's satisfied expression and felt a strange sensation in his heart. Although it was strange, Yi Yan indeed let him down. The man sat on the ground, desperately breathing in the foul air, feeling incredibly happy. However, the good times didn't last long. No, the good times lasted only 3 seconds, as he felt that powerful grip suddenly yank his hood upwards, dragging him backward with an irresistible force. The other four looked on in fear, but did not utter a word. The man struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. He cursed Yi Yin in his heart. If he could, he would have slapped him across the face and stomped on his face. But he was the weak one. He was the one powerless to resist. He heard the sound of the door being kicked open behind him. Such a sound would surely attract a lot of zombies. Soon after, he was thrown into the 3rd floor of the library, where he had just escaped from 10 minutes ago and was far from the safety exit, until his death. He was still puzzled by how strong that person was to be able to throw him more than 10 meters away with one toss. The remaining four listened to the man's screams, shivers running down their spines. He had merely suggested throwing Yi Yan out to feed the zombies. And before he could finish, Yi Yan actually did throw him out to feed the zombies. Moreover, what shocked them even more was Yi Yan's strength, which was completely beyond their comprehension. Could an ordinary person lift a robust man by the throat with one hand? Could they throw someone 10 meters away in one go? This was already beyond human capability. What on earth was going on? The four looked at Yi Yan with not only fear, but also curiosity. Ordinary people couldn't do these things. What exactly was Yi Yan? Chapter 18. Thick-skinned. The most shocked person was Su Songshu, who initially had ulterior motives towards Yi Yan and his companion. Yi Yan was his classmate. Until yesterday, they were still attending the same class. Although Su Songshu was not very familiar with Yi Yan and rarely spoke to him, there was no doubt that Yi Yan was just an ordinary college student. He had even been bullied and suppressed by the rich kids in school. How could he have transformed into this overnight? There was no trace of his former self. Previously, Yi Yan was an ordinary college student, obedient and compliant, never causing trouble and not seeking attention. He was even a bit reclusive. But today, Su Songshu saw Yi Yan with a chilling smile on his face, casually capable of killing. This was completely different from Yi Yan he remembered. It was as if he had become a different person. Although it was the apocalypse, and people could change drastically, surely no one could change as quickly or as much as Yi Yan. Su Songshu was sweating profusely. He had just thought of targeting Yi Yan. Fortunately, he hadn't been impulsive like that idiot who got thrown out to feed the zombies and offended Yi Yan. Maybe he could still use his connection as Yi Yan's classmate to escape with him. Despite Yi Yan's significant change, he wouldn't deny his identity or disregard their classmates' bond, right? Wen Yuan silently mourned for the man being fought over by zombies for a second, then looked at Yi Yan with an expression of obedience. Yi Yan didn't even spare a glance at the four stunned individuals beside him and walked straight downstairs, with Wen Yuan immediately following. Su Songshu came back to his senses and hurriedly shouted, "Yi Yan, take me with you." Yi Yan impatiently turned his head back. It was this guy again. He called out to him twice already. Was he annoying? Besides, why should he take him along? Was he an idiot? Seeing Yi Yan's impatient and somewhat irritable expression made Su Songshu's heart sink, but he still mustered the courage to say, "We're classmates after all. You're so strong. Let me follow you." The other three were shocked. This person was actually Yi Yan's classmate, who had become so incredibly powerful. If they had known, they would have been friendlier to him earlier. However, judging by Yi Yan's expression, it seemed like he didn't consider this classmate at all. Yi Yan simulate a somewhat speechless smile. Well, regardless of whether we were classmates, anyone who is useless to me is just trash. Even if we were classmates, we aren't close enough for me to take you out. Weren't you the first one wanting to recruit me just now? By the way, what is your name again? Su Songshu's face changed colors with Yi Yan's words, turning pale and then red. He had been calling himself Yi Yan's classmate, yet Yi Yan was asking for his name? It was a slap in the face in front of everyone. The other three couldn't help but laugh inwardly, almost bursting out laughing. After all, Yi Yan had a bad impression of all of them. They had no hope of getting him to take them out. At this moment, someone suddenly stood up to connect with Yi Yan, claiming to be his classmate, which immediately gave them hope for an escape, while they could only shiver in the corner, afraid to make a move. How could they endure this? In the wake of the apocalypse, such a mindset of wishing ill upon others became even more rampant. A trace of barely perceptible hatred flashed in Su Songshu's eyes, but he still forced a smile, saying, "I definitely didn't mean it that way when I called you to come with us. I was just worried about a fellow classmate." Hearing Su Songshu's words, Yi Yan had completely lost interest in talking to him, coldly turning around. "Stop wasting words. I don't consider you a classmate. You're just a burden." The hatred on Su Songshu's face was now uncontrollable. His face twisted completely, and anger burst from his eyes. Fortunately, Yi Yan had turned around and couldn't see him. However, he still spoke in a flattering tone. "It's okay. I'll just follow behind you, definitely not causing you any trouble." The three watched this bizarre scene unfold, immediately feeling a sense of amusement and quickly following Su Songshu. In a situation where their lives were constantly at risk, watching others suffer misfortune was a form of entertainment. Whether it was the two-faced Su Songshu or the cold-blooded Yi Yan. Chapter 19 krisis Yi Yan fronet. Just about to turn around to warn a few people not to follow him, when one Yuanin tugged at Yi Yan's sleeve. Let them follow behind. Whether they can get out depends on themselves. You don't need to protect them. Just let them stay. The four people behind heard when Yuanin speak up for them. But instead of feeling grateful, they looked at her back with dissatisfaction. Why should they be considered burdens in Yi Yan's eyes while she was not? What made her better than them? Was it just because she was kept around as a tool for venting frustrations? Yi Yan sneered internally, but then heard a loud noise coming from the first floor. The sound echoing in the stairwell sent chills down their spines. The four people behind immediately retreated, looking ahead in fear. The chaotic sounds quickly informed them of what was happening. Survivors on the first floor, trying to escape the zombie chase, had fled into the safe passage, and with so many of them, the noise was loud, attracting the zombies who closely followed the survivors into the safe passage. Su Songshu's face changed dramatically as he viciously said, "These idiots. If they want to die, just die quickly. How could they run in here?" The others were equally furious at those who led the zombies into the safe passage. Damn it. If they were going to die, why did they have to run in here? At this moment, they were in the second floor safe passage, where there were more zombies than on the third or fourth floors, making it impossible to go there. Meanwhile, those who had not been caught by the zombies below were desperately running up, with at least 20 zombies following closely behind. Yi made a gesture, and when Yuan obediently stepped back, standing at the entrance of the second floor safe passage. The people who escaped from the first floor saw Yi Yan standing motionless in the stairwell and were astonished, then immediately yelled, "Get out of the way. Can't you see the zombies?" One person pushed Yi Yan hard, already panicking for being chased by zombies, and couldn't he believe someone dared to block the way? In the next second, he was stunned. Was this really a human? Standing completely still like an iron statue. The man had already missed the best chance to escape. And as the people behind him were overwhelmed by the zombies, one zombie grabbed him, and in the next moment, he didn't even let out a sound before being torn apart and devoured. Su Songshu and the others, seeing Yi Yan blocking the stairway, were curious. Would Yi Yan, who was so good at fighting, still be as formidable against zombies? However, no matter how powerful Yi Yan was, there were more than 20 frenzied zombies on the other side. Was he overconfident? He was actually standing on the stairs to confront the zombies, seemingly ready to fight to the death. They would love to see the scene of Yi Yan being overwhelmed by 20 zombies. Just thinking about it felt satisfying. A mad glint appeared in Su Songshu's eyes. Hee, I didn't expect your death to come so quickly. Although this was just a mutter from Su Songshu, Yi Yan, who had already evolved to a 1-star level and had enhanced hearing, heard it clearly. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Yan's mouth as he turned back to glance at Su Songshu mockingly. Once I finish dealing with these zombies, it will be your turn. Su Songshu felt a chill run down his spine the moment he said that. As Yi Yan looked at him, his hair stood on end, cold sweat pouring down, and his heart raced. Did he hear that? It made sense. Yi Yan's earlier display of strength was no longer that of a human, so it wasn't surprising if he could hear it. Su Songshu's heart was already consumed by fear. Yi Yan's gaze had clearly told him that he wouldn't let him go. Escape? Where could he escape to? In this safe passage, he didn't even dare to enter the library. Outside were hordes of zombies. There was nowhere to run. Chapter 20. Poisoning the roar of the zombies pulled Su Songshu back to reality. He burst into laughter, his voice unrestrained. Ha! You want to kill me? Let us see if you can deal with the zombies in front of you first. Ha ha ha! Standing on the stairs like a fool. Do you really think you're that impressive? The other three were also poised to strike, just waiting for the moment when Yi Yan would be torn apart by the zombies, at which point they would desperately flee upstairs. After all, just imagining Yi Yan, who always acted so cool, becoming zombie food was exhilarating. 20 zombies surged into this small space. If it were 2 years ago, Yi Yan would have only had one option, to run. But now, as a 1-star evolver, these 20 zombies were just delivering magic crystals to him. 2 zombies reached out with their claws, but before they could get close to Yi Yan, their heads were smashed in by a heavy baseball bat wielded with the overwhelming power of a 1-star evolver. It was effortless. The 4 watched in shock, as this was the first time they had seen a human kill zombies. The astonishment in their hearts was unimaginable. Just a second ago, they thought Yi Yin would be overwhelmed by the zombies in an instant. But reality slapped them hard in the face. Yi Yin was not overwhelmed by the zombies. Instead, with just a casual movement, he dealt with 2 zombies. It took only a second. Everything happened in an instant. Is this really a human? What kind of mutation has occurred? Are zombies this easy to deal with? Don't tell them they haven't encountered zombies before. The 4, who were poised to watch Yi Yin get overwhelmed by zombies and then flee, stood there dumbfounded. The next scene completely shattered their worldview. Yi Yin took out 1 zombie with each swing of his bat, striking only the heads without any unnecessary movements. The zombies' heads exploded in a splatter of rotten flesh and black blood. In a short while, more than half of the zombies were dead, their bodies piling up on the stairs, while the remaining half just charged recklessly. The scene before them had surpassed their understanding. Yi Yin, seemingly tireless, moved incredibly fast with immense strength, killing zombies as if they were mere ants, as if he had already killed countless zombies before. This was beyond human limits. An average person could never achieve this, not to mention having the ability to kill zombies with such precision as Yi Yin did. Just facing such terrifying creatures was something many could not do. This was Yi Yin's first time killing zombies since becoming a 1-star evolver, and it felt incredibly easy. Just moments ago, he was an ordinary person who would start panting after killing a few zombies, and his hands would feel sore after just a few more. But now he felt nothing. He only thought that the zombies before him were incredibly weak and posed no threat to him at all. Because a 1-star evolver had surpassed the realm of ordinary people. In terms of endurance and speed, every aspect of human capability had risen to a new level, clearly defining the boundary between ordinary people and evolvers. This was the evolver Yi Yin never had the chance to become in his previous life. And this time, within just 2 hours of the apocalypse, he became a 1-star evolver. When Yuan, standing in the stairwell, looked at Yi Yan's back with a hint of obsession. This was not only an obsession with Yi Yin himself, but also with the powerful strength he possessed. Was this the power gained from becoming an evolver after exchanging for a 1-star evolution agent with the traitor? Just as when Yuan was watching Yi Yin fight, she suddenly felt a strong kick to her waist, causing her body to uncontrollably tumble down the stairs. In an instant, she was faced with the grotesque and hideous zombies, able to see the remnants of flesh and blood on their teeth. Behind her, Su Songshu shouted madly, "Die! If I can't feed you to the zombies, then let this woman die for you." Chapter 21 Determination. The madness in Su Songshu's eyes was unabashed. The apocalypse erupted without warning. The world was already different. Just moments ago, Yi Yin had killed someone without a second thought, not even blinking. Once Yi Yin dealt with the zombies, he would surely meet his end. It was better to kill this woman who seemed so important to him now. If he died later, at least he could take someone down with him. What a bargain. The other 3 watched the sudden scene in shock. Then their expressions turned to one of glee. Yi Yin had not only kept them under pressure, but also refused to take them along, calling them dead weight, since they had no hope of escaping. Witnessing Yi Yan's misfortune was the happiest thing for them. As they saw when Yuan fall into the zombie pit, their excitement grew. Yi Yan's eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura erupted from him, causing the previously gleeful expressions of the 4 to freeze. A strong fear rose from their hearts, making it hard for them to stand. What was happening? A killing intent? How could a single person emit such an aura? At that moment, as Yi Yan's killing intent surged, he suddenly unleashed the full speed of a first-level evolver, leaping beyond the ordinary and charging into the horde of zombies heading towards Wen Yuan. In an instant, he smashed the head of the zombie that was about to bite her, shielding Wen Yuan behind him. Seeing this, the 4 quickly reacted, recovering from their shock at Yi Yan's earlier killing intent, and scrambled up the stairs in a desperate rush. They no longer cared about whether they could escape the library or if there were zombies upstairs. They just wanted to get away from Yi Yin. When Yuan, terrified, hid behind Yi Yin, watching as the zombies mindlessly charged towards them, one by one having their heads smashed by him. Just moments ago, she thought she was doomed. The stench of zombies had never been so overwhelming, and death had never felt so close. At that moment, she truly realized what the apocalypse was and what humanity meant. She had pitied them and wanted to help, but they wanted to put her to death. Watching Yin, who was particularly tall, but resolutely stood against the zombies. When Yuan made a decision in her heart. She would follow Yin, no matter what happened in the future, even if it cost her life. She would not hesitate. If it weren't for Yin, she would have already been torn apart and devoured by zombies. Her life now belonged to Yin. In this world where humanity had faded away, Yin actually risked his life to save someone he had known for less than half a day. Regardless of the reason, Wen Yuan had decided in her heart that her life would now belong to Yin. Thinking of this, the fear that had almost cost her life faded, replaced by a resolute glint in her eyes, shedding her previous naivety. She bent down to dig out the magic crystal from the nearby zombie corpse. The remaining zombies were easily dealt with by Yin. Yin looked at the staircase. The four had long since disappeared from sight. He concealed his killing intent, but it did not vanish. It was merely waiting for the right moment to explode. Gasping for breath, Su Songshu and the others reached the 5th floor and were relieved to find almost no zombies there. However, they were still shaken and fearful. Yin's sudden outburst of killing intent had made them feel death up close, and they deeply regretted their earlier actions behind his back. Moreover, the speed he displayed while saving Wen Yuan was beyond human capability, shocking them even more. Under such extreme conditions, Yin not only reacted immediately, but also saved Wen Yuan without a scratch, moving at an unimaginable speed. While they were astonished by Yi Yan's strength, they also began to doubt who he really was, or rather, what was the source of his extraordinary power. After collecting all the magic crystals, the two of them walked to the 1st floor. Wen Yuan had already gathered her thoughts. Now she only knew that Yi Yan had saved her, and she would follow him wholeheartedly in the future. This was not only to repay a debt, but also her only way to survive. By Yi Yan's side, working for him, becoming an evolver, growing stronger, rather than being the burden and waste he described. Through the battle just now, or rather the massacre, Yi Yan realized that 1st-level zombies were no longer his opponents, unless they were part of a small horde. And at this moment, outside the fire exit door on the 1st floor of the library was the place with the most zombies in the entire library. Through the heavy fire door, he could faintly hear the roars of zombies and the chaos of people inside. Many were still trapped on the 1st floor, unable to break free. Going out now would mean a bloody battle. Yi Yan was now a 1st-level evolver. Combined with his combat experience from his previous life and his extensive experience dealing with zombies, especially since there were plenty of people outside attracting the zombies' attention. Going out to deal with these zombies would be no problem at all. To Yi Yan, the zombies outside were just plump magic crystals. He still needed to go to the traders upstairs to exchange for weapons and a 1st-level evolution potion for Wen Yuan. And the more magic crystals, the better. Only magic crystals could make him stronger. In the apocalypse, no matter how strong one was, it was never enough. In that moment, Yi Yan recalled the memories of his previous life and the feeling of being torn apart by zombies. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Zombies? In this life, whether they were zombies or in concentration camps, they would all become his underlings, their souls lost. Yi Yan's expression was eager, completely devoid of fear at the prospect of facing a horde of zombies. When we go out to kill zombies, you stay behind me and try to find openings to kill zombies. Don't act unless you're absolutely sure. Wen Yuan nodded firmly. Even if Yi Yan hadn't said anything, she had already decided to try and kill zombies. Who could guarantee that such a situation wouldn't arise again? Who could assure her that Yi Yan would always save her? Staying by Yi Yan's side, the best she could do now was to ensure she wouldn't hold him back. Because of her compassion, she almost lost her life. Yet Yi Yan, who was usually so calm, still saved her. This was why Wen Yuan was determined to follow Yi Yan. Yi Yan pushed the door open, and the scene outside immediately came into view. The 1st floor was filled with the most zombies in the library. At a glance, there were at least over 100 zombies. At this moment, these zombies were rushing towards the loudest noise, while many wandered around, making those students try to escape on their own very cautious and hesitant to act. Many students calmed down and realized that these zombies were only sensitive to sound. If they didn't make loud noises, they would hardly be noticed by the zombies. Those who discovered this chose to remain silent, not sharing this information with others. because those who didn't know would still shout and attract the zombies, giving them a chance to escape. Just as many were surrounded by zombies in despair, silently waiting for an opportunity to flee, an odd and discordant sound broke the silence, like something soft being smashed. They saw a man, covered in blood with an obscured face and clothing, wielding a baseball bat, taking down one zombie after another. It was as if these zombies that terrified them had no deterrent effect in front of him. Everyone on the first floor was shocked, staring at Yi Yin, completely ignoring Wen Yuan behind him. The ease with which Yi Yin killed zombies was utterly unbelievable to them. Once bitten or scratched by a zombie, one would be infected. Countless people had already become food for zombies since the apocalypse began. In such circumstances, someone actually dared to face zombies. Someone actually dared to kill zombies. What was this person's situation? One person looked at the baseball bat in Yi Yin's hand, remembered something, and said excitedly in a low voice, "He's the one who charged up earlier." Among those present, they had only seen 2 people kill zombies so far. One was the person who had charged into the library with a baseball bat, ignoring the pleas of others to go upstairs. The person before them, although covered in black blood and with an indistinguishable face and clothing, was undoubtedly the same person, given the baseball bat in his hand and his courageous stance against the zombies. Everyone gasped in shock. Earlier, when they saw Yi Yin charge upstairs, they all thought he was foolish. With such strength, why would he go up there to seek death? The zombies upstairs were not fewer than those on the first floor. Escaping from the upper floors was undoubtedly more difficult than from the first floor. In their minds, Yi Yin was already dead, but now he had returned to the first floor in such a shocking manner, effortlessly killing zombies. How could they not be astonished? Seeing Yi Yin drenched in blood, with not a single clean spot on him, they could already guess what kind of battle he had fought. Just thinking about it sent shivers down their spines. One wrong move, and not only would he be eaten by zombies, but he could also turn into one. What was the difference from being dead? Yet Yi Yin not only returned safely from upstairs, but also had plenty of energy left to kill zombies. They were already exhausted just trying to escape from the zombies. Yi Yin seemed oblivious to the numerous zombies on the first floor, recklessly smashing the heads of zombies, while the petite girl behind him paid attention to her surroundings, crouching down to dig out the crystals from the zombies' heads. This girl was also familiar to those present. After Yi Yin charged upstairs, she had followed him, and everyone thought she was foolish too. Was she just trying to cling to someone's thigh? Did she really need to go all out like this? Following him would only get her killed faster. But now, it was clear that this girl had successfully latched onto his thigh. Everyone regretted it deeply. If they had known, they would have mustered the courage to follow him too. Although whether they could guarantee not being eaten by zombies was another story. Yi Yin had already killed more than 20 zombies, showing no signs of discomfort, as if it didn't even count as a warm-up. At this moment, killing zombies was also effortless for him, unless 5 or 6 zombies surged at once, which would make him a bit more cautious. When Yuan was picking up magic crystals behind him, closely monitoring the surroundings to guard against any zombies coming from behind. At that moment, more zombies were attracted by the commotion from Yi Yin's fight, and 5 zombies surged toward him. Yi Yin tightened his grip on the baseball bat. Chapter 22. Another familiar face? Yi Yin was quick to smash the head of the foremost zombie, and the zombies behind it rushed forward one after another. What Yi Yin didn't expect was that when Yuan, who had been quietly digging for magic crystals, suddenly stood up, gripping her fire axe tightly, and fiercely hacked at the shoulder of a zombie to the side. The axe sank deep into the zombie's shoulder, slowing its movement. But since it didn't damage its brain, it didn't kill it. When Yuan's palms were sweating, and her heart raced violently, because she was nervous and didn't hit the zombie's head, and because she had never done such a thing as hacking at a zombie, it felt very unfamiliar. Seeing that she hadn't succeeded, when Yuan lost her previous hesitations. Now that she had swung the axe, everything was different. She quickly pulled the axe out of the rotting flesh and swung it with greater force at the zombie's head. The zombie's decaying flesh was already soft, and even with her limited strength, when Yuan was able to easily extract the axe and then completely kill the zombie. As the zombie fell, when Yuan looked at Yi Yin with some pride, Yi Yin, without looking back, continued killing the zombies in front of him, his voice casually saying, You're still 59 magic crystals short. When Yuanan's face darkened, this person, she had just successfully killed a zombie for the first time. Couldn't he say something nice? Why was he pouring cold water on her? However, having gained this first experience and crossed this hurdle, she could now face zombies and kill them. Zombies, once an untouchable and terrifying presence, had transformed into prey she could hunt. Moreover, the magic crystals on their heads could be traded for items, making her stronger. When Yuanan temporarily set aside her work of digging for magic crystals and killed 2 more zombies, quickly feeling that she had overexerted herself and started to pant. Ian was killing zombies in front, and upon hearing her panting from behind, he said with a hint of amusement in his voice, "I think you're more suited to picking up magic crystals." When Yuanan, unwilling to back down, looked at the zombies in front of her, thinking that as long as she became a 1-star evolver, these little zombies would definitely not be a problem. Just look at Ian. He killed zombies without even breaking a sweat. This was the gap between a 1-star evolver and an ordinary person. However, at least she had earned 3 magic crystals. When Yuanan knew her stamina couldn't keep up, so she began digging for magic crystals, only getting up to kill a zombie when one that Yin had deliberately overlooked attacked her. Thinking about it, she had already killed 7 zombies. This was crucial for her 1-star evolution potion, and she remembered it clearly. Meanwhile, most of the zombies on the first floor had been attracted to Yin, and those who had been quietly waiting in corners to escape immediately seized the opportunity to rush out of the library. However, as the crowd rushed out of the library, they hadn't yet felt the beauty of life when their hearts sank again. Outside, there were just as many zombies, but in the relatively open area outside, the chances of escaping to a place with fewer zombies and more humans were much greater than waiting to die in the library. However, in the eyes of some people, it was better to stay inside the library. There were people killing zombies inside the library. Just look at that killing God stance. He seemed determined to wipe out all the zombies inside the library. They wondered why he, so powerful, would bother to kill so many zombies when he could easily come out of the library after killing a few. What was he doing digging out the crystals from the zombies' heads? At that moment, those who remained in the library and hadn't seized the chance to escape watched Yin kill zombies as if he were chopping vegetables. And they started to have doubts. This man's strength was simply unbelievable. It completely exceeded the limits of human capability. And what was that girl doing digging out the crystals from the zombies' heads? Just as everyone was astonished and fleeing for their lives. Ian had already dealt with half of the zombies on the first floor. The zombies were decreasing at a visible rate, leaving the survivors on the first floor, who had been at a disadvantage, utterly shocked. Can people really do what he did? Can we also kill zombies? A sturdy and brawny man, who obviously exercised regularly, finally mustered the courage to stand up after witnessing Yin slaughtering zombies. His name was Gong Li, and when the apocalypse began, he had been in the library flirting with girls, only to be startled when the beauty beside him suddenly turned into a zombie. Scared, he had simply run away. He had been hiding in this corner until now. Seeing Yin kill zombies so easily, and with the number of zombies on the first floor already low, Gong Li made up his mind, grabbed a stool, and smashed it forcefully onto the head of a zombie that was about to approach Yin, instantly bursting the zombie's head. Gong Li seemed unable to believe it, staring blankly at the zombie's corpse on the ground. He had actually killed a zombie. Can zombies really be killed? He had never thought about it before. Just as he was in a daze, another zombie charged at Gong Li. He reacted quickly, dodging aside, and the zombie clumsily fell to the ground. At that moment, he realized that these zombies were not as terrifying as he had imagined. Moreover, their intelligence was very low. They didn't think at all, only knowing to go toward where there was movement. Gong Li's confidence suddenly soared. He turned around and grabbed a bench, smashing it down on the zombie that had fallen to the ground, instantly killing it. He glanced at Yin in the distance, deep in thought, and then skillfully pried the crystal from the zombie's forehead. The onlookers, who had been trembling with fear, were astonished to see a man from their timid camp venture out and kill 2 zombies, their expressions changing dramatically. Should we try to kill a zombie too? They've done it. We could do it too. At that moment, with Ian's lightning-fast cleanup, the once numerous zombies on the first floor had dwindled significantly. For these first-timers, this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. As Ian continued to dispatch zombies, he noticed the actions of these people. He smiled to himself, never expecting to become a role model one day, inspiring those who had never killed zombies to take action. When Yuan also noticed this scene and felt a wave of emotion. Indeed, humans tend to unite in critical moments, encouraging and helping each other. Many were attempting to kill zombies for the first time, some hesitantly. However, with so few zombies left, there was hardly any risk of being swarmed. A few people banded together to take down a single zombie. After several successes, many felt they had crossed the first hurdle and realized that killing zombies wasn't that difficult. Zombies weren't so terrifying, nor so fierce. They were just piles of rotten flesh, far less sturdy than humans. The only thing to watch out for was not to get bitten or scratched by a zombie's claws. Among those who bravely killed zombies, a few got carried away and were scratched by zombies' claws, and now they were tied up by others to prevent any sudden mutations. Before long, the many zombies that had once filled the first floor were now just a handful. Seeing these people finally have the courage to kill zombies and still looking eager for more, Ian decided to stop killing the remaining few zombies and let them practice. He also went to pry the magic crystals from the zombies' heads, as when Yuan couldn't handle the dozens they had just killed on her own. Just then, a roar came from Wen Yuannan's side. Ian looked up to see a tall, sturdy boy arguing with Wen Yuannan. Gong Li, looking dissatisfied, exclaimed, "Why do you say these zombies are yours? Do the zombies have names written on them? With all these bodies on the ground, who can tell which one was killed by whom?" A girl came over, disdainfully glancing at Wen Yuannan's chest, then proudly puffing out her own. "Exactly. Why do you say these zombies are all yours? There were so many people on the first floor just now. Anyone could have killed a zombie. Why don't they come forward and say these crystals are theirs? The crystals on the ground belong to whoever sees them. Got it?" After everything that happened today, Wen Yuannan was no longer the same pushover she used to be. Moreover, Ian was less than 3 meters away from her. What was there to be afraid of? Additionally, this woman had just looked at her chest with such disdain. How outrageous! When Yuan glared and said fiercely, "Which one killed it? Didn't you see with your own eyes? You only killed a few zombies. I can count them on one hand. If it weren't for us, would you dare to kill zombies? And now you have the nerve to come and steal our magic crystals? Shameless." When Yuannan's voice was loud and in the library, where the zombies had been completely wiped out, the few remaining people heard her words. Gong Li felt his pride wounded and reached out to grab Wen Yuannan's hair. "You little brat, you're asking for it." Just as his hand was about to touch Wen Yuannan's hair, he felt a chill in his wrist. A cold hand had grasped his wrist. Ian was looking at him with icy eyes. This grip seemed light, yet he couldn't move his hand. Neither could he push away nor pull back. What immense strength! Gong Li usually prided himself on being athletic. Ordinary people couldn't match his strength. Yet this seemingly frail boy had him firmly in his grasp. No wonder he was so terrifying when killing zombies. It turned out he was this strong. Yi Yin released Gong Li's hand, and he awkwardly withdrew it. When Yuan immediately felt emboldened and continued, "Now you know who killed the zombies, right?" Gong Li glanced at Wen Yuannan. Although he was unwilling, he remained silent. Initially, he thought this zombie-killing guy would never resort to violence against a person, so he had the audacity to come and pry some crystal from the zombies' heads, even though he didn't know what they were for. Clearly, he was mistaken. Upon meeting Yi Yan's gaze, he realized that any further action or any words that displeased him would lead to his immediate demise. The others gathered around, eager to know what the magic crystals from the zombies' heads were for. These two had been killing zombies and digging crystals, which clearly hinted at something suspicious. The woman who had just been so proud of her chest suddenly screamed, as if she had seen a ghost. Yi Yin, Chapter 23, revealing the purpose of the crystals. When Yuannan's eyes twitched. How come Yi Yin has acquaintances everywhere? This woman had just spoken to Wen Yuannan rudely and looked at her chest with such disdain. It was simply intolerable. Is having big breasts that impressive? Although this girl was annoying, she was still pretty enough to turn heads on the street. Wen Yuannan felt even more irritated. She was the one who could always be by Yi Yan's side. Where did this person come from? Yi Yan, however, seemed to have no impression of the girl. After scrutinizing her for a while, he finally seemed to recognize her. "Oh, it's you." The girl suppressed her anger and forced a smile. "Yi Yan, Was it you who killed the zombies earlier? When did you become so powerful? Normally, if any boy dared to look at her like that for so long, she would have exploded. She was Zhou Xiang, a well-known beauty in her department. When had she ever been looked at like that by the boys at school? Moreover, her relationship with Yi Yin was not just that of ordinary alumni. Yi Yin had clearly done it on purpose. He embarrassed her in front of so many people, obviously still holding a grudge against Li Fuyo. Back when Li Fuyo was a wealthy kid pursuing Zhou Xiang, she was overjoyed, thinking she had snagged a catch, and was often seen with him, feeling quite pleased with herself. Little did she know that Li Fuyo actually had a legitimate girlfriend at the nearby art university. Moreover, his girlfriend was from a well-matched family, and their families approved of the relationship. Li Fuyo was just playing around with Zhou Xiang because he found her somewhat attractive. When she became too eager, he took her out a few times, thinking he could have some fun since his girlfriend wasn't at the same school. But the truth eventually came to light. It was only natural that the situation would blow up. Li Fuyo's legitimate girlfriend was wealthy and influential, a proper lady who directly paid off some thugs outside the school, who then came knocking. Zhou Xiang regretted it immensely. She thought she had caught a rich guy, only to find out she had become the third party. The thugs were unpredictable. Their leader insisted that Zhou Xiang guarantee she would no longer seek out Li Fuyo. But no matter how much Zhou Xiang promised, the thug didn't believe her, leaving her utterly perplexed. Thus, Zhou Xiang remembered a quiet senior in her major. The senior, due to his lack of social interaction, was quite reclusive, so everyone in the department had heard of him. Since the senior usually kept a low profile, it shouldn't matter much if his name was mentioned. Then Zhou Xiangxing tearfully said, Really, I really don't like Li Fuyo. I like our department senior. The gangsters became interested. Say, who? Yi Yan. All right, so it's Yi Yan. Since you said you won't go look for Li Fuyo, I'll let you off. But, since you like Yi Yan and are still with Li Gongzi, you're just putting a hat on Li Gongzi. The gangsters threw their cigarettes on the ground and stood up as if to do something significant. Let's go. We'll go meet him. After that, a group of gangsters left Zhou Xiang with a cool back. As for what happened later, it was said that Yi Yan from a certain department provoked the rich second-generation Li Fuyo and was severely beaten by someone called from outside the school. The reason was that Yi Yan had stolen Li Fuyo's favorite junior. From then on, Yi Yan became well known, and even Zhou Xiang's incident of being a mistress was overshadowed by this. Afterward, Zhou Xiang specifically added Yi Yan on QQ, but never said a word to him. In her eyes, she had already submitted herself to a small figure, which was the greatest comfort to him. What more could he expect? After hearing about this incident, Li Fuyo found it amusing and didn't explain. For a bit of fun in his boring life, he often troubled Yi Yan during that time. Bullying the weak was also a form of amusement, and the current situation clearly indicated that Yi Yan still held a grudge over past events and was purposely making things difficult for himself. Now that it's the apocalypse, who still remembers that broken affair? One person scratched his head in confusion and suddenly realized, Yi Yan? It's that Yi Yan. A crowd of people looked confused. Which Yi Yan? The one who provoked Li Fuyo. What? The crowd looked at Yi Yan in disbelief, unable to believe that this ruthless person who killed zombies, as if it were a daily routine, was actually the rumored bullied Yi Yan. The two couldn't be connected at all. Wen Yuan rolled his eyes and said displeased, What's wrong? Is there a problem? The crowd thought about the scene before them and fell silent. Although the rumors said Yi Yan was the one being bullied, it was clearly not the case now. That person could kill dozens of zombies without even breathing heavily. Was it that simple? At least in this apocalypse, Yi Yan was definitely not simple. A normal person continuously killing that many zombies would absolutely be physically exhausted. Even facing terrifying zombies required strong psychological endurance. But Yi Yan, surprisingly, didn't look tired at all. He must have some secret. Could it be the crystals they had been collecting from the zombies' heads? Meanwhile, Zhou Xiang's thoughts were not on that, because Yi Yan actually ignored her directly. He didn't respond to her words. It was all these idiots' fault for suddenly butting in. How could I, Zhou Xiang, be overlooked by a man? A scholarly man wearing glasses had a broken lens on the left side, looking quite disheveled like a spider's web. However, you want to know what those crystals on the zombies' heads were used for? If he told him that Yi Yan was originally this powerful, no one would believe it. This completely exceeded the realm of normality. Okay. The glasses guy excitedly pushed up his glasses. What is this crystal? What do you use it for? The others immediately looked at the glasses guy as if he were a warrior, astonished that he could ask such a question directly. Yi Yan frowned, and everyone looked at him with inquiring eyes. Under normal circumstances, Yi Yan wouldn't mind telling others about the magic crystals and the traders. However, at the trader's place on the 4th floor, there were only 2 bottles of 1-star evolution agents. He had already exchanged one, leaving 1 bottle, which Yi Yan had mentally allocated to Wen Yuanan. If these people found out and exchanged that evolution agent, it would be a big problem if they took the non-evolutionist Wen Yuanan outside to find another trader. A trader's items are limited. For example, the trader in the art room only had 2 1-star evolution agents and 1 white weapon. The rest were food, daily necessities, and a few immunity potions. If he told them now, they would have to wait for Wen Yuanan to become an evolutionist and then go on an adventure outside without knowing the situation. Seeing that Yi Yan was slow to respond, the glasses guy became anxious and said somewhat angrily, "Why don't you speak? It's this time, what good things are you hiding? Why should only you know? We want to live too." The glasses guy, usually just a bookworm who only knew how to study, was oblivious to social cues and didn't know what to say to whom. His words resonated with those around him. Even if they were a bit smarter than the glasses guy, once it came to the brutal environment and life, they couldn't remain calm. Outside, there were zombies everywhere. Surviving was their lowest requirement. This person in front of them was so strong and had been collecting these crystals, clearly knowing something. What he knew might help them survive and become strong like him. The dozen or so people became excited. Gong Liyuan said indignantly, "We're all the same kind. What's wrong with living a bit longer? Just tell us what these crystals are for." Others chimed in, "Exactly. Hurry up and tell us. We still want to live. So selfish. Let's rob them of their crystals." Zhou Xiang saw this scene and secretly laughed. Just now, she wanted to cling to this kid's thigh. But she didn't expect him to be so ungrateful, actually provoking everyone's anger. Zhou Xiang also put on a righteous face. We're all the same kind. What's wrong with saying it? They not only wanted to survive, but on a deeper level, they also wanted to be as impressive as Yi Yan. Seeing Yi Yan's posture while killing zombies, how could they not be moved? If they had Yi Yan's powerful strength, what zombies would they fear? What would they fear from Yi Yan? As they spoke, these people, relying on their numbers, thought that Yi Yan wouldn't dare to act against them, began to push and shove, crowding towards Yi Yan. When Yuanan saw this as another side of human nature's evils, Yi Yan hesitated for a moment, but had not yet rejected them when they began to pressure him, morally blackmailing him. Thus, with Wen Yuanan's understanding of Yi Yan, even if Yi Yan wanted to tell them something now, he wouldn't be willing. The crowd's voices grew more and more passionate, as if not telling them would be a great injustice. "Hurry up and tell us. Why keep it hidden? Your life is a life, but ours isn't. What exactly does this crystal do? Hurry and say it." Shameless, wanted to take all the benefits for himself. Yi Yan smirked, looking at the faces filled with excitement, despair, greed, and indignation. He remembered that in his last life, when he had no strength and was enslaved, he was often in this state, right? Now looking at others like this, it was unexpectedly interesting. Yi Yan remained silent, and they took advantage of his silence, pushing forward. The next moment, the 2 men at the front, including Gong Li, were suddenly kicked away by the lightning-fast Yi Yan, flying 10 meters away with a scream as they hit the ground. Gong Li only felt a surge of metallic sweetness in his mouth, regretting why he had provoked this man. The others were stunned, not expecting Yi Yan to actually strike. The glasses guy, who had no social skills, was even more excited. "What right do you have to hit people? You're just someone who's been bullied. And now that you've gained a bit of advantage, you're bullying others. Others have received hints and are starting to crazily test the edge of death. Yeah, you're so capable. Why didn't you resist those rich second-generation kids like Li Fuyo before? Now that you have some skills, you just know how to bully us. If we don't talk today, none of us will leave. If you kill me, then so be it. Anyway, there's zombies outside, right? Let's drag this beast down to the end. We're going to die anyway." Only Wen Yuanan saw just how heavy Yi Yan's killing intent was at that moment. Chapter 24, just like how I'm hitting you now. These people know that if they ask Yi Yan about the function of the crystal here and discover his powerful secret, they would have a great chance of surviving in this apocalypse. So they selectively forgot Yi Yan's bloodthirsty posture when he was killing zombies just now. What they said earlier made Yi Yan's expression turn somewhat gloomy. Yi Yan directly grabbed the neck of the bespectacled man in front of him, who was the loudest and most obnoxious. As the bespectacled man's neck was squeezed, the noise he made suddenly stopped. The others also stopped, stunned for 2 seconds due to their leader's accident. Did he dare to kill someone in front of so many people? Let him go. Are you even human? It's the apocalypse, and instead of dealing with zombies, you're coming after your own kind. Exactly. Why don't you tell us your powerful secret? It's the end of the world, and you actually want to kill your own kind. Ian seemed to not hear their words and tightened his grip on the bespectacled man's neck even more. The bespectacled man's eyes widened, his legs weakly kicking in the air, his mind too exhausted to think about the zombie crystals anymore. Wen Yuan stared blankly at the scene before her. She wasn't too surprised that Yi Yin wanted to kill again, but rather shocked by the faces of these people. Sure enough, when the apocalypse came, the evil and ugly sides of humanity involuntarily revealed themselves, while they still spoke beautiful words. If they really cared about the bespectacled man, why didn't they just step in to help? Were they not all standing by? They just wanted to know what they desired while pretending to be noble and indignant about Yi Yin. Yi Yin exerted force, and with a crack, the bespectacled man's head tilted, and his legs stopped kicking. With the sound of bones cracking, all other noises fell silent. At that moment, the library was the quietest it had been since the outbreak of the apocalypse, so quiet that the roars of zombies outside on the playground became very distinct. At this moment, these people realized that Yi Yin was completely unafraid of killing. Yi Yin looked at the fearful crowd and coldly said, "This is my ability. Do you see it clearly?" No one spoke. Their hearts were filled with a deep sense of helplessness. This is the apocalypse. If you lack strength, you can only be at the mercy of others regarding life and death. Everything from the civilized era has collapsed with the arrival of the apocalypse. Morality, rules, humanity, laws, restraints have completely disappeared in the apocalypse. To survive, it all depends on whose fist is harder. And they actually dared to provoke this person just now. They were simply crazy. Ian kicked the corpse of the bespectacled man aside. Actually, I'd already decided not to easily attack humans. After all, we are the same kind. But since the apocalypse just started, I've already killed 3 people. I've been holding back from you all because I didn't want to kill so many people at once. Otherwise, it would seem too unfriendly. But you insisted on testing my bottom line. Are you happy now? Wen Yuan watched from the side, feeling unexpectedly exhilarated. In such a short time since the apocalypse began, she had witnessed too much ugliness and felt no sympathy for these people. Still, no one dared to speak. It was as if they had forgotten that the ones who had just shouted that they were also going to die were themselves. If people really were going to die, who would say such things? Although they were very eager for power, they still needed to have their lives, to enjoy it. And the Yi Yin in front of them was not someone they could fool. Just look at the fate of the bespectacled man to understand that. Seeing that no one dared to speak, Yi Yin suddenly felt as if time and space were intertwined. In his previous life, in the concentration camp, his role was that of these people who dared not speak or look up at others. In this life, not even half a day into the apocalypse, he had already become a figure that instilled fear in others, becoming an insurmountable obstacle for them. This feeling of being in a high position, able to easily decide the life and death of others, was truly wonderful. From now on, he wanted to continue like this. He no longer wanted to survive just to get by, nor did he want to be a weakling. Ian walked over to those who had been scratched by zombie claws and were bound by the crowd, not turning his head. "Aren't you leaving? Do you want me to pull out everyone who spoke just now one by one?" The crowd shuddered and was about to flee, feeling that they had been numb for too long, and now their legs felt heavy. Yi Yin remembered something and said, "Before you leave, hand over the magic crystals." Magic crystals? So this crystal is called a magic crystal? Is this a name invented by Yi Yin himself? It's somewhat amusing. A group of people have been clamoring here for so long, and in the end, they only learned the name of the crystal. When Zhou Xiang heard Yi Yan's words, she shivered and immediately said to a person next to her, "Quick, the magic crystal." That person, confused, handed over the 2 magic crystals on himself to Zhou Xiang, as he certainly didn't want to give them to Yi Yin himself. Thus, under Zhou Xiang's enthusiastic leadership, All the magic crystals on everyone were scavenged. Zhou naturally went over and handed the magic crystals to Yin, not forgetting to throw him a flirtatious glance, her big eyes blinking. When Yuanan, watching from the side, immediately wanted to slap her, Yin merely accepted the magic crystals without even looking at Zhou. Zhou felt a chill in her heart. It's over. This person really holds a grudge over past events. This one do. Now to survive, she can only cling to his leg. She didn't care whether Yin was ungrateful or not and try to act normally, saying, "Senior, let me follow you. There are so many zombies outside. It's so dangerous." Only then did Yin take a few more looks at Zhou. In his previous life, back when civilization still existed, the trouble this woman caused had troubled him for a long time, making his life filled with unpleasantness. However, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, he realized that those past little troubles were not troubles at all. Life and death matters were the real big issues. During the 2 dark years of the apocalypse, where every day felt like a year, those who once made him feel like he couldn't get past the hurdles, the ones he couldn't let go of, gradually faded from his thoughts. Now that he had been reborn, even though he had only experienced 2 years of the apocalypse, he didn't even think of Zhou when he first saw her. Now remembering, Yin felt a bit self-deprecating. Once, he too was lost in the sea of people, constantly troubled by trivial matters, enduring the gazes and speculations of others, caring about others' opinions. Those days felt so distant. However, just because Yin had forgotten the past doesn't mean he had forgiven this foolish woman. No matter when, those who have stabbed you in the back are unforgivable. Thus, Yin's eyes carried malice. What was your name again? Zhou smile instantly stiffened. When Yuan just wanted to applaud from the side. This woman had clearly caused Yin so much suffering, and now upon seeing him powerful, she actually dared to cling to him. She even had the audacity to look down on my little chest. Huh. However, why did this sentence sound so familiar? The others who were about to escape, seeing this scene, of course, felt glee. Just a moment ago, this woman was clearly cursing Yin along with them, and now she was pretending as if she had never said anything at all, shamelessly trying to cling to him. If they couldn't have it good, they certainly didn't want to see others do better than them. This is the common mentality of people in the apocalypse. Perhaps to watch the show, or perhaps because they felt that Yin had turned his firepower towards Zhou. Everyone slowed their pace, waiting for the next scene. After all, Zhou had previously been quite picky in the academy, with her nose in the air. Many people disliked her. Zhou had never felt this embarrassed before. With her looks, she could charm any man. The number of men pursuing her is countless. Even the rich second-generation student in school, Li Fuyo, once fell at her feet. In her life, apart from that one time with a thug, she has never been humiliated in front of men. Zhou is known as the beauty of the school. And with people still around, Yin actually spoke to her like that, leaving her no face to show. Raised with pampering, Zhou, who is usually pursued by men, immediately couldn't hold back, asking her to swallow this anger. Is that even possible? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? Do you really think you're something now? Everyone is asking you. You were just someone bullied by Li Fuyo. You were just someone beaten by thugs in society. Zhou only knew that she had never suffered like this in her life. She had only mentioned Yin's name, and he actually held a grudge until now. Is he even a man? After saying all this in one breath, she still didn't feel satisfied and was about to curse again when Yin already swung a punch, hitting hard on her throat. Zhou couldn't withstand such force and staggered back a few steps, awkwardly sitting on the ground. Her neck and throat burned with pain, feeling like there was fire inside, and she couldn't utter a single word, only able to make some unpleasant sounds. She stood up unsteadily, feeling very angry and aggrieved. She was clearly a woman, clearly very beautiful. So why does Yin not give her any respect? He even hit her until she couldn't speak. She wanted to fight him. The others watching from the side looked at her like she was crazy when Zhou began to curse loudly. At such a time, she still cared about her face and dared to curse at Yin. Previously, they couldn't see the situation clearly. But after Yin easily injured Gong Li and casually killed the bespectacled guy, they recognized reality and didn't dare to cause any more trouble. Yet Zhou Xiang, because she couldn't hold her face, was cursing at Yi Yin like she was going insane. Wasn't T that stupid? Wasn't T that seeking death? Did she think what time it was now? Was it the carefree time of dating before? Please, this is the apocalypse now. Yin's fists are so hard, and she actually dares to curse him for her own pride? This is completely a brainless fool. After being knocked down by Yi Yin, Zhou Xiang felt even more insulted. Not to mention being scolded. Being beaten was absolutely something she had never experienced before. This Yi Yin deserves to die. How dare he hit her? Zhou Xiang didn't even know what thinking was anymore. She only knew that Yi Yin wouldn't let her off. She stretched out her hands, swaying as she walked toward Yi Yin, her hair disheveled like a madwoman, making indistinct whimpering sounds. At this moment, she suddenly saw Yi Yin in front of her sway, and then her knee was hit hard, sending a dull pain through her, and she fell to her knees on the ground. Yi Yan's cold voice came. Li Fuyo? That kind of trash, I've already crippled him, just like how I'm hitting you now. Chapter 25. The traitor takes action. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. Yi Yin broke Li Fuyo's leg? What was going on? But Yi Yin was so powerful. He would lie about something like this just for face, right? He didn't seem like that kind of person. Just looking at his demeanor when he killed someone made it clear he could definitely do something like this. Moreover, this was already the apocalypse. Killing someone wasn't a big deal anymore. Ian had already killed a few, hadn't he? Besides, money, status, and such no longer held any value in the apocalypse. Zhou Xiang endured the excruciating pain and tried to stand up, only to realize she couldn't move at all. Her legs were broken. She wanted to scream. She wanted to curse the man in front of her. She wanted to drag him down to hell with her. But Yi Yin had rendered her speechless. She was about to go insane. She wouldn't let Yi Yin off even in death. Yi Yin looked at Zhou Xiang, who was desperately trying to stand but had no way to do so. He recalled how Li Fuyo had acted before. It seemed he finally understood why Lu Zhong had been so keen on breaking others' legs. Because that was how he had died in his previous life, waiting helplessly for death while watching zombies come closer and closer. The moment he was reborn, Yi Yin vowed that in this life, he would become a strong person, strong enough that no one could touch him, no one could harm him. In his previous life, those who owed him would be found, and he would settle the scores. And this woman before him, who was now going mad, yet couldn't say a word, strictly speaking, seemed to owe Yi Yin as well. Originally, Yi Yin didn't want to bring this up, but whether it was Li Fuyo before, Lu Peng, or Zhou Xiang now, they always seemed to mention this matter to him. Fine, since they were at school, there must be many who knew about this. Yi Yin decided that in the future, if anyone used this incident to provoke him at school, he would hold back like he did today. This woman before him, whether she had instigated this incident in his previous life or was being arrogant now, had already become a reason for Yi Yin to teach her a lesson. Yi Yin looked at the woman before him like he was watching an ant. This feeling was so good, holding others' lives and deaths in his hands. The others realized that Zhou Xiang had already angered Yi Yin today and that staying here might provoke the killing god, so they quietly left the library. Yi Yin coldly stared at Zhou Xiang, who at this moment had lost all semblance of beauty, her face covered in tears and snot. Yet she couldn't make a sound. This was a grudge from before the apocalypse. He didn't want to hold it against her. But now that she had shut her filthy mouth, consider it a lesson. Wen Yuanen looked at Yi Yin, then at the nearly mad Zhou Xiang, and realized once again that this was the apocalypse. People could be killed at will, as long as they annoyed you. Yet this time, Wen Yuanen felt no discomfort at all. Being beside Yi Yin, she seemed to adapt to the apocalypse at a speed faster than ordinary people. After saying that, Yi Yin threw Zhou Xiang aside, leaving her to fend for herself, ignoring her completely. At that moment, the three people who had been tied up began to make indistinct sounds. Upon closer inspection, the three had indeed started to transform into zombies, their skin visibly turning pale, then gradually rotting into decayed flesh, emitting a strong, foul odor. The magic crystals on their heads were also gradually becoming visible. Seeing this, Wen Yuanen rushed over like lightning, swung her axe, and killed the three bound zombies. Then, she quickly dug out the magic crystals. Yi Yin watched her with a smile, and Wen Yuanen, blushing and feeling embarrassed, said, I have 10 magic crystals now. The tied-up zombies were just free magic crystals lying on the ground. Why wait for Yi Yin to kill them? Yi Yin said, "Let us go upstairs. We have over 100 magic crystals now." When Yuan, feeling excited, followed closely behind Yi Yin. "Can I disappear with you this time? This is the first time I've seen a trader since I heard about their function." Earlier, when Yi Yin vanished during his trade, she wanted to try it out too. She also wanted to know how the trade was completed and what the evolution agent looked like. Yi Yin smiled. In fact, he already had the answer in his heart. "It depends on my mood." When Yuan stuck out her tongue, silently thinking, Yes, you're amazing. You say it goes." In fact, the zombies on the second and third floors had already been attracted downstairs while Yi Yin was slaughtering zombies on the first floor. There were hardly any zombies left on the second and third floors, posing no danger. So the two didn't take the fire escape this time and cleared the zombies along the way. As when Yuan saw countless severed limbs and broken arms, not a single complete corpse, her understanding of the apocalypse deepened even more. As for Yi Yin, he had long been desensitized to such scenes and was completely immune to them. By the time they reached the fourth floor, their magic crystals were nearly 200. However, just as they were about to push the door open, they heard a noisy conversation inside, clearly indicating there were quite a few people. The previous occupants here numbered at most a dozen. Could it be that more people had escaped inside? When Yuan immediately became worried. With so many people, it was inevitable that someone would discover the traitor's secret, and Yi Yin's previous behavior clearly indicated he didn't want others to know about the traitor. Indeed, when Yi Yin looked at the situation, he appeared somewhat displeased. Yi Yin stepped forward, roughly pushed the door open, startling the people inside. They realized from the sound that the zombies outside had diminished, but in such a situation, who would relax? Everyone was on edge, and then they were met with Yi Yin's powerful entrance, which nearly scared them to death. In an instant, someone cursed, "What the hell? Who asked the blind one? Are you sick? Damn it. Can't you open the door quietly? What if you attract zombies?" When everyone saw that it was Yi Yin, their voices quieted down significantly. But the complaints didn't stop. "Can't you be a bit quieter?" Clearly, most of the people inside recognized Yi Yin, even with his clothes stained with dried blood. Yi Yin coldly scanned the crowd. Those from the drawing room were also present, and upon meeting Yi Yin's gaze, they all awkwardly lowered their heads. Meanwhile, half of the people in the drawing room had gathered by the window where the traitor was located. Clearly, before Yi Yin and when Yuan arrived, they had been discussing matters regarding the traitor. Yi Yin strode toward the traitor, completely ignoring the room full of people, displaying an attitude of not wanting to deal with them. When Yuan followed closely behind, vigilantly observing the surrounding people, she noticed that almost everyone looking at Yi Yin was filled with jealousy, dissatisfaction, and indignation. Sure enough, before they reached the traitor, a man blocked Yi Yin's path and said in a harsh tone, "Do you know who this person is?" There were more than 30 people present, all survivors from the library. Many of them had witnessed Yi Yin kill zombies. How could they not know him? When they saw the zombies on the second and third floors being attracted to the first floor by Yi Yin, they ran up to the upper floors, with some making their way to the drawing room on the fourth floor. In the drawing room, some had previously seen Yi Yin disappear at the traitor's location, then suddenly reappear, and when he did, his strength had already surpassed that of ordinary people. Those who had just entered the drawing room were discussing not only the zombies and how to escape, but also Yi Yin. Then, they discovered the immobile traitor in the drawing room and learned about the miraculous scene that had occurred with Yi Yin here through the words of those who were already in the drawing room. "We've been hiding here all along, and we definitely saw Yi Yin disappear. In less than a minute, he reappeared in the same spot and then killed Lu Peng. His power had become incredibly strong. In short, he didn't seem like a human at all. Even such strange events as the apocalypse have occurred. What is impossible now?" Looking again at this very peculiar person who ignores everyone, people are even more suspicious of Yi Yin. A person cannot grow to look like this. This is no longer a being of this world. Can a person disappear for a while and still exist? Where'd he go during that 1 minute he vanished? After he appeared, his suddenly increased strength. Could it be related to the minute he was gone? His disappearance must be connected to this mysterious person in front of him. I think he dares to kill zombies because he is confident and has a trump card. Should we go find Yi Yin and ask him for clarity? We don't even know where the zombies are outside. Who will go? Then should we try to communicate with this person? Nonsense. We've already tried countless methods. But he hasn't reacted at all. No one dares to touch him. What a strange thing. While everyone was discussing passionately, the person in question returned. After arriving, without saying a word, he directly walked towards the mysterious person. Isn't this evidence enough? Everyone looked at each other, and finally, one person stood up. Yian listened to the man's words, looked at the expressions of the surrounding people, roughly guessed something, and smiled. I know. So what? Everyone was excited. He really knows. The man said urgently. What is he? Yian raised an eyebrow. Why should I tell you? Everyone immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. One person said, we know that your greatness is definitely related to this person. In this situation, we should work together to deal with the zombies. You should tell us. As he said this, he felt hypocritical himself. Unexpectedly, Yian looked at him and then said, that makes sense. Everyone was delighted and turned to look at Yian in unison. Meanwhile, when Yuan felt strange, looking at Yian with confusion and curiosity. This was not his usual style of being so easy to talk to. But then they heard Yian slowly say, this person is called a traitor. We can exchange various weapons and food with him, but the items a traitor has are limited. For example, a traitor might only have 2 bottles of water and 5 loaves of bread. Once exchanged, they're gone. At this moment, 2 people closest to the traitor suddenly rushed to his side, one of them grabbing the traitor's arm. The others immediately showed fierce expressions, ready to rush over to compete. These 2 people, so shameless. However, if it were them by the traitor, they would also choose to rush over to seize the opportunity. The traitor's arm, which was grabbed, suddenly swung, breaking free from the man's grip and striking at his head. The man's head instantly detached from his neck, blood splattering everywhere. His skull rolled on the ground, while the traitor seemed to have returned to his original state in an instant, as if nothing had happened. Not even a drop of blood on him. Chapter 26 Greedy Creatures. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. The person who rushed forward with the man who had just lost his head, but did not touch the traitor, was closest to the scene and was so frightened that he fell to the ground, now crawling backward in terror, his legs weak. What was going on? Why did the mysterious person suddenly kill someone? Moreover, if they weren't mistaken, the mysterious person simply waved his hand without any weapon, and that man's head was knocked off. What kind of power was that? Previously, no matter how curious they were, they had not dared to touch the person referred to as the traitor by Yian, because his appearance was simply too strange, and now, in this dangerous apocalypse, no one dared to act recklessly. However, when they heard that they could exchange food from this traitor, they all lost their rationality. Not to mention the 2 who rushed up first. Everyone present nearly lost their mind upon hearing the word food, ready to fight for it. It was nearly 6 in the evening, and they were already supposed to be eating. Even without considering the usual time, they were definitely hungry now. The apocalypse had erupted at noon, and after hours of fleeing and avoiding zombies, their physical strength had been exhausted far beyond normal, making them even hungrier. But now, survival was difficult enough, and there were zombies outside. Although everyone was hungry and thinking about food, they dared not go out to find it. Many were suffering from hunger, and now hearing that the most desired thing was available from that mysterious person, how could they not go mad? To survive now, they not only needed to stay alive in the gaps between zombies, but also needed food. However, looking at the corpse before them, the headless body made everyone gasp in horror. If it had been them who had approached the traitor just now, then that corpse would now be theirs. Everyone was filled with fear and regret. Just now, they all wanted to rush over and fight for it. Many people reacted and glared angrily at Yian. It must be this person who was harming them. Everyone's eyes were red, filled with anger at being deceived. What are you doing? Didn't you say there was food with him? How did that person die? I see you never intended to tell us the secrets of this mysterious person. Now you want to harm us. What are you plotting? What the hell is this person? Seeing the traitor standing still like a dead man after killing the man, they felt bold enough to curse. However, even though they were dissatisfied with Yian, they still did not dare to act against him. Most of them had seen Yian's bloodthirsty side when killing zombies. Unless necessary, they would not confront him directly. Even if there was a confrontation, they would definitely not be the ones to take the lead. When Yuan smiled bitterly on the side, he knew Yian wouldn't honestly reveal everything. But Yian hadn't lied. Just now, he just didn't mention the most important thing. That is, the food and other items of the trader's place are not the most valuable. The most valuable items are those that exceed people's understanding, existing only in novels and on television, such as various weapons and evolution agents. However, when Yuan Nan did not expect that most people present had already guessed that this trader was definitely related to Yi Yan's strength. Yi Yan put on an innocent expression. I hadn't finished speaking yet, and you all rushed in. Is it my fault? Everyone thought about it. Yi Yan hadn't finished speaking just now. It was their own fault for losing their composure upon hearing the word food. And the two closest to the trader had stirred up the chaos even more. So, the man who had initially asked Yi Yan said impatiently, "Then go on." Yi Yan looked deeply at the man, then turned to the trader by the window and said, "Is this how one should behave when seeking help?" The man's face immediately changed. Others looked displeased, clearly wanted to learn about the trader and food as soon as possible. Some, however, looked on with interest. The man's expression was awkward, but he knew that only Yi Yan and his companion knew the trader's secret, and moreover, this trader not only had secrets that could make people stronger, but could also provide food. If it were someone else, he might still be able to resolve it with force. But this Yi Yan was not that kind of person, because he had seen Yi Yan kill zombies. The impression was deep, and he did not dare to confront him easily, let alone use force to solve the problem. So the man forced a smile. I'm not asking for myself alone. Everyone wants to know, right? Could you tell us? When Yuan Nan looked at the man, thinking, at least you have some sense. Daring to show attitude towards Yi Yan just now, seeing that the man was not particularly trying to act strange with him, Yi Yan continued. However, if you want to trade with the trader, it's not as simple as wanting to trade. Since it's called a trade, you naturally have to bring something out. Everyone listened intently to Yi Yan's words, their muscles and nerves tensed. This was the way to trade with the trader. As long as they knew, they could obtain food. Maybe they could even gain powerful strength. Moreover, Yi Yan had previously said that the items on the trader were limited. This meant that once Yi Yan explained everything clearly, everyone here would be enemies. Everyone was secretly gathering their strength, waiting for the moment they could hear the rules clearly. What you need to bring is the magic crystal from the zombies' heads. Everyone gasped in shock. The magic crystal. The crystal on the zombies' heads was actually called the magic crystal. What Yi Yan and his companion had been digging after killing zombies was actually the magic crystal. As soon as Yi Yan said this, everyone present changed the way they looked at him. A very obvious change. If just now their eyes towards Yi Yan were filled with jealousy and wariness, now they were filled with greed. Previously, they knew Yi Yan was powerful and did not dare to easily confront him. If today it had been an ordinary person, someone not threatening, who knew about the trader's matters and what they wanted to know, would they have been so cautious in asking? They would probably have resorted to threats and intimidation. And now, trading with the trader required the magic crystal from the zombies' heads, and none of them had a single magic crystal on them. Meanwhile, Yi Yan had been killing zombies since entering the library, continuously digging for magic crystals. Originally wary of Yi Yan because of his strength now, due to food and the opportunity to become stronger, they had forgotten all of that. The greed in their eyes was impossible to hide. Moreover, after Yi Yan finished speaking, everyone suddenly noticed when Yuan Nan, standing slightly behind him, holding a bundle. It was a jacket whose owner was unknown, already stained with zombie blood, dirty beyond recognition, and even a foul smell emanated from it. However, that jacket, wrapped into a bundle by them, must contain the magic crystals that the two had collected along the way. When Yuan Nan was startled by this change and looked at Yi Yan with some fear, Yi Yan didn't need to say anything. He naturally saw the change in everyone's demeanor, but he still maintained a calm demeanor, as if everything was under his control, showing no fear of the more than 30 enemies before him. Seeing Yi Yan's demeanor, when Yuan Nan felt a bit more at ease. After all, after just a few hours of interaction, she had already understood Yi Yan's capabilities very well. As long as Yi Yan was there, everything would be resolved. No matter if she was kicked into a pile of zombies or someone was trying to snatch her magic crystal, Yi Yan could handle it. Moreover, when Yuan Nan suddenly remembered that Yi Yan was already a 1-star evolver now. Although the number of people in front of her was large, they were all ordinary people. Even though Wen Yuanan herself had never used an evolution agent and was not an evolver after staying by Yi Yan's side for so long. She was very clear about the differences between a one-star evolver and ordinary people. They were completely different kinds. Yi Yan could easily deal with 30 zombies, let alone 30 ordinary people. The man who had been speaking on behalf of the crowd in front of Yi Yan had an even greedier look in his eyes. He had already forgotten that just a moment ago, he was filled with fear at the thought of Yi Yan's past deeds. Now, he only wanted to snatch the magic crystals from Yi Yan and the woman beside her to trade for food. However, whether it was due to the lingering fear from the man who had been killed by the traitor, or because he thought Yi Yan was a fool who couldn't see the greed in their eyes, he finally endured his excitement and asked patiently, "So why did the traitor kill that man just now? How can we avoid being attacked by the traitor?" Yi Yan smiled, seemingly unaware of the greed in everyone's eyes, completely ignorant of what they were thinking or what they were about to do, and said, "That's because that man didn't have enough magic crystals on him. So when he got close to the traitor, it didn't trigger a transaction. If you forcibly touched the traitor, trying to change his state, he would strike without hesitation. Anyone would be killed in a single blow." The last bit of fear in everyone's hearts completely disappeared. In the face of power, in the face of food, in the face of survival, they chose to forget the shock and fear Yi Yan had brought them earlier. They needed magic crystals. They wanted to trade with the traitor. This is the apocalypse. Only thinking of themselves, striving to survive, striving to become stronger. Even knowing the gap in strength, they were willing to fight. Otherwise, trapped in a library without food, they would eventually die. It was better to take a risk now. Who knows what they might gain? The crowd exchanged glances with each other, a fierce light appearing in their eyes. 3 men suddenly rushed out from behind, directly heading for Wen Yuanan, targeting the jacket in her hands and the magic crystals inside. Seeing that the battle was about to break out, the others seized the opportunity and surged forward. More than 30 people charged towards the front where Yi Yan and Wen Yuanan were at almost the same time. The small exhibition room was instantly thrown into chaos, with screams and shouts blending into one. And at the moment when the 3 men were the first to charge out, a deep and inscrutable smile appeared on Yi Yan's face, and her cold voice reached the ears of the few people at the front. Humans are indeed the greediest creatures, greedy enough to forget even fear. Chapter 27, The Jade Pendant, is indeed not simple. The first few people who heard Yi Yan's words suddenly felt their bodies frozen. A wave of murderous intent enveloped them completely. And at that moment, they realized that Yi Yan was different from them. They had no chance to understand what that difference was. This is the difference between a one-star evolver and an ordinary person. Originally just a baseball bat used to smash zombies' brains, suddenly hitting a person's head actually burst that person's brain in one blow. This scene reached the eyes of the few in front, and they instantly hesitated, fear of Yi Yan rising again in their hearts, because they saw Yi Yan smash a person's head with one hit, reminding them once again that Yi Yan's strength was not something an ordinary human should possess. They were about to retreat, their eyes filled with terror. But it was already too late. With so many people in front of him, Yi Yan did not retreat, but advanced, the baseball bat either directly smashing brains or hitting vital points. Suddenly, the scene became incredibly bloody. An ordinary person hitting someone's vital point with a baseball bat with full force would be enough to incapacitate them, let alone this bat was wielded by Yi Yan, who had already become a one-star evolver. The heavy baseball bat, combined with Yi Yan's terrifying one-star evolver strength when hitting vital points, directly took lives. In just an instant, before the people behind could rush up, Yi Yan had already stopped this struggle, because the scene in front of everyone was too stimulating. Fear forced them to stop in their tracks. They knew that moving forward meant death, but they did not realize that even if they repented now and stopped, it would still mean death. Yi Yan's cold demeanor and his decisive, clean movements made everyone deeply aware of the insurmountable power gap between him and them. Everyone stopped, staring blankly at the 5 people who had instantly died there, filled with fear and regret. This is not a human, right? If he is human, how could he remain unfazed in the face of 30 people's attack? And even in such a situation, instantly kill 5 people? This is too strong. His speed, His decisiveness, his actions, his mentality are not something an ordinary person can possess, nor is it something someone who has just experienced the apocalypse should have. However, everyone's thoughts only lingered for a moment, because they discovered that although they had stopped, Yi Yan had not stopped. Yi Yan approached with a cold smile, an expression they could not decipher. The people who had just shouted to rush and grab the magic crystals were now retreating in fear, their eyes never leaving Yi Yan, afraid that he would target them next. Yi Yan held a blood-dripping baseball bat, and now was not just smeared with zombie blood, but also with human blood. Fear filled everyone's hearts. They had clearly recognized Yi Yan's strength, and they clearly understood that Yi Yan would never show mercy, nor would he have any hesitation about killing. Yet they had crazily fantasized about robbing something from this person. One person trembled and spoke. "I'm sorry, we were wrong. We just..." In the midst of this person's speech, Yi Yan looked at him, and he instantly became stammering, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Because Yi Yan's gaze was so cold, that gaze was like looking at a dead person. Sure enough, before the man finished speaking, Yi Yan smashed his head with a single blow. Everyone held their breath, afraid to utter another word, fearing to hasten their own deaths. Yi Yan looked at the crowd, filled with despair, fear, and regret, feeling quite pleased for a moment. It was just this fear-inducing presence that he enjoyed very much. The lives and deaths of these people were in his hands, entirely dependent on his whim. Indeed, this lifetime was his turn to become king and dominate. As Yi Yan thought of this, a warm smile suddenly appeared on his face, but in the eyes of the crowd, this smile resembled that of a sinister reaper, making them feel chills all over. "I originally didn't want to kill you, but you insisted on taking action first." Yi Yan paused, suddenly feeling bored. "Forget it. I just want to kill you. Do I need any reason?" After speaking, one person suddenly lunged at Yi Yan like a madman. However, just as he got within a meter of Yi Yan, his brain was smashed by the baseball bat. It must be said, Yi Yan smashing a person's brain was as effortless as smashing a zombie's brain. Many people, upon hearing Yi Yan's sentence of death, came rushing up one after another as if seeking death, saving Yi Yan the trouble of going up one by one to kill them. The cries of people in despair, fighting for their lives, are truly tragic. Wen Yuan felt a bit nauseous listening from the side, while Yi Yan had long since gotten used to such sounds. Yi Yan effortlessly dealt with more than 30 people, and the art room instantly became a bloody mess, a scene of chaos. Yi Yan muttered to himself, "Fortunately, there are no second-level zombies around, otherwise this blood would sooner or later attract second-level zombies." Wen Yuan, upon hearing this, immediately suppressed her discomfort and asked nervously and curiously, "Second-level zombies? Can zombies evolve?" Yi Yan replied lightly, "If humans can evolve, zombies can naturally evolve too. Not only zombies, but even plants and animals at the moment when most people mutated into zombies also underwent mutations. They too will evolve, and they will evolve faster and be stronger than humans." Wen Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. A rare hint of worry appeared in Yi Yan's eyes. This apocalypse is far more dangerous and cruel than you imagine. Finally, as if to explain to Wen Yuan why he had to kill all these people, Yi Yan said, "The moment they rudely blocked my path, the moment they looked at me with malicious eyes, their fate was already sealed. Remember, in the apocalypse, never leave behind anyone who harbors ill intentions towards you." After speaking, Yi Yan recalled the people he had accidentally spared, and the killing intent that had faded from his eyes flared up again for a moment. Wen Yuan sensed that Yi Yan was explaining this deliberately for her, and felt a warmth in her heart. Yi Yan, who was clearly a ruthless killer, would explain such trivial matters to her. And now, after half a day's time, Wen Yuan had completely adapted to the apocalypse. If she had the power just now, she too would have killed all those people. This is the apocalypse. Human life is inherently worthless, not to mention the lives of those who pose a threat to you. Wen Yuan replied, "I understand." Now, in the art room, there were only Yi Yan, Wen Yuan, and the trader left. Wen Yuan excitedly walked towards the trader, anticipating that Yi Yan would soon bring her into the trading time. Even though she had only earned 10 magic crystals, she wanted to see what the trading time was like and what items were inside. As she reached the trader's side, before she could finish speaking, She felt a flash around her, and her eyes were nearly unable to open. After her eyes adjusted, she was astonished to find herself seemingly in an alternate space, surrounded by translucent light walls, and she could vaguely see scenes of the outside world. What rendered her speechless was the massive light screen directly facing her. The light screen displayed various items, clearly labeling their names, functions, and the required magic crystals. This is trading time. Once when Yuan Nan had seen enough and came to her senses, she excitedly looked at Yi Yin beside her, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. Yi Yin smiled. Hurry up, trading time is only 10 minutes. In the lower right corner of the light screen, displayed the total number of magic crystals the two had. 214. When Yuan Nan noticed that there was only one-star evolution agent left, and she felt a bit anxious. Yi Yin said that the items a trader has are limited. There's only one bottle of one-star evolution agent left, and she doesn't know when she will meet another trader. If someone learns the trader's secret and comes here to exchange for the evolution agent, then she doesn't know how long she will have to wait to become an evolver. Although she currently has only 10 magic crystals, and the price of a one-star evolution agent is 100 magic crystals. Huh, wait, how does she remember that after killing a zombie? Yi Yin said she was still short 59 magic crystals? This made her think that a one-star evolution agent only required 60 magic crystals. When Yuan Nan was taken aback and then asked Yi Yin, who was selecting items, is the price of a one-star evolution agent 100 magic crystals? Yi Yan je suis le repied, city. When Yuan Nan was even more puzzled, could it be that the trader adjusts the price based on who is asking? Yi Yin was taken aback and then realized. In fact, the price of a one-star evolution agent is indeed 100. In her past life, during the apocalypse, it was an unchanging price. Now, when Yuanan's words further proved that a one-star evolution agent does indeed require 100 magic crystals, but Yi Yin is different. Yi Yin, excited, glanced at the light screen and grabbed Wen Yuanan's wrist. What did you say the price of the one-star evolution agent is? Wen Yuanan immediately answered curiously. 100. That's what I saw, 100 magic crystals. Yi Yin smiled. Sure enough, this purple hook jade is very special. Not only can it allow her to sense the trader, but it can also let her exchange items with the trader much cheaper. Moreover, the hook jade on the trader's face, apart from its color and size, is exactly the same as her own hook jade. The details are identical. Indeed, there must be some connection between the two. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to exchange items at such a cheap price with the trader. If this apocalypse is a game, then I am simply cheating. Wen Yuanan, seeing Yi Yan's unusual demeanor, curiously asked, Are the prices we see different? Yi Yin smiled but did not speak, instead looking at the items above. Remaining magic crystals, 214. One-star evolution agent. Only one left, price 60. 3 bottles of immunity potion, which can immunize against zombie viruses. Unless you are torn apart by zombies, they can no longer harm you. Price, 40 magic crystals. A white battle knife. Price, 45. A white grade weapon. Is much stronger than the baseball bat Yi Yin currently has. A handgun, price, 40. Now, the one-star evolution agent and the white battle knife are essential. Next, she will choose between the immunity potion and the handgun. Chapter 28. When Yuanan's evolution Yi Yin chose items, a bottle of one-star evolution agent, a white battle knife, and 2 bottles of immunity potions. He spent 185 magic crystals and had 29 left. He couldn't buy anything else, except for some food. When Yuanan looked at the items in Yi Yan's hands and the remaining number of magic crystals displayed on the light screen in shock. What is going on? A bottle of one-star evolution agent costs 100. 2 bottles of immunity potions cost 140, which completely exceeded their total number of magic crystals. And there is also a white battle knife. And he still has 29 magic crystals left? Is he mocking my math skills? Seeing that when Yuanan was about to ask him, Yi Yin immediately shoved the one-star evolution agent into her hands to silence her. It's safer to evolve now. When Yuanan stared blankly at the evolution agent in her hand, feeling somewhat confused. Huh, is this for me? Is this a one-star evolution agent? Is this going to make me an evolver? However, when Yuan and Wu Ti asked Yi Yin why he was giving her the evolution agent now, Since he had given it to her, why be polite? She could always repay him later. When Yuan quickly took the evolution agent, having completely forgotten about her earlier questions. With a mix of nervous anticipation, she injected the evolution agent into her body. In an instant, she felt a powerful force rising from deep within her, filling her entire being, completely cleansing her body from the inside out. When Yuan stood there, frozen in place, shocked by the earth-shattering changes occurring within her body, as if she couldn't believe it. This is evolution? This is the effect of the evolution agent? It fundamentally changes a person's physique, unleashes a person's limits, and enhances various aspects of a person comprehensively. It's almost like transforming one species into another. It's so terrifying. This is evolution. When Yuan had many questions in her heart. Why did the apocalypse happen? How did the traitors appear? What is the relationship between the traitors and the apocalypse? What is the principle of the evolution agent? Why do traitors have such strange abilities? None of these questions could be answered by Yi Yan, but everything had happened. The terrifying and despair-inducing apocalypse, the miraculous and beyond reason traitors, and evolution all occurred. These answers would come in time, as long as she survived. And right now, the most important thing was to live alongside Yi Yan. After when Yuan evolved and gained strength, she became different from ordinary people, different from the countless others still fleeing. She finally saw hope. She had also become an evolver, and when facing zombies, she was no longer the same her. No matter what the truth of the apocalypse was, no matter what caused this cruel reality, all she needed to do now was survive and repay the man who had given her hope. While when Yuan was in a daze, Yi Yan had already led her out of the trading time. Yi Yan looked at Wen Yuan, who was still in shock and dazed, and couldn't help but smile, then nudged her with his hand. Hey, daydreaming like this in the apocalypse can get you killed. Wen Yuan came to her senses and smiled foolishly. Thank you. I didn't have enough to buy a bottle of evolution agent. Yi Yan laughed. Don't overthink it. I just feared that carrying an ordinary person would slow me down and cause trouble. As for the magic crystals, once you become an evolver, you'll be my free labor. By then, we'll earn back more magic crystals. Hearing Yi Yan's nonsense, when Yuan didn't interrupt him and waited for him to finish before asking, what are we going to do next? The zombies in the library have almost been cleared out. Yi Yan glanced at Wen Yuan and said, since the zombies in the library have been cleared, why not stay here? There are no zombies left. It's very safe. Wen Yuan immediately said excitedly, what are you talking about? I'm not afraid of zombies now. To me, zombies are just magic crystals. If I kill them, I can exchange them for weapons. After saying that, Wen Yuan greedily looked at the white battle knife in Yi Yan's hand. This battle knife emitted a white glow, clearly another special item produced by the traitor. Something that didn't exist in the world before. It must be very powerful. When Yuan had just become a one-star evolver and hadn't even killed a single zombie. It felt like she had a lot of strength pent up inside her, which was particularly uncomfortable. She didn't want to stay obediently in a safe place. Yi Yan looked at the darkening sky outside and said solemnly, I can sense that there is a traitor in town, and his aura is even stronger than the current traitor. When Yuan was shocked and a bit excited upon hearing this. Sense? Traitor? You can sense traitors? Yi Yan wasn't afraid to tell Wen Yuan. She was already completely under his control. Yi Yan replied, yes. I sensed this traitor at the beginning of the apocalypse. Wen Yuan had always felt that Yi Yan was extraordinary, as if he was not afraid of the apocalypse at all, not afraid of zombies, knew how to deal with zombies, knew about the existence of traitors, and knew how to trade with them. It felt like Yi Yan had known the apocalypse would happen in advance, and was already mentally prepared. However, now that Yi Yan directly said he could sense traitors, it completely made Wen Yuan feel incredulous. Seeing that Yi Yan seemed unwilling to elaborate on this topic, she didn't ask further. In any case, she knew that Yi Yan was the man who saved her at a critical moment and made her a one-star evolver. She just needed to stay by his side and do things for him. As for these matters, she would listen attentively whenever Yi Yan wanted to talk about them. Yi Yan looked outside, wondering how things were in town. There should be more zombies than at the school. Let us go to the school's convenience store first, grab some food, and prepare for the next few days. After all, Exchanging magic crystals for food may seem cost-effective for others, but for us, it's a waste. Actually, both of them were already feeling hungry. After becoming one-star evolvers, their physical strength and energy had increased exponentially, which also meant they consumed more energy. They had killed so many zombies and done so much exercise in the afternoon. It was strange if they weren't hungry. As soon as Wen Yuan heard this, she felt even hungrier and immediately walked outside. Let us go. Which convenience store are we going to? Yi Yin followed behind, watching the eager Wen Yuan, who was full of energy after becoming a one-star evolver, and thought to himself with a smirk, let us go to the convenience store downstairs in the teaching building. It's smaller, so there should be fewer zombies. Just be careful, keep quiet, and don't attract a lot of zombies from the teaching building. At this moment, the sky was getting dark, it was dusk. The two walked boldly to the entrance of a library without any obstacles since the zombies inside had almost all been cleared out by Yi Yin. They stood on the steps outside the library, looking down at the empty space and the playground on the side where scattered zombies roamed, along with severed limbs and pools of blood. At that moment, Wen Yuan, who thought she had adapted to the apocalypse, still couldn't help but feel her eyes redden. If she hadn't met Yi Yin at the very beginning of the apocalypse and actively sought him out, she would have been one of those severed limbs below. This is the cruel reality of the apocalypse. Ordinary people without any means, unable to find a hiding place, and lacking the courage to resist could only become food for zombies, losing their lives as soon as the apocalypse began. Ian looked at this tragic scene and felt very familiar, also somewhat emotional. Surprisingly, I have returned to the very beginning of the apocalypse. Is this really a chance given to me by heaven? Thinking of my parents whose whereabouts are still unknown, Ian's usually calm emotions grew a bit tense. In my previous life, I did not find my parents at the start of the apocalypse. Instead, I joined a group of survivors and found a rescue organization at that time, only to mistakenly enter a concentration camp. A month later, my parents accidentally ended up in the same concentration camp. Perhaps the only good thing I experienced in my previous life after the apocalypse was meeting my parents in that camp. Although the final outcome, forget it, no need to mention it. In this life, Yin will not let any of that happen. He is determined to find his parents and take revenge on the concentration camp. However, Yin knows that at this time in his previous life, his parents were out traveling. Even if he rushed back home, his parents would not be there. According to what his parents said after they were reunited in his past life, they had been fleeing since the apocalypse began, never having a fixed residence, constantly on the run. Moreover, the place where his parents were traveling was far from Yian's school. Could it be that he really has to search for his parents in the concentration camp? With this thought, Yian, who had been confident since his rebirth, felt a bit lost. When Yuan noticed Yian's unusual behavior as he stood still for a long time and cautiously asked, Yian, are you thinking about something? Yian took a deep breath, preparing to temporarily set aside these worries. Right now, the most important thing for him is to quickly improve his strength using his advantages. Then, he would set off to the location of the concentration camp from his previous life. With this in mind, Yian did not respond to Wen Yuan and walked straight out. When encountering zombies, kill them directly, but keep the noise down and avoid attracting too many zombies. Yian had already given the baseball bat he had been using to Wen Yuan, and now he held a white combat knife that he had just traded for. The weapons from the trader are graded by color, completely different levels from the weapons originally in the world. This white combat knife, needless to say, is dozens of times stronger than an ordinary knife. Just holding it feels different. It exudes a sharpness that can't be compared to the baseball bat he used before. Wen Yuan then showed no signs of retreat. All she wanted now was to quickly test her strength in real combat after becoming an evolved being. At that moment, at their destination in a convenience store outside the teaching building. Big brother, what about the zombies outside? What else can we do? Are you going to lure them away? No. Then stop whining. There is so much food here, you 1T starve. If you say more, I'll throw you out to feed them. Chapter 29 Someone. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Li Shuefu and his 3 followers were in the convenience store buying things. His brother, Li Fuyo, was training in the gym and asked him to buy some water and snacks. At that time, there were only a few people in the store. In the moment the apocalypse broke out, he and his 3 followers did not mutate into zombies, while almost everyone else in the store did. In a critical moment, Li Shuefu kicked one of his followers out to block a zombie for himself, successfully slowing down the zombies behind them. Li Shuefu, his two followers, and two other uninfected individuals rushed into the door behind the cash register and locked it. This was the break room of the convenience store, a very small space with a square table used by the part-time cashier for meals. The five of them squeezed into this cramped space while terrifying zombies lurked outside, naturally making everyone feel anxious. Hey, I'm hungry. Who's going to go outside and bring some food back? Li Shuefu's family was wealthy, and like his brother at school, he was someone important. Many people usually try to please him for various reasons, doing things for him and running errands. This had made him accustomed to treating others as if it were a given that they would do his bidding. However, this was now the apocalypse, and life was the most important thing. Who would take the risk to go out just because of his words? Li Yin and Fang Junwen remained silent. They usually stuck to Li Shuefu just for the good life. Being around these rich second-generation and official second-generation people meant their social circle was different, and these connections would be useful when they entered society. Although the two held low status among these people and were merely the ones who smiled and ran errands, now, in the apocalypse, what society was there? What use were those connections? What mattered now was to protect their own lives. They had just seen what happened to the person who was kicked out. Li Shuefu had abandoned him without a second thought, kicking him away. The person lost his balance and was immediately grabbed by the zombie behind him. Watching someone they usually spent time with disappear in an instant felt unbelievable. They had no doubt that if they were the ones standing next to Li Shuefu at that moment, he would do the same to them. Thus, the two who usually obeyed, Li Shuefu fell silent. The other two, naturally, wouldn't say anything either. Wang Ting and Xie Xian were a couple. They were lucky to have not turned into zombies. Seeing the door behind the cash register, they reacted quickly and escaped inside. Just as they were about to lock the door, they noticed Li Shuefu and the three others fleeing toward them. So they hesitated and waited until the three got inside before closing the door. However, Li Shuefu did not thank them and kept complaining about how it was a space for 3 people and how 5 couldn't fit. This infuriated Wang Ting. But through the conversation, she realized that this person was Li Shuefu, who was usually arrogant and domineering at school, so she said nothing further. When Li Shuefu saw that the others were ignoring him and no one spoke up, his spoiled temper flared. Hey, I'm talking here. Can't you hear me? Although it was the apocalypse and the situation was different, Li Shuefu's usual dominance and pressure still remained. And because Li Yin and Fang Junwen were already accustomed to being beneath him, they remained silent. Fang Junwen muttered softly, Li Ge, there's zombies outside. How are we supposed to go out? Li Shuefu arrogantly replied, if I tell you to go out, you have to go out. Got it. I don't care how you get out. If they were not in the dark little room, the others would definitely have seen Li Shuefu's ugly, arrogant face. Upon hearing this, Fang Junwen finally exploded. If it were peacetime, even if Li Shuefu said this in front of 100 people, he would have smiled obediently. But now, this was the apocalypse. No one knew what the future held, how the world would develop. Outside were man-eating zombies, and, at any moment, they could lose their lives. What good was money? What good were official titles in peacetime? Previously, he had feared Li Shuefu, but now society had collapsed. The system had crumbled. Money was worthless. Who cared what your status was before? As soon as he entered, Li Shuefu had been nagging, and he and Li Yin had gotten used to it, so they could only listen. Now, he actually wanted him to go out and risk his life to bring him food? Dream on. After Fang Junwen figured everything out, he became fearless. Recalling all the difficulties and ridicule Li Shuefu had put him through, his anger intensified. Damn it. Do you still think you're a young master? This is the apocalypse. The money you have is just worthless paper. And you're still yelling at me? Damn it. While Fang Junwen was speaking, Li Shuefu was stunned. He never expected that one day he would be scolded like this by his own subordinate. It was an immense humiliation. Once Li Shuefu regained his senses, he felt a surge of anger. Who was Fang Junwen? Who was Li Shuefu? How dare he speak to him like that? Li Shuefu considered this the greatest insult of his life. How dare you speak to me like that? Who do you think you are? I could kill you with a finger. After Fang Junwen vented all those words, he felt a sense of relief. This was indeed the apocalypse. Who cared about past identities? Meanwhile, Lian was also shocked by Fang Junwen's outburst. In his mind, Li Shuefu was still noble and untouchable. It wasn't until Fang Junwen said those words that he finally discarded the little fear he had for Li Shuefu. Wang Ting and Xia Xian were watching the show, and seeing the usually high and mighty Li Shuefu finally being confronted made them feel delighted. Just before, Li Shuefu had taken advantage of the cramped space and poor lighting to harass Wang Ting more than once. Seeing Li Shuefu so furious, Fang Junwen felt even more vindicated. Kill me? You better look at the situation now. Your money, your family background are completely useless now. Want food? Go get it yourself. Idiot. Li Shuefu cursed a few more times, but when he was treated like a fool and ignored, he felt even more embarrassed and chose to stop talking. Although his resentment had not diminished at all. Moreover, more importantly, it was getting dark outside. It might already be past 7, and Li Shuefu was so hungry that his stomach was touching his back. He was even too weak to curse. Hey, it's the apocalypse, huh? I'll let you know later that even in the apocalypse, you have to listen to me. This little room was already small, with only a tiny window. The electricity had gone out the moment the apocalypse hit. Earlier, they could still see some light through the small window. Now, as the sky gradually darkened, the room became even darker, and they could only peek outside to see the situation in the convenience store. Outside, zombies wandered in small groups. Not too many, but not too few either. However, they could faintly hear noises coming from the nearby teaching building. Hearing these sounds made it clear that there must be many zombies in the teaching building. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat delicate. Apart from Li Shuefu, the other 4 exchanged a few words here and there. At this moment, Xia Xian, who occasionally stood up to check the situation outside in the cramped space, suddenly shouted, Someone is killing zombies. The other 4, upon hearing this, though they could hardly believe their ears, instinctively stood up in surprise. They didn't notice that while Li Shuefu seemed to stand up normally with them, his hand had already reached for the door lock. Li Shuefu quickly unlocked the door, making a sound, while the other 4 were completely captivated by the 2 people outside, oblivious to Li Shuefu's actions and the unusual noise. The behavior of the 2 outside shocked them immensely. They saw a not very strong boy wielding an extraordinary white long knife, skillfully killing zombies. The long knife in his hand was incredibly sharp. With just a light swipe, the zombie in front of him fell down. The girl next to him held what seemed to be a heavy baseball bat, yet she swung it effortlessly, smashing it directly onto a zombie's head, instantly bursting its brain. Their movements were not flashy at all. They were clean and efficient, delivering fatal blows. The zombies in front of them were like fragile toys. As soon as they encountered the 2, there was no chance of survival. They fell down in an instant. Moreover, the 2 were very low-key throughout. Only the zombies within their combat range would be attracted. If any nearby zombies showed signs of gathering, they would immediately speed up and leave, not lingering in battle. The zombies outside seemed to be toyed with by them. They felt some commotion here and rushed over, only to find nothing. The zombies that were fortunate enough to encounter the 2 thought they had found food, only to be dealt with in an instant. If these first-level zombies had wisdom and thought, they would definitely lament that they had encountered masters today. Even more bizarre was that every time they killed a zombie, the 2 would try to dig out the crystals on their heads. The 4 inside were completely stunned, unable to believe that someone could kill zombies so easily. Were they even human? Until Lian uncertainly said, Hey, that person, isn't it Lian? For Lian and Fang Junwen, Lian was naturally a very familiar person. Because their former boss Li Shuefu's brother, Li Fuyo, liked to target Lian, they had naturally been involved in many instances. Lian didn't wait for Fang Junwen's response before hearing a scream. Ah! The 3 turned around, only to find they no longer had the chance to see Fang Junwen. They saw Li Shuefu suddenly slam shut the door that had somehow opened, grinning sinisterly. I know, the apocalypse has come. Money doesn't matter, status doesn't matter. What matters? Of course, fists matter. Whoever is ruthless is the boss, don't you think? The few of them looked at Li Shuefu in shock and terror. He had actually opened the door, taking advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to the 2 outside, and pushed Fang Junwen out. The few zombies outside heard the scream and the sound of the door closing, instantly turning to Fong Junwen and tearing him apart. Yi Yin and Wen Yuannan, who were about to reach the convenience store, both heard the sudden sound of the door closing and the scream coming from what was originally a quiet store. Wen Yuannan said solemnly, "There are people." Chapter 30. Convenience store. Yi Yin and Wen Yuannan stood at the entrance of the convenience store and saw 5 or 6 zombies fighting over food. The person being fought over had only half of their body left, yet seemed not fully dead, with a few fingers still twitching. Wen Yuannan had just experienced her first battle after becoming an evolved being and felt great. She fully understood the gap between evolved beings and ordinary people, having killed many zombies, and was no longer shocked by such a brutal and disgusting scene. Having felt the power and terror of being an evolved being, her determination to repay Yi Yin strengthened even more. If it weren't for Yi Yin, she wouldn't have become an evolved being so quickly. It was uncertain whether she could have survived it all. Her desire to become stronger was now more urgent. Just moments ago, she watched Yi Yin wielding the white combat knife he had exchanged at the trader's, killing zombies as easily as chopping vegetables, and naturally wanted such a weapon for herself. The only way to get it was to follow Yi Yin and kill more zombies. On their way, the two had quietly killed about 60 zombies. Sometimes, zombies would gather around, and they didn't even have time to dig for magic crystals. Now, that Wen Yuannan had already been promoted to a combat personnel and was armed, it was inconvenient for her to carry clothes to hold the magic crystals. She could only awkwardly tie them around her waist, having to be careful during battle not to drop them, as they were all magic crystals. After killing zombies along the way, they had nearly 100 magic crystals between them. As they approached the convenience store, they instinctively circled around it to clear out the wandering zombies nearby before standing at the entrance and witnessing the earlier scene. Wen Yuannan gave Yi Yin a meaningful glance, but Yi Yin showed no reaction, his expression calm. They then entered, quickly and decisively killing the 6 zombies that were gnawing on the corpse. These 6 zombies were the only ones left in the convenience store. Most of the zombies inside had already wandered outside, and perhaps some of those they had just killed had come from the convenience store. On the other side, in a lounge of the convenience store, which was only separated by a door from where Yi Yin and Wen Yuannan were, the 3 who were initially ready to scold Li Shuefu fell silent upon hearing the noise outside. Li Shuefu, who had been about to say something, also fell silent in shock after hearing the sounds of hacking and slashing. Hacking? This isn't something zombies can do. Someone dares to kill zombies? Li Shuefu had been so focused on dealing with Fong Jun that he had no idea what the others were watching or saying, and naturally didn't know that there were 2 people outside killing zombies, one of whom was a familiar face. For food. They actually dare to risk their lives to kill zombies? Though the courage of the people outside was commendable, they must be fools. With good luck, you might be able to kill 1 zombie. But the zombies outside aren't just 1 or 2. When he pushed open the door to confront Fong Junwen, he had roughly seen 4 or 5 zombies. They actually dare to seek death by killing zombies? They must be starving mad. Fools. At this moment, having avenged himself, Li Shuefu felt exhilarated. During peacetime, he had relied on his family's influence and money to act as he pleased within the bounds of the law. Now that the apocalypse had come, as Fong Junwen had said, everything had changed. Law, order, morality, all collapsed. He could truly act as he wished. Now, killing people was as easy as saying it, without bearing any consequences, unless someone else's fist was harder than yours. The apocalypse? There's nothing wrong with the apocalypse. As long as he maintained this decisiveness and ruthlessness, he could still thrive in the apocalypse. The other 3 were somewhat dazed at this moment. In such a short time, they had received too big of a shock. First, they saw Yi Yin and Wen Yuannan easily killing zombies outside, and the apocalypse had just begun. No one could possibly do that. Second, the person who had just spoken to them was suddenly killed by one of their own. This is the apocalypse. Both events demonstrated that in the apocalypse, to survive, one must either be strong or ruthless, and those with nothing can protect nothing, including their own lives. Fong Junwen had died like this. Although the 3 were dissatisfied with Li Shuefu and felt sympathy for the subordinate who had been killed by him earlier, and for Fong Junwen who had just died, it was the apocalypse now, and being able to protect oneself was the greatest luck. Who would think of standing up for the two? If they had strength, they might be able to do something for them. But they were nothing and found themselves in such an apocalypse. So all they could do was guard against the Shuefu. They knew that the people outside were Yi Yin and that girl. After today's series of events, they vaguely understood that perhaps the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse wasn't the zombies, but people. And they didn't know what the situation was with Yi Yin and that girl. If they were likely Shuefu, then going outside would be seeking death. With some precautions, they might prevent Li Shuefu from stabbing them in the back, but facing two terrifyingly strong individuals like Yi Yin, it was better to stay out of it. Thus, the three did not immediately go outside for help, but chose to wait inside. Li Shuefu quietly listened to the strange noises outside, even lowering his breathing. At this moment, Wen Yuan noticed the tightly closed door behind the cash register and gave Yi Yin a glance. Yi Yin still nodded calmly, showing no reaction. "Close the door. It's getting late. We'll spend the night in this convenience store," Yi Yin said. Although he could vaguely sense the traitor, the distance was likely not close, and he could only barely distinguish the direction. It was already past 7, and in the apocalypse, it got dark quickly. It was better to rest here for the night. When Yuan glanced at the lounge door and obediently went to close the convenience store door. The store had the usual 2 glass doors found in supermarkets. After closing, Wen Yuan then wedged a broomstick into the door handle, preventing anyone from opening it from the outside, let alone the level 1 zombies that lacked intelligence. From the glass door, they could see a few zombies wandering not far away, with no signs of any humans. By this time, the living should have found a place to hide. The two found 2 large travel bags, and Yi Yin instructed, "Pack more food to fill our stomachs, and fill a few bottles with water." Carrying this weight might have felt burdensome for Wen Yuan 2 hours ago, but for her, now an evolved being, it was like a game, so Yi Yin didn't hesitate to tell her to fill the big travel bag to the brim. Wen Yuan nodded, first stuffing in several bags of biscuits, then unable to hold back, opened a bag and started shoving it into her mouth. She was starving. After packing some items, Yi Yin, too, felt he could not stand it any longer and began to eat. The 4 inside held their breath, listening for a long time, hearing the two's muddled conversation and the sound of the door closing. Now, they heard the sound of food packaging. Li Shuefu could not hold back any longer and, anxious, tried to lower his voice as much as possible, saying, "What is going on? Are there no zombies outside?" Xie Xian, hearing the sound from outside, swallowed hard. It should be those 2 who took care of the zombies outside. Li Shuefu found it unbelievable. Just a moment ago, he had been wondering who was so fearless as to dare kill zombies for food. Now outside had fallen completely silent. The dragging footsteps of the zombies that had tormented him all afternoon were gone, replaced by the sounds of people ravenously eating. The sound of tearing packaging. At this moment, Li Shuefu, who was already starving, could think of nothing else and directly pushed the door open. Sitting on the ground and gobbling down food, Yi Yin and the others had already known there were people inside. Now that someone had come out, they were not surprised at all and continued eating. They were just too hungry after a whole day of killing zombies and felt exhausted, so they sat on the floor and ate without a care. When Li Shuefu saw Yi Yin, he was stunned for a second, then without saying a word, he rushed to the nearest row of shelves, twisted open a bottle of mineral water, and chugged it down. After that, he tore open a packet of ham sausage and started eating it almost 1 piece at a time. The 3 who came out behind him wanted to say something, but upon seeing the food and water, they also forgot everything and started to eat voraciously. After Yi Yin and Wen Yuan had eaten enough, the others still seemed very hungry and continued without stopping. The 2 exchanged glances and silently began stuffing things into their bags. When Yuan initially thought that since they had conquered this place and cleared out the zombies, these people shouldn't eat the supplies here without their permission. However, seeing that Yi Yin had no reaction, she held back her feelings. After experiencing an afternoon like this, when Yuan had deeply realized the cruelty of the apocalypse and the terrifying nature of humanity, now she only cared about her and Yi Yin's safety and whether they had enough to eat, without considering anyone else. Although Li Shuefu was eating nonstop, his mind was racing. Yi Yin, how could he be here? Was that him killing zombies just now? Impossible. This weakling? This weakling had always been bullied in the apocalypse. he would probably be even more pathetic, right? After the apocalypse began, Li Shuefu had already killed 2 people, which made him feel very powerful. He was already a killer. Would he still be afraid of this weakling? Even if he dared to kill zombies, so what? I dare to kill people too. After Li Shuefu finished eating, he leisurely opened a box of milk, inserted a straw, leaned against the shelf, and looked dissatisfied at Yi Yin and the others as they packed things into their travel bags. He looked around the small convenience store, which he had previously thought was small with a limited variety of goods. But now it looked like a treasure trove. Just this room full of stuff was enough for him to eat for half a year. Then he glanced at Yi Yin and the others, who actually dared to pack his things into their bags. If they took them, what would he eat? Even if they couldn't pack much in the apocalypse, food and water were so precious. What they packed would last them a few days. However, Yi Yin seemed different from before. Li Shuefu didn't act as arrogantly as usual, but instead spoke sarcastically while drinking his milk. I say, Yi Yin, how did you get here? Didn't those zombies eat you? Thanks to the previous memories of Li Fuyo, Lu Peng, and Zhou Xiang, Yi Yin immediately remembered who this annoying person was. Before Yi Yin could respond, Wen Yuanin spoke up first. Of course, the zombies couldn't eat us. Haven't you seen who we are? There was a hint of disdain in her tone. Wen Yuanin no longer easily felt sympathy for others, and this person in front of her was clearly unaware, coming up and talking to Yi Yin like that. So she naturally was not polite. Moreover, she was now an evolved being, and a sense of superiority arose within her, prompting her to say that. Li Shuefu instantly felt displeased and threw the milk box, still containing milk, directly at Wen Yuanin, who was squatting on the ground packing things. The milk splashed all over her. You filthy bitch. Who do you think you are? Do you believe I won't deal with you right now? Chapter 31. Spit it out. As soon as Li Shuefu finished speaking, he saw a dark shadow flash by at an incredible speed from the corner of his eye. The next second, a tremendous force that he could not resist at all struck his side waist. Li Shuefu let out a cry and fell to the ground in a sorry state. The next moment, he was horrified to discover that he couldn't get up. The pain in the lower back is increasing after the immense force has dissipated. Li Shuefu gritted his teeth in pain, unable to believe that a person could possess such terrifying strength and an almost unimaginable speed. He glared at Yi Yin, hiding a fear that he was desperately trying to suppress. The other 3 people, upon seeing this scene, simultaneously stopped eating and looked in terror at Yi Yin, who had appeared beside Li Shuefu without them noticing. They just saw a fleeting shadow, and Yi Yin appeared beside Li Shuefu. They knew that Yi Yin was fearless when killing zombies, but seeing him up close, they realized that his strength was actually so terrifying. It completely exceeded the limits of humanity. Isn't the speed described like that of legendary special forces or spies too bizarre? Something only found in TV dramas and novels? Wen Yuanin was originally prepared to take action herself to kill this person, but she didn't expect Yi Yin to strike instantly. While feeling grateful, she also had nowhere to vent her earlier frustration. She stood up and walked to the almost incapacitated Li Shuefu, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger. What did you just say? Li Shuefu looked at Wen Yuanin unwillingly, not expecting things to develop to this point. If it were normally, if Yi Yin hadn't come out to help this woman, wouldn't he be able to play with such a person as he pleased? When did this Yi Yin become so terrifying? How did he just appear beside me? How did a single kick make me unable to get up? Yi Yin looked at Li Shuefu with a hint of mockery in his eyes, but he was speaking to Wen Yuanin. Didn't you hear what he just said? After speaking, Yi Yin grabbed Li Shuefu by the collar and lifted him up. You know, I absolutely hate it when others touch my things. Wen Yuanin's face turned red instantly upon hearing this. Is he talking about me? Yi Yin sees me as his possession. I'm so happy. Li Shuefu was sweating profusely. When did this weakling Yi Yin become so strong? He actually lifted him up with one hand. Li Shuefu tried hard to remain calm, but the fear of Yi Yin and death spread through his heart like vines, enveloping his entire body. What are you? It's yours. I have never touched your things. Yi Yin looked at the crumbs of biscuits left at the corner of Li Shuefu's mouth and sneered. The zombies around and inside this convenience store were all cleared by me, so everything in here naturally belongs to me. Not only did you take my things, but you also wasted my things. After saying this, Yi Yin casually picked up Li Shuefu and walked calmly to the spot where Wen Yuanin had been sitting. There was still quite a bit of milk left there. Then Yin threw Li Shuefu down in the spot with the milk and said expressionlessly, "Lick it." At this point, the food in the hands of the other three became as hot as fire, and what they instinctively wanted to throw away, they carefully placed back on the shelf instead. Li Shuefu was thrown harshly to the ground, utterly humiliated, and upon hearing Yi Yan's flat statement, the expression on his face became even more dramatic. "What? You want me to lick the milk off the ground? Who do you think I am?" He actually asked me to lick the milk off the floor. When Yuanin saw this scene and noticed that Li Shuefu hadn't licked the milk yet, but had a face that looked like he had eaten shit, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction in his heart. This was trampling on his dignity. Li Shuefu was filled with rage as he looked at the milk stains on the ground. Finally, he exploded, his eyes bloodshot, staring fiercely at Yin. "What the hell are you? How dare you ask me to lick something off the ground? You are just someone I can bully. Damn it, I would rather die than lick it." Yin squinted his eyes. He had already decided that he wouldn't go easy on anyone who brought up that matter again. And since Li Shuefu started talking about it, he wouldn't stop. Now that the apocalypse has come, even cats and dogs can dominate. Lousy tells you, in my eyes, you will always be that weakling who is bullied by us and dares not to resist. Do you still remember what my brother and I used to say about you? You. Yin grabbed Li Shuefu with one hand, and Li Shuefu felt as powerless as a chick in his grip. Li Shuefu's waist had been severely injured, causing excruciating pain. Any movement sent sharp pain throughout his entire body. Yin grabbed his movement, directly shutting his mouth, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. In the next second, Yian's fist, carrying a terrifying gust of wind, struck fiercely at his abdomen. Li Shuefu took a deep breath, then clutched his stomach with both hands and screamed in agony. Yian said, "Remember, your life is in my hands now, and I can do whatever I want. Also, your brother was crippled by me before the apocalypse began. After the apocalypse happened, he should have been abandoned by those around him and turned into zombie food." Li Shuefu was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak, only able to listen to Yi Yan's words. The others were even more shocked upon hearing this. It was true that Yi Yan and Li Shuefu were acting lawlessly now because the apocalypse had come and everything had changed. You could kill, rape, or rob, and no one could use the law to restrain you. However, Yi Yan said that he had crippled Li Fuyo's legs before the apocalypse occurred. If that's really the case, then he's really terrifying. In peacetime, daring to break the legs of a wealthy and powerful person at home. Li Shuefu gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and said, "You just keep bragging. You dare to hit my brother before the apocalypse even happens? You even broke his leg? Ha ha ha. You don't even prepare a draft for your bragging." As soon as Li Shuefu finished speaking, Yi Yin threw a punch, hitting him in the abdomen with no mercy and all his strength. Li Shuefu's face was pale, as if he could no longer withstand Yi Yan's punches. He let out a scream, his stomach churned, and he violently vomited everything he had just eaten. Yi Yan pointed to the baseball bat stuck at the door, covered in black blood. "That is your brother's baseball bat." "Oh no, wait, it should belong to someone next to your brother. Believe it or not, since you wasted my stuff and don't want to clean it up, I can only make you vomit everything you've eaten." Li Shuefu strained to take a look at the baseball bat on the door. His eyes suddenly narrowed. That was indeed his brother's baseball bat. This baseball bat is a limited edition produced by a famous foreign sports brand, with Li Fuyo's name engraved on the grip. Although the baseball bat is no longer in good shape, the golden English letters at the bottom are still faintly visible. Although Yi Yin said this wasn't Li Fuyo's, he knew that his brother, in order to show off, was also generous and often lent the baseball bat to his little brothers around him. The three people who had been silent beside them were also shocked to see Li Shuefu's astonished expression. Could it be that this really was Li Fuyo's baseball bat? Yi Yin really crippled Li Fuyo before the apocalypse happened? The shock in Li Shuefu's eyes gradually turned into anger as he roared at Yi Yin, "Beast, I'll kill you." While speaking, he was also gesturing wildly, as if he were a playful child, weakly grabbing onto Yi Yin. Yi Yin, without any mercy, aimed a full-force punch at his abdomen. The sound of fist hitting the abdomen made everyone's teeth ache. Li Shuefu's face turned even whiter, and he began to vomit violently again, drenched in sweat, unable to even cry out. Yi Yin looked at Li Shuefu, who was already too weak to shout, and smiled as he said, "Aren't you supposed to be tough and not bow down? Now, I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to lick it or not? The power of a one-star evolver is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Yi Yan's punch to Li Shuefu's abdomen didn't hold back any strength at all. At this moment, Li Shuefu couldn't say a word, feeling that death would be better than this. His mind was losing the ability to think, and his ears were filled with a buzzing sound. Yi Yan punched Li Shuefu's abdomen hard again, pulling him back from the brink of unconsciousness. Wow, Li Shuefu had already thrown up everything he had just eaten, and now he was vomiting some unknown liquid. The area was a mess from Li Shuefu's vomit, and Yi Yan frowned, seeing that he had completely lost his reaction and could only stare blankly. Yi Yan casually walked to the convenience store entrance and opened the door. Don't you like to deal with people? Why not try the taste of being dealt with by zombies? After saying that, Yi Yan threw Li Shuefu with all his might, sending him flying 10 meters away. The sound of a heavy object falling immediately attracted the surrounding zombies. Yi Yan leisurely propped the door back with a baseball bat, then stood in front of the glass door, watching Li Shuefu being torn apart and devoured by the crazily hungry zombies. The zombies' bites made Li Shuefu regain some awareness. The beating he had received earlier and being thrown out had left him too weak to make sound. Before dying, he was still viciously cursing Yi Yan in his heart. Yi Yan, you bastard! Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. Wen Yuan turned to look for something after seeing Yi Yan throw Li Shuefu out. In the break room of the convenience store, she found a bag containing a few changes of clothes, likely left by students who had worked part-time here before. It's still April, and the weather is relatively cold. However, the now evolved Wen Yuan and Yi Yan no longer feel the cold. This is the difference between evolvers and ordinary people. Wen Yuan took out the clothes, changed out of her blood-soaked clothes, put on a men's hoodie, and then handed the outerwear and pants to Yi Yan. Yi Yan glanced at the outerwear and thought, "Are you trying to leave me hanging?" Wen Yuan then realized that Yi Yan, having killed far more zombies than she had his clothes completely soaked in black blood, making it impossible for him to keep wearing them. Wen Yuan hurriedly said, "I'll give you my hoodie. My clothes underneath are clean. Anyway, I don't feel cold right now." Yi Yan smiled and shook his head, taking the outerwear, then looked at the three people nearby who were trembling and trying to minimize their presence. The three noticed Yi Yan's gaze and immediately felt weak in the knees. Oh no, is he going to use that method to make us vomit everything we've eaten too? Chapter 32, Level 2 Zombies. The three of them had just witnessed Yi Yan's methods. If it were them, they would have had no chance of resistance. Just like Li Shuefu, they were all in shock. Why was Yi Yan's power so great? He didn't look strong. How could he lift Li Shuefu with one hand and hit him with such force with the other? Just now, when he opened the door, it seemed like he tossed Li Shuefu away effortlessly. What kind of incredible arm strength would it take to do that? At this moment, seeing Yi Yan cast a scrutinizing glance at them, the three of them panicked. If they had known, they wouldn't have eaten anything. Now, they were not only going to be beaten out, but might also be thrown outside to feed the zombies. Yi Yan looked at the two boys for a moment, then asked Li Yan, "What are you wearing inside?" Li Yan and Xie Xian quickly looked up, realizing Yi Yan was asking Li Yan. Li Yan hurriedly unzipped his jacket, revealing the shirt underneath, and nervously said, "Just a long-sleeved shirt." Yi Yan glanced at it and said, "Take it off. Consider it payment for the food you ate." Upon hearing this, the three of them felt a wave of relief. Li Yan, without saying a word, took off his shirt right there and handed it to Yi Yan, then put his jacket back on. He had originally been hanging out with the Li brothers and was always afraid Yi Yan would recognize him, feeling scared and uneasy. Seeing that Yi Yan seemed to have no impression of him and didn't intend to beat him up, he felt at ease. After Yi Yan changed into clean clothes, he finally felt much more comfortable. He looked at the three of them, who were being cautious. "This is my territory. Although I have no kind heart to take you in, you can rest here temporarily. However, eating requires my or Wen Yuan's consent. Don't make a fuss, or you'll be thrown out to feed the zombies." The three of them quickly nodded and then huddled in the corner. At this time, the sky outside had completely darkened. Yi Yan and Wen Yuan filled their travel backpacks and chose a spot to prepare for sleep. For Yi Yan, today had been a busy and tiring day, but also one of great significance. He had returned to just before the apocalypse began, and the first thing he did was find a trader, quickly becoming an evolver. Shortly after the apocalypse began, he encountered his benefactor from his previous life, Wen Yuanan. In his last life, Wen Yuanan had also died for him. In this life, upon meeting Wen Yuanan, he vowed to protect her. He wanted her to live a life completely different from her previous one. And then there were the dramatic scenes today. Every time he encountered an acquaintance, everyone deliberately provoked him about that one matter. To be honest, Yi Yan's personality in his previous life was indeed quite timid and fearful. So after the apocalypse occurred in his last life, he chose to follow the large group for safety, only to fall into a tiger's den in the end. In his previous life, Yi Yan was like countless people he met today, not daring to face zombies head-on, thinking they were invincible. It wasn't until he reached the concentration camp, was enslaved, trained, and forced to fight zombies with an ordinary person's body that he gradually changed. In the concentration camp, he witnessed things far more brutal and vicious than what happened today. In the 2 years of the apocalypse, although he did not become an evolver, he fought countless times against zombies with an ordinary person's body, and his ruthlessness and combat experience were definitely not inferior to those of evolvers. The inhumane torture in the concentration camp, the unfulfilled promises, the despair of being trampled underfoot, and the unwillingness to always be inferior to evolvers all greatly changed Yi Yan's character. Especially that final event. After experiencing the first day of the apocalypse, Yi Yan was just closing his eyes and sinking into memories when he suddenly jolted, jumping up. The others in the convenience store were not in deep sleep. Upon hearing Yi Yan's movement, they jumped up as well, thinking there was an enemy or a zombie, half scared out of their wits. Wen Yuanan also thought something had happened and looked around warily. After realizing there was no situation, she turned to look at Yi Yan. The other three looked at Yi Yan with pity, wanting to know what had happened. At this moment, outside, the sky had completely darkened with no light at all. Yi Yan glared fiercely at the three of them, signaling them to hide to the side. But it was too dark. The three couldn't see Yi Yan glaring at them, only sensing a faint aura of killing intent. Yi Yan spoke, "Go hide in the back and don't make a sound." The three hurriedly pulled each other along to the other side of the convenience store. Wen Yuanan then asked, "What is going on?" The vision of evolvers was different from that of ordinary people. Although they couldn't see as clearly as during the day in the dark, it wasn't too bad. Yi Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he restrained his emotions and said, "The trader from outside the school is coming this way." Wen Yuanan gasped softly, her mood instantly becoming excited. "Should we go?" Yi Yan replied, "Not going would be foolish. Now we are evolvers. We are completely different from ordinary humans. In the world after the apocalypse, very few people have discovered the secret of traders, and there are even fewer evolvers. 2 one-star evolvers teaming up is enough to crush everything. Moreover, most zombies had not yet evolved and remained at the first level. Today, they had already personally experimented. First-level zombies were simply too weak for first-level evolvers. Unless a horde of zombies rushed at them or the evolver was careless, it was very difficult for a first-level zombie, which had no intelligence, to kill a 1-star evolver. Yi Yan said excitedly in a low voice, "Take your things, we might not come back here." I can feel the trader getting closer and closer. I can already sense his exact position. He's near the river across from the school street. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuanan couldn't care less about talking anymore. She directly picked up 2 travel backpacks, tossed one to Yi Yan, and pulled out the baseball bat that was stuck by the door. The 3 behind them were tense to see Wen Yuanan actually opening the door. When they saw the backpacks on Yi Yan and Wen Yuanan, they were even more surprised. "Where are you going?" Xin rushed forward, mustering his courage to ask anxiously, "So late, where are you 2 going?" Yi Yan and Wen Yuanan ignored him and walked straight out. Xin was left dumbfounded until Wang Ting pulled him back. Although Yi Yan was present, they didn't dare to eat casually, but he was powerful. If Yi Yan was there, they wouldn't be afraid of any number of zombies because they had Yi Yan. Now that Yi Yan had left, the long night stretched ahead and zombies wouldn't rest. The 2 moved quickly, seeing zombies attacking each other, but they kept their voices low. Although the trader outside was constantly tempting them, trading required magic crystals. Right now, they only had 100 magic crystals on them. And Yi Yan said the aura from this trader was clearly stronger than that of the one at the library. There might be good things. The more magic crystals, the better or they would only be left envious later. The two fought their way through zombies, almost without a word, but Yian's mind was filled with thoughts. The traitor outside the school was obviously stronger than the one at the library before. Was it just that he had a bit more one-star evolution agents and weapons? Why did Yian feel that this traitor was so much stronger than the previous one? Thinking about this, Yian suddenly paused. Could it be his profession? If there are professions, then it makes sense. Yian had heard in the concentration camp that although traitors were graded, there was still a significant difference among traitors of the same level. The biggest difference between traitors of different levels was the level of evolution agents they possessed. Generally, traitors will have evolution agents. A traitor with a one-star evolution agent is classified as a level 1 traitor, while one with a 2-star evolution agent is a level 2 traitor, and so on. However, there are significant gaps even among traitors of the same level. This gap lies in whether or not they possess a profession. A profession is a type of extraordinary ability. Having a profession means having systematic capabilities and many powerful skills, rather than just improving physical attributes like evolution agents do. A profession directly grants a person extraordinary powers. The strength difference between an ordinary 1-star evolver and a 1-star evolver with a profession is substantial. This is because having a profession means access to various combat methods and special abilities. Besides professions, there are also many other special things. If a traitor has a profession along with other special attributes, that is truly rare. After his rebirth, Yian discovered the ability of his purple hook jade, which allows him to sense traitors. Now, he feels that this traitor is clearly not simple. Could there be something to look forward to? The two of them tried their best to kill zombies without making much noise. With only the occasional zombies howl and the sounds of knives hitting flesh and baseball bats striking heads around them. After becoming evolvers, their eyesight improved tremendously in complete darkness. They could accurately hit a zombie's head without any light. Both of them tightly strapped a small bag to their waists specifically for collecting magic crystals. They each carried a large travel backpack filled with items, including water, which was quite heavy and large. For an ordinary person, carrying such a backpack would be quite a challenge, let alone running and killing zombies along the way. However, for Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan, who had become evolvers, it had no impact at all. They fought their way to the school gate, collecting about 60 more magic crystals along the way. Standing at the school gate, they looked at the world outside. There were more zombies outside the school, and it was clear that a car accident had occurred on the road. With cars piled up, a sight not seen in peaceful times, zombies wandered along the main road and by the river, with numbers double that of those at the school. Looking at the bloodstains and human bones on the ground was enough to prove how many people had died in the small town. Yi Yin couldn't help but feel worried. With so many zombies in the town and so many people eaten by them, how many more had died in the ancient town? Known as a tourist destination, in such a situation, the conditions in the town were clearly much worse than those in the school, and it was unknown how many had survived. Yi Yin couldn't think too much and quickly led Wen Yuan Nan toward the traitor. This time, he told Wen Yuan Nan not to kill zombies or linger around, because he had a bad feeling. By the riverbank, a shadow that was different from the sluggish zombies around was slowly approaching Yi Yin, with a strange, jade-like glow on its face. The two felt a surge of excitement and quickened their pace. Just then, a gust of wind brushed against Yi Yan's cheek, startling him. He suddenly pushed Wen Yuan Nan away. Wen Yuan Nan fell into the nearby grass, but quickly stabilized herself with the reaction speed of an evolver. When she looked closely, she saw a strange figure that was not a traitor had appeared without her noticing. This was the first time she saw such a serious and solemn expression on Yi Yan's face. Yi Yan said, Level 2 Zombie. Chapter 33 Main Profession, Lightning Mage. The sky was as dark as ink, and the moon was occasionally obscured by clouds, making the already desperate and terrifying first night of the apocalypse seem even more desolate. Yi Yan cautiously looked at the Level 2 zombie in front of him, which appeared almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person, and felt a surge of horror in his heart. It had been less than 12 hours since the apocalypse began, and a Level 2 zombie had already appeared. This showed just how many people had died in the town. How many zombies were there? The fact that zombies could successfully evolve in such a short time was truly terrifying. Level 2 zombies are beings that surpass level 1 zombies. Compared to level 1 zombies, they have developed a bit of intelligence equivalent to that of a 5-year-old child. The reason level 2 zombies are classified as such is that their bodies have undergone evolution. Unlike level 1 zombies, whose rotten flesh falls off with a touch, level 2 zombies have much sturdier bodies, with what appears to be muscle tissue instead of decaying flesh. If level 1 zombies can be easily dispatched with a baseball bat, then level 2 zombies require weapons produced by traders to fight against. Some level 2 zombies even exhibit super evolution in certain parts of their bodies or attributes. The level 2 zombie in front of Yi Yin was one such case. It was charging towards him with a terrifying speed. Even with Yi Yan's evolved eyesight, he could barely catch a glimpse of the pale, yellow magic crystal flashing on the zombie's head in the dark. Yi Yin was shocked since the apocalypse started. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart. He suddenly unleashed the ultimate speed of a 1-star evolver, pushing off with his left foot and narrowly dodging the rapidly approaching level 2 zombie. Just moments ago, he had almost seen the zombie's fingertips brush past his eyes. It was only a centimeter away from blinding him. This level 2 zombie clearly had super evolution in speed. Otherwise, a normal level 2 zombie would not possess such terrifying velocity. Beside him, Wen Yuanan was also taken aback by the speed of the level 2 zombie. The gap between the level 2 and level 1 zombies was too great. She felt that even if she and Yi Yin teamed up, they wouldn't be able to defeat this level 2 zombie. At the same time, Yi Yin, who had just dodged to the side and was not prepared to confront the level 2 zombie, shouted nervously to Wen Yuanan, "Run!" to the trader. The two were currently by the river across from the school, and the trader was less than 50 meters ahead of them. 50 meters didn't seem far, but under the relentless pursuit of the terrifying level 2 zombie, that distance felt insurmountable. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuanan immediately sprinted without hesitation. She was about 5 meters ahead of Yi Yin and could clearly see how the terrifying zombie was approaching. And she understood how frightening an enemy was that Yi Yin didn't even want to face directly, and Yi Yin, who was far more capable than herself, if she hesitated, she would only be dragging him down. Sure enough, she could hear Yi Yan's rapid footsteps behind her, but there was another sound. It was the sound of a level 2 zombie closing in. When Yuanan glanced back, Yi Yin was only 2 meters behind her, and the level 2 zombie was visibly closing the gap, about to reach Yi Yan's back. They were still 20 meters away from the trader. All of this happened in an instant. When Yuanan had thought that after becoming an evolver, her speed would make her stand out among the crowd. But upon seeing this terrifyingly evolved level 2 zombie, she realized she was still far from enough. She needed to become even stronger. Seeing that the level 2 zombie was about to catch up, Yi Yin drew out a white battle knife produced by the trader and told Wen Yuanan in front of him, "You go to the trader first. As soon as I catch up, enter the trading time immediately." After saying that, Yi Yin yanked off the bag from his waist and took off his backpack, both filled with magic crystals, tossing them towards Wen Yuanan. Wen Yuanan caught them and glanced worriedly at Yi Yin before quickly rushing toward the trader, who was only a few meters away. As the zombie's claws were about to tear through his skin from behind, Yi Yin suddenly stopped and turned around, swinging the white battle knife to block the zombie's sharp claws. Bang! It was as if sparks flew from the collision of the battle knife and the zombie's hand. At the same time, because the zombie was already moving at an incredible speed, Yi Yan's strong attack sent it flying 10 meters away. Yi Yan was also propelled backwards by the recoil, landing at the trader's feet. He actually arrived half a second faster than Wen Yuanan. He felt a tightness in his chest and spat out something, but he didn't care and immediately got up. Yi Yan cursed internally. "Damn it. I just gave all my magic crystals to Wen Yuanan, and if I accidentally obstruct the trader in this situation, it's a certain death." The zombie, enraged by the fact that its prey dared to resist and had been sent flying so far, let out a furious roar and charged at Yi Yin with even greater speed. Wen Yuanan immediately activated the trade, ready to enter trading time with Yi Yin. Meanwhile, the terrifyingly fast level 2 zombie was closing in on them in an instant. Its claws stretched forward, waiting for the next millisecond to tear the flesh from the person in front of it. It could sense that these two were clearly different from the people it had eaten before. Eating one of them might be worth eating 10, no, 100 of those other people. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings of the two changed instantly, becoming the unique, white, translucent state of trading time. The level 2 zombie lunged at empty air. Not understanding the situation, it roared angrily outside, attracting quite a few level 1 zombies over. When Yuan Nin collapsed to the ground, just a moment ago, she felt that death was so close. If it weren't for entering trading time in time, she couldn't imagine what would have happened. Even Yin, who had to temporarily avoid the level 2 zombie, was indeed terrifying. At this moment, when Yuan Nin caught a whiff of a bloody smell, this bloody scent had become the symbol of the apocalypse. After the apocalypse began, this smell was always present in her nostrils. But when Yuan Nin immediately got up and pulled Yi Yan, who was standing there, she saw that Yi Yan's back was a bloody mess. The clean clothes he had just found were now torn and tattered, with some fabric mixed with his flesh, looking gruesome. When Yuan Nin took a deep breath, and her eyes immediately turned red, she recalled the detail that Yi Yan had been standing half a step behind her. Yi Yan's face was pale. The recoil from earlier had caused a significant shock to his internal organs, and he had spat blood. Just a second ago, the claws of the level 2 zombie had grazed his back the moment he entered trading time. If he hadn't entered trading time in time, his back would have been bleeding profusely, and the flesh would have been torn away, exposing the bones. When Yuan Nin was about to say something, when she heard Yi Yan make an unusual sound, she was startled. What would she do if Yi Yan collapsed? Yi Yan, are you okay? Can you rest for a bit? When Yuan Nin said nervously, her voice tinged with tears. But Yi Yan interrupted her, his voice filled with excitement that didn't match his pale face. Profession. When Yuan Nin looked at the light curtain in response, at the very top, there was a cluster of purple light with the words written above it. Main profession, lightning mage. Profession, mage. I must have entered a game world. When Yuan Nin looked at the price below the lightning mage, 300. I can't afford it. What should I do? Seeing Yi Yan's reaction, she naturally understood that this lightning mage profession was something valuable. It was enough to make the usually calm Yi Yan so excited. But 300 is too expensive. They only have a little over 180 magic crystals now. Yi Yan was completely shocked at this moment. Seeing the profession, he was extremely excited. Even feeling that being grabbed like this from behind was worth it. Not to mention, the mage is one of the 3 rarest professions. Moreover, he was a lightning mage with exceptionally high damage. More importantly, the lightning mage profession only costs 160 magic crystals. Yi Yan's hand unconsciously touched the purple jade pendant hanging on his chest, hidden in his clothes. He knew that the purple jade pendant would give him a discount with the trader, but he didn't expect the discount to be completely irregular and unreasonable. Originally worth 300 magic crystals for the main profession, it was only sold for 160 here. Without saying much, Yi Yan directly bought it. The purple light on the screen began to move, slowly detaching from the screen and stopping in front of Yi Yan, as if it sensed Yi Yan's thoughts. The purple light stayed on his forehead and slowly merged into him. When Yuan Nin was completely bewildered. WH. What is going on? ISNT this suppose it cost 300 magic crystals? How'd you buy it? How do we still have more than 20 magic crystals left? When Yuan Nin suddenly remembered that it was the same last time, right? Yi Yan is really not simple. Even the trader, who has countless connections to this apocalypse, is so unusual with Yi Yan. However, since Yi Yan didn't say anything, she wouldn't ask. In any case, she just needed to stay by Yi Yan's side. The purple light slowly merged into Yi Yan's body, and he felt a powerful and domineering force surge within him. At the same time, a faint power of thunder emerged within him, flowing through his body. When Yuan Nin, standing beside him, was also amazed. The moment the purple light completely entered Yi Yan's body, she felt that Yi Yan had changed completely. His aura became even stronger, exuding an unassailable atmosphere. This shocking feeling disappeared the instant Yi Yan opened his eyes. She saw a sharp purple light flash in Yi Yan's eyes the moment he opened them. The pressure and power within that glance. Just for a moment, made Wen Yuan feel a sense of fear. This is a profession. It has completely enhanced a person's strength. Being a one-star evolver, Wen Yuan felt weaker than Yi Yin because Yi Yin had experienced 2 years of apocalypse, and his combat experience and mentality in facing the apocalypse were hundreds of times stronger than hers. And now, after obtaining the powerful lightning mage profession, Yi Yin's strength had greatly increased, leaving Wen Yuan, who was also a one-star evolver, far behind. At this moment, Yi Yin didn't even care about the bleeding wound on his back. Because he had gained a profession, he was now ignoring the pain, completely immersed in excitement. The first day of this apocalypse isn't even over yet. It's not even midnight, and he has not only become an evolver, but also a professional. Chapter 34 Mental Power. At this moment, Yi Yin had become a beginner level 1 lightning mage. He had acquired his first skill, Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike is a single target attack skill that can strike a bolt of lightning on the target, with astonishing lethality. Even thick-skinned, evolved beings would temporarily lose their ability to move and feel numb all over after this move. Ordinary people and level 1 zombies would die from just a single hit. To gain another skill, one must become familiar with their profession, master their skills, and advance to beginner level 2 before acquiring a second skill. The mage profession has a total of 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and super advanced. Each level is further divided into 3 tiers. Even if one eventually becomes a super advanced level 3 lightning mage, they would still only have 12 skills. Moreover, every lightning mage's skills are identical. In this case, to enhance one's strength and keep their methods hidden from others, one can only exchange with traders for special skills that fit their professional attributes. These special skills can be purchased at the price of 2 or 3 regular skills, which would be enough to buy one main profession. However, to become stronger and upgrade their profession faster, one must exchange for special skills from traders. Since these are special skills, their power and rarity are naturally significant. Many people would not let go of special skills just because they are expensive. After all, if a mage's skills upgrade step by step, with a little investigation, everyone will eventually know the limited inherent skills of mages as the apocalypse deepens. Special skills, on the other hand, often have more methods, with destructive power and effectiveness many times stronger than ordinary skills, making it difficult for opponents to know your trump card. However, the trader in front of Yi Yin did not possess any special skills. Instead, there were 2 things that made Yi Yin even more envious. Special profession, junior craftsman profession, space crystal. Yi Yin finally understood why he felt such a strong fluctuation from this trader. In this apocalypse that had already developed for 2 years before Yi Yan's arrival, these 2 items would certainly cause a huge uproar if taken out. Special profession, a profession that creates weapons. Space crystal, an otherworldly space that can store items. The junior craftsman profession requires 300 magic crystals, while the space crystal requires 500 magic crystals. In Yi Yan's eyes, it was one thing, but in Wen Yuan's eyes, it was quite different. Wen Yuan also noticed the many evolution agents, medicines, and foods among the special items, the special profession, and the space crystal. What shocked her even more was that the junior craftsman profession required 500 magic crystals, while the space crystal surprisingly required 1,000 magic crystals. That's just too expensive. Looking at Yi Yan's expression, it seemed he was drooling over these 2 items. Could he actually buy them? Yi Yan wiped his mouth aside and seemed to be talking to himself. It looks like I need to clear out some zombies next. Wen Yuan thought to herself, you didn't have enough magic crystals before, yet you still bought them, right? It seems these 2 items are indeed very expensive. Yi Yan sat down, checked the time, and saw that there were still 5 minutes left before the trading time ended, which was a maximum of 10 minutes. He took the backpack from Wen Yuan and started rummaging through it. Wen Yuan asked, what are you looking for? To bandage the wound. Wen Yuan pointed at the screen. Isn't there a powerful healing medicine on there? Yi Yan shot her a glance. Look at how expensive the things on that screen are. If we want to buy them, we can't waste like this. Who knew that in the next second, Wen Yuan was going to exchange for that medicine? Seeing her stubbornness, Yi Yan quickly stopped her. Okay, bye, I'll buy it. Wen Yuan recalled Yi Yan's strange pricing with magic crystals and then stopped. Shouldn't it be cheaper when Yi Yan buys it? Sure enough, The healing potion that was priced at 20 magic crystals in Wen Yuannan's eyes was bought by Yi Yan, and he still had a dozen magic crystals left. After buying the lightning mage profession, he originally only had 20 magic crystals left. Now, Wen Yuannan finally confirmed that Yi Yan was buying items from the trader at a much cheaper rate than normal people. She saw that Yi Yan had a look of not wanting to say anything again, so she didn't ask. She sat behind Yi Yan, carefully removing the tattered pieces of clothing stuck to the bloody flesh before starting to disinfect and apply medicine. Yi Yan remained completely silent, as if he felt no pain at all. Wen Yuannan looked at the gruesome wound and saw Yi Yan enduring in silence. Feeling heartbroken, and said, "You don't need to hold it in anymore. There's nothing to be embarrassed about in front of me. Just let out." Unexpectedly, Yi Yan, who should have been gritting his teeth and staying silent, let out a soft laugh, sounding as if he wasn't enduring at all. "Who said I was holding it in? This little injury doesn't have the ability to make me scream." Wen Yuannan was surprised and patted Yi Yan's shoulder. "What kind of person are you? Doesn't this hurt at all?" Yi Yan smiled, but in his heart, he recalled unhappy memories. Indeed, compared to the abuse he suffered in that power in his previous life, this kind of pain was nothing. Wen Yuannan carefully applied medicine from behind. Since the scope of the wound was too large, she was a bit clumsy. So, Yi Yan simply closed his eyes and began to explore the new thing he had obtained this time. Yi Yan not only acquired a brand new profession, but also developed something after obtaining the profession for the first time. Mental power. Mental power is essential for using professional skills. If one has a profession and skills that can be used infinitely, what would be the point? It turns out that when playing games, mages always have a mana bar, right? At the moment Yi Yan acquired the profession, his mental power was unlocked. Although Yi Yan's mental power was still weak, he estimated that he could only use Lightning Strike 3 times at most before exhausting his mental power and being unable to use any more professional skills. The strength of mental power would enhance the individual as a whole. If there is a significant disparity in mental power between opposing sides, the one with stronger mental power can directly emit mental pressure that causes the opponent to lose their fighting spirit and feel fear. For professionals, the strength of mental power is especially important. The amount of mental power signifies how many times you can release skills and whether you can unleash high-cost, terrifying skills. Those with strong mental power also possess greater endurance. Mental power can only be cultivated by oneself. There are a few precious pieces of equipment that can accelerate the cultivation of mental power, increase the mental power limit, and allow for faster recovery of consumed mental power. Such equipment was extremely precious during the 2 years of the apocalypse in Yi Yan's previous life, and most people had only heard of them but never seen them. The cultivation of mental power involves entering a meditative state with focused concentration, feeling the mental power within oneself, and continually refining it to increase its quantity and strength. Cultivating mental power is an extremely slow process, so items that can speed up mental power cultivation are highly sought after. Those who have a profession and have developed mental power do not need to sleep. Sleeping is equivalent to cultivating mental power. Focusing undisturbed for 1 hour of mental power cultivation is almost equivalent to falling into a deep sleep for 2 hours. While cultivating mental power, a person generally releases some mental power into the surroundings to monitor their environment at all times. As soon as something feels off, they will wake up immediately. Therefore, in the apocalypse, those with professions do not need to sleep. The time spent sleeping can be used to cultivate mental power, making rest more efficient and alertness higher. In his previous life, Yi Yan wasn't even an evolved being and learned about professions and mental power from others. Now, even though Wen Yuannan was applying medicine for him from behind, he couldn't wait to feel the mental power within him and try out the experience of cultivating mental power. Perhaps it was Wen Yuannan's movements that were too gentle, and Yi Yan immediately entered the spiritual world. He could see that his mental power seemed to be budding. It was few and weak. Yi Yan immediately began to refine it, allowing it to circulate within his body, compressing and releasing it. After this round, only 3 minutes had passed. Yi Yan found that there was not much change in his mental power. It seemed that this thing indeed took time. Exiting the spiritual world, Yi Yan discovered that his wounds had been bandaged. The medicine produced by the trader was indeed extraordinary. His pain had decreased significantly. A glance at the timer showed that there was less than a minute left. If during this time, Yin did not actively exit. The trader would forcibly make them exit the trading time. When Yuan had just seen Yin seemingly asleep and looked outside through the translucent misty screen, he saw that the roar of the second-level zombies had attracted many first-level zombies, densely packed, almost over 100, forming a small zombie tide. The second-level zombie, realizing that the sense of the two had mysteriously vanished in place, began searching the vicinity. The second-level zombie was now about 200 meters away from the trader. Even if there were no second-level zombies outside right now, facing an assault from 100 first-level zombies, with no one around to draw fire, and with Yin already injured, escaping would be extremely difficult. It was almost impossible for the two to escape from the 100 first-level zombies that only knew to charge forward without any intelligence. Recalling their previous battles, they were either scattered zombies, open surroundings, or had others to attract fire. But now, the roar of the second-level zombie had gathered these first-level zombies here, and the terrain was narrow, situated by the river and beside the grass. With the terrifying speed of that second-level zombie, that short distance of 200 meters was not a matter of an instant. When Yuan looked outside in panic, Yin, what should we do? We're surrounded by zombies. Yin stood up, glanced at the remaining 30 seconds, and did not panic. Seeing this, when Yuan couldn't help but think, does Yin have another way? Yes, no matter what happened today, he has always gotten us through. Could it be that he has a trump card? A person who can exchange things at a cheap price from the trader should be expected to have such abilities, right? Yin smiled mysteriously and walked to the side of the screen. When Yuan curiously approached, thinking Yin was going to buy something that could help them through the current peril. What she saw, however, was just the countdown on the screen. In the next second, this man actually grabbed her hand. Hey, although I have decided to repay you with myself, but I haven't confessed yet. You can't be so casual. The next moment, when Yuan felt a dizziness, a rush of wind beside her ears, and a sensation of weightlessness. Just a few seconds later, this feeling disappeared. She slowly opened her eyes, only to see a dim classroom filled with dozens of confused faces. What is going on? Chapter 35 Classroom. When Yuan had countless questions he wanted to ask Yin. For example, why were they here? Just a moment ago, they were clearly by the river outside the school, trading with the trader, surrounded by first-level zombies, with a second-level zombie nearby, on high alert. How could they have suddenly ended up here? However, it was clear that Yin had no way to answer these questions right now, because a group of students in the classroom was staring at them with terrified eyes. After assessing the situation and confirming that there was no danger, Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. In his current state, it would have been impossible for him to escape from the encirclement of zombies outside, even if he had not been injured. With only him and Wen Yuan, both first-level of all beings, surrounded by nearly a small horde of first-level zombies, victory would have been impossible. This was because a horde of zombies was different from scattered ones. There were many zombies in the school earlier. When the two of them came out of the library to go to the convenience store, they killed nearly 100 zombies, and that was only a small portion of them. However, those were aimless first-level zombies wandering outside. By the time the zombies heard some noise and wanted to gather, the two of them had already moved far away from that place. That was why Yin and Wen Yuan could kill so many zombies in the school. A horde of zombies, on the other hand, forms for certain reasons. Sometimes it is spontaneous and people do not know why, but they gather together and move in a certain direction, clearing away any obstacles in their path. Therefore, hordes of zombies are extremely terrifying in the apocalypse. Yin just hoped that the first-level zombies outside the school had already dispersed. Otherwise, he didn't know if a horde would truly form. If a horde broke out in this small town, even he would be powerless. As for how he and Wen Yuan ended up in this classroom, it was due to the trader's ability. When Yin first traded with the trader, he discovered this feature, although he had heard about it in his previous life. When initiating a trade and wanting to exit the trading time, the trader would present two options. One was to choose to exit the trading time at the original location, which was the method Yin had chosen in the library twice before. The second was to choose random teleportation, with a range centered on the trader within a kilometer. The teleportation destination is a relatively safe place randomly chosen within that range. This time, although when Yuan initiated the trade, she had not tried to exit the trading time. so she was unaware of these two options. As the apocalypse progressed, everyone understood that after a trade, some would vie for the opportunity to enter. Sometimes, just because you got in doesn't mean you're lucky, as outside. There would be a group of greedy people waiting for you to come out to snatch away what you had just exchanged for. This setting of the trader was probably to prevent such situations from becoming rampant. At this moment, this classroom was relatively safe, but in a way, it was not fortunate either, because there were simply too many people inside. Ian saw nearly 20 students and 2 older ones who should be teachers from a school. At this time, many students were staring in shock at the 2 who had appeared out of nowhere, with some covering their mouths desperately, afraid of making a loud noise that would attract the numerous zombies in the teaching building. However, now that the apocalypse had come, with zombies appearing, and the end of the world happening, what else was impossible? At that moment, the female teacher among the 2 older teachers asked shakily, Who are you? How did you get in? When Yuan smiled awkwardly, It's nothing. You'll know later. Although she didn't know why she was here either. Ian ignored everyone and walked to the classroom door. They had blocked it with the podium, so the zombies outside generally couldn't get in, but if anyone inside wanted to go out, it would make a lot of noise. The only way to get out was to climb through the window. The windows connecting to the corridor were relatively high, and jumping down would definitely make noise in the empty corridor, attracting zombies. However, since it was possible to go out, it was not a problem. Attracting some zombies would be fine, as Ian was currently short on magic crystals. He just needed to rest for a night. The wounds on his body were actually somewhat serious. However, the recovery speed of evolved beings is vastly different from that of ordinary people, and on top of that, Ian had used a powerful healing medicine provided by the trader, which was worth 20 magic crystals. How could it not be effective? Ian estimated that after resting for a night, his injuries would heal quite a bit. Fortunately, he had exchanged for 2 bottles of immunity potion from the trader in the library earlier, which both he and Wen Yuan had used. So he hadn't been infected by the zombie virus. Ian sat down in a corner of the classroom. Seeing this, Wen Yuan also walked over. The others did not dare to speak, as the 2's appearance was too strange. In the classroom, someone had brought a flashlight that emitted just enough light to illuminate the room without being too harsh. Ian couldn't help but smile. They would soon realize how wasteful their current actions were. In the 2 years of the apocalypse, humanity had no light sources and could only use fire at night, or find a few flashlights and batteries in the already abandoned supermarkets. When Yuan took out some water from her backpack and handed it to Yin with concern. Drink this, you can throw the bottle away afterward. Yin took it and drank it all in one go. Seeing the 2 with large backpacks, others had already guessed what was inside. At this moment, seeing the 2 take out water, everyone's eyes were glued to them. They had food. Under the eager gazes of everyone, Ian finished the water. At this time, the older male teacher approached, bending slightly and cautiously saying, Student, could you spare some food or drink for us? We haven't had anything to eat or drink all afternoon and night. Ian glanced at the teacher and replied expressionlessly, If I give you food, what will I eat? The teacher was taken aback, then awkwardly smiled, the wrinkles on his face appearing even more pronounced under the flashlight. He had also anticipated that Yin would not easily share food with them. After all, this was not a peaceful time. This was the apocalypse. Whether there would be another meal after this one was a question. Who would be so kind-hearted? Some students, feeling their empty stomachs after hearing Yin's blunt words, immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. Aren't we still classmates? Is this how you behave? Not even sharing food with us. One person had the courage to speak up, and others began to criticize as well. Exactly. We're all from the same school. Are you just going to watch us suffer? How selfish can you be? It's only during disasters that we can see someone's true colors. Their backpacks are so big, and they can't even share a sip of water with us. Selfish. These students clearly had been self-centered in their daily lives, and now believe that it was only natural for others to help them. Yeyan listened impressionlessly, sneering coldly before closing his eyes. Now, he had learned mental power. Practicing mental power for an hour was equivalent to 2 hours of deep sleep. Moreover, mental power training could not be skipped daily. Although it was slow, the key was to accumulate over time. If you don't practice, you will never improve. At this moment, Yi Yin was prepared to rest here for a night and practice his mental power. Seeing Yi Yin close his eyes, Wen Yuan also decided to ignore those people and closed her eyes, preparing to sleep. However, when those students realized that they not only hadn't gotten any food, but were also being ignored, they became angry and refused to let it go. Hey, why aren't you speaking? Why do you get to have food? Exactly. At this time, isn't it normal for everyone to help each other? This is too much. Since that's the case, you should leave here. This is our place. Yes, we set this up so the zombies can't get in. If you're unwilling to share food, then don't stay here. When the male teacher heard the students say such things, he tried to persuade them. Stop talking. For some reason, he always felt that Yi Yin was not simple. The aura emanating from Yi Yin made even him, in his 50s, feel oppressed. It was a mature feeling, a fearless feeling. It was like someone who had experienced many things, seeing through everything and feeling detached. Meanwhile, the students were already dizzy from hunger and anger. How could they stop? The food was just a short distance away in the bag. Why couldn't they eat? That's right. If you want to stay safe here, then hand over your food. Otherwise, we'll have to kick you out. Yes, hand over your stuff. If you don't, we'll throw you out. Yi Yin slowly opened his eyes and coldly looked at the people in front of him who were making a scene. At that moment, a cool voice spoke up. Forget it. If they don't give it, don't force them. Right now, everyone is just trying to survive. If they don't want to give, it's nothing. Yi Yin looked to see that the speaker was a girl, very beautiful. So beautiful that he felt she looked familiar. You see, after experiencing 2 years of the apocalypse in his previous life, Yi Yin didn't have a deep impression of people from peaceful times. All the boys immediately turned to look at the girl who spoke. The girl was Lu Wan, the campus belle of this university. Almost no one didn't know her. Her beauty, under the dim light, appeared even more delicate, and many boys showed fiery looks in their eyes. One girl, seeing that Lu Wan was speaking, immediately took the opportunity to embarrass her. Lu, the campus belle, you make it sound so easy. Do you think it's like before, where you can just go to the cafeteria and eat? This is the apocalypse now. If you want something that's not available, you have to rob it. Lu Wan immediately glared at the girl who spoke sarcastically, her pretty face filled with anger. Although this campus belle was beautiful, her temper wasn't great. It was not the kind of bad temper of a spoiled girl, but rather a very explosive one. However, Lu Wan didn't dare to erupt at this moment. Why? Because being trapped in this classroom for an afternoon and a night, in this lawless apocalypse, she noticed that several boys had already begun to look at her with unusual eyes. It felt like they were eager to try something. If it weren't for her cousin Ji, when you being present, and 2 teachers with some authority in the room, she might have already been in trouble. So, it was better to keep a low profile now, even though she couldn't help but speak up when she heard them say they would kick people out. As soon as the crowd heard the girl's words, they were immediately riled up. If you keep protecting your food, don't blame us for being rude. There are more than 20 of us. We're giving you one last chance. If you don't hand over your food, we'll just take it. When people are driven mad by hunger, they can do anything. This is only the first day of the apocalypse, and these people can't hold out. How will they get through the days to come? Wen Yuan maintained her sitting posture, coldly watching the people in front of her. Today, she had seen too many such things. Having something precious can lead to trouble. As long as you have food or something they want, they will come to provoke you. I have to say, she gained a lot of insight today. Yi Yin, standing beside her, got up. He had seen too many people like this and was already quite irritated. He glanced at Lu Wan intentionally or unintentionally, appreciating her attitude even in the apocalypse. However, the greedy looks of the people in front of him were another matter entirely. Chapter 36 Slap in the Face. Seeing Yi Yin stand up, those who revealed their ugly faces thought Yi Yin was afraid of them and was finally going to take out the food. A group of people wore smug smiles on their faces, already calculating how they could get more food when it was time to share. The girl who had spoken earlier thought they would be eating soon and taunted, "Humph, you have to share with us sooner or later. I don't know what you were being stubborn about just now. Hurry up and take out the food. Stop dragging this out. If you keep talking, I'll throw you out. Hurry up. I am starving." Once it was clear that Yi Yin would hand over the food, their words became even more unpleasant. Greed gleamed in everyone's eyes. Even the 2 teachers couldn't help but swallow hard. Except for Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu, who maintained their composure, everyone else was eager to act. The 2 of them at least understood Yi Yan's expression which definitely didn't indicate he was about to share food. Ian smiled and looked at them, saying, I will only share my food with those who can help me kill zombies. If you can do that, I will share it with you. Everyone was stunned for a second before bursting into laughter. Although they laughed, they didn't dare to laugh too loudly for fear of attracting zombies. Huh, did I hear that right? Kill zombies? You're killing me. Ha ha ha. Is this person out of his mind? He actually said he would kill zombies? I think he has gone crazy from being scared of them. With his condition, he can kill zombies? He must have been scared silly to say such crazy things. The girl who had just confronted Lu Wan and spoke rudely to Yi Yin, named Zhou Qingyang, laughed so hard she could barely breathe, thinking about the food coming soon. Even happier. Ha! Kill zombies? You can't even run when you see one. After enough mockery, the conversation shifted back to food. Hey, are you going to hand over the food or not? If you don't, you can't stay here. Outside, it's full of zombies that you're afraid of. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed at Yi Yin again. Yi Yin remained unfazed and said calmly, So, you can't kill zombies then. All right, we're leaving. The last sentence was directed at Wen Yuannan, who had been sitting on the ground watching the foolish display. Upon hearing Yi Yin's words, he quickly stood up, grabbed 2 large bags beside him, and handed one to Yi Yin. Seeing the 2 large bags, everyone's eyes widened. Yi Yin and Wen Yuannan ignored them and walked past, heading towards the window. The crowd, staring at the 2 bags filled with food, couldn't let them go easily. Several boys immediately blocked Yi Yin's path, their expressions unfriendly, looking at him with contempt. With nearly 20 boys, they weren't afraid of him alone, right? One more impatient boy, with a crazed glint in his eyes, made a move to snatch Yi Yin's bag. Just as he was half a meter away from Yi Yin, Yi Yin kicked out, and the boy flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing into 2 other boys behind him. The boy felt as if an incredibly heavy stone had smashed into his chest. The force was something he couldn't withstand. He spat out a mouthful of blood, not expecting that this plain-looking person could be so terrifying. At the same time, as Yi Yin launched his attack, Wen Yuannan also encountered a situation. 2 boys, thinking Wen Yuannan was a weak girl and easier to deal with than Yi Yin, rushed up to snatch her bag. Wen Yuannan, annoyed, threw the bag on the ground, punched one boy in the temple, and kicked the other directly in the groin. The 2 boys immediately screamed and fell to the ground. In some ways, they were worse off than the boy Yi Yin dealt with. The 3 of them fell almost simultaneously, leaving many unable to react. Wen Yuannan, almost talking to herself, but loud enough for everyone in the classroom to hear, said, I've gotten used to killing zombies. I instinctively went for the head. Upon hearing this, everyone froze in place, afraid to move. Anyone who wasn't blind could see that Yi Yin's kick showed he was not an ordinary person. He could kick someone until they spat blood and flew far away. And the seemingly petite girl beside him was also a master. She effortlessly took down 2 boys without holding back, her attacks lethal, showing none of the weakness typically associated with girls. The boy who was said to have been unlucky enough to get hit in the temple now lay on the ground, motionless, leaving everyone unsure if he was dead. Could it be that the 2 really dared to kill zombies? Seeing Yi Yin and Wen Yuannan's swift and extraordinary skills, even if they didn't believe they dared to kill zombies, they would no longer provoke them. Wen Yuannan looked at the unconscious boy on the ground and boasted, Fortunately, I didn't use my full strength. If I had aimed to crush his skull like I do with zombies, he would be dead now. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Meanwhile, Yi Yin remained silent and expressionless, which made them even more afraid. This was the intimidation of a strong person. No wonder they could gather so much food. It was because they were formidable. No wonder they had ignored the ruckus earlier. In their eyes, those people were nothing but trash. Thinking back to how the 2 had appeared out of nowhere, it must have been extraordinary. They cursed themselves for being blinded by food earlier. Everyone immediately regretted not trying to curry favor with the 2. If they had, maybe they would have been rewarded with some food. Now that things had developed to this point, it was good enough they hadn't been killed. At the back, Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu, who had been observing, were surprised by Yi Yin and Wen Yuannan's capabilities. They had known the 2 were not simple, but they hadn't expected them to be this strong. Their strength had exceeded human limits. How could there be such powerful people in their small school? There must be some change that occurred after the apocalypse that made the two so unbelievably strong. Luan looked at Yi Yin's dark profile and suddenly felt an impulse. Why not join him? When Yuan picked up the backpack from the ground and followed Yi Yin forward. The two walked to the window, and Yi Yin climbed up to open it, leaping out with a motion that completely exceeded human limits. The male teacher finally reacted and rushed to the window, calling out, "Students, it's better not to go out. There are too many zombies outside. It's dangerous." But Yi Yin didn't respond at all, turning his back to everyone as he jumped down, landing in the corridor with a sound. When Yuan followed closely, leaping onto the high windowsill and jumping down in a manner that left everyone dumbfounded. Are they even human? Heh, those two fools are actually going out to die. There's so many zombies outside. Do they think zombies are as easy to deal with as we are? They're so arrogant. Just wait to see them get torn apart by zombies. Sigh, what a waste of the two big bags of food they carried. Once Yi Yin and when Yuan jumped out, only then did the crowd dare to speak. As soon as food was mentioned, everyone became even angrier, but they couldn't do anything to Yi Yin and when Yuan. So all sorts of sarcastic remarks and vicious curses came out. Zhou Qingyang's face turned pale with anger. I'll just watch from here and see how they get eaten by zombies. Seeing the two walk away with the big bags, how could she not be angry? She had been starving all day. Did he really think he was invincible? What a fool. Wait until he gets caught by the zombies. I will open the window and laugh at him from inside. Driven by a desire for revenge against an enemy and curiosity, nearly half of the people rushed to the windows, with each table by the windows packed with onlookers. In the quiet, empty corridor, a few zombies wandered aimlessly. At the sound of Yi Yin and when Yuan landing, the zombies seemed to have heard some command, turning towards them and quickening their pace. All the windows in the classroom were opened, and the people inside, seeing this scene, cheered happily. Haha, idiot. Serves you right for acting cool. The zombies are coming. Let's see how you handle it. The sounds of schadenfreude and triumph immediately echoed from the windows. Luan also pulled Ji Wenyu to the window to watch. The corridor was dimly lit, with only a little light seeping from the classroom and occasional moonlight. Two dark figures stood silently in the middle of the corridor, showing no intention of dodging, as if poised to strike. However, this scene looked different to the people in the classroom. Are you scared now? Can't even run. If you had just handed over the food earlier, you could have hidden here for a night. Just for that little bit of food. Now you're becoming zombie food. What a fool. Ha ha. Those speaking had already forgotten that with the strength Yi Yin and when Yuan had just displayed, if they didn't give them food and insisted on occupying the place, they would have to swallow their anger. At that moment, the zombies had closed in on the two. Each of them carried a huge travel backpack, yet their movements were unaffected, swift and smooth. The smaller dark figure swung a stick in hand, cleanly and forcefully smashing it into the head of the nearest zombie. In the eyes of the people in the classroom, the black mass representing the zombies had instantly burst into a spray, scattering everywhere. Meanwhile, the taller dark figure had pulled out a knife that gleamed white even in the darkness, swiftly dispatching zombies at a rate of one per strike. The terrifying zombies fell before the two, utterly powerless, one after another. How could this be? They were just ordinary students from the same school. How could they not be afraid of zombies and possess the strength to kill them? To everyone, it was absolutely impossible to resist zombies, let alone kill them face to face. Yet these two had done it, and so easily. In the corridor, the 20 or so zombies that had been drawn in were all eliminated in less than 2 minutes. During this time, the classroom was silent. Only the sounds of knives slicing, sticks hitting, skulls bursting, and zombies collapsing could be heard from the corridor. These sounds proclaimed to everyone the true nature of the people they had just mocked and provoked, and how foolish they truly were. Chapter 37, Encountering a Level 2 Zombie. After Yi Yin and when Yuan killed all the zombies in the corridor on this floor, they began to dig for magic crystals. The people who had been feeling triumphant just a moment ago fell silent. At this moment, they felt a sting in their faces. These two were truly impressive. They were on a completely different level. While they could only hide in this classroom that resembled a prison, Yi Yin and when Yuan could come and go freely, simply because their strength made them unafraid of zombies. If they had known this earlier, they wouldn't have had designs on the food. Could they even afford the food that these two had? If they hadn't provoked them earlier, perhaps they could have relied on their skills to escape from here in the future. Regret filled everyone's hearts. Throughout this, Luan, who had never shown hostility towards Yin and Wen Yuan Nan, began to feel hope. She and Ji Wen Yu had not offended that man. Would he help her? After seeing Yin and Wen Yuan Nan finish off all the zombies on this floor and not leave immediately, but instead squatting down to do something with the zombie corpses, the people inside began to discuss secretly. They had cleaned out the zombies on this floor. What should we do? If we follow them, we won't have to worry about being eaten by zombies. Do you think it will take us with him? Don't forget what you said earlier. You said it yourself. All right, stop arguing. How about we go out now and follow him? Is that okay? If we don't go out now, who knows when we'll get another chance? Do you want to be trapped in here for the rest of your lives? Exactly. We haven't eaten anything since noon. Even if the zombies can't get in, we'll starve to death sooner or later. All right, it's settled. Most of the boys moved to the door and began to shift the podium that had been blocking their way. At this moment, they weren't afraid of making a loud noise. After all, the zombies on this floor had already been cleared out. As for whether other zombies would be attracted by the sound, they couldn't care less. Right now, they just wanted to cling to that person outside. At this point, Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan had already reached the staircase and heard the commotion. Wen Yuan Nan frowned in dissatisfaction. What are they doing? Wouldn't it be better for them to stay in their coffins? Making such noise at this hour will definitely attract zombies. But Yi Yin wasn't annoyed. Instead, he smiled. Perfect. If zombies come, we can kill them. To get stronger, we need more magic crystals. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan Nan immediately agreed. All right. Listening to the dragging footsteps of the zombies below, Yi Yin looked at Wen Yuan Nan with a grin. Can you handle it? We haven't really rested all day. Wen Yuan Nan, without a hint of fatigue in her voice, replied, as long as I think about how I can exchange magic crystals for something with the trader. I'm not tired at all. Yi Yin laughed heartily. Great. At this moment, the chaotic footsteps from behind grew louder, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, both aware of what the others were thinking. If they followed Yi Yin now, they might just escape this dead end. Staying in a classroom without water or food would lead to death sooner or later. They didn't want to think about it any longer. Their eyes were only on the magic crystals. They rushed down the stairs, charging into the horde of zombies, slaughtering them mercilessly. There were many zombies in the teaching building. Some zombies, hearing the noise from above, began to move upwards. However, more zombies wandered aimlessly, searching for prey. Many zombies even aimlessly wandered into classrooms that were left open, unable to find an exit as they turned in circles. The zombies here were no different from those wandering on the playground. They were scattered and purposeless, posing no real threat to the two. However, the terrain in the teaching building was not as spacious as the playground, which limited their movements considerably. Even so, it didn't hinder their offensive at all. Every time they killed a zombie, they swiftly tucked the magic crystals into their waist bags. They didn't stop for a moment. Like a spinning top that didn't seem to tire, they were killing machines. The 20 or so students who had followed them out of the classroom, upon hearing the sounds of the zombies, cautiously hid to the side, too frightened to make a sound. Watching the two fight in a seemingly chaotic and domineering manner, their hearts filled with dread. These two were simply charging into the zombie horde to kill zombies. The reactions of the level 1 zombies were slow, completely unable to keep up with the pace of the two who killed and then retreated. These unevolved zombies had no intelligence, and their senses of sight, hearing, and smell were greatly diminished. In the dark, they had no idea where the enemy was, completely at the mercy of the two. This effortless way of killing zombies made the students, who had previously spoken arrogantly about the two, deeply regretful. Just how reckless had they been to dare speak to them like that? For Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan, who were level 1 evolvers, dealing with these scattered level 1 zombies was incredibly easy. Although the two had fought almost all day without much rest and were somewhat fatigued, they had already collected over 60 magic crystals. However, this was still far from Yi Yin's goal. At this moment, the two didn't even know where they were in the teaching building, only focused on killing zombies and pushing forward. Whether it was Yi Yin or Wen Yuan Nan, their bodies, which had just been cleaned in the afternoon, were now once again covered in the black blood of zombies. If the trembling students hiding in the dark could see them now, they would only be more terrified. They saw the overwhelming strength of the two and realized that something monumental must have happened to them. Otherwise, an ordinary person couldn't possibly be this terrifying. They were completely like characters from novels and TV shows. There must be some secret behind these two, and that secret had to be what made them strong. If it were daytime, one could definitely see that wherever Yi Yin and Wen Yuan went, it was a scene of blood and carnage. And all of it was the black blood of zombies. It splattered across the corridors and walls of the teaching building. On the stairs, even streams of black blood flowed down slowly. The bodies of zombies were strewn along the way, and in some places, they even piled up into small hills. The two, completely unaware of fatigue, seemed determined to clear out all the zombies in the teaching building. Little did they know that the massive amounts of terrifying black zombie blood were attracting an unexpected guest. Suddenly, just as Ian was in the midst of a killing spree, he felt a strong sense of danger. He quickly decapitated the zombie in front of him, turned around, and raised his white battle knife in front of him. Clang! It sounded like metal clashing. Upon seeing the dark yellow magic crystal on the creature's head, Ian's heart sank. Another level 2 zombie. Wen Yuan was an evolver. Although her reaction wasn't as quick as Ian's, and she didn't sense the danger until the level 2 zombie was already upon them. She realized in the moment of confrontation that it was indeed another level 2 zombie. However, she didn't pause her actions in the slightest, because there were still many level 1 zombies around, and if Ian was occupied with the level 2 zombie, those level 1s could be a nuisance. So she made the wisest choice, quickly and decisively clearing the surrounding level 1 zombies to prevent them from interfering with Yi Yin. Only a few seconds after the level 2 zombie appeared, the 20 or so students who had been watching finally spotted the figure of the level 2 zombie. What the hell? What is that thing? When did it appear? It scared me. What the heck? It doesn't look like a zombie. No way. That clearly isn't human. It must be a zombie. However, it seems different from other zombies. It appears to be very powerful. Yes, it's unlike any other zombie. Look at the crystal on its head. The color is different from that of other zombies. Ever since the appearance of the second level zombie, Lu Wan has been looking at Yi Yin with deep concern on her beautiful face. Can he still be as unstoppable as before? One arm of the second level zombie is firmly stuck to Yi Yan's white combat knife. Yi Yin shows no sign of relaxing and continues to exert force. Yet he can't move the zombie's arm. The blade of the white combat knife is clearly aimed at its arm. At this moment, Yi Yin realizes the super evolution part of this zombie is probably its arm. When Yi Yan's white combat knife strikes the zombie's arm, it feels like hitting a hard iron block. There's no way to approach it. He exerts force and quickly retreats a few steps. Earlier, outside the school, he encountered a second-level zombie, which had undergone a super evolution in speed, and his only option was to escape. But now, he is not only a one-star evolver, but also a professional. He has an 80% confidence in taking down the second-level zombie in front of him, although Wen Yuan has been continuously clearing first-level zombies without pause. She has been paying attention to the situation over here. Seeing Yi Yan's powerful white combat knife strike the zombie's arm without causing any harm, she is also shocked. It seems this is the special evolution of the second-level zombie that Yi Yin mentioned. Yi Yin looks at the second-level zombie before him and realizes that their current method of slaughtering first-level zombies is somewhat dangerous, because within a few hours, they have encountered 2 second-level zombies in a row. This indicates that whether in the town or at the school, evolved zombies have appeared, and their numbers may far exceed their imagination. Second-level zombies are different from first-level ones. Some second-level zombies have not only undergone special evolution in certain areas, but have also significantly enhanced their hearing, vision, and sense of smell, especially the sense of smell. The strong smell of blood is most likely to attract second-level zombies. It is precisely because of the large number of zombies that he and Wen Yuan have killed that this second-level zombie has been drawn here. However, at this moment, Yi Yin is not afraid. Just right, he wants to test whether he can crush the second-level zombie after becoming a lightning mage. The 20 or so students hiding in the dark and watching the show see that Yi Yan's invincible white combat knife has actually suffered a setback against this special zombie and hasn't worked. Even they, no matter how foolish, realize that this zombie is not simple. Some people suddenly feel a bit excited. After all, watching others have bad luck in the apocalypse, especially seeing someone who once overshadowed them and is stronger than them face misfortune, is a wonderful thing. At this moment, many are praying in their hearts, hoping that this suddenly appearing zombie can take down Yi Yan, forgetting that they still rely on him to lead them out. With the vision of a one-star evolver, Yi Yan sees that the second-level zombie in front of him has both arms emitting black light, filled with a metallic texture. Chapter 38. Battle with a Level 2 Zombie. The Level 2 zombie charged forward. Although its speed was not as fast as the one outside the school, it was still much quicker than a Level 1 zombie. Yi Yan did not back down and swung his white battle knife fiercely. The knife clashed with the zombie's steel-like arm, creating a sound that made one's teeth ache. Unable to cut through the zombie's arm, Yi Yan had already realized the power of this iron arm and could only retreat, not wasting any energy. The Level 2 zombie had developed some intelligence. It clearly understood that its advantage lay in its super-evolved arms. Therefore, during each confrontation, it used its arms to block the white battle knife that gave it a deep sense of crisis. After several exchanges, neither side gained the upper hand. Yi Yan knew very well that to defeat this Level 2 zombie, he could only target its weaknesses. Its weaknesses were all the places except for its arms. However, this Level 2 zombie was very tricky. Every time Yi Yan's knife swung toward it, it would use its arms to block. Yi Yan was a one-star evolver, while the zombie before him was a Level 2 zombie with one arm having undergone special evolution. The strength of a Level 2 zombie was already greater than that of a one-star evolver, and Yi Yan was also carrying significant injuries. After several exchanges, his wounds were being painfully torn, and beads of fine sweat began to form on his forehead. He was gradually unable to withstand this zombie. Seeing Yi Yan, who had been killing zombies with such ease and had never encountered obstacles, actually being restrained by this Level 2 zombie and slowly worn down, many students were gloating. Huh, he's no match for that zombie. I thought he was invincible. Luan could not hold back any longer. Don't forget, if he dies, we won't survive either. Many people fell silent, but their eyes still revealed their true thoughts as they looked toward Yi Yan. The Level 1 zombies in the teaching building seemed endless, with a few more appearing after a while. These Level 1 zombies were drawn to the sound of Yi Yan battling the Level 2 zombie. Fortunately, when Yuan had been clearing them out, otherwise, these Level 1 zombies would have been perfect troublemakers. The Level 2 zombie sensed that the human in front of it was injured because it smelled the delicious scent of human blood. This scent undoubtedly made the Level 2 zombie even more frenzied. It charged forward. This human was exhausted and injured. Now was the best time. However, just when it was only 1 meter away from the human, it suddenly felt its whole body go numb and could not move at all. The human in front of it revealed a triumphant smile. Lightning Strike. Yi Yan activated his lightning-type mage skill. Lightning struck the ground. Boom! It fell on a Level 2 zombie. The lightning momentarily lit up the dark corridor. After witnessing Yi Yan's lightning skill, the dazed students, more than 20 of them, through that brief flash of lightning, saw the scene in front of them clearly. Black blood flowed on the ground, and the white walls and even the ceiling of the corridor were splattered with the zombies' black blood. The ground was covered with the corpses of zombies. After the lightning, the surroundings returned to darkness, and they dared not make another sound. The lightning strike temporarily incapacitated the Level 2 zombie. Its originally tough flesh immediately showed numerous cracks, with black blood slowly oozing out. It felt a combination of numbness and pain throughout its body, unable to control itself. Before the Level 2 zombie could react, Yi Yan advanced with his knife, aiming for the zombie's neck. Although the Level 2 zombie was caught off guard by Yi Yan's skill, its super-evolved iron arm surprisingly regained some sensation in a short time. At a critical moment, it collided with the battle knife, causing the angle of the knife to shift. The knife did not chop off the zombie's head as Yi Yan had anticipated, but still left a deep wound on its neck, and black blood gushed out. The Level 2 zombie let out a pained and furious roar. Ian did not pause for a second. The battle knife again struck at a tricky angle from the side, toward the level 2 zombie's head. Its iron arm regained a bit of sensation again, and the numbness throughout its body began to dissipate. However, the lightning strike did not merely cause numbness or temporarily incapacitate the enemy. The lethality of the lightning strike was also astonishing. The level 2 zombie's body was struck by the lightning from head to toe, except for its exceptionally tough arms. Other parts were torn open, and black blood flowed out. It desperately used its iron arm to block Ian's attack once more. But this time, its proud iron arm was actually marked with a long white scar from the battle knife. Seeing the zombie in a poor state after taking a lightning strike, Ian stopped being verbose and unleashed another lightning strike. The lightning briefly illuminated the area, and the students saw the zombie scream in agony. Its body covered in disgusting black blood, and the knife wound on its neck was particularly horrifying. When everything returned to darkness, all sounds abruptly ceased. The level 2 zombie was struck by lightning again, and its entire body was instantly immobilized. Even its surprisingly strong iron arm could not make any movements. Ian swiftly chopped off the level 2 zombie's head, ending the battle. In the darkness, the shadow, representing the level 2 zombie, fell heavily. Wen Yuanan saw that the level 2 zombie had finally been defeated, but she continued to clear the surrounding level 1 zombies. Ian sat down on the ground, a deep sense of fatigue flooding his body. Repeatedly using lightning strikes had nearly drained his mental energy. If he forced himself to use lightning again, he would likely faint. Exhaustion of mental energy was a terrifying thing. Ian sat on the ground, entering his spiritual world, feeling the little mental energy he had left. Now, any recovery was better than none. The number of level 1 zombies around had drastically decreased, posing no threat to Wen Yuanan. However, they needed to leave this place quickly. There was no telling if there were other level 2 zombies in the school that might come after them upon sensing the horrific smell of blood. As Ian operated his mental energy, he was surprised to find that his mental energy was slowly recovering. Normally, after a person fights and expends too much mental energy, it requires not only cultivation to recover, but also time. Yet at this moment, he could feel his mental energy gradually recovering. Compared to normal circumstances, the speed was much faster. Could it be the purple hook jade again? Thinking of this, Ian pulled open his collar and found that the usually dull purple hook jade was now emitting a faint glow. I really hit the jackpot. Ian stood up. He could not linger here too long. Wen Yuanan, relieved that Ian had finally defeated the level 2 zombie, continued to kill zombies, also taking the time to collect magic crystals. Just now, there were too many level 1 zombies attracted by the commotion of the battle between one person and one zombie, and she had not dared to collect any magic crystals. Now that the battle was over and things had quieted down, the zombies had finally stopped gathering. One reason was that she was afraid that while digging for magic crystals, the zombies would find an opening and rush toward Ian. The other reason was that if she squatted down, she would be overwhelmed by the endless stream of zombies. Ian came over and started digging for the magic crystals that he hadn't collected earlier. Hurry up and dig out the magic crystals. We need to leave. Wen Yuanan nodded, killing a few zombies in front of her before starting to dig for magic crystals. At this moment, those students who had been hiding and watching Yi Yan's battle gasped in surprise. Ian sensed something was wrong and immediately looked down. He saw that the zombies in the school were gradually gathering toward this side. Because of Yi Yan's earlier skill, lightning strike, not only was its power great, but the sound was also extraordinarily loud. Just imagine the sound of thunder striking within a few hundred meters of you. At this moment in the teaching building, the zombies had been nearly wiped out by Wen Yuanan and Yi Yan, which was why there had not been a gathering of zombies. However, in the school, the zombies near the teaching building surged over after hearing the 2 loud thunderclaps. At this moment, a small wave of zombies had clearly formed. Yi Yan's expression was serious. Let's go now. The 2 ran into the nearest classroom on the 2nd floor. From here, jumping down would not injure them with their 1-star evolutionary strength, and they could escape by running towards the path with fewer zombies. The students, having never seen so many zombies moving in one direction, were all stunned with fear. If this level of zombie wave occurred, The classroom they had been hiding in previously would not be able to stop these zombies. When they saw Yi Yin and Wen Yuan running into the classroom, they naturally rushed in after them. Seeing the two about to jump out of the window, the students crowded around, their faces filled with terror and despair. Take us with you. You have to make sure we won't get hurt when we jump down. Yes, you are so powerful. Protect us when we jump down. The zombies below were attracted by you. You must save us. Wen Yuan had already jumped down first and was looking for an escape route below. Yi Yin was just about to jump when suddenly an arm grabbed his. You can't just leave us behind. Yi Yin shook off the hand and coldly said, "Get lost." After saying that, he jumped down. When the strongest two people abandoned them and ran away, despair surged in everyone's hearts, and they began to curse at the window. The two below didn't care about them at all, choosing a direction with the fewest zombies and fleeing. Meanwhile, in the security room at the school gate, 5 security guards in uniforms were trembling in the corner, not daring to make sound. They were afraid that any noise would attract the zombies. Just now, they heard the chaotic footsteps of zombies gathering from outside the school and moving inside. They had been complaining about being too hungry just moments ago, but now they dare not say anything. As the footsteps gradually became sparse, one guard stood up and looked towards the school. The scene before him shocked him speechless. He saw groups of zombies slowly moving towards the first teaching building. Since the apocalypse began, it was the first time he had seen so many zombies, and he was so scared he almost wet himself. "Old Five, what do you see?" a burly middle-aged man asked. The one called Old Five couldn't take his eyes off the distance and stammered, "Zombies, too many zombies. We know there are many zombies. With that many footsteps, there must be." Another person curiously leaned over. Then his expression changed drastically. "No. No way. You all come take a look." The few of them immediately gathered around. The scene before them deeply shocked the 5. These zombies, which had no intelligence, were actually gathering spontaneously in one direction. "No, there must be a reason for this. I know. It's because of the loud noise just now." After the loud noise, the footsteps of the zombies increased. The 5 security guards looked outside the security room. The school gate, which had just seen a few scattered zombies, was now almost devoid of any. Their faces instantly lit up with joy. "Boss, an opportunity has come. Let's run. Yes, let's go find something to eat." Since all these zombies were running towards that teaching building, once they passed, they could go to the school's supermarket. Chapter 39, Hell on Earth. The first night of the apocalypse is the most terrifying night. Most of the people who barely survived cannot sleep soundly on this first night, as they have just experienced the most horrifying day of their lives. Why do I say so far? Because each subsequent day may bring even more despairing and fearful events. On the first day of the apocalypse, witnessing your closest loved ones turn into zombies, or seeing your beloved torn apart by zombies, or in a moment of danger, being the one who pushes them out to save yourself. These inhuman acts have emerged in this world alongside the apocalypse. Arson, murder, and rape. From now on, things will not get better. They will only become more severe. On the first day, those who manage to survive cannot sleep at all. They are hungry, thirsty, and worried that the wandering zombies might discover them at any moment, finding a hidden place to hide. But suddenly a zombie jumps out. People cannot sleep and can only think nonstop. Why has everything suddenly changed? What on earth has happened to this world? How has everything changed so drastically? Social order has collapsed, and the law has become a mere piece of paper, as there is no one left to enforce it. Therefore, various things that were once illegal are now ignored. In a way, a first-level zombie, which is mindless and covered in rotting flesh, is somewhat more lovable than those who have lost their humanity and abandoned morality. At this moment, Yi Yin and Wen Yuan are hiding in a restroom. This is a school building, just 2 buildings away from the one surrounded and packed with zombies. However, the zombies here are few and far between. Compared to the sleepless first night of the apocalypse experienced by ordinary people, those who survived in Yi Yan School are having an even harder time. Because outside, a small wave of zombies is erupting. The zombies that were originally wandering around the school are gathering towards the number 1 teaching building. And the roars of the zombies pierce the sky, making those hiding in various parts of the school feel terrified and unable to let their guard down. At this moment, in a stall of the boys' restroom, when Yuan Nan is changing Yi Yan's bandages. Even without any light source, she can see the situation around her clearly. Seeing Yi Yan's wound, which had just started to heal, now torn open again from the battle, blood soaking through his clothes and staining his entire back. Her eyes quietly redden. After applying the healing potion from the trader, when Yuan Nan carefully bandages the wound and says, "It's done. Are you hungry?" Yi Yan turns over and replies, When Yuan Nan starts rummaging through her backpack and finally finds something she thinks a patient can eat, a bottle of 8 treasure porridge. She also takes out a bread to nibble on. One must say the consumption of Evolver is indeed high. After a bit of movement, the consumption is even greater. When Yuan Nan seizes the opportunity to ask, "How do we get here from that place today?" Yi Yan replies, "That's the function of the trader. After the trade, you can choose to exit on the spot or be randomly teleported. However, the teleportation range can only be within 1 kilometer. The two chat casually as Yi Yan explains the trader, the profession, etc. When Yuan Nan excitedly exclaims, "I just saw you fighting that second-level zombie. It was so cool. Olunitning both. It struck that zombie dead." Yi Yan chuckles. The attack power of a lightning mage can indeed be considered the strongest among all professions. But it makes quite a noise. Just listen to the noise outside. It seems that at this stage of the first-level zombie outbreak, we can't use lightning easily. When Yuan Nan says, "But the profession is amazing. That second-level zombie clearly had speed and strength that surpassed yours. Yet once you use your profession skills, it fell into a disadvantage. I want a profession too." But today at the trader, there was only this one mage profession. The other was some craftsman profession. What is that profession? Hearing the name craftsman profession, Yi Yan's eyes light up with excitement. Professions not only have 3 main types, but also special professions. This primary craftsman profession is a special profession. Simply put, it means you can make weapons, which is very useful. When Yuan Nan is shocked, it's actually for making weapons. That's awesome. Thinking of this, Yi Yan opens the narrow stall door. Get some good rest. Tomorrow will be another tough battle. We need to collect magic crystals. And there's still many things I want from the trader. When Yuan Nan nods, and Yi Yan walks into a stall next to her. At this point, it is already midnight. Fortunately, the restroom has all toilets, so they can sit and rest. Yi Yan closes his eyes and directly enters the spiritual world to begin cultivating his mental strength. Sure enough, his mental strength has recovered by 1/10. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the energy to chat with Wen Yuan Nan earlier. Although it is only 1/10, the cultivation and recovery of mental strength are very slow. Yi Yan did nothing, and yet he managed to recover 1/10 in such a short time. Perhaps it is also because his current mental strength is inherently low. Recalling today's battle, he is glad he used 2 lightning bolts to deal with that second-level zombie. Otherwise, if he had to use another lightning bolt, he might have fainted right there, leaving him with no strength to escape. Yi Yan begins to cultivate his mental strength, continuously compressing and purifying it. After several attempts, he finds that his mental strength has recovered a bit more and has become denser. He can also feel that the purple hooked jade pressed against his chest is emitting a warm temperature, as if a warm current is flowing from the hooked jade into his body, helping him refine his mental strength. Why didn't he feel this sensation when he tried to cultivate his mental strength at the traders? Could it be that the near depletion of his mental strength triggered this function of the hooked jade? Yi Yan doesn't care about so much and immerses himself in the spiritual world again, tirelessly cultivating his mental strength. The second day of the apocalypse arrives as expected. After the panic caused by last night's zombie wave, everyone is now exhausted, hungry, thirsty, and sleepy. Outside, the chaos has calmed down. The zombie tide has receded, and zombies are now wandering in 2s and 3s around the school. In the school's administrative building, a black, chubby man with a green tiger tattoo on his arm and a thick scar on his forehead is sitting with his legs spread wide on a leather sofa in some unknown office. On the floor in front of him sit several college-age girls, all desperately clutching their disheveled clothes over their chests. Just moments ago, in the next room, several men had forcibly torn their clothes under the pretense of an inspection, groping them wantonly, claiming it was for checking. Some girls fought back fiercely, desperately kicking and hitting the men, but all ended up fainting on the ground. And once they fainted, the consequences were even more tragic. Since they were already unconscious and had no way to resist, several men directly took the half-dead girls in front of so many people and assaulted them. Blood and filth flowed all over the ground, making one want to vomit just by looking at it. Watching the beastly scene before them, the other girls dared not resist any longer and could only let them inspect. After that, they selected these few girls sitting on the floor and brought them into this room. By the scar-faced man stood two men, looking respectful, clearly his lackeys. Big Zhang. These girls are the youngest ones. They clearly are virgins. What do you think? The man on the left said with a grin. The man known as Big Zhang. The scar-faced man looked him up and down with lewd eyes and then suddenly kicked one of the men beside him. What are you doing? What's wrong with their clothes? You didn't enjoy yourselves before sending them to me, did you? I see you don't want to live anymore. The man immediately knelt down in terror. Brother Dazhang. No. We were just checking to see if they are experienced. We all know you, Brother Dazhang. Prefer the fresh ones. Upon hearing this, Brother Dazhang's expression improved slightly, and he waved his hand. Get out. Keep an eye on those people. If they don't obey, just kill them. But as for the women, let's show some mercy. After all, women can be quite useful. The two understood and withdrew, only to hear screams coming from inside. They covered their mouths and chuckled. Listening to the sounds made them feel restless. Hey, how about we go handle a few more? Damn, didn't you see him throwing a tantrum just now? Oh, I meant those half-dead ones from before. Anyway, Brother Dazhang won't want them. Good idea. When they returned to the previous room, several men approached them. How was it? Is Brother Dazhang satisfied? One of them leered. Satisfied? They're currently being worked over. Ha. This group of men were delinquents from small town, often engaging in petty crimes during peacetime. When the apocalypse occurred, they were smoking and playing cards by the river outside the school, and eventually took refuge in the administrative building, where they encountered many pretty student girls. These men often found themselves in police custody during peacetime, and within days of being released, they would be caught again. Now, in the apocalypse, they felt their skills were finally coming in handy. They easily controlled the students in the administrative building with their makeshift weapons. Looking at these beautiful student girls, who had often broken a law themselves, how could they not have ulterior motives? Moreover, in this lawless apocalypse, with no police around, they could do whatever they wanted. Who could stop them now? Who could lock them up? After chattering among themselves for a while, they approached the few female students who had just been tortured to the brink of death. Wu looked at this group of beasts with eyes that could eat people. She was filled with hatred. How could such a living hell occur before her eyes? And yet she felt powerless. Perhaps she would be next. If only she had power, she would make these beasts suffer 1,000 tortures. They should pay for the girls' suffering. She realized that despite her skills in Taekwondo, she was no match for the knives in these men's hands. One man was unzipping his pants, eager to have his way, when he accidentally caught sight of Wu's hateful gaze, and he instantly softened. He slapped Wu hard across the face, his ugly face foaming at the mouth. Stinking whore, you dare to look again? If it weren't for your decent looks, meant to be given to Brother Dazhang, do you think you could still hate us now? Wu fell to the ground from the blow, her ears ringing. The man then kicked her mercilessly in the back. Damn it. If you look at me with that kind of eyes again, I'll deal with you right now. Chapter 40. Don't go up. When it was bright outside, Yi Yin and the others finally emerged from the restroom. Before leaving, they counted the spoils from yesterday in the restroom stalls. Level 1 magic crystals, 140. Level 2 magic crystals, 1. Looking at the level 2 magic crystal that was distinctly different in color from the others, Yi Yin smiled. After yesterday's battle, he fully understood one thing. He could now fight level 2 zombies. In fact, the gap between level 2 and level 1 zombies was significant. They were not on the same level at all. Yesterday, Yi Yin was able to defeat a level 2 zombie while only expending a bit of mental energy, because he possessed the renowned white-grade battle knife from the trader, and he was currently a very rare mage class. Additionally, his invaluable experience dealing with zombies from his previous life. These three things undoubtedly were Yi Yin's trump cards for challenging a higher level. After resting for so long last night, both of them had already regained their spirits. Yi Yin had been cultivating his mental energy the entire night, effectively sleeping twice as long as Wen Yuan Nan. Through that night, his mental energy had recovered about half. and the injuries on his back had healed significantly, because the body of an evolver was already different from a normal person's. What would be a serious injury for an ordinary person could heal quickly for an evolver. Coupled with the healing medicine he used, the recovery was even faster. Neither of them had ever imagined that one day, breakfast would be solved in a restroom. Upon exiting, they encountered a dozen scattered zombies and effortlessly dealt with them. However, under the sunlight, when they looked at each other's colors, they couldn't help but chuckle. This was a bit too frightening. Both of them were covered in dried black blood, their hair stuck together with it, and their clothes were completely unrecognizable. They entered a classroom and found that there was still more than half a bucket of water in the water dispenser. So they simply washed themselves a bit to avoid feeling uncomfortable and emanating the smell of zombies. Although the zombie tide had dispersed, the impact from yesterday meant that there were noticeably more zombies around the teaching building than in other areas. After killing some zombies, they noticed many gathering around. So they left the vicinity of the teaching building and headed elsewhere. The zombies near the school gate were relatively sparse. To the right was the security room, and to the left was the administrative building. There were usually very few people in the school's administrative building. Typically just a few staff members in the offices and a handful of students coming in for business. The number of zombies here should not be many. They immediately decided to start clearing zombies from here, planning to deal with the zombies near the teaching building once they dispersed a bit more. At this moment, inside the administrative building, the 3 girls who had been sent to Brother Zhang's room yesterday were lying on the cold floor in a state of despair. Last night, after Brother Zhang had violated them, he called over a few of his underlings to let them have their turn as well. Now, the girls lay there like corpses, and if their eyes weren't open, anyone seeing them in this state would surely think they were dead. At that moment, the girls' eyes reflected numbness and despair. They were completely naked, devoid of any feelings, lying there without wanting to cover themselves. They wished they could shred the men in front of them into pieces, yet they were powerless. Brother Zhang disdainfully glanced at the girls on the floor. "Why haven't you moved them over? They're an eyesore here." Saying this, he kicked one of the girls. Her pale body shivered, but showed no reaction. "And bring me 2 new ones. These women are too easy to play with." One of his underlings laughed. "That's because Brother Zhang is just too good, and these girls have no experience. How could they withstand you?" Brother Zhang beamed at that, taking big bites of the food in his hand. This meal was delivered to the teachers and staff around 11:30 yesterday. But before lunch could start, the apocalypse arrived. Many offices still had intact meals. The group treated the 3 girls like dead pigs, dragging them into another room and carelessly tossing them on the floor, alongside the other girls they had tortured yesterday. This room held students controlled by this gang, both male and female. Apart from the ones who had already been tortured nearly to death, there were still over 20 others. However, these 20-odd people did not dare to resist or condemn the beastly acts of these thugs, because they were armed with weapons, knives. While these students had nothing and could never stand up against these people who often frequented the police station, Wu Wu closed her eyes, not wanting to see this scene. The thought of these people's disgusting actions made her want to kill. She knew that the next batch sent over could very well be her. A determined look appeared in her eyes. As long as that black, fat man was unarmed while doing those disgusting things, she was confident she could subdue him, and then take the opportunity to kill him. Wu Wu had practiced Taekwondo since childhood, holding a black belt, and her family was a Taekwondo family, running a Taekwondo school in a big city. As long as he dared to do such things to her, as long as she had the chance. After they dragged the students in and threw them there, a boy among the students suddenly stood up, pointing at the boy beside him. "He is hiding food. I saw him secretly eating chocolate just now." The boy looked terrified at the one pointing at him, unable to believe it. He had clearly shared chocolate with this person and asked him not to say anything. The one who stood up and spoke was Su Songshu, who had escaped from Yi Yin's grasp. Upon hearing this, the thugs immediately approached with interest, watching the trembling boy in fear. One man pulled out a small knife, squatting down to lift the boy's chin with the knife tip. "Hey, is what he said true?" The boy had no choice but to look at the thug's foul breath hitting him in the face. He slowly opened his mouth. "Yes." The thug smiled wickedly. "Hand it over." The boy trembled, taking out the now soft chocolate from his pocket and placing it in the thug's hand. The thug stood up, retracting the knife, and the boy let out a long sigh of relief. However, the next second, he heard words that filled him with despair. Drag him out and feed him to the zombies. Let him be self-aware. The man immediately began to shout, painfully clutching the thug's leg. I was wrong. I was wrong. I want to hide food again. Please spare me. I beg you. The thug kicked the boy away, and the others immediately dragged the screaming boy out. The boy's screams echoed from the hallway, sending chills down the spines of the students present. The thug tossed the chocolate he held at Su Songshu's feet. Well done. Here's your reward. Su Songshu happily picked up the chocolate, and the thug was quite satisfied with his sycophantic demeanor. The thug pointed at the other students, saying, You keep an eye on these people. If they make any moves, tell me immediately. Let us see if they dare to pull any more stunts. Su Songshu was even more excited. Yes, big brother. The thug nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the girls present. The girls knew what they were going to do, and all lowered their heads deeply, trembling, afraid they would see their faces and take them to the adjacent room. The leading thug recalled Wu Wu from yesterday. He had a deep impression of her and had dealt with her severely, thinking that since she had some looks, he would take her today. The thug pointed at Wu Wu, saying maliciously, you, stand up and wait at the door. Upon seeing this, Wu Wu realized it was indeed her. She took a deep breath, thinking of what she was about to do, and suddenly felt less afraid. But just as she stood up and walked to the door, she heard Su Songshu's exclamation, Big brother, big brother. Look, the thug was startled and mercilessly kicked Su Songshu. Su Songshu didn't care, and after steadying himself, pointed at the two people below and said, Big brother, it's them. This is the person I told you about before. He has superpowers. He dares to kill zombies. I saw him kill more than 20 zombies with my own eyes. He's not human. He must have some secret. You should tell Brother Zhang to go catch him. The thug sneered, What superpowers? I think you're just scared stupid by the zombies. When Su Songshu escaped into the administrative building and was caught by this group, he mentioned Yin, but no one believed him. The apocalypse had just begun, and the most terrifying thing in everyone's eyes was the zombies. Who would believe that someone dared to kill zombies? Wouldn't they be asking for death? Su Songshu recalled the various insults Yi Yin had hurled at him, feeling disdain and anger rising in his heart. Seeing his enemy, he almost lost his sanity and didn't care about anything else, directly pulling the leading thug over and saying, Look, they are killing zombies. The thug was about to explode in anger, but when he glanced at the scene below, he couldn't even muster his rage. He stared in shock at the two people downstairs, as if he had seen a ghost. Seeing the scene, the other thugs also guessed what was happening and immediately gathered around. Everyone fell silent. Some bolder students also slowly stood up to see what they were looking at. They saw a man and a woman carrying large bags, one holding a stick and the other a machete, fiercely killing zombies below. Although there weren't many zombies downstairs, the two were fearless and even chased the zombies to kill them. What the hell is going on? There are really people who dare to kill zombies? Moreover, looking at their movements and techniques, they were extraordinary. Ordinary people could never achieve this. Perhaps they really have some secret, just as Su Songshu said. Since the apocalypse has occurred, it's not surprising for anything astonishing to happen. Originally standing at the door, with two people guarding her, Wu Wu now found herself alone as everyone rushed to the window. They believed these students wouldn't dare to run because there were still scattered zombies in the administrative building, and the zombies outside were countless. Moreover, they had successfully intimidated these students. Seeing an opportunity, Wu Wu wasted no time and directly burst out the door. She ran desperately down the stairs. Even if she were to be eaten by zombies today, she didn't want to stay in that hell on earth any longer. Hearing the sound of the door closing, the thug suddenly woke up. One person immediately panicked and tried to chase after her. The person has run away. The leading thug stopped him. Are you stupid? Is it more important to catch a woman or to tell Brother Zhang about this? In a panic, Wu Wu rushed down the stairs and collided with a girl. Although she was a girl, there was no fleshiness at all when she bumped into her chest. Seeing a living person, Wu Wu immediately urged in a panic. Don't go up. The people up there are beasts. Chapter 41. Handgun Yin frowned as he looked at the woman in front of him. Beasts. There were plenty of beasts in the apocalypse, and even those who weren't beasts before could turn into them. Wen Yuanen immediately recognized the girl before him. Her popularity in school was comparable to Lu Wan's. Although Wu Wu wasn't as beautiful as Lu Wan, she was still a stunning beauty, attracting attention wherever she went, exuding a strong aura that made any boy with intentions towards her keep their distance. This was because Wu Wu was not only a proud beauty, but also came from a family of Taekwondo practitioners. She was very skilled in Taekwondo and was the president of the school's Taekwondo Association. Having been at school for so long, although Wen Yuanen hadn't had the chance to get to know Wu Wu, she had seen her many times on the road and had heard a lot about her, forming a rough impression of her in her mind. At this moment, the panic on Wu Wu's face and her disheveled appearance were completely out of character for her. Wen Yuanen looked inquiringly at Yi Yan, who had no intention of acknowledging Wu Wu and was about to head upstairs to clear out the zombies. Seeing that the two were ignoring her and not listening to her advice, Wu Wu became even more anxious. She had already seen that hell on earth, and if this little girl went up there, she would definitely fall into a trap. Wu Wu urgently grabbed Wen Yuanen. "Classmate, I'm telling the truth. There are a group of outsiders upstairs, and they have defiled countless girls. I just escaped from there, and you still want to go up?" When Yuanan's eyes widened at Wu Wu's words. At that moment, she noticed the red marks on Wu Wu's face and that it was slightly swollen, likely for being hit by those men. Anger filled Wen Yuanan's heart. For other matters, she could remain calm, but forcing girls, defiling them, making others wish they were dead. Just thinking about it made her feel disgusted and furious. Wen Yuanen looked at Yi Yan, who was usually indifferent to others' affairs, and was surprisingly angry. Yi Yan's face darkened, and the temperature in his eyes was icy, as if he was suppressing something. During the 2 years of the last apocalypse, Yi Yan had seen too many similar incidents. Many of those cases were even more horrifying than today, because after the apocalypse began, this world was full of beasts. For other matters, he could remain indifferent and keep his distance. But there was one thing he could never forgive, and that was the defilement of women. In the last life as concentration camp he had witnessed, Yi Yan coldly asked Wu Wu, "Are they upstairs?" Wu Wu looked at the two in front of her and then understood their intentions. However, there were too many people upstairs, over a dozen thugs, all armed with weapons. How could these two, a man and a woman, possibly be a match for them? Were they crazy? How could two people save anyone? There were over a dozen of them, and they were thugs from outside, not good people to begin with, and now that the apocalypse had come, they were even more ruthless, capable of anything. Wu Wu's frantic attempts to dissuade them were in vain. Yi Yan continued to ascend. Wu Wu was momentarily stunned, then ran up 2 steps to grab Wen Yuanen from behind. "You have to listen to me. You can't go up." The girls. But Wen Yuanen smiled and interrupted her. "Trust us, we will make those people kneel and beg for mercy." After saying that, Wen Yuanen followed Yi Yan upstairs. Wu Wu could hardly believe her eyes as the two disappeared up the stairs, mumbling to herself, "Crazy, crazy. They must be crazy." However, after hearing Wen Yuanan's words, Wu Wu recalled her earlier determination. She had originally thought that if they brought her to that fat black man, she would rather die trying to kill that scum. She had escaped, but then she remembered the experiences of the girls upstairs, who were toyed with and then discarded like dead pigs, with no one to shield them. Wu Wu looked at the zombies outside the administrative building. She clearly thought that even if she were eaten by the zombies outside, she would rather not fall into those people's hands. Those two were too foolish. They didn't know what they were about to face. But could she just let those beasts go? Anyway, if she was going to be eaten by zombies outside, she would rather take a beast down with her before she died. Wu Wu caught up, determined to die. In the corridor on the 2nd floor, an indescribable, disgusting smell lingered, and Yi Yan walked forward without a sideways glance. Faint voices could be heard when they reached the door of an office. The noisy sounds came from inside. Yi Yan's eyes were icy, showing no fear, and he kicked the door open forcefully. As soon as the door opened, the first thing that caught the eye was the bodies of 5 or 6 girls on the right side of the door. They were not dead, but after being violated, they had been thrown here like dead pigs. Their faces were filled with numbness, and there were traces of those beasts' actions on their bodies. Even when they heard the door being kicked open, they didn't tee open their eyes. They just wanted to pretend they were dead. Inside the room stood a group of thugs from outside, more than 10 in total, with a particularly conspicuous black man with a scar on his face. All the students were quietly crouching on the ground, except for one person. Su Shong-su. Everyone in the room was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the blood on the two, and then looked at Yin with unfriendly eyes. When Yuanan's eyes narrowed when she saw Su Song-shu, and she suppressed her emotions, because the moment she thought that these people had to die, she calmed down considerably. One thug looked at Yin with disdain. "Oh, it's you? The kid who was said to be so impressive?" Yin remained silent, standing at the door, quietly watching these people. Another person said, "I saw you killing zombies at the window just now, quite impressive. But we're not those mindless zombies that only know how to charge forward." As he spoke, he pulled out a sharp dagger. "We are living people, and we have weapons." Brother De Zhang had heard about Yi Yin from his underlings. Looking at the long knife in Yi Yan's hand, he showed no fear. "Ha, we were still planning to find you, and here you are at our doorstep. So, did that bitch who escaped just now send you to save people?" At this moment, Wu Wu happened to arrive at the door. When Brother De Zhang saw her, his eyes lit up. "Bitch, you dare come back? But seeing that you're not bad looking, if you can make me feel good, I might let you live a bit longer. But as for you," Brother De Zhang grinned sinisterly, pulling out a handgun and pointing it at Yi Yin. "Once you reveal your secret, I'll make your death a little more painless. As for the girl next to you, I'll naturally treat her specially." The moment Brother De Zhang pulled out the gun, when Yuanan's previously confident face changed. The other students, including Wu Wu behind them, turned ashen. They had no idea Brother De Zhang actually had a gun. The students in the room, who had previously seen how Yi Yin and the others killed zombies from the window, were shocked. Seeing these two appear at the door, it seemed they were there to save them, and their hearts were filled with excitement. After all, they had witnessed the two's strength. They had the courage to kill zombies. Anyone who saw their skills would not think they were ordinary people. But when Brother De Zhang pulled out the gun, they felt their hopes shatter. No matter how impressive Yi Yin and the others were, they couldn't possibly compete with a gun. No wonder these thugs dared to set their sights on him after witnessing Yi Yan's terrifying strength. It turned out they had guns. Thinking of Yi Yan's strength, Su Song-shu, who was initially wary of him, suddenly showed a crazed expression upon seeing Brother Zhang pull out a handgun. "Brother Zhang, I saw him kill zombies like he was chopping vegetables. He is definitely not an ordinary person. He must have a secret." Brother Zhang smiled at Yi Yin, not taking him seriously at all. So what if Yi Yin was as impressive as Su Song-shu said? He had a gun in his hand. So what was there to fear? This was the apocalypse, and the gun he had finally acquired after much difficulty was now coming in handy, without the worry of being caught. The apocalypse was exhilarating. It was practically made for someone like him, who was lawless. Thinking of this, he savored the taste of those girls, a wicked, lecherous smile appearing on his face. He wanted to quickly resolve this matter and continue to toy with them. Brother Zhang looked at Yi Yin. "Yi Yin, right? Do you see what I have in my hand? No matter how strong you are, you can't compare to the gun in my hand. Go, bring him over to me." A few thugs walked towards Yi Yin and his group. Wu Wu, standing behind Yi Yin, whispered, "When they come over, you guys run. I know Taekwondo and can hold them off for a bit." She could understand why these two were still caring about others in the apocalypse, provoking this big, dark guy. As the thugs approached, Brother Zhang stood leisurely by the window at the back of the room, pointing his handgun at Yi Yin. Su Song-shu, feeling empowered, shouted at Yi Yin, "Weren't you tough? Didn't you want to kill me? Look at you now, scared to move. So funny, so pathetic. And that stupid woman you saved will soon become Brother Zhang's plaything." The light of hope in the students' eyes was completely extinguished. What they would witness next was just the same monotonous scene as before. The newcomer would be thoroughly dealt with, obediently handing over everything and then locked up here. If they didn't obey, they would be killed. The women would be kept here, available for their beastly desires. They thought they had finally found someone to save them, only to realize that nothing could change. Yin, who had been silent, finally spoke. "Soon, I will throw you out of this window, and the surrounding zombies will be attracted to you. The students will watch as you get devoured by zombies." Everyone was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. This idiot. Is he dreaming? Throw Brother Zhang out of here? Is he out his mind? This is hilarious. I know you're tough for killing zombies, but haven't you seen what Brother Zhang is holding? Brother Zhang was furious yet amused, pointing his gun at Yi Yin. Kid, if I didn't have questions for you, I would have blown you away already. Do you think you can still talk back to me here? Everyone looked at Yi Yin as if he were a fool, except for when Yuan in. Just as Brother Zhang finished speaking, everyone suddenly heard a thunderous sound that shook their ears. It was a lightning strike. Chapter 42, Everyone feeds when everything returned to calm. No one knew what had happened, only that there had been a loud bang that made their ears ache. Some people cautiously opened their eyes, afraid to see something terrifying. In the room, everyone except Yi Yin and Wen Yuan was crouching on the ground, holding their heads, and there was a smell of burning in the air. The few girls who had been thrown there without clothes finally reacted, huddling together on the floor, trembling. Then there was De Zhang, who lay on the ground. His body was charred, with flesh ripped open, and blood continuously oozed from various parts of his body, making him look both black and red. The tattoo on his arm was no longer recognizable as a tiger or a cat. De Zhang lay there tragically, peacefully passing away without a sound while everyone else was oblivious to what had happened. Su Songshu, who had been closest to De Zhang, felt as if something had exploded near his ear, causing a splitting headache. At that moment, everyone else had regained their senses, but he felt as if his ears were about to bleed. As Su Songshu dodged away from De Zhang, he caught a glimpse of something. In broad daylight, a bolt of lightning had struck down. Everyone stared blankly at De Zhang's horrific and bloody corpse, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Hadn't De Zhang just been talking? Hadn't he been pointing a gun at Yi Yin? How could a loud bang happen suddenly? And when they came to their senses, he was already dead? Everyone instinctively looked towards Yi Yin at the door. Yi Yin had a blank expression. One of the girls, still without clothes, slowly sat up from the ground, staring blankly at De Zhang's corpse for a few seconds before bursting into wild laughter, looking genuinely happy, yet also resembling a madwoman. She seemed completely unconcerned about her lack of clothing, laughing uncontrollably, causing those around her to avert their eyes. After laughing enough, she crawled over, grabbed Yi Yan's foot, her eyes filled with excitement. You killed him, right? What about them? She pointed at the gangsters who were frozen in place, unsure of what to do. They should die too. You should kill them. They deserve to die. Kill them. As she shouted the last part, her voice became a scream, and she started to lose control. Yi Yin, who had always been indifferent to others, squatted down, held the frenzied girl, looked into her eyes, and said patiently and gently, "They will all die, don't worry." Hearing this, the girl quieted down, letting out low laughter. Hee, they will all die. That's great. The gangsters, having overheard their conversation, were drenched in cold sweat. It was obvious that the person who killed De Zhang must be Yi Yin, but he was at the door, and De Zhang was by the window at the back of the room. How could he have done it? He was still standing at the door. They had not seen Yi Yin make a move. Moreover, De Zhang's death was extremely horrific, his body charred, flesh torn, and blood flowing. The terrifying sound just now was reminiscent of being struck by lightning. This person's methods were too bizarre, far beyond ordinary means, just as Su Songshu had said. He must have gained some mysterious power. The students, who had previously lost all hope, finally realized what had happened. De Zhang was dead. It was this person named Yi Yin who killed him. They could finally escape from here. When De Zhang had drawn his gun, they had thought it was hopeless. Yi Yin would surely not be able to defeat him. But now, they had not seen how Yi Yin made his move, and De Zhang was already dead in such a tragic manner. The students looked at Yi Yin with grateful and fervent gazes. Behind Yi Yin, Wu could hardly believe what she was seeing. Dead? De Zhang was dead? What happened? Did this boy really do it? What exactly did he do? Wu never expected that this not very tall boy would have such bizarre methods. He killed De Zhang in an instant. At this moment, she had to admit that she had underestimated this boy named Yi Yin before. Wen Yuan, however, remained calm and unruffled. She knew Yi Yan's capabilities. After all, even though they were both evolved beings, they could not block bullets with their bodies. If they were hit by a bullet, their fate would likely not be much better than that of ordinary people. In this situation, the only option was to use Yi Yan's professional skill, lightning strike. At this time, the gangsters and Su Songshu were filled with fear. A person who could kill in such a way, who could instantly kill from a distance. How could they provoke him? Moreover, they had just heard Yi Yan's words. They all had to die. Su Songshu's fear instantly turned into madness. He saw Zhang's gun lying not far away and rolled over to grab it. At that moment, Wen Yuan saw Su Songshu's movement and exploded with the speed of a first-star evolved being, reaching the window in just 2 seconds. Su Songshu saw the gun right in front of him. In a manic whisper, he muttered, "The gun. Once I get the gun, you're all done for. You will all die." In the next second, a shadow suddenly appeared, stepping on his outstretched hand, trying to reach for the gun. Su Songshu lay on the ground like a dog, looking up and starting to laugh maniacally. "Huh? Now this bitch can bully me. Ha ha ha. Tell me, what secret do you all have? Even you have changed. If I had known, I should have kicked you harder in the library. Kicked you to a place where he couldn't save you. Stupid woman." Wen Yuan, hearing this, pressed down harder on his hand, causing Su Songshu to scream, "Ah, damn it. Stupid woman. You think just because you're next to Yi Yin, you're something special? Who knows what disgusting position you took to please him when I wasn't looking?" Wen Yuan, hearing this, swung her baseball bat mercilessly onto Su Songshu's back, causing him to finally quiet down temporarily with a muffled grunt, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wen Yuan had held nothing back in that last hit. Remembering how this person had kicked her down the stairs yesterday, almost feeding her to the zombies, she felt a wave of fear. Wen Yuan stood tall, stepping on Su Songshu's hand, not letting up. "What about the few people following you? You scumbag. Did you push them all to the zombies at any time just to escape for yourself?" Su Songshu was in a miserable state, lying on the ground, his hand pinned down, and his back hit by a bat, feeling like his insides were shaking with pain. This bitch. She had become one of those with superpowers like Yi Yin. "So what?" Wen Yuan replied. "Now I'm going to throw you down, so you can taste what it's like to be fed to zombies." Su Songshu had originally resigned himself to his fate, knowing he was doomed to die today. But when he heard Wen Yuan say she would throw him down to feed the zombies, his face filled with terror, and he quickly changed his tone. "No, I was wrong. You can kill me however you want. Just don't throw me to the zombies. Please, don't." As soon as Su Songshu thought of the ugly, disgusting, and terrifying faces of the zombies, he started to tremble. Yesterday, he had spent the entire day being chased by zombies. To avoid those omnipresent zombies, he had pushed people around him out time and again. He did not want to die in the mouths of zombies. The feeling of having his flesh bitten off piece by piece was unbearable. He couldn't die easily while watching the zombies fight over his body. Just thinking about it made him want to collapse. "Please, I don't want to be fed to zombies. Just kill me. Just kill me." Wen Yuan sneered, moving her foot off his hand and lifting him up with one hand. Su Songshu immediately began to struggle desperately, punching and kicking. Wen Yuan hit him hard again with the bat, nearly knocking him unconscious. Wen Yuan grabbed Su Songshu and pressed his head against the window. "Look, there's so many zombies down there. They were all attracted by the sound just now. If we throw you down, you can save us." Su Songshu felt dizzy and struggled to open his eyes to see the zombies gathering below. He had already lost all his strength, yet he weakly murmured, "No, no. Don't feed the zombies." Wen Yuan snorted coldly. "Yesterday, you wanted to feed me to the zombies. How about now? Consider this your repayment. Beast." She yanked Su Songshu outside, and he fell from the second floor, letting out the loudest scream he could muster. The height of the second floor was neither high nor low. Jumping down might be fatal, but there was a high chance he wouldn't die. Just lose the ability to move. Su Songshu, who had been beaten to the point of being worse than dead by Wen Yuan, now lay half alive below, instantly engulfed by the zombies that had surrounded him, unable to let out a single scream. At this moment, Yi Yin walked to the window, looked for 2 seconds, and then said, "It seems there aren't enough zombies to eat." After saying that, he threw down the already gruesome corpse of Big Zhang. A few girls standing by the door without clothes, upon seeing this scene, seemed to discover something that made them happy. They pushed past those in front and ran over to watch the scene of zombies eating people below. Among the students, there were a few girls who had been violated, and now they finally dared to take off a piece of their clothing and drape it over these girls. One girl, covered in dirt and bruises, with swollen eyes, looked at the scene below and said in distress, "The zombies still don't seem to think it's enough." Yi Yin replied, "Not enough? Aren't there still more than a dozen? Just feed them slowly." A few girls applauded. Good, good. When Yuan looked at these tortured girls with pity, the filthy things happening in the apocalypse were far more brutal than she had imagined. If she hadn't met Yi Yin at the beginning, she might have been suffering from such terrifying things somewhere right now. The thugs, hearing Yi Yin's words and seeing him by the window, realized there was only Wu Wu at the door. Two of them gritted their teeth and suddenly charged at the door. One person, when reaching out to push Wu Wu aside, suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. He had no chance to know what it was because the next second, his head fell to the ground. The other person didn't need Yi Yin to take action. He had already been kicked down to the ground by Wu Wu. Yi Yin finally took a careful look at Wu Wu for 2 seconds. Her skills were not simple. It was clear she had trained. Her moves were fluid, decisive, powerful, and precise. She must have trained hard regularly. The head rolled to the side of the thug that Wu Wu had just kicked down. He had almost met the same fate as that person just now. Chapter 43, The Greatest Secret. All the students stood up. Even though those thugs still had knives in their hands, they were no longer afraid, because Yi Yin was beside them. They had just witnessed how quickly Yi Yin moved from the window to the door and how he effortlessly decapitated a thug. They saw it all clearly. Perhaps what that scumbag Su Songshu said was true. Yi Yin had really encountered something that changed his body and gave him power. Otherwise, an ordinary college student could not have done what he did. Yi Yin picked up the head and body of the dead man and walked to the window, throwing them out. The earlier thunder had attracted many zombies from outside the school to this side. Yi Yin said to Wen Yuanan, "Go downstairs to the car and see if there's any gasoline." Wen Yuanan looked at the numerous zombies below and immediately guessed what Yi Yin intended to do, nodding before heading down. The girls, whose minds were somewhat unclear, looked at the zombies below, unable to take their eyes off them, not feeling scared at all. "Hurry up. The food is gone. Another one. It's all gone. Feed the zombies." Yi Yin walked over and directly grabbed a thug, lifting him into the air while he kicked his legs in the air. The man begged, "Don't kill me. I didn't touch them. I absolutely didn't touch them." One girl, who had been happily watching the zombies below, suddenly turned around upon hearing the man's voice, and her expression twisted into one of sheer rage, as if she had seen a vengeful demon. She spat a mouthful of water onto the man's face and rushed up to claw at his face, digging at his eyes while shouting incoherently. Only she knew that the image of this man kept replaying in her mind, associated with some horrific and disgusting scene that drove her mad. In the end, like a frenzy, the girl gouged out the man's eyes, held them in her hands, and then crushed them, screaming at the bloodied and nearly broken man. "I told you to look at me. I told you to look at me. I'll dig your eyes out. I'll kill you." The man's screams echoed throughout the administrative building. During the girl's outburst, Yi Yin held the man suspended in midair by the window, allowing her to vent. At that moment, the girl charged and pushed the man, and Yi Yin followed her momentum, throwing the man down. The girl stood by the window, staring blankly as the man was torn apart by the zombies, then sat down on the ground, lost. Everyone silently watched that scene. Those who had not experienced it could not imagine what had happened to this girl that made her lose control like this. Not just this girl. All the other girls who had been stripped and thrown by the door were also acting crazily, no longer normal. Wu Wu looked at the out-of-control girl, her eyes turning red. She felt so powerless, watching those evil things happen right before her eyes. She almost became like them. Wu Wu looked at the leading thug by her feet. It was always him who came to this room to select girls, sending them to the fat black man. It was he who, under the pretense of inspection, groped every girl. It was he who, when the girls did not cooperate, called in others to directly insult them on the spot and then toss them aside. He had struck Wu Wu before, and it was his hand that had lingered the longest on her chest. Seeing the leading thug, Wu Wu recalled the hellish scenes, remembering the disgust and helplessness of being violated. The leading thug noticed Wu Wu's unusual expression and suddenly stood up. "What are you going to do?" He pulled out a knife from his bag and brandished it in front of him. Witnessing death happen continuously before his eyes, his fear of death peaked at that moment. Meanwhile, Wu Wu looked at the tragic girls and remembered the experiences of the past 2 days. She slowly walked towards the leading thug, her eyes blazing with anger. The thug, sensing the danger, swung his dagger. "I can't deal with him, but I can still handle you." Yet Wu Wu seemed to not hear him at all, charging straight at him to strike. The thug immediately thrust his dagger at Wu Wu, and to everyone's surprise, she not only didn't T-dodge, but charged right into it. Wu Wu sidestepped and kicked out with her left leg, narrowly missing the dagger as it grazed her cheek. The thug fell to the ground. He couldn't understand how this girl, who had previously let him bully her, could have such skills. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his waist and couldn't stand up. The students present, however, were not very surprised. Wu Wu was the president of the school's taekwondo club, not a decoration. She had trained at her family since childhood and participated in numerous competitions, winning countless medals. Her looks were outstanding, and her long-term training in taekwondo had only added to her charm. How could people in the school not recognize such a rich and beautiful girl? Everyone knew Wu Wu was incredibly strong. Previously, she had refrained from fighting because there were too many thugs and they were all armed. Now, with just one second-rate thug wielding a knife in front of her, what was there to fear? However, everyone noticed that one side of Wu Wu's cheek had a shallow cut, somewhat long. But Wu Wu clearly didn't care about that. She glared at the leading thug on the ground. Beast, go to hell and repent. Wu Wu picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground and, to the astonishment of everyone, unhesitatingly killed the screaming leading thug. Witnessing an ordinary person, a good person, turn into this, everyone gained a deeper understanding of the horror of the apocalypse. Yi Yan approached without any expression, throwing the leading thug's corpse down to feed the zombies. At this point, over 100 zombies had gathered below, drawn in by the sound of Yi Yan's earlier thunder. As they continued to throw bodies down, it caused quite a commotion among the zombie horde, attracting even more zombies. At that moment, Wen Yuanan returned, carrying 2 barrels of gasoline. As she passed by Wu Wu, she saw her blood-stained clothes and roughly guessed what had happened. Wen Yuanan placed the gasoline at Yi Yan's feet. Looking at the several thugs who had not yet been thrown down to feed the zombies, their faces ashen, I collected quite a bit of gasoline. It should be enough. Yi Yan replied nonchalantly, then it's time. After saying that, Yi Yan and Wen Yuanan began to throw the weeping and begging thugs down one by one. Some landed directly on the densely packed zombie horde below, suffering no major injuries, and even managed to crush a few zombies, only feeling as if they had landed on something soft, which emitted a foul odor. However, they had no chance to escape and were instantly overwhelmed by the zombies, barely able to let out a scream. Some fell to the ground, their legs broken, desperately crawling on their hands, trying to escape the terrifying zombies behind them. A few were thrown down together, and the zombies immediately gathered toward the area with people, becoming even more concentrated. Yi Yan and Wen Yuanan stood by the window, each grabbing a barrel of gasoline and pouring it down. Most of it landed on the zombies, but the zombies showed no reaction. Yi Yan took out the lighter he had long since retrieved from his backpack, ignited it, and threw it down. The zombies, still feasting on human flesh, immediately let out a roar. The flames quickly spread across the zombie horde. Thick black smoke billowed up, accompanied by a foul odor, and the sky above turned a different color. The students huddled in the corridor of the administrative building to avoid the acrid black smoke. They really didn't know what those zombies were made of. They smelled so horrible when burned. The fire burned for a full 20 minutes, completely blackening the external wall on that side of the administrative building. During this time, some zombies were attracted by the commotion here, completely unaware of what was happening, and got caught in the sea of fire. The flames gradually diminished. Yi Yan asked Wen Yuanan to distribute a backpack full of food to these people, as a gesture of pity for the girls. Although he had been reborn and could be considered the person who understood this apocalypse the most so far, it was impossible for him to take so many people with him relying solely on his own strength, unless he established his own power and had the capability to do so. These students had been starved for nearly an entire day and were suffering inhuman torment. Their bodies could hardly hold up, and they were extremely hungry, immediately starting to wolf down the food. Some, however, restrained themselves, only eating half of what was given to them. In such a short time, they had fully experienced the terror of the apocalypse. People not only had to face the threats from zombies and other humans, but also had to confront a more severe issue, the food problem. Therefore, many were eating sparingly, even carefully nibbling a little bit. They were already terrified of hunger. Ian looked at these people and seemed to see himself from his previous life in the concentration camp, suddenly feeling a bit lost. His goal in this life, after being reborn, was very clear: to become stronger and seek revenge. In just one day, he reached a height that took him 2 years to achieve in his previous life. For the past 2 days, his heart had been filled with hatred because his parents were murdered, he was torn apart by zombies, and when Yuan Nan was implicated because of him. All of this happened just yesterday, as if it were right in front of him. At this moment, looking at these people, he felt a deep emotional stir. The him from his previous life was just like them. However, the current him did not have the ability to take so many people with him. They would become obstacles on his path to becoming stronger. The members he chose must be useful. So, no matter how much he felt for them at this moment, he could not let them follow him. The fire had completely extinguished, and the zombies were left with only magic crystals. Ian walked to the window and saw that the open space below was filled with dark blue first-level magic crystals. There were at least over 100. He immediately called one Yuan Nan and prepared to leave, to go down and collect the magic crystals and find traders outside the school. Seeing that Yi Yin and the other were about to leave, the students cast grateful looks at them, with a hint of expectation. However, the two could only choose to ignore the expectation in their eyes. At this moment, the girl who had crushed her eyeball ran over and grabbed Yi Yin. She had already put on clothes from other boys. "Yi Yin, will you take me with you? Help me kill that person. I like you the most." Yi Yin felt pity, but he had no choice. If he took this girl with him, how could he explain it to the others? Yi Yin sympathized with the tragic fate of these small characters, just like he hated his own uselessness in his previous life. He steeled his heart and directly told the girl, "I'm sorry. You are of no use to me. I cannot take you with me." The girl's expression immediately dimmed, and the others, hearing the expected answer, still felt disappointed. However, Yi Yin made a greater resolution and said the following: "But I can tell you the greatest secret of this apocalypse, which is why I am so strong." Chapter 44. New companions. Everyone thought their ears were malfunctioning, staring in shock at Yi Yin. The biggest secret? The greatest secret of the apocalypse? His secret of such power? As they realized that Yi Yin was serious, their gazes toward him became even more grateful and respectful. After these 2 days, they were very clear about what kind of apocalypse it really was. Humanity was facing the greatest crisis in history, but in order to survive, most people had to turn against each other. This also allowed those with ill intentions to act even more recklessly, doing as they pleased. Some people, who clearly did not need to harm others, still committed heinous acts. Those who were bad, even in peaceful times, were now even more unrestrained, thriving in chaos. To survive, one must grow stronger. This is a dangerous and selfish apocalypse. Yet, Yi Yin actually said he would share his powerful secret with them. Wu Wu calmed down at this moment and guessed that this apocalypse was far more complex than she had imagined. As a half-martial artist herself, she had a very accurate understanding of the human body and martial power. Previously, when she saw Yi Yin strike, she clearly knew that it absolutely exceeded the limits of ordinary people, whether it was his speed or strength, especially the means he used to kill that black fatty, which could no longer be explained by science. Everyone looked at Yi Yin with awe, listening to his words, afraid to miss a single word, including those girls whose nerves had been somewhat affected by torture. After the apocalypse began, mysterious people appeared all over the world. These mysterious individuals were called traitors. They wore black robes, revealing only their faces. Their faces were formed by 2 hooked jade pieces connected end to end, showing no human features. Traitors are humanity's reliance for survival in the dangerous and brutal apocalypse. At the Traitors, you can exchange the magic crystal from zombie heads for evolution agents, weapons, professions, food, clothing, and other items. The evolution agent is the first step for humans to grow stronger. A 1-star evolution agent can turn a person into a 1-star evolver. Evolvers are divided into levels 1 to 9, and each evolution requires the corresponding level of evolution agent. Both Wen Yuan and I are evolvers, so I want to elaborate further. Just look at us, and you'll understand the vast difference between ordinary people and evolvers. Therefore, from now on, your most important task is to kill zombies, obtain magic crystals, and trade them with the traders for a 1-star evolution agent. You must remember one thing. When encountering a traitor, no matter how chaotic the situation is, do not attempt to hinder the traitor, including touching them. If you do so, the traitor will unreasonably kill you. You just need to carry magic crystals, approach the traitor, and think about trading, and you will enter trading time. Activating the traitor. The maximum number of people who can enter trading time with you, including yourself, is 10. Trading time lasts a maximum of 10 minutes. At that time, you can choose to exit on the spot or be randomly teleported to a relatively safe place within a kilometer. The latter option can help you avoid many dangers. Additionally, to activate the trader, you must have magic crystals worth at least the cheapest item on that trader, otherwise you cannot trigger a trade. Also, the items on a trader are limited. For example, if a trader has 3 bottles of 1-star evolution agents, once they are exchanged, they are gone. Regarding the means I used to kill that black fatty, it is a profession from the trader. Professions are currently very rare, but once you have a profession, dealing with evolvers of the same level becomes very easy. Finally, zombies are not scary. Only with the courage to face them can you kill them to obtain magic crystals. When killing zombies, the most important thing is to destroy their brains. Before injecting the immunity agent, do not get scratched by a zombie, or even the gods won't be able to save you. The price of a 1-star evolution agent is 100 magic crystals, meaning you need to kill 100 level 1 zombies to obtain a 1-star evolution agent. That is all I have to say. Everyone worked hard to digest what Yi Yin had said. This completely exceeded their realm of understanding. Evolution agents? Evolvers? Professions? Traders? However, the strength displayed by Yi Yin and Wen Yuan left no room for doubt about Yi Yan's words. Wen Yuan then said, "It's the second day of the apocalypse, and only a very small number of people have discovered the purpose of the traders. No one is killing zombies or collecting magic crystals. Now is your best opportunity. You must overcome your fear." The students looked at Yi Yin with admiration and gratitude, and excitement began to stir in their hearts. As long as they obtained magic crystals and found the traders, they could become powerful like Yi Yin. They could survive in this brutal apocalypse. The girl's eyes also sparkled with hope. A boy stood up, filled with respect and gratitude, and earnestly said to Yi Yin, "Brother Yi Yin, we are really very, very grateful that you share the information about the traders with us. We do not hope to follow you, but I, Zhou Yu, swear to survive in this apocalypse and become someone useful to you. When we meet again, I will definitely become your companion." Yi Yin smiled with satisfaction. "Good. Zhou Yu, I'll wait for you." The somewhat deranged girls excitedly added, "So will we." Changing the tone, Yi Yin then said seriously, "By the way, zombies can also evolve. Yesterday, I killed a level 2 zombie at school, and I encountered another one outside the school. Remember, there's a world of difference between level 1 and level 2 zombies. If you have the chance to become a 1-star evolver when you encounter a level 2 zombie, you must flee for your life at all costs, unless you are absolutely sure you can kill it." Yi Yin was different. Not only was he a 1-star evolver, but he was also a professional. Most importantly, he had the experience of 2 years from his past life. However, these people must undergo certain trials in the apocalypse before they can take risks. Yi Yin said, "Now, let's leave the administration building immediately. There is so much noise here that a level 2 zombie might come over soon." Everyone's faces instantly turned tense, but more than that was excitement. Yi Yin had saved them from the hands of thugs and shared food with them, not only rescuing them, but also solving their urgent needs. If giving them food was like giving them fish, then telling them about the traders, the greatest secret of this apocalypse, was like giving them fishing rods. Now, their fear of this apocalypse had diminished somewhat, replaced by a bit more hope. After Yi Yin finished speaking, he called Wen Yuan in and was about to leave. Those behind looked at him deeply, remembering this benefactor. The two walked down the stairs to pick up the magic crystals left after burning the zombies on the other side of the administration building. At this moment, a sound of footsteps came from behind. Wen Yuan looked back and was surprised to see Wu Wu. Yi Yin, however, seemed to have anticipated this, looking at Wu Wu. Wu Wu's face was red, feeling a bit nervous. She had just acted like a fool, desperately trying to stop the two from going up to their deaths. Yet they were so powerful. Thinking of how she had acted earlier made Wu Wu blush. However, after witnessing Yi Yan's strength, How could she not be moved? Moreover, even though she was not an evolver now, she was still much stronger than ordinary people and would definitely be useful to Yi Yin. Most importantly, what Yi Yin did today made Wu Wu admire and appreciate him greatly. If it had been just her alone, she would have never been able to rescue those students or kill a thug. In this dangerous and treacherous apocalypse, following a strong person is the right choice. Wu Wu looked at Yi Yin. My name is Wu Wu, and I want to follow you. Don't worry, I will definitely be useful. I have been practicing Taekwondo since I was young, and not a single day has gone by without exercise or training. I will definitely not hold you back. Wu Wu's strength. Yi Yin only needed to see her spar with that leading thug to understand her capabilities. She is indeed impressive. In terms of consistent daily training, Yi Yin cannot compare to her. So, Yi Yin straightforwardly said, then you can join us. Wu Wu's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect Yi Yin to agree so easily. She immediately jumped up in excitement. And when Yuan Nan was also happy to add another member to their team, the three of them set out, heading directly to the back of the administrative building, where they saw Zhou Yu and his group leaving from the other side. Afraid of the level 2 zombies approaching, the three quickly gathered magic crystals and left the vicinity of the administrative building. Yi Yin decided to go to the small supermarket they visited earlier to gather some supplies. One of the 2 large backpacks they had before had already been shared, and the other was half-eaten. Now, with an extra person, it was best to take what they could while they had the chance, as they didn't know when unexpected situations might arise. The group fought their way through zombies towards the small shop near the previous teaching building. At this moment, Wu Wu was completely different from her former self, having gone through hell on earth and witnessed cruel and evil things. She had ruthlessly killed a person and had grown up unknowingly. Now, she craved power and desired to be as strong as Yi Yin. She had been trained since childhood and had never missed a day of exercise, making her physical fitness far superior to that of an average person. All those years of practicing Taekwondo were not in vain. Her combat experience from numerous competitions was rich, and besides, the opponents she faced now were merely uncoordinated level 1 zombies. As an ordinary person who hadn't evolved, Wu Wu was surprisingly killing zombies at a swift pace. Unlike when Yuan Nan before, who gasped for breath after killing 2 due to lack of stamina, she became braver with each kill. Her daily persistence and training was now fully utilized, coupled with her strong desire at this moment. She was even catching up with when Yuan Nan in taking down zombies. Yi Yin was killing zombies while keeping an eye on Wu Wu. Seeing her current state and skills, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. This Wu Wu, as an ordinary person, was already this strong. If she became an evolved one, she would undoubtedly be a significant force for him. This time, they really struck gold. Meanwhile, in the dance studio on the roof of a building next to the teaching building, where Yi Yin had triggered a small zombie tide, the 20 or so students Yi Yin encountered earlier, including Lu Wan, Ji Wenyu, and 2 teachers, were inside. However, there were also 5 additional people. It was none other than the 5 security guards from before at the school gate. Each of them now carried a backpack filled with food. The students looked at them eagerly, but didn't dare approach. This was because the 5 were wielding electric batons and knives. The leader among them, after casting a lewd and greedy glance over everyone, fixed his eyes on Lu Wan at the back. Chapter 45. Zombie Battle to Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan Surprise. The convenience store they had cleared of zombies had its glass door wide open, revealing several zombies inside. Weren't there 3 people in there before? How could they possibly leave the food and safety behind to run outside? The 3 hurried to the convenience store's entrance and immediately spotted some human bones and torn clothing. Wen Yuan Nan vaguely remembered the appearance of the 3 and recognized their clothes. What had happened? The glass door wasn't broken, but zombies had entered and eaten the 3. After clearing the zombies, Yi Yin and the others closed the door. Upon closer inspection, they found that the food in the convenience store had been rummaged through, with a significant amount taken. It was clear that someone had been there. Perhaps the 3 had opened the door for these people, which led to their demise. It was uncertain whether their deaths were caused by humans or zombies. Yi Yin didn't want to think too much about it. He wasn't a warm-hearted person, nor one to meddle in others' affairs. He helped those girls today because he had seen too many women suffer from such incidents in his previous life, including those close to him. Despite his selfish nature, He couldn't remain calm upon witnessing such things. In the apocalypse, if you lacked power, you were at the bottom and could be bullied by anyone. Moreover, women without power often faced even worse fates than men in the apocalypse. If it weren't for something that crossed Yi Yan's bottom line, he wouldn't have interfered. In the apocalypse, death and killing were commonplace. Each of the three carried a backpack filled with food and water, ready to set off. On the way from the administrative building to the convenience store, they killed quite a few zombies, including those burned in the administrative building and those killed yesterday. Yi Yan now had nearly 400 magic crystals, enough to exchange for that beginner craftsman profession. Yi Yan could sense that the special level 1 trader was still in town, although a bit farther away, with a change in position. If it had been before, he wouldn't have dared to venture out knowing the trader was this far from the school. However, now that he knew the trader had a special profession and space crystals, he had to go, no matter the risk. Furthermore, he was not only a 1-star evolver now, but also a professional. With the addition of Wu Wu, who had considerable combat power, if she became an evolver, the team's strength would significantly increase. This would reduce Yi Yan's pressure. Yi Yan feared being too late. Perhaps someone had already discovered the trader's secret. If the items he wanted were taken, it would be too late to cry. Thus, the three set off immediately. On the way, they encountered zombies and killed them. Just like before, they tried to avoid making loud noises, leaving as soon as zombies started to gather. During this time, Wu Wu's experience in killing zombies improved rapidly. Although she had impressive combat skills, she had previously only trained in Taekwondo and lacked experience in killing zombies. After Yi Yan's advice to thoroughly destroy the zombies' heads, combined with her own insights after killing a dozen zombies, she became quite adept at it. Wu Wu felt excited upon hearing Yi Yan mention going out to find a trader. She couldn't wait to see what the trader with magical powers was like, as well as what the evolution potion and profession entailed. Once outside the school, Wu Wu realized that there were twice as many zombies in the town compared to the school. The three advanced in a tighter formation, killing zombies while also picking up magic crystals and quickly leaving at the first sign of danger. After exiting the school gate, Yi Yan could clearly sense the trader's location. The trader was in the market just a street away from the school. Knowing their destination, the trio stopped killing zombies, only attacking if they were right in front of them and couldn't escape. They quickly reached the entrance of the market, which, in peacetime, was already crowded and narrow. In the apocalypse, it had become a haven for zombies. The market was always a busy place, and when the apocalypse struck, even if only half of the people turned into zombies, the others had almost nowhere to escape. Thus, the density of zombies in a market was even greater than on the town streets. Yi Yan and Wen Yuan Nen were 1-star evolvers and had injected the immunity potion, so they weren't too afraid of the dense zombies. However, Wu Wu was still an ordinary person. If she was bitten or scratched by a zombie, she would have no chance of survival. The immunity potion only worked if used before being infected by a zombie. Yi Yan looked at the 2-story supermarket directly in front of the market entrance, where he could clearly sense that the trader was inside. However, the dense crowd of zombies was a problem. If it were just him and Wen Yuan Nan, they could handle a few injuries to get through. But now, they had Wu Wu, who couldn't be touched by zombies. Seeing Yi Yan's serious expression, Wu Wu took a deep breath and said, "Yi Yan, don't worry about me. Go in. Since I said I wouldn't hold you back, I absolutely won't." Yi Yan looked at Wu Wu and then turned to Wen Yuan Nan, saying, "When we go in, make sure to protect her." Wen Yuan Nan nodded seriously. He held a baseball bat. Wu Wu had an axe, and Yi Yan wielded a white combat knife. The three charged in, with Yi Yan in front, Wen Yuan Nan behind, and Wu Wu sandwiched in the middle. Yi Yan used his fastest speed to kill as many zombies as possible. Wu Wu swung her axe desperately, chopping down the zombies that charged at her. She now understood that the dense zombies in the market were different from those at the school. Here, the zombies were concentrated and the terrain was narrow, making it easier for them to gather. And there were so many zombies, it felt like they would never stop coming. Gradually, even after training tirelessly every day of the year, she felt her arms becoming sore and numb. Yet, the number of zombies in front of her showed no signs of decreasing. Wu Wu felt her arms growing heavier, her movements slowing down. Just then, a zombie charged at her from the front side, and her axe was still stuck in another zombie's head, leaving her unable to pull it out in time to deal with this one. just as the zombie's claws were about to reach her. Ian swiftly turned and sliced off the zombie's head, then quickly cut down the zombie in front of him. Wu Wu suddenly felt a surge of energy, forcing herself to push her limits. She had promised she wouldn't be a burden to Yi Yin. In an instant, her arms felt less heavy, almost mechanical, as she continued to chop at the zombies' heads. As for the foul blood of the zombies, she had never cared about it from the beginning. At this moment, although Wen Yuan had less pressure, more zombies kept gathering, and he anxiously shouted, "Faster! More zombies are closing in from behind." While killing zombies, Wen Yuan also helped relieve the pressure on Wu Wu in front. Ian heard this and noticed that the zombies around the market were indeed starting to close in. They'd been killing zombies for so long that they hadn't dared to dig for magic crystals, and the zombies showed no signs of dwindling. Instead, they were gathering even more. After killing for so long, they had only carved out a bloody path in the market, and victory was just ahead. The three were about to reach the steps to enter the supermarket. Ian swung his hand even faster if they delayed any longer. They would be surrounded by this horde of zombies. At that point, breaking through would be even more difficult. Ian listened to the clearly hurried breathing of Wu Wu behind him and said in a deep voice, "We're just a few meters away." Wu Wu gathered her spirit and squeezed out the last of her strength, continuing to hack at the zombies, but her strength was diminishing with each strike. Finally, just as they were about to step onto the stairs and enter the supermarket, two zombies charged at Wu Wu. At this point, Wu Wu had exhausted all her energy, and all she could do was move her heavy feet. She had no strength left to deal with the two zombies. Wen Yuan was quick-witted and struck one zombie on the head with a bat, causing its head to burst open immediately. Without pausing, she adjusted the angle of the baseball bat and struck the other zombie's head fiercely. Meanwhile, Yin, in order to prevent Wu Wu from being scratched by the zombies, directly lifted her with one hand and forcefully threw her into the entrance of the supermarket. There were not as many zombies inside the supermarket as outside, but there were still a few scattered zombies wandering around. After throwing Wu Wu inside, Yin quickly followed in, killing the two zombies that had come in response to the noise. Wen Yuan also swiftly entered the supermarket, swinging her weapon to fend off the few zombies that followed. Yin pulled down the roll-up door, and this battle, filled with danger everywhere, finally came to an end. Even Yin and Wen Yuan, both of whom were evolved beings, sat on the ground gasping for breath, let alone the ordinary person Wu Wu. At this moment, Wu Wu was already collapsed on the ground, unable to move. She had just exhausted all her strength, and after being thrown into the supermarket by Yi Yin, her whole body ached, and she couldn't muster the strength to make a sound. At this time, Wen Yuan had a horrifying wound on her left arm. She had been scratched by other zombies while saving Wu Wu and killing the two zombies. Yin asked with concern, "Does it hurt?" Hearing this, Wu Wu, who had completely run out of energy, suddenly sat up and saw the terrifying wound on Wen Yuan's arm. Wen Yuan's face was a bit pale as she shook her head. Yin quickly took out a healing potion from his bag and began to apply it to Wen Yuan's wound. Wu Wu almost crawled over, looking pained and guilty as she said, "I'm sorry. It's all because of me that you got hurt." Wen Yuan smiled dismissively and comforted her. "Not at all. I've already considered you my companion. That's why I would do this for you. You've done very well. Don't forget, you're still an ordinary person right now. If I hadn't become an evolved being yet, I would have been eaten by zombies in a situation like that. When you become an evolved being, you'll definitely be stronger than me. At that time, it'll be your turn to save me." Wu Wu smiled through her tears, then took the medicine from Yi Yan's hand. "Let me apply the medicine. Boys aren't as meticulous as girls." Hearing this, Yi Yan suddenly felt that Wu Wu seemed to be implying something. "Hey, I just threw you in there to prevent you from being hurt by the zombies. If you had even a little strength to dodge the zombies' attacks, would I have thrown you like that?" Wu Wu and Wen Yuan exchanged smiles, and Wen Yuan immediately felt her heart fluttering. So beautiful. It was simply too beautiful. Wu Wu smiled and said, "I didn't say anything." Chapter 46. Junior Craftsman Profession. At this moment, there were still slow-moving zombies coming out of the supermarket. Yi Yan dealt with them one by one, and after Wu Wu applied medicine to Wen Yuan and the two women rested for a while, went to find the trader on the second floor of the supermarket. Although Wen Yuan was the one who was injured, It was Wu Wu who needed support. Wu Wu, with an ordinary person's body, had already reached her limit after the earlier battle. Although she wasn't seriously injured, she felt completely powerless, unable to exert herself at all. At this time, when Yuan Nan was supporting Wu Wu and following behind Yin, whispering, "Don't worry. Yin will definitely exchange a 1-star evolution agent for you later." Wu Wu's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Really? But I've just joined you." When Yuan Nan said quietly, "Don't be fooled by Yi Yan's cold demeanor. He doesn't care about anyone, but he's really good to his own people. Although he did throw you in earlier. When I was following him before, he said I had earned 60 magic crystals myself to get a 1-star evolution agent. In the end, he immediately exchanged the evolution agent for me. And you are so powerful, he will definitely exchange for you." Yi Yin helplessly listened to the two women whispering, pretending not to hear. After the apocalypse, all power and water supplies had collapsed. It was broad daylight, but the supermarket was dark, blocked by rows of shelves. Yi Yin found that there were still more than 10 zombies on the first floor of the supermarket, but there wasn't a single zombie on the second floor. Could it be that all the zombies were attracted to the first floor by the sounds of the earlier battle? Without time to think too much, Yi Yin followed the sense in his mind and discovered the trader sitting behind a row of shelves. Wen Yuan Nin quickly walked over, supporting Wu Wu, who didn't have time to marvel at the trader's strange appearance before being led into the trading space by Yi Yin. Wu Wu felt a bright flash in front of her eyes, and when she opened them, she realized she seemed to have entered another space. She was astonished by the scene before her, almost forgetting her fatigue. In front of her was a huge light screen, with several other parties appearing to be semi-transparent walls. And she could vaguely see scenes from the supermarket. On the light screen, various items that Wu Wu had never even considered before were displayed. Immunity agents, 1-star evolution agents. Special professions, space crystals, handguns. This was a trader. At this moment, the lower right corner of the light screen displayed the number of magic crystals Yi Yin and the others currently had, 412. Yi Yin quickly spent 300 magic crystals to buy the special profession of junior craftsman. Then he spent 60 magic crystals to exchange for a 1-star evolution agent. Seeing that he still had over 50 magic crystals left, Yi Yin exchanged for an immunity agent. Wu Wu was confused by Yi Yan's actions. "Wait, we only have 400 magic crystals, but one special profession costs 500 magic crystals." And Yi Yin not only exchanged for that junior craftsman profession, but also for a 1-star evolution agent and an immunity agent. Both of these items are not cheap. How did he manage to exchange for the special profession first and still have magic crystals left for other items? 400 magic crystals can't even cover that profession. When Yuan Nan was already very familiar with Yi Yan's methods. Seeing Wu Wu's shocked expression, she realized that Wu Wu still didn't know. So, when Yuan Nan whispered to Wu Wu, "This is our boss's ability. Just don't ask. Look, he exchanged a 1-star evolution agent for you." At this moment, Yi Yin was incredibly excited. A special profession, and it was a special profession for crafting weapons. It should be noted that in the apocalypse, as all life evolved, the weapons that originally existed in the world gradually became less effective, and only those produced by traders, categorized by color, held value. Just the white battle knife in Yi Yan's hand originally cost 70 magic crystals from the trader. Imagine it. In the late apocalypse, those mature large forces wanting to build a team would need at least one white-level weapon for each person. Isn't that a huge number of magic crystals? Almost enough to create another team of evolved beings. It is evident how important and expensive weapons are in the apocalypse. Therefore, those with special professions related to weapon manufacturing are talents that every force competes for, and Yi Yin, on the second day of the apocalypse, possessed such a special profession capable of supporting a force. Moreover, encountering a trader who had one of the 3 main professions, a special profession, and a sought-after space crystal was an incredibly rare event. In Yi Yan's previous life during the 2 years of the apocalypse, having a trader with just one special profession could be considered a special trader. Yi Yan's encounter with this trader was simply beyond luck. Seeing Yi Yan, usually calm, now incredibly excited, both women realized how rare and precious the junior craftsman profession he held was. Yi Yan walked over and handed the 1-star evolution agent and the immunity agent to Wu Wu. After using the 1-star evolution agent, your injuries from earlier should heal up, and your stamina will recover. After using the immunity agent, you won't have to worry about zombies approaching you anymore. Wu excitedly and carefully took the 2 bottles of medicine, her eyes filled with excitement and gratitude. At this moment, she couldn't find the words to express her feelings. She didn't know what to say to repay Yi Yan's kindness. So, she decided to stay by Yi Yan's side, without any complaints. Yi Yan stepped aside, and the light gradually merged into his body. Junior craftsman profession. In his previous life, Yi Yan had heard a lot about the 3 main professions and was naturally more familiar with mages. However, in the apocalypse, there definitely wouldn't be 2 exactly the same special professions. At most, they might be somewhat similar in their major uses. Additionally, the leveling of these special professions differs from that of ordinary professions and depends on the characteristics of the special profession itself. The junior craftsman profession that Yi Yan learned at this moment had 4 skills: refining technique, homogeneous strengthening technique, forging technique, and enchantment technique. Only when all 4 skills reached a certain level of proficiency could the junior craftsman profession be upgraded. And these 4 skills were skills that everyone in the apocalypse would envy. Refining technique allows you to touch certain items to extract the materials you need as the basis for your forging. Homogeneous strengthening technique enables you to place 2 items with similar attributes together for strengthening, centered around one item, which can enhance the attributes and skills of weapons. Forging technique requires a blueprint for a certain weapon to forge powerful weapons. If there is no blueprint, you can forge various weapons based on the craftsman's understanding of weapons, but they won't be as powerful as those on blueprints. Enchantment technique allows you to enhance a weapon's power by enchanting it with certain materials, possibly even directly adding attributes and skills to the weapon. Yi Yan's eyes lit up. This junior craftsman profession is a highly sought-after profession even 2 years after the apocalypse. Forging weapons means that as long as you have blueprints and materials, you can create powerful weapons at a minimal cost. Compared to the ready-made weapons held by traders, it's an absolute profit. At this moment, having mastered these 4 skills, Yi Yan was eager to try. The instant he obtained the junior craftsman profession, his mental strength increased more than twice compared to before. When obtaining a profession, the base mental strength automatically increases. The more professions you have, the greater your mental strength. Learning a special profession allows one to possess more mental power than an ordinary profession. In the current apocalypse, 99% of people do not know what a trader is, let alone understand professions, special professions, or mental power. At this moment, Yi Yan has already walked far ahead of the crowd. He estimated that his previous mental power could be used for 3 thunderstrikes. Now, with all his strength, Yi Yan Jan Unnashten Tander Citrikis. Beside him, Wu Wu, with the help of Wen Yuan Nan, eagerly injected a 1-star evolution agent and an immunity agent. The moment the evolution agent was injected into her body, Wu Wu felt as if her body was being baptized, a force within her was awakened, and she felt refreshed all over. At the same time, the fatigue and pain she had experienced earlier disappeared in an instant, leaving her feeling indescribably relaxed. Wu Wu was incredulous as she sensed the changes within her body. As someone who constantly trains her body every day, she is very familiar with her physical fitness and functions, and she clearly understands the changes happening to her body. It was precisely because of this that she was extremely shocked. This evolution agent actually does not bring any side effects to the human body. It forcibly awakens the deepest potential of the human body and enhances various functions. Because she is so aware of her body's condition, Wu Wu understands even more the difference between evolvers and ordinary people. This is just the first level of evolution. There will be second level and third level evolutions in the future. What kind of beings will those humans be? Now, in a situation where most people do not even know what a trader is, she has become an evolver because of Yi Yan. In the future, the first ones to become 2-star and 3-star powerhouses will definitely be her group. Wu Wu felt the powerful energy within her body and the realm that was completely different from before. And thinking back to her experiences last night and this morning in the administrative building felt like a dream. She was clearly one of those girls, one of the ones who could be slaughtered at will. And now, She unexpectedly stands before most people as an evolver, stepping onto the path of evolution. In her eyes, this apocalypse has become less terrifying. At least she will no longer be at the mercy of others. She couldn't help but wonder. If she had become an evolver yesterday, could she have prevented those tragedies from happening? Could she have saved those girls? After experiencing yesterday's events and gaining power, Wu Wu has become very obsessed with strength, further solidifying her determination to be loyal to Yi Yan. If it weren't for Yi Yan, she might have already been captured and tortured, or eaten by zombies. Wu Wu looked at Yi Yan with even more determination and resolve. Wen Yuan, seeing Wu Wu's expression, couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Yi Yan, who was immersed in the joy of obtaining a special profession, suddenly felt a jolt in his spirit and looked sharply in one direction. Chapter 47. Strange Beasts. Seeing Yi Yan's sudden movement, Wen Yuan and Wu Wu also looked over in that direction, although to them, it was just the wall of the supermarket. Wen Yuan knew that Yi Yan could sense the traitor and excitedly asked, "What happened?" Yi Yan stared blankly in that direction. He could sense that there's something good there. However, after sensing the traitor a few times, Yi Yan clearly knew that what he sensed this time was not a traitor. Could it be that the purple hooked jade could sense not only traitors, but also other good things? Thinking of this, Yi Yan's heart raced, eager to see what it was. He could sense that the thing was on the mountain across the river. Yi Yan immediately put away his things and said to the two women, "How do you feel now?" Wen Yuan knew that Yi Yan sensed something. Although her arm was uncomfortable, relying on the powerful recovery ability of the Evolver and the strong healing medicine, her body was mostly fine, with only her injured arm being a bit unresponsive. She immediately replied, "I'm fine. Aren't Evolvers supposed to recover quickly?" Wu Wu didn't know what Yi Yan was planning, but seeing his excited expression, she roughly guessed that something good was about to happen. "After I injected the evolution agent, my body completely recovered." Yi Yan said, "That's great. Let's exit the trading time here. Is that okay?" "No problem." The light curtain around the three of them disappeared, and the scene around the supermarket reappeared in their view. "There is something good on the mountain across the way. Let's head out from here." "Meow." The three exchanged confused glances. "Is there a cat?" As soon as the cat meowed, all three fell silent, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit eerie. "Meow." The cat's meow was clearer and closer than before. "Meow." At the same time, a shadow flashed by, and when Yuan Nan was startled, instinctively leaning back, but she still felt a chill on her face. When she touched it, she indeed found that her face was scratched. Yi Yan saw how fast the cat was. He hadn't reacted in time, just now. Wu Wu looked around warily, but found nothing. If anyone was not a fool, they would definitely understand that this cat was not an ordinary cat. In the apocalypse, not only humans underwent mutations and evolution, but various animals also evolved, and even faster than humans. At this moment, the cat was very likely a mutated cat after the apocalypse. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to have such speed. Yi Yan finally understood why the second floor was so clean without zombies. It turned out this creature had killed them. The three felt the darkness around them as the cat darted past the window, heading straight for Yi Yan. Yi Yan's eyes narrowed, and the power of thunder within him subtly erupted. In the instant the black cat revealed itself, it pounced directly at Yi Yan's face. With Yi Yan's speed and eyesight as a one-star evolver, and the enhancement of his sensitivity and speed when activating the thunder power, he caught the agile cat in a flash. However, the cat had just stopped right in front of Yi Yan. One paw had already scratched his face, and the other paw was a hair's breadth away from poking out Yi Yan's eye. At this moment, Yi Yan's back was soaked with cold sweat. Only he knew how dangerous that moment was. This cat, although its attack power was not strong, was extremely agile. As a one-star evolver, Yi Yan was already much faster than ordinary people. Additionally, he was a thunder mage. Although he currently only had one skill, he already possessed the power of thunder, which could be useful at any time. When using the power of thunder, Yi Yan's speed would increase even further. Yet, even with all this, he could not match the speed of the black cat. If it weren't for Yi Yan's combat experience from his previous life, having struggled on the brink of death multiple times, he would have been blinded by this black cat. This was the first time he felt fear since his rebirth. However, when Yi Yan calmed down and took a closer look, He was even more surprised. This black cat did not have a crystal on its head. After the apocalypse, the vast majority of animals underwent mutations, which people in the last life called mutated beasts. These mutated beasts had crystals on their foreheads, identical to those of zombies. And the colors used to classify their levels were the same as the magic crystals of zombies: green, yellow, orange, red, blue, purple, white, and black. These 9 colors of magic crystals represented the mutated life forms from level 1 to 9. However, this black cat had no crystal like a mutated animal. Ian was taken aback. If it wasn't a mutated beast, then it was a strange beast. Strange beasts are creatures that did not originally exist in this world, appearing alongside the apocalypse, possibly from another plane. Strange beasts do not have crystals on their heads, but they possess beast cores within them. Eating the beast core of a strange beast grants one certain abilities or traits of that strange beast. Ian never expected to encounter a strange beast in this supermarket. Fortunately, this strange beast was not very powerful. Its only advantage was its incredible speed. In the 2 years of the last life S apocalypse, Ian heard that some strange beasts formed groups to attack human forces. Any forces attacked by a group of strange beasts suffered a devastating defeat. Strange beasts do not have the level classification that mutated beasts have, but they inherently possess strange powers and strong attributes. Moreover, strange beasts have high intelligence, although mutated beasts that evolve to high levels also have very high intelligence. Research from the last life indicated that strange beasts were originally intelligent creatures. Some terrifying strange beasts could destroy entire forces by themselves. In the 2 years of the last life S apocalypse, just hearing the name of a strange beast would send people into a panic. However, there were also reports that strange beasts could be tamed. As long as you had a connection with them and your strength surpassed theirs, it was possible to tame a strange beast and make it your battle beast. Although this was regarded as a joke in the last life, some intelligence indicated that a certain powerful person in the last life indeed had a fierce strange beast following them. If Ian hadn't relied on his sharp intuition and experience dealing with death in his previous life, he would have been defeated by this strange beast just now. The 2 women were also startled by the earlier scene. They only saw a shadow flash by and couldn't react at all. Then, they saw Yin catching the cat that was about to pounce on his face. Seeing Yin injured, both women were worried. They approached, and Yin was still holding the cat in the same position. At this moment, the cat was above Yian's face, staring directly into his eyes. Its crystal-clear yellow eyes were very human-like. Yian could even discern the emotions of the black cat from them. At that moment, the black cat seemed a bit dazed, with its mouth slightly open, frozen in shock, unable to comprehend how this human had caught it. The 2 women approached, wanting to see what this incredibly fast black cat looked like. And upon seeing its expression, they were left speechless in shock. Wen Yuan Nan stared at the black cat, stammering this cat is so strange. Wu Wu added, it seems almost human. It looks very shocked right now. Seeing the expression of the black cat, Ian couldn't help but laugh, then looked at the black cat with mischief in his eyes and said to the 2 women, what do you think? Should I eat this cat or keep it by my side? As soon as the black cat heard this, it snapped back to reality, struggling in Yian's hand. Meow. The 2 women were puzzled, thinking, eating cat meat? That's too extreme. Wen Yuan Nan asked in confusion, why would you want to eat it? Ian smiled as he looked at the black cat struggling weakly in his hands, completely unaware of any of its advantages besides its speed. Perhaps it would be better to eat it. You don't know. This creature has no magic crystal on its head, but it is an extraordinary animal called a beast, which does not belong to our world. Although it lacks a magic crystal, it has a beast core inside. Eating their beast core can grant a person their extraordinary abilities or something else. Upon hearing this, the 2 girls' eyes lit up. Then if you eat its beast core, wouldn't you gain its terrifying speed? Ian looked at the shocked black cat and smiled. Yes, it only has speed. Everything else is lacking. There was another possibility, which is to tame the beast and make it part of one's combat power. But this cat has no combat power at all, aside from its speed. It can't do anything. It would be better to kill it and extract its beast core. The black cat was shocked when it heard Yin mention beasts. It had come from that world to this one. and its kind had not yet invaded here on a large scale. So logically, no one should know about them, let alone what kind of beast core they possess. Yet this person not only knew its race and the beast core inside it, but also that eating the beast core could grant extraordinary powers. The black cat's eyes widened in shock, along with suspicion about Yi Yan's identity. This person clearly had the aura of someone from this world, yet knew about its matters. Not simple. Hearing Yi Yan say that it had no redeeming qualities except for speed made the black cat feel a bit angry. You are the weak one. My extraordinary abilities are incredibly powerful. It's just that my strength is still. All right, Fina. Am weak? Okay. Just wait, and you'll know how strong I am later. Upon hearing Yin say he would kill it and eat its beast core, the black cat almost cried. It was one of the first extraordinary beasts to come to this world, and if it met the first human and was killed right away, it would be laughed at by its kind for being so easily defeated. No way. It absolutely cannot die. I surrender. The black cat, which had been struggling desperately in Yi Yan's hands, suddenly stopped resisting and began to nuzzle Yi Yan's hand with its head. Meow, meow. The two girls instantly had hearts in their eyes. This cat was just too cute when it acted adorable. What a critical hit. Yi Yan was excited and shocked to see the extraordinary beast showing weakness. He knew that in his previous life, extraordinary beasts were terrifying existences. And now, this extraordinary beast in his hands was actually nuzzling his hand and meowing at him. Having experienced his previous life, Yi Yan was well aware that extraordinary beasts were definitely not weak. Even if some extraordinary beasts had no combat power, they must possess some powerful extraordinary abilities, perhaps prophecy, perhaps healing. In short, there are extraordinary abilities of beasts that you can't even imagine. Yi Yan was overjoyed, grabbing the black cat in his hands and threatening, "If you don't want to be eaten." Chapter 48 Contract Signing. As soon as the black cat heard this, it immediately became obedient. Meow. Is this black cat really a beast? How can it lack any backbone? Only the black cat knows that it is not an offensive type beast, and its most powerful ability has not yet matured. Currently, its greatest advantage, speed, has been broken by the person in front of it. If it doesn't admit defeat now, once this person kills it and eats its beast core, it will be a loss. Although it was captured and forced to sign a contract as soon as it arrived in this world, if its fellow kin knew, they would definitely mock it. But this is still better than dying right away. Moreover, looking at this human, their strength is decent, having evolved only once. They can actually capture this cat. Ian looked into the black cat's eyes, those yellow eyes rolling around, not knowing what it was thinking. The intelligence of beasts is very high, even comparable to humans. Is that really true? Ian said to the black cat, "All right, you'll be my battle beast from now on." The black cat, being extremely obedient, could only yield to avoid having its beast core extracted. Meow. At that moment, the black cat, firmly held in Yi Yan's hand, suddenly brightened its yellow eyes, shooting out a black beam. Yi Yan was taken aback. When he sensed that the black cat had no malicious intent, he let it come closer. The black beam entered Yi Yan's mind, and he instantly felt dizzy. Loosening his grip on the cat and holding his head, Wen Yuan Nan and Wu Wu immediately became alert, but the black cat made no moves. Instead, running to Yi Yan's feet, rubbing against them, and continuously meowing. Meanwhile, Yi Yan's mind was in turmoil. It felt as if he had gained an extra soul, or clone. His vision shifted uncontrollably between himself and the black cat, causing a splitting headache. Sometimes he could sense the black cat's feelings. He was sure that this cat's intelligence was not inferior to that of humans, because the black cat was currently worried about him. It was also its first time signing a contract with a human. In this transformation, Yi Yan slowly learned some things. This black cat did not lack abilities. Rather, its abilities were still immature. Its ability is illusion. As long as this illusion matures and grows with the black cat, it will definitely become a deadly and invisible, terrifying weapon. He vaguely knew that the black cat came from another world, a world completely different from the one Yi Yan was in. He could continue exploring. There seemed to be secrets about why the apocalypse happened there. But as soon as he thought about digging into that, he felt a wave of pain throughout his body. Reluctantly, he gave up and stopped exploring, gasping for breath on the ground. He opened his eyes and saw two girls and a cat surrounding him. Wen Yuan Nan and Wu Wu had red rings around their eyes. When they saw Yi Yin wake up, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. If anything happened to Yi Yin, they really wouldn't know what to do. Wen Yuan Nan nervously asked, "What happened to you? You were rolling on the ground. We were so worried." Wu Wu also looked at Yi Yin. "Yeah, we almost killed this cat." The black cat, hearing this, innocently meowed softly on the side. Meow. It didn't know that signing a contract would be so painful. The one who told them how to sign a contract only mentioned that it was okay to destroy things here and be hostile to humans. Yi Yin got up and patted the black cat beside him. Now, he could feel the black cat's emotions, but he could not know what it was thinking as he did in that moment earlier. Perhaps he would gradually understand in the future. Earlier, he could switch perspectives with the black cat, but now when he tried, it was very difficult. However, after signing the contract, Yi Yin was very certain that as long as a contract was signed, the beast would always obey its master and be loyal, absolutely not betraying or having ulterior motives. As for the other world, he vaguely sensed from the black cat, it was probably the world from the previous life that people speculated about as another dimension. This black cat, although its attack power is not very strong, has all its abilities very powerful, even capable of creating illusions. Currently, the black cat can at most trap one person in an illusion, and the duration won't exceed half a minute. But in that half minute, it could completely determine life and death. The reason the black cat didn't use its illusion on the three of them was that it underestimated them, thinking they were humans from this world and must be weak. After the black cat's trick failed and it was caught by Yi Yin, it discovered that its illusion had no effect on this person. At that moment, the black cat sensed a very familiar aura from Yi Yin. That was the aura only a jewel user possesses. This is also why the black cat willingly signed a contract with Yi Yin. If it hadn't cast an illusion on Yi Yin and faced resistance from the jewel, it wouldn't have realized Yi Yin was a jewel user. Thus, in the future, when it encounters its kin and they mock it for being tamed by a human so quickly, it can regain some face because Yi Yin is a jewel user. As Yi Yin signed a contract and became sober, he felt something had increased in his body. Soon, he realized that it was his speed that had improved. After signing a contract with this beast, Yi Yin received a speed boost from it, although it wasn't as intense as directly consuming the black cat's beast core. The speed was indeed a solid increase, making him much faster. Yi Yin sat on the ground, marveling at his good luck. First, he gained a strong companion who is now also an evolved being. Then, he obtained the primary craftsman profession, so he would have to worry about weapons anymore, saving a lot of magic crystals. Lastly, he encountered this beast whose strength had not yet fully developed. Signing a contract with it gave him a speed boost. Thinking about the hardships of his previous life, Yi Yin really wanted to laugh out loud. Sitting on the ground for a moment, Yi Yin looked around and said, "It should be past noon. Let's eat here and then go look for what I sensed." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yin felt something was wrong. It seemed like something was missing. Damn, where did the thing I sensed go? The sensation that had clearly been in his mind was now gone. Wu Wu saw the shocked expression on Yi Yan's face, one she had never seen before, and worriedly asked, "Yi Yin, what happened again?" Yi Yin was on the verge of tears. The thing I sensed just disappeared. Wu Wu, having heard about Yi Yan's situation from Wen Yuan Nan, said, "What should we do now?" Yi Yin took a deep breath. Something that was almost within his grasp had now vanished, causing him great distress. Since he couldn't get it now, he decided to focus back on the trader. There was still a space crystal, which Yi Yin wanted very much. If they had the space crystal, they wouldn't have to carry such a big backpack around, attracting attention. Many precious items could be stored in the space crystal, avoiding a lot of trouble. Yi Yin said, "Let's eat first. After eating, we will return to the school. We need to clear the zombies in the school first. There are too many outside, and we don't know how many second-level zombies are out there. Once we get the space crystal from this trader, along with what I sensed earlier, we can leave the small town." Hearing this, the two girls who were eating were stunned. Leaving the small town, where would they go? They knew they would leave here eventually, but what had the outside world become? Were there more zombies than here? Were there no living people left? If they were to leave, where would they go? Wu Wu cautiously asked, "Where are we going after leaving here?" Yi Yin calmly replied, "I have a score to settle." They didn't understand why. Just yesterday, the apocalypse had arrived. And what hatred from the peaceful times could still not be forgotten now that the end times had come. However, looking at Yi Yan's expression, it was indeed somewhat terrifying. Yi Yan continued, "My parents might also be in that place. I hope they're safe." Upon hearing this, Wu Wu immediately thought of her own parents. Her parents were in Y City, which was quite far from here, and she wondered how they were doing, as well as how everyone at the Taekwondo dojo was. Seeing Wu Wu fall silent, Yi Yan asked, "Wu Wu, where your family?" Wu Wu looked up, her eyes holding back hope, in Y City. Unexpectedly, Yi Yan smiled. "Perfect, we're going to pass through there. We can look for your parents then." Wu Wu jumped up happily and hugged Yi Yan. "I knew you were the best." Wen Yuan Nan, seeing this, said unhappily, "Why don't you ask me? That's unfair." Wu Wu immediately sat back beside Wen Yuan Nan and held her hand. Yi Yan looked at her with a half smile. "If I remember correctly, your parents went missing when you were born." Wen Yuan Nan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yi Yan. "Yi Yan, you must have a crush on me. How could you possibly know this?" "Of course. I learned it in my previous life in the concentration camp." Yi Yan pretended to be disdainful as she looked at Wen Yuan Nan, deliberately pausing for 2 seconds at her chest. "What do I have a crush on you for?" Wen Yuan Nan was exasperated. "You're discriminating against my small chest." Wu Wu watched the two and couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that in such a crisis-laden apocalypse, there would still be such beautiful, everyday scenes? Although Wen Yuan Nan stopped asking about the matter and pretended to be angry while teasing Yi Yan, there was a current of turmoil in her heart. She had absolutely not told anyone in this school about her family situation. Absolutely not. Yet Yi Yan's expression just now seemed to indicate that he already knew. This was too strange. It was also strange that previously, she hadn't done anything but picked up a magic crystal to meet Yi Yan, and he agreed to let her join and even rushed into a pile of zombies to protect her. If it was out of pity, then those girls from today were more deserving of pity. Why didn't Yi Yan take them along? Yi Yan agreed to let Wu Wu join simply because she was skilled and very useful. After spending the last 2 days together, Wen Yuan Nan was very clear that Yi Yan was not the type to meddle in other people's affairs, nor was he a saint. But why would he take along someone he didn't know and risk everything to save her in a crisis? Now that she thought about it, when she barged into the art room before, Yi Yan's expression upon seeing her was quite unusual. It was definitely not the look of someone seeing a stranger suddenly burst in. This was too strange. Could it be? Could it be? Could Yi Yan really have had a crush on me since the peaceful times? Chapter 49. The first weapon forging. If Yi Yan knew what Wen Yuan Nan was shyly thinking about right now, he would definitely laugh until he vomited blood. A crush? Haha, on her flat-chested self? However, Yi Yan admitted that in his previous life in the concentration camp, he indeed had extraordinary feelings for Wen Yuan Nan. Feelings that might be more precious than love. If it weren't for Wen Yuan Nan, he wouldn't have survived so long in the concentration camp in his previous life. After eating their fill, the group prepared to head out. Wu Wu looked at the black cat, which was now inseparable from Yi Yan, and asked, "Yi Yan, what was that black light just now?" Yi Yan shook the black cat hiding in his hoodie and said, "I made a contract with this exotic beast. It will be my battle beast from now on." Wu Wu was puzzled and said, "Didn't you say it has no use except for its speed? It really doesn't seem to have any combat power." The black cat, upon hearing this, let out a series of displeased meows from the hoodie. "Yeyan mysteriously replied. That's just for now. You'll know later." Wu Wu nodded. Wen Yuan Nan asked excitedly, "So will always follow us from now on?" "Yes," Yi Yan replied. "Let's give a name." Meow meow meow. Yi Yan suddenly remembered that this little guy didn't have a name yet. The black cat started protesting with meows as these foolish humans tried to name it, but no one paid it any attention. "Let's call it Guai Guai. My pet rabbit when I was young had that name. Let inherit that name." "What Guai Guai? So ordinary. It's better to call it Little Cutie." Yi Yan looked at the items on the shelf nearby and thought of a good name. "Let's call it Little Zongzi." The two girls agreed, thinking that this name was not only creative but also cute. Thus, Little Zongzi expressed its dissatisfaction by meowing alone in Yi Yan's hat. The group looked down from the window and saw how many zombies were in the entire market. No wonder it took them so long to kill just a few dozen zombies in such a short distance. When they came in from outside, there were still plenty of zombies. The entire market was full of narrow paths with small stalls on the sides. The market originally had a lot of people, and after the apocalypse, those around them turned into zombies, leaving others with nowhere to escape. Thus, a large number of zombies gathered here, unable to find a way out. Wen Yuan looked at the many zombies. The corpses of the dozens of zombies they had killed earlier had long been trampled into mush by these zombies, and they could only occasionally see the magic crystals on the ground through the gaps in the zombies. Wen Yuan said reluctantly, "We killed so many zombies just now, but not a single magic crystal was obtained." Wu Wu said, "There's nothing we can do. There are just too many zombies. Even if I became an evolver now, it would still be impossible for us to leisurely kill zombies while collecting magic crystals." Wen Yuan looked at the zombies below and asked, "Can we pour gasoline down to burn the zombies like we did today?" Wu Wu, upon hearing this, felt it was a good idea and looked at Yi Yin for confirmation. Yi Yin shook his head. "There are too many zombies here. Making such a big noise will only attract more zombies. Besides, we don't know how many second-level zombies are lurking in this town. If second-level zombies come, that would really be a problem." Wu Wu asked, "Then how we get out now?" Yi Yin replied, "Just like before, we fight our way out. Now that you are an evolver, we don't need to be timid anymore. With the strength of the three of us, killing our way out of here shouldn't be difficult. Just don't be greedy for magic crystals and don't get too caught up in fighting. There aren't many zombies in the school, but there are enough for us to clean up for a while." The two girls nodded. Indeed, when they entered earlier, Wu Wu was not yet an evolver and had not injected the immunity serum. Yi Yin and Wen Yuan not only had to deal with the zombies in front of them, but also had to keep an eye on Wu Wu to prevent her from being grabbed or bitten by the zombies. Now that Wu Wu had become an evolver, their combat power had increased another level, and they didn't have much to worry about. They would only suffer minor injuries at most when exiting. The three of them walked towards the first floor of the supermarket, not worried at all about the large number of zombies ahead. Wu Wu looked at the bloodstains on Wen Yuan's face from where little Zongzi had scratched him earlier and jokingly said, "Little Zongzi actually dared to touch you. I'll spank it when we get back to school." Wen Yuan laughed and agreed, "Exactly. It's so naughty, greeting me with a big gift." Little Zongzi, hearing this in the hat, meowed innocently. Yi Yin followed behind and casually said, "None of you should talk. Both of you have injuries on your faces and forgot to apply healing medicine. If you end up with scars, don't blame me for not reminding you." The two girls turned their heads simultaneously, looking at Yi Yan's face, which had been scratched deeply by little Zongzi. "You shouldn't talk about us? Look at your own face." After that, Wu Wu and Wen Yuan rushed directly into the horde of zombies without waiting for Yi Yin to retort. Yi Yin helplessly thought, "So, I, the boss, have taken in two little sisters, and now they are teaming up against me?" Without the concerns they had when they entered, the three of them hardly regarded these zombies as threats, especially Yi Yin. After signing the contract with little Zongzi, his speed had significantly increased. Not only his movement speed, but also his attack speed, reaction speed, and the speed at which he swung his knife were all much faster than before. Now, killing zombies was like letting Yi Yin experiment with how much faster he had become. Yi Yin effortlessly weaved between the zombies, his knife flashing down, and wherever he went, the zombies fell in unison. If someone were watching, they would definitely not believe that the figure moving among the zombies was a human, because that speed would appear eerily fast to an ordinary person. On the other side, although when Yuan and Wu Wu's fighting was not as crushing as Yi Yan's, it was still very fierce. Although when Yuan's arm was injured, once he entered combat mode, he would forget all distractions and focus on the slaughter before him. Wu Wu, now an evolver, was even more in her element. The enhanced body made her feel ecstatic. As she cut down zombies again, Wu Wu clearly felt that it was much simpler and more casual than before. These first-level zombies were completely like walking puppets, posing no threat to her at all. Wu Wu, who trained daily, was already much stronger than an ordinary person, and now, as an evolver, her physical quality was even better than that of ordinary evolvers. Although the Taekwondo moves she learned before didn't play much of a role in killing zombies, with her desire and fierceness, these zombies were completely no match for her. Yi Yin and Wen Yuan both noticed Wu Wu's rapid improvement. Wen Yuan couldn't help but feel envious. Meanwhile, Yi Yin was happy that his team had gained another powerful member. At that moment, a zombie lunged at Wen Yuan from the side. Just as Wen Yuan was about to turn, Wu Wu swung an axe and chopped it down. The two girls continued to cut down the zombies in front of them, occasionally adjusting their positions or sharing some of the pressure from each other. When the three finally fought their way out of the market, they were all drenched in the filthy blood of zombies, almost unrecognizable. They hurried back to school as fast as they could and finally breathed a sigh of relief. After checking their injuries, both Wu Wu and Wen Yuan had some minor scrapes, but were completely fine and not afraid of being infected by the zombie virus. As for Yi Yan, he had no injuries at all. With his astonishing speed now, he could move freely even among a horde of zombies. However, he still had old wounds from before. One was from little Zhongzi in the supermarket, and the other was from the second-level zombie he encountered last night, which had caused injuries on his back. Thinking of that level 2 zombie, Yi Yan couldn't help but compare his current speed with that of the level 2 zombie in his heart. If he encounters that level 2 zombie again, will he still be suppressed in speed? Yi Yan recalled the more than a dozen cars parked under the administrative building, all belonging to the school teachers. Now, he wanted to try using his junior craftsman profession to make 2 weapons. After all, the fire axe and baseball bat were not a long-term solution. Yi Yan had a purple hook jade. Although he had used a lightning strike once today, he still had plenty of mental power left. Plus, he had gained a new profession, significantly increasing his total mental power. Wu Wu and Wen Yuan then returned to the school, and their tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. Because there were just too many zombies in the market, they still had to be wary of the level 2 zombies that might appear at any moment. Now back at school, seeing these wandering zombies, they immediately felt like they were in paradise. Hearing that Yi Yan was going to experiment with his newly acquired profession and make a weapon for each of them, the 2 girls excitedly followed him. Arriving at the administrative building, various cars were parked below, all belonging to the school teachers. Yi Yan walked up to a sedan, placed his hand on it, and used the skills of the junior craftsman profession, refining technique. Under the astonished gazes of the 2 girls, a perfectly normal car gradually melted into a pool of molten iron. Yi Yan then activated the forging technique, and the molten iron began to merge, slowly taking the shape of a knife. Wu Wu and Wen Yuan washed Yi Yan's hands without blinking, afraid to miss any details. In the end, a lot of molten iron was left behind, turning into scrap. The most solid and useful materials were forged into the now-formed gray battle knife. Currently, Yi Yan had no weapon blueprints and could only forge weapons based on his own understanding. So he directly used the white battle knife he had exchanged at the trader as a prototype to forge this gray-level battle knife. Wu Wu and Wen Yuan then looked at the weapon in Yi Yan's hand in astonishment. They witnessed a perfectly good car disappear before their eyes, transforming into molten iron, and then gradually merging into shape, resulting in the gray-glowing battle knife in Yi Yan's hand. So amazing. It was Yi Yan's first time forging a weapon, and he couldn't help but admire it repeatedly before handing it over to Wen Yuan. What surprised Yi Yan himself was that he actually forged a gray-level weapon for the first time without any blueprints. In the apocalypse, weapons produced by traders and those made by weapon manufacturing professionals are categorized by color: gray, white, silver, green, blue, purple, gold, and black. From gray to black, they become rarer and more powerful. To forge a gray-level weapon for the first time without a blueprint was simply a miracle. Moreover, this was his first time using the junior craftsman profession skills, with no proficiency at all. Indeed, this junior craftsman profession is incredibly powerful. Chapter 50 Dance Room. Yi Yan walked to another car and forged a gray-level battle knife using the same method as before. Wu Wu threw down the fire axe and eagerly took the battle knife, unable to put it down, although she had practiced Taekwondo before and didn't know these hand movements. She exercised every day, keeping her body in top shape. After killing so many zombies, she found it easy to handle the knife now, with no difficulties. After using her professional skills 4 times, Yi Yan clearly felt that his mental energy was somewhat depleted. It seems that the training of mental energy needs to be continuously strengthened. Looking at the gray battle knife, its appearance was not much different from Yi Yan's white battle knife, but its sharpness and toughness were not comparable to the white one, as the level difference was there. However, these 2 gray battle knives were much better than the ordinary weapons people had been using. In the future, as Yi Yan's skills improved and he found better materials. He wouldn't be afraid of crafting higher-level weapons. Now, the urgent task was to clear the zombies, collect magic crystals, and exchange them for spatial crystals with the trader. Once the signal on the mountain reappeared, and Yi Yan obtained the treasures there, he could leave the town and search for the concentration camp from his past life memories. Thinking of the concentration camp, Yi Yan immediately felt invigorated, shaking off the fatigue caused by the depletion of mental energy, and led the two girls to clear the zombies. At this moment, due to the small zombie tide yesterday, although the zombies were no longer concentrated, there were clearly more zombies near the teaching building than in other parts of the school. Now that Wu Wu had become an evolver, her inherent strength was not weak, and she was making rapid progress. Thus, Yi Yan and the others chose to directly clear the zombies near the teaching area, gradually killing their way into the teaching building. At this time, in a certain teaching building on the top floor in the dance room, Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu were being stared at by dozens of disgusting eyes, making them feel cold all over. Ji Wenyu stood in front of the crouching Lu Wan, blocking her, angrily looking at the other dozens of people. These suddenly appearing security guards actually demanded that Lu Wan sleep with them, and then they would distribute food to these students. The security guards had weapons and food with them. From the very beginning, these students and teachers stood on the side of the security guards. They didn't want to die and still wanted food. And the cost of all this was just to hand over a woman who had nothing to do with them. The evil and selfishness of humanity burst forth completely at this moment. Everyone urged Lu Wan to serve those few disgusting men, speaking as if they were righteous, as if Lu Wan would be a sinner for not complying. Some even reached out to pull Lu Wan away, with only Ji Wenyu protecting her. His sister, who was beautiful and had a fiery temperament, sometimes made Ji Wenyu think that if his cousin were a scheming person, perhaps she wouldn't provoke so many issues due to her fiery nature. So from childhood to adulthood, Ji Wenyu had always chased after Lu Wan, always 1 year behind her, following her to school. Every time they got into a school, Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu ended up in different schools for a year. This year had been enough for Lu Wan to attract countless people. Because she was attractive, many men pursued her, but she looked down on all of them and firmly rejected them. Those who persisted were met with even more hostility. As a result, those men gave up and began to slander Lu Wan behind her back. As for the girls, it didn't need to be mentioned. Because Lu Wan was beautiful and had men pursuing her, they secretly excluded her and openly made things difficult for her. However, Lu Wan was not the kind of person to back down, to seek favor, or to tolerate. She would only tear her face apart. Thus, she offended countless people on both the women's and men's sides. Now, those who usually couldn't stand Lu Wan saw her in dire straits and realized it could benefit them. So they quickly jumped in to kick her while she was down. Just now, Ji Wenyu protected Lu Wan, not allowing her to be pulled away by those students, resulting in him being pushed around and even taking a few hits. A boy stood up, believing he represented justice. Lu Wan, what's wrong with sleeping with this big brother? We haven't eaten for a full 24 hours. Life is at stake. Is your body still important? Is it still worth anything? The voices of persuasion rose and fell, showing no awareness of how disgusting and selfish their words were. That's right. With so much food among the 5 of them, it would be enough for everyone to eat for many days. At most, when it comes time to divide the food, you can take a little more. This is a special period. Having food is already good enough. Don't quibble over your little bit. The security guards were not in a hurry. Seeing the current situation, apart from Lu Wan's cousin, no one intended to protect her, and sooner or later she would be at their mercy. Witnessing this kind of human ugliness was also incredibly interesting. Usually, the security guards caught glimpses of the cold and beautiful Lu Wan at school, where she always appeared high and mighty. They had fantasized about this beautiful girl more than once, and now that the opportunity was right in front of them, how could they let it go? This was the apocalypse. Doing these things was not illegal, even if they were eaten by zombies later. Just thinking about today would make it worth it. Zhou Qingyang was overjoyed at this moment. Not only would they soon have something to eat, but they could also see the usually high and mighty school beauty being handled by these rough men. How could that not be satisfying? Zhou Qingyang said maliciously, "You usually have plenty of men around you. Who knows how many times you've been with them? There's no need to act high and mighty now. Sacrificing you will allow all of us to eat. Others couldn't help but snicker at this. Lu Wan's face, initially pale with anger and unable to say a word, exploded at Zhou Qingyang's insult. I'll knock you out. Say it again. Lu Wan suddenly stood up, pointing at Zhou Qingyang in a frenzy, startling everyone around her. Zhou Qingyang was initially taken aback, then struggled to maintain her composure. I mean, you've slept with men before. Is there any need to pretend now? You might as well. Before Zhou Qingyang could finish, Lu Wan charged over, kicking her hard in the head, then grabbing her hair and slapping her several times. The sound of the slaps was not crisp, but rather a dull thud. It was evident how angry Lu Wan was and how hard she struck. Zhou Qingyang didn't expect Lu Wan to rush over and hit her like a madwoman, leaving her stunned and completely at Lu Wan's mercy as she endured several heavy slaps. Her ears began to ring, and her face felt hot. The others looked on in shock at the scene before them. They knew Lu Wan had a fiery temper and had fought with a few girls, but today they finally witnessed it for real. Zhou Qingyang felt utterly humiliated. She was actually beaten in front of so many people by Lu Wan. She suddenly sprang up and began to wrestle with Lu Wan. When you rushed over, intending to pull Zhou Qingyang away, but one of the security guards kicked Zhou Qingyang away and shouted angrily, "Damn it, you idiot! What are we going to do if you beat her?" Zhou Qingyang shrank to the ground, not daring to resist, glaring fiercely at Lu Wan, as if she wanted to eat her alive. Lu Wan was gasping for breath, having given up on everything. She couldn't understand what kind of beasts these people were, to say such things and want to do that kind of thing. Even if she died today, she would never comply. The fifth security guard glanced disdainfully at Zhou Qingyang, then turned to gaze at Lu Wan with lust, pulling her over. "Stop all this nonsense. Our boss can't wait any longer." The boss, looking at Lu Wan's attractive figure and beautiful face, smiled with satisfaction, greedily scanning her body. This body would soon belong to him. As long as Lu Wan is obedient, he can consider taking her with him in the future and sharing food with her. The cost, of course, is to satisfy him. Ha ha ha. Lu Wan struggles desperately, cursing, "You beasts! May you die a terrible death." Although she is afraid and ashamed inside, her heart is now filled with even more anger. When you rushes forward, forcefully pushing aside the fifth guy, and they wrestle together. Lu Wan also joins in to kick the fifth guy. The other four security guards finally lose their patience and no longer want to watch this farce. The four of them raise their electric batons, first pushing Lu Wan aside, while not forgetting to look at her with lewd and greedy eyes. Then they start hitting Wenyu on the ground with the batons. The leader hits the hardest, cursing as he strikes. "You're the only one who knows how to act. I'll beat you to death. Damn it. Protect her? You can't even protect yourself. In a moment, you'll be lying on the ground, watching us torture her." Ha ha ha. Wenyu curls up on the ground, trying his best to protect his head. Let them hit him. Let them keep hitting him. As long as he doesn't die. Won't Lu Wan be spared from that kind of fate? The sound of blows echoes throughout the dance studio, and Wenyu only occasionally lets out muffled groans. He doesn't want to show weakness in front of these disgusting security guards. The guards never considered showing mercy. After all, this is the apocalypse. And can't people just kill whoever they want? Lu Wan frantically tries to intervene, but is pushed back again and again with great force. One guard even, out of impatience, slaps Lu Wan hard across the face, causing half of her face to swell. The others turn a blind eye to what is happening. They even think to themselves that it would be better to beat Wenyu to death sooner. That way, without his interference, they can eat sooner. Only Lu Wan keeps rushing forward to pull at them, but it has no effect, and she occasionally gets hit too. At this moment, she no longer resembles the proud school belle she usually is. All she knows is that if they keep beating him like this, Wenyu will die. And at this moment, a shocking pool of blood has appeared on the floor where Wenyu lies. His muffled groans have unknowingly stopped. The third guard, feeling a bit tired, stops to catch his breath and then tells the other four who are still hitting, "Hey, he seems to have lost his breath." Only then do they finally stop and kick Wenyu on the ground. He has no response, his body limp and powerless, uncertain if he is dead or alive. The leader kicks him hard on the head again, seemingly not satisfied. Who cares if he is dead or not? Half dead is even better. Let him see how we're going to deal with his sister. Ji Wenyu only feels like he is lying in a pool of sticky blood, his whole body becoming unbearably heavy, and he can't even open his eyes. But he really wants to see what has happened to Lu Wan. Chapter 51. The mutant cockroach Lu Wan looked at the bloodstains slowly spreading on the wooden floor, her mind teetering on the edge of madness. She wanted to kill these beasts. Lao Wu touched Ji Wenyu's nose. The boss is really amazing. This kid didn't die. At least he can hold on until we finish our business. Ha! The boss grinned with pride, then turned around to look at Lu Wan, whose expression was twisted with rage. Did you see that? This is what happens when you annoy me. If you weren't a pretty girl with some use in that area, your fate would be the same as his. So, while I still have a bit of patience for you, just be obedient, and you won't be short of food in the future. Also, stop making that scary face. It's not pretty at all. Come on, smile. Lu Wan's eyes were red, unable to bear looking at Ji Wenyu on the ground. But the dance studio was filled with mirrors, and no matter which direction she looked, Ji Wenyu's miserable state would appear before her eyes. Tears had long since crawled over her entire face without her noticing. She pointed at the security boss and cursed. I laugh at you, you bastard. I'll kill you all. Lu Wan was nearly losing her mind, rushing forward recklessly. When she reached the security boss, he slapped her hard, and she couldn't withstand the man's strength, falling to the ground. The security boss had lost his patience at this point and said in a deep voice to the others, Damn it, hold this crazy woman down. I'm going to deal with her right now. Upon hearing this, excitement lit up their faces, and the four of them rushed to Lu Wan's side. Pinning all her limbs down, Lu Wan exerted all her strength, but her body couldn't move at all. All she could do was cry in pain, shaking her head and screaming in despair. At that moment, she realized how weak she truly was, completely unable to resist these men's power. She understood the gap in strength between men and women. She hated it. Ji Wenyu was beaten to near death, and now she was going to be defiled by these disgusting men. She also hated the 20 or so people watching the show. She used to think she was very mature, having encountered all kinds of situations and people. But today, she truly realized what kind of creatures some people really are. These people are even worse than animals. Absolutely disgusting. Zhou Qingyang watched this scene with delight, wishing he could go up and help them rip Lu Wan's clothes off. He let Lu Wan usually act so high and mighty. Now she gets what she deserves. Ji Wenyu lay on the ground, hearing Lu Wan's loud cries, trying hard to open his eyes, desperately wanting to get up and protect her. But his whole body was in agony. Those people had hit him without holding back, beating him as if he were not human. He listened to Lu Wan's voice, feeling incredibly clear-headed, yet his body felt heavy as if it were about to fall into some abyss. He wanted to kill these beasts. He hated his own powerlessness. If only he were strong enough, he could protect Lu Wan. When he finally mustered all his strength and could only open his heavy eyes, the first thing he saw was the faces of his classmates. There was no sympathy on their faces, no pity, nor any shame. They stared directly at Lu Wan, their expressions showing glee and greed. This scene would be forever etched in his memory. Only a few girls looked down, unable to bear witnessing this scene. Through the mirrors behind them, Ji Wenyu saw four men holding Lu Wan's limbs, preventing her from moving, their faces displaying lewd and greedy expressions. Another man was lying on top of her, eagerly tearing at her clothes, his mouth licking her face. Ji Wenyu's angry tears immediately flowed out, mingling with the blood on his face. Just as Lu Wan's springtime beauty was about to be revealed, suddenly, there was a loud crash from outside. The movements of the 5 security guards immediately halted, and the other students watching were also startled, not daring to make a sound. For a moment, only Lu Wan's desperate cries filled everyone's ears. The security boss slapped Lu Wan hard. Damn it, shut up. It's your noise that attracted the zombies. At that moment, Lu Wan was almost frantic, not caring about the zombies at all. Even if she knew it was likely the zombies coming, she would only cry out even more desperately. She just wanted everyone in that room to pay for what they had done to her and Ji Wenyu. She remembered everyone who stood by and did nothing. She remembered those who harmed them. If she survived today, she would definitely kill every last one of these beasts in the room, leaving none alive. Another loud noise. It sounded like something was crashing against the door. The people in the room were even more tense. The security boss adjusted his pants, squeezing his flaccid member, unwillingly casting a glance at Luwan. So close yet so far. The other four got up, moved to the door, and held their breath, listening for sounds outside. Luwan was freed and immediately struggled to sit up, trying to stop crying while straightening her clothes, throwing resentful glances at everyone in the room. The students being looked at actually returned her gaze defiantly, their faces twisted in mockery and disdain, as if to say, "You're already dirty." Luwan wished she could rush up and fight these shameless people right now. But at this moment, she was more worried about Ji Wenyu's safety. She rushed to Ji Wenyu's side, initially thinking he was unconscious, but to her surprise, the first thing she saw was the madness in his eyes. Luwan then realized that Ji Wenyu hadn't lost consciousness. He had been watching everything. Luwan tightly grasped Ji Wenyu's hand, leaning close to his face, unable to stop crying. "Wenyu, are you okay?" Ji Wenyu couldn't utter a word. Only he knew how angry he was and how much he wanted to kill. But the more he felt this way, the more he hated his own powerlessness. If he had strength, if he were strong enough, how could such a thing happen today? At that moment, the 5 security guards, carefully listening for sounds outside the door, heard no strange noises anymore and were about to breathe a sigh of relief when a loud noise came again. And it was clearly banging against the door. The few of them immediately tensed up. "Boss, could it be zombies?" "How the hell would I know?" But there was no chaotic noise outside, so could it be just 1 or 2? If it's just 1 or 2, we can throw a few students out and then take the chance to kill when the zombies are eating them. Damn it. I still don't believe you dare to kill zombies. The students, hearing their conversation, shivered, thinking about how selfish these people were. So quickly, they forgot what they had just done. Another loud noise, and the door shook twice. The people inside were even more tense. Could it really be zombies? But according to their observations, zombies wouldn't act like this. What was going on? At the same time, just a few meters away from the dance studio, Yi Yin and his 2 companions were watching their prey at the door of the dance studio. These 2 mutant cockroaches were something they discovered from the teaching building and had chased all the way here. Originally, the cockroaches were only the size of a thumb, but after mutation, their bodies had grown to half a meter long. Their mandibles had evolved into something very solid and sharp, like an axe, capable of easily crushing prey and breaking through obstacles. Their shells had also become very hard. Yin was eyeing the mutated parts of the cockroaches. If he got his hands on them, they would be excellent materials for enchanting weapons. If you enchant a pair of cockroaches' mandibles onto the blade of a sword, it will make the sword sharper and more powerful. If you enchant the hard exoskeleton onto the weapon, it will increase the sword's toughness, making it more durable. Originally, I just wanted to kill zombies and collect magic crystals, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a windfall, just as Yin was about to attack the 2 cockroaches. They seemed to sense something and actually ran away. Yin immediately called the 2 girls and chased after them into the teaching building. When they reached the 5th floor, they realized that the cockroaches hadn't sensed Yin's attack and run away, but instead had heard a commotion and found their way here. As soon as they got close to the 5th floor, the 3 of them heard a huge scream coming from somewhere. The scream, filled with despair and madness, made their hearts ache. Wu Wu found it strange. Why did that voice sound so familiar? The 2 girls naturally wanted to see what was happening, and Yin also wanted to know what was going on. If it was something he couldn't stand, he wouldn't mind stepping in, as it would just be a small effort for him. Following the cockroaches, they found the dance studio where the sound was coming from and heard the commotion inside more clearly. However, they only heard the screams of 1 girl throughout, with no other sounds, which puzzled them greatly. Once the cockroaches reached their destination and confirmed that someone was inside, they began to ram the door with their sharp, hard mandibles. The dance studio also fell silent. To the astonishment of the 2 girls, the sturdy door of the dance studio began to shake after just a few impacts. These evolved creatures should not be underestimated. Yin was overjoyed to see how sharp and hard the cockroaches' mandibles were. The better the materials, the better the effect when enchanted onto weapons. By then, the power of the weapons in the hands of the 3 would greatly increase. However, Yuanan and Wu Wu were still not used to staring at the 2 cockroaches, as they were half a meter long, and their various features were magnified, making them feel disgusted. Yin said, "The cockroaches must want to eat the person inside. The moment they break through the door, we will rush in and catch them off guard. At that time, we can also see what exactly is happening in the dance studio. The mutated cockroaches are not as simple as first-level zombies, so it's best to be cautious given the two girls' limited experience in survival during the apocalypse, while also paying attention to training them. The two girls nodded seriously, even though they were reluctant to look at the disgusting bodies of the cockroaches. They had to keep an eye on the commotion over there. At this moment, the air, which had been quiet due to the cockroaches, was suddenly broken. A sharp, frantic female voice shouted, "Get out! Get out! Don't touch him!" Wu Wu's eyes widened in shock. This wasn't someone else's voice. It was her friend, Lu Wan's voice. Chapter 52, he still has a chance seeing Wu Wu's shocked expression when Yuanin quickly asked what's wrong. Ian was also looking at her. Wu Wu's expression immediately turned extremely angry, and she became agitated, standing up without caring whether the two cockroaches would notice her. If it weren't for the fact that she was currently following Yi Yan's orders and working for him, she would have charged in the moment she found out. Wu Wu's breath was rapid. "The girl inside is my friend, Lu Wan." The reason she mentioned Lu Wan's name was that almost no one at this university didn't know Lu Wan. After all, Lu Wan was widely recognized as the campus beauty. Exceptionally pretty, and during her time at school, she had been approached by various live streaming platforms and talent agencies, all of which she had turned down. Yi Yin and Wen Yuanan were somewhat surprised. They were not surprised that the person inside was Lu Wan, but that Lu Wan was still alive. Yesterday, when the two of them triggered a small zombie wave here, Lu Wan was still with those students on the second floor of the teaching building. They had no idea how she managed to escape. Perhaps Lu Wan was the only one who got out? What on earth had happened inside? If the scream just now really came from Lu Wan, it meant something terrible was happening inside. Although it had only been 2 days since the apocalypse began, the two women had already personally experienced that in the apocalypse, it was best not to interfere in matters that didn't concern them, unless it was something that crossed their bottom line and made them extremely uncomfortable. So when the three of them heard the sound earlier, although they felt anxious, they had only decided to kill the cockroaches and take a look at what was happening inside. If they had known earlier that it was Lu Wan, or rather, if they had known that the person inside was Wu Wu's friend, Yin would have already taken them to act. Seeing Wu Wu so agitated and angry, holding back her actions and just waiting for his opinion, what more could Yin say? Of course, it was to go in and save her. Yin stopped talking, rushing to the door of the dance studio at the fastest speed, not thinking about training the two women anymore, and directly unleashed 2 thunderstrikes. The 2 mutated cockroaches hadn't even reacted before they were instantly charred. If he hadn't used his professional skills and only relied on his combat knife, the cockroaches, thanks to their evolved physical advantages, could have held their ground against Yi Yin for a while. But the situation was different now. Since Wu Wu made that expression upon learning that the person inside was Lu Wan, it meant Lu Wan was very important to her. Yi Yin, though having experienced 2 years of the apocalypse and being quite selfish and indifferent, held great value for his companions. And he didn't want to see someone dear to his companion suffer misfortune, because he had seen enough in his past life, since he had the ability in this life, why let such things happen again? Wu Wu, now furious, followed closely behind Yi Yin, and when Yuanan was equally angry and serious. After Yi Yin quickly dealt with the 2 mutated cockroaches, he kicked open the door of the dance studio. All movement inside immediately ceased, and everyone's gaze was fixed on the newcomers. When those students recognized Yi Yin, their faces were filled with shock. They had all witnessed how Yi Yin and Wen Yuanan had slaughtered zombies the day before, how they jumped down from the second floor unscathed. It was also Yi Yin and his companion who had triggered the small zombie wave and then left them there, nearly causing all of them to die. Yet in the eyes of Yi Yin and his companions, there were no students at that moment. Inside the dance studio, all movements were eerily frozen, allowing Yi Yin and his companions to see clearly what was happening before, and they guessed what had just occurred. 5 men in familiar security uniforms, 3 of whom were holding down a disheveled, bruised Lu Wan, who was pitifully lying on the ground. Lu Wan was on the floor, desperately clutching a blood-soaked man, preventing another man from dragging him away. The last man was pulling Lu Wan's hair hard and stepping on the hand she was using to hold the bloody man. Just now, if it weren't for Lu Wan's desperate resistance, these 5 security guards would have thrown the half-dead Ji Wenyu outside to attract zombies. Wu Wu was shocked at the scene before her, staring intently at Lu Wan's face, unable to believe it was her. Then, her anger ignited, because she saw that although Lu Wan's clothes were generally put on, they were clearly torn and completely deformed. The man stepping on her hand and pulling her hair, while his pants were pulled up, had his belt unfastened. Even the zipper wasn't done up. And how experienced was Yi Yan? The moment he saw this scene, he guessed what had happened. Disheveled clothing, the once proud campus beauty now in a pitiful state. A blood-soaked boy who didn't know if he was dead or alive, and students sitting there indifferent, even enjoying the show, all hearing the commotion from outside and wanting to escape. Lu Wan heard the sound of the door opening, and she almost wanted to laugh. Were the zombies coming? Had the zombies finally arrived? Let them eat these bastards until not a bone was left. She didn't want Ji Wenyu to be thrown out as bait while these bastards took the opportunity to escape. What she wanted was zombies. What she wanted was for everyone present to accompany her and Ji Wenyu to die. But when she looked towards the door, she saw Wu Wu and that boy who had left a deep impression on her. How could it be them? Was it a hallucination before death? Yes. How could that incredible person possibly appear with Wu Wu to save her? It must be a dying vision. Just now, when she was in despair, she had always thought that if she were half as strong as that person yesterday, she wouldn't have encountered these things. She would have killed all of them with just a few strokes. So, at the moment of impending death, she saw not only her only friend in college, but also the boy she had met for the first time yesterday. She heard people say his name was Yi Yan. He seemed to be somewhat famous at school. However, in the next second, the boy from her hallucination appeared before her at a dizzying speed. And then she felt the force pulling her hair disappear, followed by a sea of red, with something warm flowing down her face. The disgusting voice that she would never forget began to scream loudly. Accompanied by a pop, the weight on her hand vanished, and something else splashed on her hand, making the horrible screams even more tragic. Lu Wan suddenly awakened. This wasn't a hallucination. He came to save her. She wiped her face randomly with her hands, her eyes finally free from the blood, allowing her to see the scene before her clearly. The beast that had pressed down on her, making her want to die, was now rolling on the ground, pale-faced, with his blood flowing everywhere. Even more than what Ji Wenyu had lost, because one of his hands and one of his feet were now missing. His severed limbs were right beside her, but she felt no fear at all. The space around her and Ji Wenyu suddenly opened up, and the remaining 4 security guards looked as if they had seen a ghost, terrified and hiding behind those students. And those students who had just ignored their plight. Now seeing this bloody scene, many of them screamed in fright. Huh, is this scary? When Ji Wenyu was beaten to this state, why didn't they think it was scary? Now they found blood terrifying? Was there plenty of blood from Ji Wenyu just now? After witnessing Yi Yan's actions, these people felt a deep sense of fear. That was the aura that could only be emitted by someone who had experienced countless killings. Cold-blooded, decisive. Many students had not yet reacted when they saw Yi Yan again, but he rushed in front of Lu Wan in a flash, severing the hands and feet of the person who had assaulted her. The speed was definitely not that of an ordinary person. Such a decisive act of cutting off hands and feet was something that only extraordinary individuals could accomplish. The head of security, completely unaware of what was happening, lost his hands and feet in an instant. He only saw who had come, felt a blur in front of him, and then the sharp pain struck. His hands and feet disappeared without him even having a chance to react. The other 4 security guards could clearly see that these people had come to rescue Lu Wan. Among them, this man was extraordinarily powerful. It wasn't just that he was terrifyingly strong. He seemed almost beyond human. If they had known that Lu Wan had such a background, how would they have dared to do what they did earlier? At that moment, Ji Wenyu, who was not being supported by any of the security guards, collapsed to the ground. Although he was barely alive, he had just witnessed how Yi Yan had come in and cut off that woman's hands and legs. He hadn't even blinked during the entire ordeal. The man who severed the security guard's limbs descended like a god, instantly turning the tide. Wu wanted to go check on Lu Wan, but Ji Wenyu's condition was the most urgent. She rushed over to carefully support Ji Wenyu, But no matter how gentle her touch was, he winced in pain. Gasping for breath, Wen Yuan then quickly pulled out the remaining half-bottle of healing potion, crouching down, unsure of where to start with Ji Wenyu's battered body. Yi Venyu, half lying on the ground, did not look at Lu Wan, whom he had been so worried about, nor at Wen Yuan Nan or Wu Wu who were taking care of him. His eyes were fixed on Yi Yin, revealing too many complex emotions. He was grateful. He was relieved. He yearned for more. But he only hated that he was about to die and couldn't he repay Yi Yan's kindness. He also wanted to tell Yi Yin to take Lu Wan away. But he couldn't say a word. He was too severely injured to utter anything. Just moments ago, when several security guards heard the commotion outside, and Lu Wan came to find him, he knew he was done for and couldn't he say a thing to her. Lu Wan looked at the pained Ji Wenyu and then pleaded with Yi Yin, who was beside her holding a battle knife. Please, save him. I beg you. I will do anything you ask. If it were Yi Yin, she would do anything. Yi Yin crouched down, looking at the barely conscious Ji Wenyu. Ji Wenyu tried hard to speak. He wanted to plead with Yi Yin to take Lu Wan away. He made every effort to form words, wanted to say even a single syllable. He wanted to thank Yi Yin for saving him, even though he was beyond saving, allowing him the chance to know that these beasts would not have a good ending and that Lu Wan had not fallen into their hands. Yi Yin looked at the two tragic figures, his heart surging with emotion. Perhaps he thought of himself as cold-blooded, with revenge as his only focus. But sometimes, he had to admit that the original him, the one who existed before the apocalypse, still lay hidden within, bringing him feelings of an ordinary person. He still had a chance for salvation. Chapter 53, Another Ability. Lu Wan almost fainted upon hearing those 4 words. Yi Yin disregarded everyone's shock and said directly, "The only thing that can save him now is the evolution agent." Wu Wu suddenly remembered her own experience of being exhausted earlier, and after injecting a bottle of evolution agent, all her internal and external injuries had healed. Although Ji Wenyu's injuries were very serious now, if it was the miraculous evolution agent, it could definitely save him, because she had experienced the magical power of the evolution agent herself. Just now, they had been clearing zombies under the teaching building, and the 3 of them had worked very efficiently, killing more than 100 zombies in a short time, and the density of zombies around them was visibly decreasing. Yi Yin immediately stood up. "I will go find the traitor now. You wait for me here." Although Lu Wan had never heard of any traitor or evolution agent, in her eyes, Yi Yin was like a god. Whatever he said was true, and she had no doubts at all. She looked at Yi Yin with eager anticipation. "Please save him. I am willing to do anything." Yi Yin smiled reassuringly at Lu Wan, but suddenly remembered something. His expression changed drastically. "No, we need to leave this place quickly. I just used Thunderstrike. The zombies will be attracted here." Wu Wu and Wen Yuanan's faces also changed at the same time, and they immediately grabbed Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu to escape. Hearing this, the students became restless. Thunderstrike. Wasn't that the move they saw Yi Yin use that night? That loud move? It was because of that move that Yi Yin triggered a small zombie wave, almost costing them their lives. When they heard Yi Yin say this, they felt nervous, but also found it strange. Wait, they had all seen and heard Yi Yin's Thunderstrike before. If he had used it nearby, they would have heard it very clearly, but they hadn't heard anything before he barged in. Yi Yin immediately looked down the corridor. A strange thing happened. The massive number of zombies that should have been attracted by his Thunderstrike were not coming at all. The area under the teaching building was still the same as before, with many zombies wandering around, showing no signs of gathering towards them. Wu Wu and Wen Yuanan also noticed this and felt it was odd. At this moment, the little dumpling that had been curled up in Yi Yan's hat called out, and Yi Yin suddenly understood. This was the little dumpling's ability. Previously, when Yi Yin formed a contract with it, he only vaguely knew that it had an illusion ability. Now, he realized it also had a spatial ability. When Yi Yin used Thunderstrike just now, it was the little dumpling using its ability to momentarily isolate that space from the outside world, so the loud sound did not reach outside. Yi Yin looked at the little dumpling in shock, and at this moment, it was meowing proudly, seeking praise. Just now, it was the little dumpling's consciousness that connected with him, allowing him to know what happened. In fact, the illusion ability and the spatial ability complemented each other, Illusions can directly invade a person's mind and can also be combined with spatial abilities to alter the surrounding environment, creating a real illusion. When Yuan An asked in confusion, "Why are the zombies not reacting?" Yi Yin patted the little dumpling and smiled. "It's the little dumpling's ability. No more time to explain. Since this place is safe, you wait for me here and keep an eye on those people. When I come back, we will settle the score with them slowly." The two girls nodded. They were now evolutionists. Were they afraid of these ordinary people? Lu Wan looked at Yi Yan's back and secretly vowed that regardless of whether Ji Wenyu lived or died after today, she would follow him wholeheartedly in the future. Her body, her life, was saved by Yi Yan. The group entered the dance studio again. Lu Wan looked at those people with hatred, wishing she could kill them right now. Ji Wenyu finally closed his eyes quietly. He was very tired, but he had to wait for Yi Yan to return. He had to survive. Because this apocalypse was too dangerous and evil, he couldn't leave Lu Wan alone. Moreover, how could he be willing to leave when there were dozens of beasts in this room that had not died? Even more so, Yi Yan had done him such a great favor. He must repay it. They were clearly not acquainted with Yi Yan, only familiar with Wu Wu. Yet Yi Yan helped them like this. And now he was even going out to find an evolution agent to save him. If he could survive today, he would spend the rest of his life repaying Yi Yan. Yi Yan left with the little dumpling. In fact, it was much easier for him to go outside the school alone than to take the two of them with him. His speed had greatly increased because he had formed a contract with the exotic beast, gaining part of its abilities. If he took the two girls with him, he would have to match their pace and look after them. Now, with just himself and a little exotic beast in his hoodie, he felt incredibly free. Yi Yan had about 100 magic crystals on him. Since he had decided to save Ji Wenyu and make him an evolutionist, Ji Wenyu would definitely become his companion. And so would Lu Wan. So, since he was already out, he might as well kill a few more zombies in exchange for Lu Wan's evolution agent. In this way, he would have 5 one-star evolutionists in his team. The speed of killing zombies would be exponentially increased. Thinking about his team growing stronger and having more evolutionists, Yi Yan's heart was filled with excitement. 5 one-star evolutionists. On the second day of the apocalypse, he had formed a small team, all of whom were about to become evolutionists, while most people had never even seen a traitor. Such a starting point was already very high in the apocalypse. Yi Yan used his full speed to quickly kill zombies under the teaching building, gathering enough magic crystals, and then headed outside the school. This time, he didn't linger in battle and didn't kill any extra zombies unless they charged right in front of him. Because he knew Ji Wenyu was running out of time, he could imagine how full of hatred Ji Wenyu's heart would be after being beaten to such a state by a few ordinary people. Perhaps, if Ji Wenyu survived this time, that hatred and experience would become his powerful weapon in the future. Yi Yan only delayed some time when he rushed into the supermarket, because there were just too many zombies in the market, but it still took less time than before. Because this time, he was alone, and he was much faster than before. Finding the traitor, Yi Yan quickly exchanged for 2 bottles of one-star evolution agents and rushed back to the school without stopping. At this moment, in the dance studio from which Yi Yan had just left, the head of security, who had lost an arm and a leg to Yi Yan, had died from excessive blood loss. His body lay in the middle of the dance studio, his blood covering Ji Wenyu's previous blood. During his struggle, Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu had been watching him with smiles, not saying a word. Originally, Lu Wan wanted to borrow Wu Wu's knife to cut his flesh piece by piece and torture him severely. But now Ji Wenyu was on the verge of death, with only his eyes still open, and she didn't dare to leave his side. If Ji Wenyu really died while she wasn't there, she would suffer for the rest of her life. Seeing their boss die a miserable death, the other 4 terrified security guards were about to explode. They didn't understand who Yi Yan was, why he was so powerful, why were his methods so strange. However, at this moment, Yi Yan had already gone out, and although the 2 girls he brought looked extraordinary, they were at least easier to deal with than Yi Yan. "Second brother, let's go. They can't stop us. Wait until that guy comes back. Then we will really die." The group couldn't hold their composure any longer and stood up to escape through the door. A cold light flashed in Wu Wu's eyes as she blocked the doorway at the speed of an evolver. "Where do you think you're going?" She coldly stared at the 4 individuals. Just now, Lu Wan had roughly told her what happened. but she only got the gist of it and didn't know all the details. Not having seen it with her own eyes, she felt an overwhelming anger. Once Ji Weini was better, she would make sure that Ji Weini and Luan vent their anger thoroughly. The four were instantly frightened. This woman's speed was also unnaturally fast, although not as quick as that boy. Compared to ordinary people, she was simply a freak. The second man pointed at Wu Wu and pretended to be tough, saying, "Get out of the way, you bitch." Ah. Before the security guard could finish his sentence, he was already covering his face and rolling on the ground, screaming in agony. Wu Wu had directly swung a knife, slicing at the second man's face. However, she held back. Otherwise, it would have been like chopping a zombie, instantly taking his life. Got a foul mouth, huh? Can you still talk now? The wound on the second man's face slashed diagonally from the edge of his chin, cutting through both his upper and lower lips, exposing the structure of his mouth, brushing against his nose, and cutting out one of his eyes. The security guards and students all gasped in horror, feeling pain on their own faces. The second man covered his face, but blood was seeping through his fingers, staining his clothes and dripping onto the floor in a steady tick-tock. He couldn't even let out a clear scream, only managing to produce some indistinct syllables that made everyone in the room feel unsettled. Wu Wu proudly blocked the doorway, a cold smile tugging at her lips as she looked at the remaining three. "Are you still leaving?" The few of them were so scared they nearly lost control, crawling back in fear. Terrifying. That man was not only extremely scary and fierce, but even the woman beside him was a lunatic. Luan watched this scene intently, not feeling the slightest bit of bloodiness. The blood from Ji Weini just moments ago had already made her immune. Seeing the fate of these beasts now, she couldn't help but want to burst out laughing. At the same time, she also noticed that Wu Wu had become different from ordinary people, just like Yi Yin. Could this be the effect of the Evolver serum that Yi Yin mentioned? Watching Wu Wu effortlessly slaughter those who had just assaulted her, she couldn't help but think how great it would be if she also possessed such overwhelming power. That way, no one would dare to bully her or hit Ji Weini again. At this moment, the students in the dance studio could see that Wu Wu and Lu Wan had a very good relationship, and today she was there to help her take revenge. Thinking about their previous words and actions, they felt an immense fear and regret. A boy mustered his courage to stand up, trembling as he said, "I want to go out. I didn't hit Ji Weini, nor did I do anything to Lu Wan." The others also stood up one after another. "Yeah, it has nothing to do with us." Lu Wan looked at them incredulously and then started to laugh out loud. "Ha, you shameless bunch. In a way, you're even more despicable than those five." Zhou Qingyang immediately retorted, "Did we touch you? Why are you putting the blame on us?" Just as Lu Wan was about to respond to Zhou Qingyang, a cold voice came from outside the door. "Who wants to leave?" Chapter 54. New members of the team. Everyone was taken aback, and the students quickly crouched down, not daring to respond to Yi Yin. Wu Wu and Wen Yuan Nan were excited to welcome Yi Yin back. Lu Wan looked at Yi Yin with anticipation, while Ji Wenyu, who had been holding on until now, felt waves of excitement in her heart. Everyone was waiting for Yi Yin to say something. Yi Yin looked at Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu on the ground, pulled out 2 first-star evolution agents, and said, "These are for you." Lu Wan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yi Yin. She had just heard about evolution agents and evolvers from Wu Wu and was shocked. Seeing Wu Wu's strength, which was different from before, made her realize the power of evolvers. They were completely on a different level from ordinary people. How could she doubt it after witnessing Yi Yan's terrifying strength and Wu Wu's transformation? Now, Yi Yin was not only going to use the first-star evolution agent to save Ji Wenyu, but he also gave her a bottle. At this moment, Ji Wenyu could only move his eyes, which still revealed a hint of life. Anyone who saw him like this, with all his injuries, would think he was beyond saving. However, the only part of him that could move, his eyes, was now filled with brilliance, excitement, and longing. He was not dead. Not only would he not die, but he would become a powerful evolver like Yi Yin. Even Lu Wan would too. Wu Wu and Wen Yuan then exchanged smiles, knowing that their boss actually had a soft heart, which meant that Lu Wan and her brother would become Yi Yan's people from now on. Even if Yi Yin couldn't save Ji Wenyu this time, or make them evolvers, Lu Wan would likely still choose to follow them. Seeing that Lu Wan was still in shock and didn't respond, Wu Wu took the evolution agent from Yi Yan's hand and gave it to her, saying, "Stop daydreaming. Ji Wenyu will be in trouble if you don't act soon." Lu Wan calmed her mind and immediately injected the first star evolution agent into Ji Wenyu's body. The other students whispered among themselves, "What is an evolution agent? They've been talking about it since earlier. Is it the thing that makes Yi Yin so powerful? Isn't it called an evolution agent?" They also said that the evolution agent could save Ji Wenyu. Could it really be true? But if Ji Wenyu came back to life after injecting the evolution agent, would he and Lu Wan become as powerful as those people? Oh no, wouldn't that be the end for them? They hoped such a thing wouldn't happen. Lu Wan carefully observed Ji Wenyu's expression. Ji Wenyu felt a warm current flowing into his body, as if it contained boundless power, quickly nourishing and repairing him. The pain in his body was rapidly disappearing, and after the warm current had almost healed him, it seemed to have leftover energy, transforming his body and awakening his potential. Lu Wan was shocked as she watched Ji Wenyu's transformation, for his face and wounds were healing at a visible speed. His complexion was no longer ashen. The bleeding from his wounds had stopped, and he could move. "Sis, I was in so much pain just now." After a long time, he finally spoke. Lu Wan couldn't help but burst into tears, tightly grasping Ji Wenyu's hand. Ji Wenyu stood up and said, "Sis, I'm sorry. I won't let you go through this again. Anyone who bullies you will die." Then Ji Wenyu, covered in blood, walked up to Yi Yan. He was about to kneel, but was stopped by Yi Yan, who was quick to react. Ji Wenyu looked at Yi Yan with eyes full of gratitude and loyalty. "Big brother Yi Yan, you saved me and Lu Wan. We don't know how to thank you. You might think we're following you for protection, but we want to repay you. From now on, your affairs are my affairs. Our lives were saved by you, and our lives are in your hands. Also, thank you." Ji Wenyu's eyes were red. He had just sworn that he would never cry again, that he would never be a weakling. Yi Yan didn't know what to say. He could tell that these two siblings were actually very good people, unlike those malicious individuals in the apocalypse. Yi Yan nodded. The team officially gained 2 new members. Meanwhile, Lu Wan was still sitting on the ground crying. Wu Wu had no choice but to help Lu Wan inject the first star evolution agent. As a result, Lu Wan's crying immediately stopped as the changes in her body shocked her. She finally understood why Ji Wenyu, who had been on the verge of death, could come back to life after injecting the agent. The others looked at Ji Wenyu as if they had seen a ghost. How could he still be alive? He had just been beaten to near death. Even if he wasn't dead right now, he shouldn't be able to stand up, not to mention whether the security guards had broken his legs. It was likely that there wasn't a single bone in his body that was intact. He could be saved like this? Was that a joke? Only Yi Yan knew that the effects of the evolution agent could only work once on a person. Moreover, it must be someone who had never evolved before to have this opportunity. When a person undergoes their first evolution, all their energy is activated by the evolution agent, and their vitality responds to the agent in a short time, unleashing unprecedented life force to awaken their potential and push their limits. If someone had been beaten to near death as an evolver, this situation wouldn't occur. Therefore, the only situation to use this method to save someone is an ordinary person who has never evolved. After Ji Wenyu expressed his gratitude and loyalty to Yi Yan repeatedly, he turned around and looked at the others with a half-smile. Wu Wu stood by in silence, feeling very uncomfortable with Ji Wenyu's change. Wu Wu had a good relationship with Lu Wan, so she was very familiar with Ji Wenyu. The Ji Wenyu she knew was a sunny boy who didn't like to hold grudges, always generous, and she had never seen him in conflict with anyone. But now, the expression on Ji Wenyu's face was something Wu Wu had never seen before. She didn't think Ji Wenyu couldn't change, nor did she think it was bad. Rather, through Ji Wenyu's expression, she understood the immense shadow the recent brutal events had cast on him, which had altered his personality. Wu Wu looked at Ji Wenyu and Lu Wan with pity, not realizing that she too was in the midst of change. The crowd, feeling uneasy under Ji Wenyu's intense gaze, dared not look into his eyes. The hatred, resentment, and anger revealed in his eyes sent shivers down their spines. At this moment, Lu Wan had also completed her evolution and stood next to Ji Wenyu, coldly staring at the others. Thus, the scene in the dance studio became very strange. A group of people sat or crouched on the ground, burying their heads, afraid to look into the eyes of the two. Among them was one person covering their face, covered in blood, in immense pain, yet not daring to make a sound. Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu stood a meter in front of them, as if contemplating how to torment them, making them feel the same helplessness and despair. Yi Yin and the others stood near the door, planning to be complete bystanders, leaving those people to their fate. The students were now terrified. Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu had injected Yi Yan's so-called evolution agents, and even Ji Wenyu had miraculously come back to life, so they very likely had powers like Yi Yan. How could they dare to provoke them now? Feeling bored, Yi Yan took his combat knife to the door of the dance studio and cut off the useful parts from the two cockroaches. The little dumpling, who had been lazily staying in his hat, actively jumped out and started using its claws to scrape the meat off the cockroaches. Because Yi Yan had removed his hardest shell and mandibles, the little Zongzi could easily manipulate their flesh. Finally, under Yi Yan's curious gaze, the little Zongzi dug out 2 small pieces of tender meat from the bodies of the 2 mutated cockroaches. Fearing that Yi Yan might take it away, it quickly stuffed the meat into its mouth and began to eat it with delight. After signing a contract with the little Zongzi, Yi Yan felt as if he had gained a clone. He could sense the little Zongzi's physical condition and emotions, and sometimes even experienced a sort of telepathy that allowed him to know exactly what the little Zongzi was thinking. For instance, earlier, to help Yi Yan hide the sound of the falling thunder, the little Zongzi used its spatial powers to isolate their surroundings from the outside world, preventing the sound from escaping and thus not attracting zombies. After that, Yi Yan clearly felt that the little Zongzi had become quite weak, even too lazy to meow to show its presence. Now, after the little Zongzi ate those 2 special pieces of meat, Yi Yan sensed that its energy had recovered significantly. In his previous life, Yi Yan had heard that exotic beasts were much stronger than ordinary mutated beasts, except for some that had very high evolutionary levels. However, there were also exotic beasts with very powerful abilities that were even more formidable than those high-level mutated beasts. Moreover, the exotic beasts that invaded this world particularly favored eating mutated beasts, and then humans. Yi Yan finally understood why the little Zongzi had looked so disdainful when he fed it ham sausage at the supermarket. Now, Yi Yan had 2 pairs of mandibles, 2 pieces of shell, and 3 weapons that were about to be upgraded. He returned to the classroom, regardless of the strange atmosphere inside, and instructed Wu Wu and Wen Yuan Nan to hand over the weapons. He began to enchant the 2 gray-level weapons right there on the spot. Since his white battle knife was bought from a trader, he couldn't be sure if it could be processed again. When the 2 girls saw the materials in Yi Yan's hands, they knew what he was about to do and excitedly gathered around. Yi Yan first took out a mandible and used his enchantment skill. A glimmer appeared on the mandible in his hand and then disappeared, enchanting it onto the gray battle knife. At the same time, a strange light flashed on the knife blade, revealing a different aura from before. Its power significantly increased. The gray of the battle knife became even purer. Yi Yan looked at the battle knife that had changed for the first time after using enchantment, feeling that its sharpness and power were noticeably stronger than before. Wu Wu and Wen Yuan then immediately grabbed the enchanted gray battle knife, eagerly swinging it a few times to feel the obvious changes. Yi Yan then took out a piece of shell and enchanted it onto another gray battle knife. This gray battle knife also immediately underwent a change, but it was different from the previous one. The gray of this battle knife became deep, darker than before. Instead of becoming sharper, it became more durable and resilient. This demonstrates that enchanting weapons with different materials results in different changes. Undoubtedly, the enchanted weapons became more powerful than before, with the increased attributes being related to the characteristics of the materials themselves. Yi Yan looked at his white battle knife and the remaining materials, feeling somewhat tempted. Chapter 55. Revenge after discussing with Wu Wu. The resilient gray battle knife was to be used by Wu Wu, while the sharper one was given to Wen Yuan Nan. Although Wen Yuan Nan became an evolver a day earlier than Wu Wu, her skills and agility could not compare to Wu Wu, who had trained day after day. So the sharp knife was given to Wen Yuan Nan. The 2 girls excitedly held the brand new battle knives, constantly brandishing them in their hands. At this moment, All the students in the dance studio, with their heads bowed, were filled with fear and regret. If they had known that Yi Yan would intervene, they would never have treated Lu Wan and her brother this way. Lu Wan glanced at the bag Wu had placed on the floor, suddenly smiled strangely, then walked over, opened the bag, and dumped its contents on the ground. Food and water spilled everywhere, and the packaging was instantly stained with blood on the ground, deeply attracting the attention of these people and even temporarily making them forget the current crisis. They stared eagerly at the large pile of food on the ground, swallowing hard, wishing they could pounce on it immediately. After all, they hadn't eaten since the apocalypse began. Now that they saw this food, they were almost going crazy. If it weren't for Yi Yan's pressure still looming, they would have rushed in to grab it. Lu Wan looked at the hungry and greedy eyes of these people and smiled. Just now, they had wanted her to offer her body so that those beasts could do as they pleased. Lu Wan said to them, "Do you want to eat?" Some people nodded in a daze, while others felt it was strange, but still wanted to hear what Lu Wan had to say. Lu Wan glanced at Ji Wenyu beside her, and then said, "As long as you choose one person to come forward and beat them half to death, just like my brother did just now, the others can share the food. If you can't choose, then whoever strips naked can eat. You must be completely naked, not a single piece of clothing while eating, and you can eat as much as you want." Everyone was taken aback, then their eyes filled with anger. Why should she treat them like this? What do you mean? What gives you the right? Are you out of your mind? Lu Wan looked at these people with a smile that was not quite a smile and spoke in a voice louder than anything else. "Anyone who curses me again will die right now." The students were horrified. It seemed that Lu Wan had truly gained power. But some students clearly did not think so, right now. Their only focus was on the food that could fill their stomachs, and Lu Wan was the biggest obstacle in their way. Zhou Qingyang immediately said with dissatisfaction, "Are you crazy? What gives you the right to kill us?" Zhou Qingyang hated Lu Wan the most. In the same class, Lu Wan was always the center of attention for the boys. In the dormitory, she teamed up with other girls to ostracize Lu Wan. But Lu Wan completely ignored them and did not take them seriously. When she deliberately looked for trouble, she thought Lu Wan would act like a pushover since all the girls were on her side, and they all hated Lu Wan. However, when she accidentally knocked Lu Wan's shoes off the window and sincerely said sorry without any intention of going down to pick them up, Lu Wan directly threw all her clothes and blankets down. Since then, her hatred for Lu Wan intensified, but she no longer dared to pull any tricks. Today, when those men specifically called for Lu Wan, she felt it was the most exciting moment of her life. She even thought that the apocalypse wasn't so bad after all. At least she could punish someone as domineering and arrogant as Lu Wan. Seeing Lu Wan being pressed down by those people, her clothes being slowly taken off, Zhou Qingyang was overjoyed. Seeing Ji Wenyu beaten to half-death, she felt no sympathy at all, thinking he deserved it. Why did he protect Lu Wan? If he had sent Lu Wan out earlier, he would have eaten something by now. What was there to pity about a woman like her? But everything was broken by that man, that detestable man named Yi Yan. Lu Wan's clothes were not taken off, and Ji Wenyu was not dead. She was about to go crazy. Watching her enemy about to be punished, only to be stopped alive by someone, made her feel like she was going insane. It was just like seeing food in front of her, but not being able to eat it. Now, this disgusting woman was so arrogant, demanding they strip to eat. Was she psychologically affected by what happened earlier? How perverse! And as soon as Zhou Qingyang's words left her mouth, she saw Lu Wan's cold and vicious gaze. In that instant, she realized that Lu Wan was no longer on the same level as her, no longer in the same world. Regret was too late. Lu Wan, with a speed that ordinary people could never possess, quickly reached Zhou Qingyang's side and slapped her hard across the face. This slap was completely different from the one Lu Wan had given her before. She felt as if a hammer had struck her face. Zhou Qingyang's world turned upside down, her brain unable to think, her eyes blurred, and her ears began to ring. She felt as if her head would be knocked off from Lu Wan's slap. Her neck hurt so badly, it felt like it would break. How could a woman have such strength? Everyone was shocked as they watched this scene. Just moments ago, Lu Wan had been lying on the ground, almost becoming everyone's scapegoat. Now she had completely transformed into someone who could dictate their lives and deaths. And all of this was because of Yi Yan. It was Yi Yan who saved the two of them, turning the situation around completely. Zhou Qingyang, lying on the ground, had blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Her face swollen, with blood marks across her face, making it hard to believe that the one who struck was actually a girl. Zhou Qingyang finally realized that she could no longer compete with Lu Wan, if before she could have used her words. Now, she couldn't even look Lu Wan in the eye, because she had just personally experienced fear, power. Lu Wan could easily take her life now. Lu Wan looked down at Zhou Qingyang, who no longer dared to speak, feeling nothing but disgust and a deep sense of revenge. She turned her head and looked at Wu Wu, who was carefully watching her. "What are you looking at? Lend me your knife for a moment." Wu Wu said nothing and handed the knife to Lu Wan. Zhou Qingyang curled up on the ground, not daring to say a word, lacking even the strength to plead for mercy. That slap was enough for her. Now she only hated herself for being so mouthy, for always being at odds with Lu Wan. Wu Wu would not stop Lu Wan, nor would she feel the slightest sympathy for these people. She even wanted to kill them herself. If it weren't for Yi Yin and the others encountering mutated cockroaches downstairs and chasing after them, she couldn't imagine what would have happened, what Lu Wan would have gone through, and what would have happened to Ji Wenyu. And these people had just stood by and watched, even advising Lu Wan to submit to those security guards from the very beginning. They were unforgivable. Each and every one of them was utterly disgusting. Lu Wan, holding the gray battle knife, did not have time to marvel at its uniqueness. Looking at Zhou Qingyang on the ground, she coldly said, "In the past, I knew you disliked me and targeted me everywhere, slandering me behind my back. Yet I did nothing to you. At most, I would give you a warning. But today, you really angered me, and not just you, but everyone present. If Yi Yin and the others hadn't come earlier, I would probably be standing naked in front of you being humiliated right now. And Ji Wenyu might not have survived either. Haha, in the end, we survived, but I will never forget what you all did just now. I have the deepest impression of you, Zhou Qingyang. I saw your eyes. You're happy. You're so pleased to see me fall to such a state. How malicious you are. Just how much do you hate me? Did I dig up your ancestors' graves? I don't know what I've done to make you so dissatisfied with me. But I know I truly hate you now, wishing I could dig up your family's graves and desecrate your ancestors' corpses. You should experience the taste of despair and death too." After saying this, Lu Wan struck without hesitation or fear, her knife directly cutting Zhou Qingyang in half, leaving her no time to make sound. Yi Yin and the others coldly observed the scene before them, feeling no discomfort, let alone sympathy. Zhou Qingyang was capable of such things. In this apocalypse, human nature and morality had become even more nakedly evil under such stimuli. It was just her misfortune that things didn't go as she wished. Lu Wan not only remained unharmed, but gained power. Her revenge was well-deserved. Ji Wenyu looked at Lu Wan, deep in thought. In fact, wasn't it a good thing that Lu Wan had become this way? They had both personally experienced the brutal bloodshed of the apocalypse, nearly losing precious things because of it. Ji Wenyu preferred Lu Wan to be ruthless. After all, they had power now, with Yi Yin backing them up, right? And all these people before them deserved to die. Others watched the scene in terror, 1,000 times more gruesome than when Ji Wenyu was beaten earlier. Zhou Qingyang, who had just been alive, was now reduced to 2 chunks of flesh, pitifully sprawled on the dance studio floor. Her intestines had spilled out, blood, and some unknown liquid flowing all over the ground. Many people felt sick and vomited, unable to bear another glance. At this moment, there were already 2 tragically dead bodies in the dance studio, one belonging to the security chief and the other to Zhou Qingyang. Coupled with the blood Ji Wenyu had shed earlier, it could be said that the place was a river of blood, a sight too horrific to bear. Lu Wan killed Zhou Qingyang and then walked to Ji Wenyu's side. For her first murder, she felt no fear at all. Her heart was filled with hatred for these people, for it was they who had made her quickly understand and adapt to this apocalypse. Ji Wenyu looked at the faces of those who appeared ashen, then turned to the last few security guards who were practically scared to death. They were filled with regret at this moment. The security guards approached the 4 of them, one of them suddenly kneeling on the ground, desperately grabbing Ji Wenyu's leg. I was wrong. Please spare me." The other 3, as if on autopilot, followed suit and knelt down, crying, "We truly know our mistakes. Please don't kill us." Ji Wenyu coldly looked at these people and kicked one away. "When I was lying there just now, I imagined how to dismember you into pieces. I thought I wouldn't have a chance, but I didn't expect to survive. The few of them turned ashen, no longer pleading. The security guard who had been blinded and disfigured by Wu Wu could not speak coherently, only able to whimper in fear and regret. One of them, in a frenzy, viciously pointed at Luan. Just this filthy whore who knows what she's done with men. But before he could finish his words, Ji Wenyu severed his head. Ji Wenyu stood there holding the gray battle knife that Luan had just used, making these people experience the absolute gap in strength, realizing the vast difference between evolvers and ordinary people. They could only hate themselves for not becoming evolvers. Chapter 56. Zombie? Human? The head of a security guard rolled to the feet of several students, who screamed and fled. Now they finally understood how desperate it felt when the target of the slaughter was themselves. But it was too late. In the hearts of Ji Wenyu and Luan, they were already dead. Under the pleas of the three remaining security guards and the shattering screams of other students, Ji Wenyu ruthlessly killed the three men and then looked at the students. At that moment, Yi Yin, who was at the door, contemplating whether to enchant his battle knife, suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura, while the purple hook jade indicated to him that something was rapidly approaching this place in his mind. The little rice dumpling in Yi Yan's hat also issued a warning sound at the same time, bristling all over, nerves tense. A level 2 zombie. Because too many people had died in this dance studio, the heavy smell of blood attracted a level 2 zombie. Yi Yan didn't have time to inform the other unresponsive companions and was about to go out to block the level 2 zombie. But before his body could move, his eyes caught a glimpse of a shadow flashing in from the doorway, rushing straight towards Luan and Ji Wenyu. At the moment the level 2 zombie entered the doorway, the 4 members of the martial arts group, as 1-star evolvers, finally reacted and suddenly went on high alert. Ji Wenyu pulled Luan over in shock. This terrifying creature was actually coming towards them. But after Ji Wenyu pulled Luan, he was stunned to find that the shadow actually bypassed them and charged towards those students who were not evolvers. Ji Wenyu didn't care about that. He directly pulled Luan back to Yi Yan's side. After becoming a 1-star evolver, his senses were already different from ordinary people. He knew these students could not harm him. He could easily crush them, just as he understood how dangerous this shadow was. After becoming a 1-star evolver, he actually felt he had no chance against this shadow. It seemed that the path of evolution was still very long, with many things more dangerous than zombies. After all, this was the unknown apocalypse. Those students had no idea what was happening. They could hardly see the shadow that had rushed in an instant. They only saw the expressions of Yi Yan and his group suddenly become as if facing a great enemy. One student wondered why Ji Wenyu, who was supposed to attack them, suddenly pulled Luan back, and the next second, he found the world spinning because his head had been chopped off by the zombie's sharp claws. At this moment, everyone present finally saw the true face of the shadow. Even Yi Yan was shocked and took a long time to react. This zombie indeed emitted the aura of a level 2 zombie, and there was a dark yellow magic crystal on its head. However, if one didn't look at the magic crystal on its head, it completely looked like a human. This was also the reason why Yi Yan instinctively thought of this zombie as a person rather than an it. The others also took a long time to process. Was this a zombie? Aren't zombies supposed to be made of rotten flesh? Even if a level 2 zombie had developed muscle tissue, it couldn't possibly look like this. When Yuanin had seen level 2 zombies before, although they had evolved much more than level 1 zombies, they were definitely not like the zombie before them. The zombie in front of them was neatly dressed in human clothing, its skin slightly grayish compared to normal humans. Its pupils larger than usual, fingers sharp, and teeth pointed. However, its skin showed no signs of decay or pus, and its gaze lacked the ferocity and emptiness typical of zombies, instead revealing more of a human brightness. Yet the yellow magic crystal on its head clearly told everyone that it was a zombie. If one didn't pay attention to those details, no one would recognize it as a zombie at first glance. Amidst these strange points, what shocked Yi Yan even more was that this level 2 zombie actually did not attack the 5 1-star evolvers present, but chose to attack ordinary people who had no power to fight back. It should be known that ordinary level 2 zombies already recognize the difference between evolvers and ordinary people and could judge whether a person was an evolver. Between ordinary people and evolvers, level 2 zombies would prioritize attacking evolvers because eating one evolver would be equivalent to eating 100 ordinary people. Yet this level 2 zombie was different. It chose to attack ordinary people it could kill in an instant because it knew it was no match for Yin. This intelligence far exceeded the scope of a level 2 zombie. Only higher level zombies, above level 5, could judge human strength and decide whether to attack. Only zombies with higher evolutionary levels would possess such complex thinking, and the zombie before them, which looked very much like a human, had intelligence that far exceeded its level. A level 2 zombie. In Yian's previous life during the apocalypse, he had never heard of anything like this. He had never heard of a level 2 zombie having such high intelligence. Since his rebirth, it was the first time Yi Yin felt the strangeness of the apocalypse. The first time he realized that he still knew so little. He saw the level 2 zombie quickly kill a student and then swiftly eat the person's brain. At this moment, those dazed students finally reacted and let out earth-shattering screams. They saw a person suddenly appear in front of them, looking a bit strange. And before they could take a closer look, this person used his hand to chop off a student's head and then dug out the brain to eat. All this happened in less than 10 seconds. At this time, the stunned and shocked students finally saw that this person had a crystal on his head, just like a zombie. This was not a human. It was a zombie. As these students began to scream and crawl away in panic, this zombie instantly killed 5 more people and ate their brains. Ian and his group watched in shock. This zombie was picking on the soft targets. It completely had no intention of dealing with them. Among the stunned Yi Yin and his group, there was also a cat. The little rice dumpling was only a little shocked, but its point of shock was not why this level 2 zombie was so intelligent, acting somewhat like a human in some respects, but rather why they had arrived in this world so quickly. At this time, the special level 2 zombie saw that these easy-to-bully ordinary people were about to rush out the door, and just as it was about to pursue them, it suddenly trembled and then focused its gaze on Yi Yin for the first time, on this man whom it was not entirely sure it could defeat. It sensed the aura from their world on Yi Yin. Exotic beast. The remaining dozen or so students took advantage of the level 2 zombies' pause to scream and flee outside, not caring whether there were zombies outside. At this time, only Yian's group remained in the room, along with this special zombie and the little rice dumpling in Yian's hat. The little rice dumpling jumped out of Yian's hat, stood on the ground facing the zombie, arched its back high, and emitted a warning sound. When the zombie saw the little rice dumpling, the shock in its eyes became even more evident, taking a step back. Yian, through the connection with the little rice dumpling, vaguely sensed the message it wanted to convey to him, which was that this human-like zombie was not a zombie, but something that came from the same other world as the little rice dumpling. Yian's heart was in turmoil. Another world, coming from the same world as exotic beasts. After the apocalypse occurred, if creatures from another world invaded, then the apocalypse could very likely be related to that world. What Yian couldn't understand was that he could clearly sense the little rice dumpling's hostility towards this otherworldly creature. This is the innate hostility between species, as if something in the genes cannot be changed. Although Yi Yin knew from the messages given to him by the little sticky rice dumpling since childhood that what stood before him was not a zombie in the strictest sense. By the standards of Yian's world, he was indeed a second-level zombie. Whether it was the yellow magic crystal on his forehead representing a second-level zombie, the aura he exuded as a second-level zombie, or his cannibalistic traits, he was undoubtedly a second-level zombie. However, perhaps this creature was not called a zombie in that unknown world and possessed extremely high intelligence. Yian also learned from the fragmented and unclear messages sent by the little sticky rice dumpling that it actually wanted to eat this second-level zombie. When the second-level zombie saw the little sticky rice dumpling appear, he was first shocked, then instantly erupted with hostility. But the next second, to everyone's surprise, he decisively turned and jumped out of the window. Before the second-level zombie arrived, he had sensed a very strong person in the dance studio, and he had only a very slim chance of killing him. However, He urgently needed to evolve. The heavy smell of blood in the dance studio made him unable to resist and rush in to kill those ordinary people, completely ignoring the other four evolvers. Because he was highly intelligent, he was not a zombie, nor a creature of this world. He knew that these four evolvers were companions of that strong individual. If he attacked them, it would give that strong individual a reason to kill him. Therefore, he was very clever and, from the very beginning, did not show any hostility towards any of the evolvers present, but clearly targeted those ordinary people he had been enduring not far away. His intelligence was nearly on par with humans. He knew that a dispute was happening, which would soon escalate into a massacre. And he understood that the five evolvers were one side while the other weak, ordinary people were the other side. Due to Yi Yin's deterrence, he did not dare to act rashly, but the smell of blood continued to attract him. He craved fresh human brains and could not wait. If he waited until the evolvers in that room killed all the ordinary people before he went in, the brains would no longer be fresh. These evolvers were already planning to kill those ordinary people. So if he went in to kill the ordinary people, it wouldn't make Yi Yin have hostile thoughts. Therefore, he struck and chose to do so in a way that would please Yi Yin. That was by clearly showing respect for the strong. He did not emit any killing intent, nor did he carry a shred of hostility towards these evolvers, but charged straight towards the ordinary people, not even glancing at Yi Yin and the others. In his world, this was a form of acknowledgement and submission. However, he miscalculated. He never expected that there would actually be a bizarre beast among them. Chapter 57 New Abilities Now. Yi Yin could only refer to the creature from the other world as a level 2 zombie. From the moment this level 2 zombie appeared until it vanished from the window, barely a minute had passed. Yi Yin had no intention of pursuing it at first, but the little rice dumpling sent a strong signal to Yi Yin, indicating that it wanted to eat him. After eating him, the little rice dumpling's abilities would enhance. Yi Yin no longer hesitated and quickly instructed the others. Don't worry about those people. They will be eaten by the zombies outside. The blood smell here is too strong. Go to the supermarket in the school and wait for me. Before I return, clear out the zombies near the supermarket and around it. The others were unsure of Yi Yan's plan, but they would follow whatever he said. They knew that when Yi Yin asked them to clear out zombies, it was to train their abilities, especially for Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu, who had just become evolvers. However, Wen Yuan was a bit worried. Since she had been with Yi Yin, she had hardly acted alone and had come to rely on him. Although dependent, it didn't mean that Wen Yuan lacked ability. In the past 2 days, she had killed far more zombies than Wu Wu. The group nodded and followed Yi Yin down. However, Yi Yin was much faster and quickly disappeared from sight. Following the little rice dumpling's guidance, Yi Yin chased in one direction and soon saw a shadow ahead. The level 2 zombie felt frustrated. It clearly did not want to be enemies with Yi Yin, but it hadn't expected that Yi Yin had a strange beast by his side. It had intended to eat people, but was about to become food for that strange beast instead. Having experienced 2 years of the apocalypse, Yi Yin knew how powerful strange beasts could be, and in the future, as the little rice dumpling grew, it would become an incredibly strong combat force. At that moment, the opportunity to help the little rice dumpling grow quickly was right in front of him. He couldn't let it slip away. Yi Yin, as a level 1 evolver, was already very fast, but the level 2 zombie was not slow either. If Yi Yin had not gained the little rice dumpling's abilities, he would not have been able to catch up to that zombie based solely on his previous level 1 evolver speed. Moreover, generally speaking, a level 1 evolver would completely be unable to defeat a level 2 zombie, whether in terms of physical evolution or the special evolution that level 2 zombies possessed over humans. Although humans could have professions, weapons, and so on, at the beginning of the apocalypse, it was already a stroke of luck to become an evolver. Having a profession was a matter for the future. But Yi Yin was different. He had the experience from his previous life, and he was driven by hatred and ambition, constantly urging him to become stronger. He dared not stop for a moment. Therefore, not only did he become a level 1 evolver in just 2 days, but he also gained 2 professions and even had a strange beast. The level 2 zombie was no longer his opponent. Yi Yin had become much stronger than an ordinary level 1 evolver. At this moment, Yi Yin was almost at the boys' dormitory, getting closer and closer to the level 2 zombie. The little rice dumpling saw that it was close enough and leaped out from Yian's hat, swiftly pouncing onto the level 2 zombie's neck. The little rice dumpling's claws tore into its neck, leaving it bloody and mangled. The level 2 zombie let out an angry roar and turned around, ready to swat the little rice dumpling away. The little rice dumpling, endowed with incredible speed as one of its abilities, easily jumped off its neck and landed by the roadside. The level 2 zombie knew it couldn't escape today and could only fight desperately, even though it knew the chances were slim. The little rice dumpling stayed on the road for just a second before leaping again, fast as lightning, and pouncing onto the zombie's face. The zombie was about to counterattack when it suddenly felt death approaching. Seizing the moment, Yian swung his white battle knife with a fierce gust of wind, aiming for the zombie's neck. The level 2 zombie quickly concentrated all its defenses on its neck, causing the skin there to harden significantly and turn dark. Yian's white battle knife, surprisingly, did not injure it at all. At the same time, the zombie threw the little rice dumpling off and tried to create distance. But Yian didn't give a moment's respite. He twisted the angle of his knife and struck at its arm. The zombie had focused its defenses on its neck, making it impervious there, but other areas had become very vulnerable. The battle knife sliced through like butter, severing one of the zombie's arms, and black blood gushed forth. The zombie let out a roar and retreated, but Yian pressed the attack again, this time aiming for its head. It instantly concentrated its defenses back on its neck, darkening the skin there once more. But Yian wore a strange smile as he changed the angle of his knife, directly aiming for the zombie's body. This time, the zombie evidently learned from its experience and did not concentrate all its defenses on its neck, distributing some across its body. As a result, Yian's strike left a long, bloody scar across the zombie's body instead of cleaving it in two. If the zombie had been as defenseless as before, Yian could have easily finished it off. The zombie cried out in anger, glaring at Yian. It could barely stand, having lost an arm and with a horrific scar across its upper body, bleeding profusely. The loss of blood and pain rapidly diminished its combat effectiveness. This level 2 zombie, or more accurately, the creature from another world, had astonishing defensive abilities and could flexibly redistribute that powerful defense across its body, even capable of measuring the defense distributed in various areas with numerical values. Its offensive power was not weak either, but this terrifying defensive ability had always been its trump card. In previous battles, it rarely utilized its ability to move its defenses. It had always evenly distributed its defenses across its body to easily defeat its opponents. This was the first time it had concentrated its defenses entirely in one place. Because this human strength was simply too terrifying, it felt the sensation of death and quickly concentrated its defenses on its neck, even at the cost of losing an arm. As long as it evolved, its abilities would grow stronger and ordinary attacks would not harm it in the least. But today, it was completely being overwhelmed by this human and this strange beast. The moment Yian made his move, it realized this person was even stronger than it had imagined. With the first strike Yian landed, it had no choice but to use all its defenses. However, this also established its passive position. Today, it was going to fall to this human and this strange beast. Seeing that the situation was settled, the little rice dumpling continued to harass the zombie with its incredible speed, exhausting its stamina. Yian also kept attacking with a knife, and the zombie had no strength to resist. It could only defend. Finally, Yian struck the neck of the wounded zombie with a knife, and this time, it concentrated all its nearly exhausted defenses, but it was futile. Its head was severed, and the little rice dumpling immediately rushed over to eat its brain. Yian went to pick up the level 2 magic crystal. A level 2 zombie with powerful defenses and intelligence was nothing in front of Yian. After the little rice dumpling finished eating the zombie's brain, Yian clearly felt it had become much stronger than before and had gained an additional ability. That was the very ability this zombie had just used. This was not the main point. The key was that Yian also gained this ability. Yian's defensive power had significantly increased. Now, the claws and teeth of a level 1 zombie could no longer leave any marks on his body. Although he still couldn't effortlessly redistribute his defenses like the zombie had done, he could at least concentrate his defenses in one area to some extent. This was simply an unexpected delight. Yi Yin thought that after killing the zombie, only the little rice dumpling would gain some benefits, but unexpectedly, he also obtained superpowers. The little rice dumpling was much stronger than before. It should be able to use its powers several more times, and its defense had increased even more than Yi Yan's. After all, it had directly obtained the zombie's abilities and could utilize that terrifying defense just like the zombie. Yi Yin believed that as his strength increased, the abilities he gained from the little rice dumpling, whether in speed or defense, would continue to grow. At this moment, in the school gymnasium, Wang Yuan, having enjoyed himself, looked at the few women in front of him who were sending him flirtatious glances and obediently catering to him, and couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. He then looked at the eager crowd. Did you see that? Look at how they treat me. Only they are qualified to eat. You can all try harder, and when I'm satisfied, then you can come to me for food. Wang Yuan threw a few bags of cookies on the ground, and the women who were just posing immediately changed their demeanor, scrambling on the ground like dogs to grab them. The others watched helplessly as the women devoured the food, swallowing their saliva. Although they were unhappy, they had no way to protest, because Wang Yuan was an evolved being. Although this title was self-proclaimed by Wang Yuan, they had witnessed his terrifying strength firsthand. He was no longer an ordinary person. They had thought about resisting and snatching food, but Wang Yuan had easily killed a man, making them dare not entertain such thoughts again. Wang Yuan looked at the lowly beings before him and began to laugh maniacally. The people trembled, unsure of what madness Wang Yuan would unleash next. Wang Yuan could no longer contain the wild joy in his heart. He was an evolved being. He was not afraid of the foolish zombies outside. He could determine the life and death of these people before him. He could have any of these women whenever he wanted. Whatever he commanded, they had to obey. Everything was based on his whims. Ha ha ha. Is this the apocalypse? This is simply paradise. To do as he pleased, to be above everyone else, to possess immense power, becoming a different kind of existence. When the apocalypse broke out, Wang Yuan was training in the gym. Most people around him had turned into zombies. He had to hide at first because he saw too many people who were touched by zombies but managed to escape, only to be infected and turn into zombies later. Eventually, he realized that more and more zombies were appearing. Some people were eaten by zombies, some were infected and turned into zombies, and the number of people was dwindling. He was terrified and confused. What happened to this world? Why did it suddenly become like this? Has the apocalypse come? As he saw several zombies about to wander close to him, he finally couldn't hold back any longer. After all, being eaten meant death, so he could only fight to the death. He swung a metal rod and struck one zombie, and to his surprise, the zombie fell to the ground with a single blow. Flesh from the zombie's body fell everywhere, revealing its fragile bones. He was stunned for a moment when another zombie charged at him. This time, he struck harder with a metal rod on the zombie, and although the zombie didn't die, it fell and couldn't get back up. He then smashed the rod onto the head of the downed zombie, and its head instantly exploded, killing it. Wang Yuan couldn't believe it. The zombie was so easily killed by him. Chapter 58. Evolver. The people looked at Wang Yuan, unable to believe that someone could actually kill zombies. Most of the people in the gymnasium at this time were students from the sports department. Even those who weren't were athletic and in good shape. Wang Yuan looked at the numerous zombies and realized he couldn't handle them all. He said to those around him, "Killing zombies is not difficult at all. Really." As he spoke, another zombie charged at him. This time, Wang Yuan was neither afraid nor nervous. He directly swung a metal rod at the zombie's head, and it immediately fell dead. The others exchanged glances. Were zombies really that easy to deal with? Many people were tempted. As the number of zombies increased, and the gymnasium was only so large, they had witnessed too many people turn into zombie food. Now that they realized zombies were not as powerful as they had imagined, why not give it a try? However, most people still held on to their previous mindset. Zombies were terrifying and not something humans could combat. Even if they knew zombies weren't that strong and could be killed, if they accidentally got bitten or grabbed, wouldn't they still turn into zombies? What was the difference from being dead? Many people were eager to act, but needed a final push, while many still chose to hide and flee. At this moment, a number of zombies, drawn by the commotion from Wang Yuan, gathered around. Wang Yuan immediately realized the situation was dire. Although zombies weren't that strong, how could he handle so many at once? So, he quickly made the decision to run towards the crowd. Seeing Wang Yuan leading the zombies over, the people widened their eyes and yelled, "Are you crazy? Why are you running this way? If you're gonna die, go away. Don't come over here." Wang Yuan, however, was completely unfazed and shouted as he ran, "Quick, hit them. I told you zombies aren't scary." Many boys, seeing the zombies attracted by Wang Yuan, had already found weapons nearby and were quietly gripping them in their hands. At this point, a portion of the zombies in the gym followed Wang Yuan, rushing towards this group of people. They had no choice and nowhere to escape. After all, Wang Yuan had just proven that zombies weren't that frightening, and they could kill zombies. So everyone could only pick up their weapons and strike at the zombies for the first time. At that time, Wang Yuan wasn't their leader. Many people even continued to curse him afterward, blaming him for attracting the zombies. However, when people had no other choice and rose up to resist together, they discovered that these zombies were truly weak. As long as they weren't infected by the virus, there was nothing terrifying about them. Their bodies were much weaker than humans. Although they lost some students, their first battle against zombies was considered a victory. After clearing out the initial group of zombies, the students grew more courageous and actively began to clear the remaining zombies in the gym. By the end of the night, they finally cleaned out all the zombies in the gym and closed the doors to prevent any outside zombies from getting in. At that time, more than 50 students remained in the gym. Although during the process of clearing the zombies, many students were caught by zombies, got infected, and ultimately turned into zombies. All of these students were mercilessly killed by their own companions. When the first night of the apocalypse descended, although the gym was safe, the ground was covered in zombie corpses and black blood, showing what kind of struggle had taken place there. The nights of the apocalypse were very dark. The first night was a sleepless night for most. However, for the students in the gym, having killed many zombies, most were hungry and tired. And with the zombies cleared out, they felt temporarily safe. So many fell asleep in a half-dreamy state. Wang Yuan, however, was afraid of what might happen at night and forced himself to stay awake. Just when he felt he could no longer hold on, he suddenly caught sight of a dark figure standing ahead. His drowsiness vanished instantly. His heartbeat quickened, and his breathing became rapid. Then, Wang Yuan became an evolver. He discovered the secret of the traitor. Initially, he thought the mysterious person looked strange, but with the apocalypse unfolding, even the strangest things seemed normal. In the apocalypse, aside from zombies and the mysterious person in front of him, what else was there? Oh right, the crystals on the zombies' heads. These students had discussed the crystals on the zombies' heads more than once, wondering what use they had. Wang Yuan thought, could there be a connection? At this moment, the gym was littered with zombie corpses, and naturally, the magic crystals were everywhere. When Wang Yuan picked up a dozen crystals and returned to the trader, a prompt appeared in his mind. Do you wish to enter trading time? He was shocked and excited. He immediately entered trading time and then uncovered the secrets of this world, the secrets of a trader. The cheapest items inside were some food, requiring only a dozen magic crystals. Wang Yuan learned about the evolution potion and the evolvers. To become an evolver, only 100 magic crystals were needed. Outside, there were definitely more than 100 magic crystals on the ground. Wang Yuan suppressed his excitement, exchanged a dozen magic crystals for food to fill his stomach, and then exited trading time. His movements became lighter. He feared waking someone and letting others know about this treasure. That night, Wang Yuan quietly became an evolver. The moment he became an evolver, he knew his life had changed. He was no longer an ordinary person. The power surging within him told him that the apocalypse brought not only zombies and despair, but also evolution and a new world. The next morning, he killed those who had previously cursed him, and those who had been forceful in making him reveal the secret of evolution, completely establishing his authority. He made everyone in the gym see just how powerful he was. If they wanted to survive, they had to rely on him. When these students saw Wang Yuan's terrifying, superhuman strength, they were shocked. They had no choice but to believe in the evolution potion and evolvers. He told them about the traitor, the evolution potion, and evolvers, but did not disclose the specific details. However, Many guessed that to obtain the evolution potion, they must need the crystals from the zombies' heads, especially since they had killed over 100 zombies in the gym yesterday, and Wang Yuan had taken all the magic crystals, exchanging them for a low-grade evolution potion, keeping the rest on him for some food. The trader remained in the gym, warned by Wang Yuan not to approach. During this time, someone took advantage of Wang Yuan's inattention and rushed to the trader, only to be killed instantly. As a result, everyone abandoned any crooked ideas and could only listen to Wang Yuan. In the gym, everyone began to curry favor with Wang Yuan. Whatever he said, they followed, hoping to receive some food in return. Wang Yuan also mentioned that he would eventually select a few he was most satisfied with to become evolvers. This undoubtedly made them even more obedient to Wang Yuan. After becoming an evolver, Wang Yuan went out of the gym, killed many zombies, and collected some magic crystals. Killing zombies after becoming an evolver was incredibly easy. Wang Yuan felt he could even dominate this apocalypse. He ordered those under him to go kill zombies. They dared not refuse, both to please him and to avoid being killed by him. Although everyone understood tacitly that he had them kill zombies to collect magic crystals for trading with the trader, fortunately, these ordinary people had already taken the first step in killing zombies on the first day of the apocalypse, gaining experience and not being too afraid. At this moment, in the school supermarket, the four of Wen Yuan had found new clothes and were packing supplies in their backpacks. The zombies around had already been cleared out by them, and the ones inside the supermarket were also gone. Meanwhile, three men were cautiously killing some zombies around the gym and glanced over in this direction. Hey, look over at the supermarket. What's wrong? Don't you notice that there are fewer zombies around? A lot fewer. Yeah, what's going on? Should we go take a look? Are you crazy? If Wang Yuan finds out we're doing something outside of our tasks, he'll kill us. You're the fool. With so few zombies around, the three of us can handle one or two easily. Then we can not only have a good meal inside, but also bring food back. Wang Yuan will only look favorably on us, and maybe we'll get a chance to become evolved. The other two immediately lit up with excitement, and indeed, the number of zombies around the supermarket was suspiciously low. If they went there and didn't make a big noise to attract the zombies, there would be no problem. After hesitating for a long time, the three finally set off. At this point, it was already dusk, but the sky was very dark, feeling like a heavy rain was about to fall. Inside the supermarket, Luan was excitedly sharing her experience and insights on killing zombies with Wu Wu. As previously, zombies seemed invincible in her eyes. Now, those level 1 zombies were no match for her. She just had to be careful not to get hurt. Ji Wenyu smiled as she listened to the three women chatter, feeling as if today's encounters were from another world. At that moment, a faint sound came from outside the door, and the four, with their heightened hearing, immediately fell silent and became alert. Soon, the sound grew closer. It was three people speaking softly, along with their footsteps. They entered the supermarket and were almost overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing rows of shelves filled with food. Damn, we can finally fill our stomachs. Eat as much as we want. Let us eat more. When Yuan stood up, and one person immediately screamed in fright, thinking it was a zombie. When they realized it was just a girl, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Lu Wan and the others also stood up, looking at the three suddenly appearing men. The three men were surprised to find survivors in the supermarket. At this moment, due to the man's earlier shout, two zombies that were closer to the supermarket were attracted over. The three men skillfully killed the two zombies and then turned around, smugly saying to the four, "See, this is our strength. If you know what is good for you, leave quickly. We claim the food here. Leave the food in your backpacks behind. You can't take anything." Chapter 59, acting the four of them stared silently at the three men. Was it really impressive that the three of them managed to kill two zombies together? Although these three were ordinary people, it was already commendable that they had the courage to kill zombies. Moreover, judging by their movements, it was clear that this wasn't their first time killing zombies. One could even say they were quite familiar with it. It seemed these people were not simple. There must be something unusual about them. The three men, seeing that Ji Wenyu and the others had no reaction and were just standing there expressionlessly sizing them up, became a bit irritated. They walked over angrily and said, "Hey, did you hear that? Didn't I tell you to put your stuff down?" Wu Wu frowned, and Luan was about to explode. Luan was currently experiencing the immense power she had for the first time and felt like she had endless strength. How could these people be so blind as to come over and bully them? Was she someone who could be easily bullied now? However, before Luan could unleash her anger, one of the men froze and exclaimed, Luan? It was not surprising for Luan to be recognized. She was the school belle, and very few people didn't know her. Luan looked at the three men impatiently, and one of them, surprised, looked at Wu Wu and said, Wu Wu. Their expressions changed instantly upon seeing the two women. A beautiful woman. This was a beauty that could only be admired from afar, even in peacetime, looking at another unknown girl beside them. Although she wasn't as famous as Luan and Wu Wu, she was still a clean and pretty little beauty, and she would definitely have many admirers in ordinary times. Wen Yunan looked at the three men's lewd gazes and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sometimes being ordinary-looking was an advantage. At least one wouldn't be looked at with such disgusting eyes. Wu Wu was annoyed and was about to move when one of the men hurriedly said, Beautiful ladies, please don't be angry. I didn't know you were the school belles Luan and Wu Wu. Where are these supplies? If you want to eat, just take them. Upon seeing the two beautiful women, the three men had a common idea. That was to take this group back and offer Luan and Wu Wu to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan would definitely be very happy, and they would be one step closer to getting the evolution agent. At that time, they might even get a taste of the other little beauty. Another one immediately added enthusiastically, By the way, it's not safe for you to stay here. Why don't you come back with us to the gym? It's very safe there, not a single zombie. Upon hearing this, the four exchanged glances subtly. Not a single zombie in the gym. Seeing that Luan and Wu Wu were silent, that person hurriedly continued. Not only are there no zombies, but there is also our boss who can protect us. Let me tell you, our boss is an evolver. You don't know what an evolver is, right? That is an existence beyond ordinary people. These zombies are completely no match for our boss. If you go there, you won't have to worry about being eaten by zombies anymore. The man thought proudly to himself, how about that? Are you interested? In this dangerous apocalyptic world overrun by zombies, who wouldn't want to eliminate the threat of zombies from then on? The four of them had experienced the evil and ugly side of the apocalypse and could already tell what the three men were thinking just by looking at their eyes. What shocked them was that there were actually evolvers appearing in the school besides themselves. Seeing that the four were still silent, the man became a bit impatient. In their eyes, there were people who had killed zombies. Although they weren't evolvers, they were different from ordinary people. Among the four, three were women. They were afraid of what would happen if a conflict arose. They could just directly abduct the three women. Hey, I've said so much. Can you at least say something in response? What does it mean to not say a word? To be clear, we won't take you back to see our boss. Our boss is not an ordinary person. He is an evolver. Killing you would only take a second. I advise you to be sensible and not force us to take action. Wen Yunan chuckled disdainfully, just as he was about to speak. A voice came from the entrance. Evolver? What is that? The four of them heard Yian's familiar voice and looked over in surprise. Although they had only been separated from Yian for less than an hour, without him by their side, they felt lost and didn't know what to do after completing what Yian had instructed. Yian walked in, still wearing the same clothes from before, stained with the black blood of zombies, which was quite shocking. The three men's eyes narrowed instantly. The clothes on Yian showed that he had killed a significant number of zombies. He was definitely not simple. When Yian appeared, the cold aura he emitted gave a chilling sense of slaughter. However, that feeling vanished in an instant, as if it were merely an illusion to the three men. They looked at Yian with a hint of fear, feeling that this man was unfathomable. Just by looking at his clothes and the amount of zombie blood on him, one could tell. It seemed that Luan and the others were with this man. That made things complicated. This person dared to kill so many zombies and remained unharmed. He must be a ruthless character. However, they still needed to take Luan and Wu Wu back to Wang Yuan. If Wang Yuan was happy, he might even allow them to evolve. At that time, no matter how many zombies this man had killed or how bold and powerful he was, they wouldn't take him seriously, because the gap between ordinary people and evolvers was not something that could be easily measured. Yian walked over at a leisurely pace. One Yunin handed him the new clothes he had picked out for him in the supermarket. Hurry up and change. It's uncomfortable to wear this. Ian took them and then turned to the three somewhat confused men. What were you just saying about evolvers? One Yunin silently mocked in his heart. Acting? Really acting well. One man immediately reacted and put on a very impressive demeanor. Humph. Didn't he know that? Our boss, Wang Yuan, is an evolver. Evolvers are beings that surpass ordinary people. They can kill people easily and aren't afraid of these zombies at all. Following our boss will definitely provide protection. Ian smiled. Are evolvers really that powerful? The three men silently thought to themselves. They felt this person was very powerful and terrifying before. It must have been an illusion. They quickly felt relieved, since he was just a fool. What were they afraid of? Don't believe it? I see you've killed zombies before, right? Let me tell you, everyone in our place has killed zombies. So don't think you're so impressive. Our boss is in urgent need of subordinates, people who dare to come out and kill zombies. If you go back with us and help the boss kill zombies, if the boss takes a liking to you, he might make you an evolver. Ian excitedly acted surprised. Really? Can we go back with you? The three men were overjoyed, not because they had recruited someone brave enough to kill zombies, but because they could take these three women back to offer to Wang Yuan. This way, they would have a chance to become evolvers. How could this fool get to take part? Ji Wenyu and the others could only smile bitterly behind Yi Yin, not knowing what their boss was thinking. Only Yi Yin himself knew that on his way back. He had been trying to sense the strong movement he had felt on the opposite mountain today, but to no avail. However, he vaguely sensed that there was something at the gym, and the gym was not far from where Yi Yin and the others had agreed to meet. So, after hearing what the three men said, Yi Yin decided to play along and go take a look. It might be a traitor, or it might be something else. In short, Yi Yin now needs to seize all resources, strengthen his own power, and expand his team. The three men did not forget to instruct Yi Yin and the others. The food in your 5 backpacks will all be given to the boss later. You are the boss's people, so these things naturally belong to the boss for distribution. Yi Yin and the others did not speak, but before leaving, Yi Yin said to the three, I'll go change my clothes before leaving. The three were actually quite unhappy. How could you want to change into clean clothes at a time like this? However, strangely, all three tacitly agreed. Perhaps it was because the impression Yi Yin gave them when he appeared at the door was too strong, that even though they felt it was an illusion now, they didn't dare to act rashly towards him. Thus, the three men were happy to carry nothing, and after filling their stomachs, they led the 5 with food to the gymnasium. They didn't know that in Yi Yin and the others' eyes, this food was theirs to eat. So how could they give it to others? They also didn't know that each of the 5 people behind them was a rare, evolved being, like superheroes in their eyes. Near the gymnasium, the 5 indeed found that the density of zombies in the area was quite low. As they got closer to the gymnasium, they saw several small teams of 3 to 6 people carefully clearing out scattered zombies nearby. When these people saw the 3 men returning with 5 strangers, they immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. Hey, we told you 3 to clear out zombies, and you were slacking off, unable to find anyone for half the day, and now you bring back 5 useless people. What do you want to do? The boss already knows you've been slacking, and you'll see how you explain it when you go in. Are you sick? Do you think there is too much food? What is the point of bringing these freeloaders here? Can they even kill zombies? In these people's eyes, Yi Yin and the others were neatly dressed, completely unharmed, showing no signs of fighting zombies, so they must be incapable of doing anything, just here to eat for free. The more people there were, the less food each person who actually worked could get, and there were now more people competing with them for the opportunity to evolve. So everyone looked unfavorably at Yi Yin and his group. One of the 3 immediately smugly said, What do you know? Do you see the backpacks on each of them? They are all filled with food. Everyone was shocked, their eyes fixed on the backpacks behind the few people. A man glanced at Lu Wan and Wu Wu, excitedly saying, No more talking. We're going in to claim our rewards. Chapter 60. The gym. The sky had nearly turned completely dark, and a heavy rain was about to come. This was the unpredictable weather of the apocalypse. Usually, at this hour, around 7 o'clock, the sky wouldn't be like this. 3 men brought Yi Yin and the others into the gym, which was pitch black, with no light source at all. However, since Yi Yin and the 5 were evolvers, They could barely make out the scene in such darkness. As soon as they entered, the five saw a shadow rush towards them at high speed. The man at the front among the three suddenly let out a groan and collapsed heavily to the ground. It seemed this man was the boss the others had mentioned. Judging by his speed, he was undoubtedly an evolver. Moreover, Yin was very powerful. Ordinary evolvers couldn't sense each other's strength unless they were significantly stronger or of a higher level, but Yi Yin could sense that this man was a one-star evolver. Upon hearing their companion's voice, the other two immediately realized it was the boss coming to teach someone a lesson. They quickly shouted, "Boss! Boss!" Wang Yuan squinted at the other two. I told you to kill zombies, and you guys are just slacking off. I thought you had some backbone and wouldn't come back. One man hurriedly flattered, "Boss, how could that be? We went to the big supermarket across the street to get food. We brought back 5 full bags of food." Wang Yuan's expression improved a bit as he looked at the group behind the man. Bringing outsiders back, could they really kill zombies? There were probably just 5 useless people. Maybe these 5 were only good for transporting food. If they couldn't kill zombies later, he would just kill them, not wanting to keep useless people around. And it could also serve as a warning to his subordinates about the consequences of not working hard. Another man walked up to Wang Yuan and whispered, "Boss, I brought back 3 women for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Wang Yuan looked closely and indeed saw that 3 of the 5 were women. Those 3 women might survive a bit longer. Once he got tired of them, he could just kill them, saving some food. At that moment, because Wang Yuan was extremely fast and there was no light in the gym, those who had remained inside and not gone out to kill zombies had just reached the entrance. The man who had brought Yi Yin and the others in quickly pushed Ji Wenyu. "Hurry! Find the candle we had earlier and light it so the boss can see the food I brought back." Ji Wenyu reluctantly fumbled through his bag, moving very slowly. Those who had just arrived, hearing that food had been brought back, were all anxious. When they vaguely saw several unfamiliar people, they felt displeased. There was so little food, and with these extra people, their own share would decrease. So many began to complain loudly. "Hey, can you move a bit faster? Huh, I see you just got here. Don't you know the rules here? Moving so slowly will get you beaten." When Yuan Nan silently prayed in his heart, hoping these people wouldn't act now. Otherwise, if they fought back, wouldn't they expose themselves? Wang Yuan was losing his patience, watching Ji Wenyu's slow movements. He had already sentenced this slowpoke to death in his mind. When the opportunity arose, he would make this person taste fear. At this time, Ji Wenyu finally found the candle and slowly lit it, seemingly oblivious to the increasing shouts of blame. Wang Yuan was about to explode, but when the light came on, he was stunned into silence. Luan? Wu Wu. Was he seeing things? He actually saw 2 famous beauties from school. He completely forgot the anger Ji Wenyu had caused him, and was too lazy to look at the bags of food, just staring intently at the 2 women. As the lights came on, when Yuan Nan and the others finally noticed that the man who had just been hit by Wang Yuan was already lying on the ground, lifeless. The others also saw this scene, but showed no reaction. They were already used to it. Wu Wu and the others felt relieved, thankful that the boss they encountered was Yi Yin, not someone as brutal and selfish as Wang Yuan. The others, upon seeing the food, hadn't even had time to get excited before they also spotted Lu Wan and Wu Wu. A sense of crisis immediately rose in their hearts. At this moment, with Lu Wan and Wu Wu joining them, Wang Yuan would definitely like them very much. This meant their own chances of becoming evolvers were even slimmer. Meanwhile, several women who had previously been favored and had been in bed with Wang Yuan many times sat on the ground with ashen faces. They didn't dare go out to kill zombies. To Wang Yuan, their only use was for his amusement in bed. This way, they could eat and stay safe here, hoping to become evolvers in the future. But with the sudden appearance of Lu Wan and Wu Wu, their hopes were dashed. Wang Yuan wouldn't need them anymore. The 2 surviving men saw Wang Yuan's expression and rejoiced, knowing they had earned merit this time. Ji Wenyu frowned from the side. This Wang Yuan was actually looking at his sister with such blatant eyes. If it weren't for Yi Yin having some plan, he would have already gone for this guy's eyes. Wang Yuan stared at the 2 women, wanting to laugh out loud. This was the apocalypse, a paradise-like apocalypse. He had become a standout evolver among humans. All ordinary people were beneath him, having to listen to his commands, their lives and deaths, depending on his whims. He could take any woman he wanted, and no one dared to disobey. Killing was not a crime. No one could stop him. Now in peacetime, he found it dazzling to even glance at these two goddess-level figures, and now they were right in front of him, brought back to be offered to his bed by his subordinates. Isn't this life wonderful? This world cannot be called an apocalypse. It can only be called paradise. Wang Yuan looked at the two women, his intentions very clear. But seeing that the two women had no expressions, he suddenly realized, you don't need to be afraid. Here, no zombies or humans can hurt you at all. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, those women felt even more despair, sitting on the ground, unsure of what they would become in the future. The other men, although feeling somewhat gloomy as their chances of becoming evolvers seemed dim again, still found some happiness in looking at the two beauties. Ji Wenyu was holding back, not letting himself gouge out these people's eyes. Wang Yuan, seeing the two women still expressionless, as if they hadn't heard his words, began to suspect. Did they encounter something terrifying outside? Thinking of this, Wang Yuan quickly comforted the two. Don't be afraid. I'm an evolver. Those little zombies outside are simply too weak for me. As long as you stick with me, I guarantee those zombies will never hurt you again. You won't have to be afraid anymore. The two women still showed no reaction. Wang Yuan felt a bit annoyed. However, goddess-level figures were ultimately different from ordinary women. If it had been any other woman reacting so coldly to his words, he would have exploded long ago. Speaking of which, this group was quite something. Out of 5 people, there were actually 3 women, 2 of whom were stunning beauties, and 1 woman, although not as striking as Lu Wan and Wu Wu, was still a beauty and had a unique charm. When he got tired of the two, it would be bad to switch things up a bit. Wang Yuan knew that these people must have been chased by zombies, living in constant fear, which was why they were like this. So he continued, I don't blame you for not knowing what an evolver is. The evolver possesses immense power, far beyond that of ordinary people, who cannot even imagine how formidable an evolver truly is. Wang Yuan paused for a moment and then pointed at the corpse on the ground. Do you see him? He is already dead. I just lightly punched him. I didn't even use all my strength, and he died. This is the gap between an evolver and an ordinary person. Got it? So stick by my side, and you won't have to fear anything in the future. There will be plenty of good food and drink. You'll never go hungry again. The moment Yi Yin entered the gymnasium, he saw the trader standing on one side of the gym. He was suddenly taken aback because in that instant, he felt the energy fluctuations from the mountain across. However, that fluctuation lasted only 2 seconds before disappearing. But with that, Yi Yin could roughly tell where the fluctuation was coming from. Wang Yuan looked at the 2 women with anticipation, hoping they would react or say something. But the 2 women remained just as they were at the beginning, not even glancing at him. Wang Yuan's face darkened immediately. He was only giving these 2 women face, and he didn't want to see them crying when forced, which was why he wasted so much breath on them. But now they had lost his patience. Seeing Wang Yuan's grim expression, the others knew something was wrong. They all trembled, and the men dared not stare at Lu Wan and Wu Wu anymore. When Yuan then had been watching Yi Yin from the start, then looked at where Yi Yin was looking, the traitor. Wang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. You shouldn't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. I'm speaking to you nicely right now, and you should be grateful. Don't. Before Wang Yuan could finish his sentence, the others let out a gasp. He looked and saw that one of the 5, an inconspicuous man, was actually walking towards the trader, as if all the people here didn't exist. Wang Yuan, filled with anger, also felt puzzled. Even if he focused all his attention on these women, he couldn't possibly not notice someone moving near him. Everyone looked at Yi Yin as if he were a fool. The trader was clearly marked by Wang Yuan as a place no one could approach. This person was now going there without saying a word. Someone laughed and said, Hey kid, do you know where that is? How dare you walk over there? If you get into trouble later, don't blame me for not warning you. New guy, you can't go there. It's our boss's territory. And you'll die if you go there. Hey, can't he understand human language? Did he get scared silly by zombies outside? What a fool. Let the boss kill him now to avoid any trouble. Yi Yin walked steadily towards the trader, seemingly drawn by something valuable there. Chapter 61. 5 Evolvers. Wang Yuan looked at Yi Yin with a hostile gaze. This kid, does he want to die? How dare he act so arrogantly on his turf? Two of Wang Yuan's underlings immediately rushed to stand in front of Yi Yin, hoping to show off in front of Wang Yuan and perhaps earn a chance to evolve. One man looked at Yi Yin with disdain. Hey, didn't you hear what everyone was saying? You can't go there. Are you looking for death? Another man laughed and said, I don't think he is looking for death. I think he is just an idiot. Let me tell you, this is all Wang Yuan's territory, and you need his permission for everything. And you're new here, and you don't even greet anyone before trying to leave? And you want to go to the forbidden area? Are you here to be funny? Idiot. Idiot. Do you know what an evolver is? How dare you not take Wang Yuan seriously? You're really looking for death. Yi Yin had to stop and look at the two men. At that moment, Ji Wenyu walked over and stood next to Yi Yin. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at the expressionless Ji Wenyu. Is this person also an idiot? Didn't he understand what they were saying? How could he follow Yi Yin? Wen Yuan shrugged and slowly walked to Yi Yin's side under everyone's watchful eyes. Wang Yuan's gaze turned icy as he looked at Yi Yin. These three people still don't know the power of the evolvers. But that doesn't mean he would let them off. Just as Wang Yuan was about to walk over to kill someone, he saw the two people beside him move as well. They were also heading towards Yi Yin, seeing Lu Wan and Wu Wu doing the same. The crowd erupted in discussion and curses. What kind of people did you two bring back? Are all five of them idiots? Are they all fools? They really can't understand human language. They are finished. They actually provoked Wang Yuan. They are so blind. They must not know the power of evolvers. That's why they dare to provoke Wang Yuan. Soon they will know what an evolver is really like. By then, it will be too late for them to regret. The five stood together, as if they hadn't heard the crowd's words. The two boys who had first stepped forward were stunned. Hey, do you five know how powerful Wang Yuan is? Do you know what an evolver is? You're all looking for death one after another. You don't take Wang Yuan seriously. At this moment, Wang Yuan was filled with rage. Wu Wu and Lu Wan showed no reaction to his goodwill in front of so many people. Now, this man was leading the way toward the traitors, and the others were following, completely disregarding him, not taking him seriously at all. Interesting. Wang Yuan stood in place, looking down at Yi Yin. Hey, I advise you to come over now and kowtow to apologize. If I'm happy, I might spare your life. Otherwise, I can't guarantee how I will torment you, making you wish you were dead. By then, begging for mercy won't work. He was an evolver. Killing these few people was just a thought away. The others looked on with glee at the five. Because of their sudden appearance, their share of food would decrease, and their chances of becoming evolvers would be reduced even further. Now, seeing that they had provoked Wang Yuan and were about to suffer, how could they not be happy? 5 large bags of food. How many days could they eat? Yet Yi Yin seemed to ignore them entirely, staring directly at the two men blocking his way. Get out of the way. The two men laughed in anger, almost convinced that Yi Yin was an idiot. Can't you understand human language? Our boss Wang Yuan is talking to you, and you dare to ignore him. Saying this, the speaking man threw a punch at Yi Yin. To the crowd, Yi Yin looked ordinary, a bit frail, and dressed neatly. He definitely hadn't fought zombies before. Anyone could knock him down with one hit, just as everyone was eagerly waiting to see Yi Yin get knocked down. Yi Yin suddenly moved in a strange manner, easily dodging the man's punch and appearing beside him instead. The man, having exerted too much force, missed and crashed to the ground. Everyone stared at Yi Yin in shock. Wasn't he supposed to be the one on the ground? What just happened? How'd he dodge that punch? No one could believe that Yi Yin had so easily avoided the attack, but no one knew how he had done it. The two men who had brought Yi Yin were also taken aback. Just then, they felt that same fear they had when they first met Yi Yin. Could it be that Yi Yin was truly extraordinary? Only Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. As a fellow evolver, he could roughly see Yi Yin's movements just now. Wang Yuan's heart was racing. How could this person be so fast? It had completely surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. If this was the case, there was only one possibility. The other party was also an evolver. Wang Yuan was first shocked. Then a surge of overwhelming hostility arose in his heart. He thought that very few people in this world knew the secrets of traitors and evolvers. Now, there must be very few evolvers in the world. But he never expected that on the very first day he became an evolver, he would encounter another evolver. In his heart, the less people who knew the secrets of traders and evolvers, the better. That way, he could have countless resources to enhance his abilities. Now, there was actually a second evolver appearing right in this school. This was absolutely unacceptable to him. He must be the strongest. And anyone who knew the trader's secrets had to die. After the initial shock, Wang Yuan calmed down. He had to kill this person. All evolvers were his enemies. He wouldn't allow anyone to be stronger than him. He wouldn't allow anyone to spread the secrets of traders. Others, seeing Yi Yan easily dodge that man's attack, began to whisper among themselves. What was going on? How did he just dodge that? How strange. What just happened? I didn't see it clearly. What's the situation? Is he really something special? Even if he is special, he can't beat Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan is an evolver. How can an ordinary person compare? Even if he has some skills, he can never be Wang Yuan's match. An ordinary person dares to jump in front of an evolver. Wang Yuan's expression was serious and fierce as he stared at Yi Yan. I didn't expect that this little school would actually have another evolver. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded. An evolver? What's going on? This man is also an evolver? Many stood frozen in place, unable to speak. This seemingly ordinary man was also an evolver? The two men standing in front of Yi Yan jumped back in fright upon hearing Wang Yuan's words. Holy crap, an evolver. Why didn't you say so earlier? If we had known Yi Yan was an evolver, even if we had 200 lives, we wouldn't have dared to step forward. Yi Yan looked at the gloomy Wang Yuan with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. You haven't seen the last of the surprises. Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes dangerously. Stop talking nonsense. Since you know the trader's secret, don't blame me for being rude. Goody. With that, Wang Yuan suddenly unleashed the speed of a first-star evolver, pushing off the ground and charging toward Yi Yan. Those who had always been intimidated by Wang Yuan trembled at his display of power. Yes, so what if Yi Yan is an evolver? Wang Yuan is an athlete. He has a robust physique. Looking at Yi Yan again, although he was a one-star evolver, he didn't look impressive at all. His body was very weak. How could he possibly be a match for Wang Yuan? Moreover, Wang Yuan was usually ruthless and had already killed many people in just one day. This person clearly didn't stand a chance against Wang Yuan. Just as Wang Yuan was about to approach Yi Yan, his body suddenly stopped eerily 2 meters away. Wearing an expression of disbelief, slowly tilting his head to look at Ji Wenyu beside him. Ji Wenyu smiled at him with a refreshing smile. Who says only our boss Yi Yan is an evolver? In the next moment, Wang Yuan fell to the ground with a thud, blood gradually spreading. The crowd fell silent. The entire gym was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. All movements were frozen, and the atmosphere became eerily tense. An evolver? Another evolver? And he was Yi Yan's subordinate. Just a subordinate of Yi Yan managed to easily eliminate the terrifying Wang Yuan, whom everyone feared. Wang Yuan didn't even get close to Yi Yan before being taken out by one of his subordinates. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. They knew evolvers were rare, but they didn't expect that among Yi Yan's group of 5, there were actually 2 evolvers. What terrifying strength. The 2 men who brought Yi Yan's group back were so shaken by this that they could barely stand. Yi Yan and Ji Wenyu were actually evolvers. They had previously spoken disrespectfully to them. They had even arrogantly boasted about how powerful evolvers were. Yet they themselves were evolvers. They looked like fools. Evolvers. 2 evolvers. Among the 5 people, there were actually 2 evolvers. Too terrifying. Hearing these people's words, Wen Yuanan immediately became displeased. What do you mean there are 2 evolvers among 5 people? All 5 of us are evolvers. Okay, you really underestimate girls. Yi Yan smiled helplessly and continued walking towards the trader. After hearing Wen Yuanan's words and seeing Yi Yan's expression, everyone felt as if they couldn't breathe. What? All 5 of them are evolvers. Damn, aren't evolvers supposed to be rare? Did they all get deceived by Wang Yuan? And is everyone outside now an evolver? They had previously spoken to Yi Yan and the others like that. They were practically asking for death. The 2 men who had brought Yi Yan and the others over collapsed to the ground. 5. All 5 are evolvers. Their previous actions were simply looking for death. Fortunately, they didn't have time to settle scores with them. The crowd watched as the five swaggered towards the previously forbidden area, where the traitor was located, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. This is the gap between evolvers and ordinary people. When Yuan and the five had previously cleared the zombies around the supermarket and nearby areas, and they had at least over 100 magic crystals on them. So they entered the trading period together. Chapter 62. The Source of Spirit, looking at a simple necklace at the top of the light screen. Yi Yan's eyes widened. That Wang Yuan was ignorant, not knowing what spiritual power meant, and only criticized it for being expensive. This plain yet incredibly rare and mysterious necklace was called the Source of Spirit. As long as the wearer put on this necklace, their consumed spiritual power would recover faster, constantly restoring spiritual power. It would also increase the efficiency of cultivating spiritual power. For Yi Yan, the Source of Spirit was a timely solution. He had gained 2 professions in a short time. Although his total spiritual power was significantly higher than that of ordinary people and those with only 1 profession. His numerous professional skills consumed a large amount of spiritual power when he forged weapons and enchanted them. Today, he had forged 2 gray-level battle knives, enchanted both, and used lightning several times. Although he wanted to enchant his white battle knife immediately, the tasks he completed today had nearly depleted his spiritual power. Using more professional skills would lead to a deficit of spiritual power and could make him faint, putting a heavy burden on his body. Although Yi Yan's purple jade pendant also accelerated the recovery of spiritual power, its effect was more evident during the cultivation of spiritual power. The Source of Spirit, on the other hand, accelerated the natural recovery speed of spiritual power when it was not at full capacity. Yi Yan looked at the Source of Spirit with fiery eyes. The original price of 600 could be obtained for only 300 magic crystals. Although they currently had only over 100 magic crystals on them, Yi Yan still felt gratified when he looked at the number of magic crystals. Today, to help Lu Wan and Ji when you become evolvers, Yi Yan had exhausted all his magic crystals. And now, in just a little over an hour, while Yi Yan was away, the 4 of them had killed over 100 zombies. It seemed that Yi Yan's investment was correct. 5 people killed zombies much faster than 3. At this moment, Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu entered the trading period for the first time, their mouths agape in surprise. They looked at the magic crystals, weapons, evolution agents, and food on the light screen, seeing a different world for the first time. It was different from the orderly world of peacetime and the bloody, cruel world of the apocalypse. When Yuan Nan and Wu Wu already had experience and knew that expensive things were definitely good things. And the thing in front of them, called the Source of Spirit, looked like an ordinary necklace, but was actually worth 600 magic crystals. Looking at Yi Yan's eyes, it was clear he wanted it. At this moment, a heavy rain began outside, turning the originally quiet apocalyptic night into a noisy and terrifying one. Just then, Yi Yan's heart tightened. The fluctuations from the mountain clearly transmitted to his mind, unlike the previous vague sensations that quickly faded. Yi Yan immediately led the others out of the trading period. Seeing Yi Yan looking at the mountain again, when Yuan Nan excitedly asked, "Yi Yan, did you sense something again?" Yi Yan nodded heavily and then turned to the 4, saying, "The weather outside is complicated right now. You shouldn't follow me to the mountain. Stay in this school and clear out the zombies. Tonight, we must at least gather 400 magic crystals to exchange for the items from this trader. At least 2 of you should stay near the gym and watch this trader. Don't let others take the things inside. I will definitely return here by tomorrow morning." The 4 nodded solemnly, obediently listening to Yi Yan's words. Seeing Yi Yan so urgent, they didn't ask further. Meanwhile, the onlookers not far away were shocked to see the 5. They had just witnessed the 5 suddenly disappear when they approached the trader, and after a while, they reappeared at the spot they had vanished from. This was the trader that Wang Yuan spoke of, capable of turning people into evolvers. It was indeed so miraculous. Suddenly, ambition filled their hearts. Now that Wang Yuan was dead, they no longer had to fear him or endure his exploitation. They could also take their magic crystals to see what was going on there. Yi Yan led the 4 toward those people. Knowing what they were thinking, the trader was under my control, and until I got what I wanted. Anyone who dared to have ideas about the traitor would face my wrath. Everyone felt as if they were doused with cold water, freezing from head to toe. Yes, although Wang Yuan was dead, now there was someone even more powerful than Wang Yuan. Yi Yan, one of Yi Yan's subordinates, could easily kill Wang Yuan. How terrifying must Yi Yan's own strength be? He said before he got what he wanted. A man mustered his courage and asked, "If you get what you want, can we approach the traitor?" Yi Yan replied, "Yes, but if anyone dares to approach before I speak, I'll take it as provocation, and the outcome will be the same as your revolver leader." The crowd's expressions finally improved. Some even felt invigorated. They needed to hurry and collect magic crystals. From Yi Yan's words, they understood that the items in the traitor must be more complex, unique, and precious than Wang Yuan had described, and once exchanged, they might be gone. That was why Yi Yan didn't let them go exchange items first. He wanted to get what he wanted before allowing them to approach the traitor. Although Yi Yan had not demonstrated his strength, just one person by his side could take down Wang Yuan. How could they dare to have any other thoughts? Over the past 2 days, Wang Yuan's rule had made them fully aware of the absolute gap between the strong and the weak, and the vast difference between evolvers and ordinary people. Therefore, they absolutely would not rebel against Yi Yan. One person noticed that Yi Yan was not a tyrant like Wang Yuan, and in the excitement of possibly obtaining evolution agents, asked Yi Yan, then, "After you get what you want, will there still be evolution agents inside?" Yi Yan smiled and said, "Although I didn't pay attention to how many first-star evolution agents are left, there must be some, and since I don't need first-star evolution agents right now, I will definitely leave some." Some people immediately cheered, but there was also a tense atmosphere. Yi Yan's previous words further confirmed their speculation that the items in the traitor were limited in quantity. Apart from Yi Yan and his group, who were certain to get what they wanted, there were nearly 50 others competing for the unknown number of first-star evolution agents. Although outside, there was a storm with low visibility and unknown dangers lurking in the shadows, the people in the gym decided to go out and kill zombies. Whether it was women who had barely killed any zombies before or men with some experience, because they had worked under evolvers, had been oppressed by them, and had witnessed battles between evolvers, they clearly understood the difference between evolvers and ordinary people. That was why they were so determined to go out and kill zombies, competing for what might be very few first-star evolution agents. They had already realized that to survive in this unreasonable, cold, and cruel apocalypse, the only way was to become an evolver. If they missed today's opportunity, they might not survive to see the next traitor and would die in the apocalypse. In just a moment, the people in the gym swarmed out, completely ignoring the dangers outside. The few inside exchanged smiles. Lu once said anxiously, "These people are not bad. As ordinary people, they actually have the courage to kill zombies. Let's move quickly. Otherwise, if they kill all the zombies, we want to be able to complete our mission today." Lu Wan's anxious demeanor was very cute, bringing smiles to Wen Yuanan and Wu Wu's faces. Yi Yan was the first to rush into the pouring rain, shouting, "Midnight, see you at the gym." Wen Yuanan watched Yi Yan's back, and after that hurried figure disappeared. She went to catch up with Lu Wan and the others. Yi Yan ran at full speed in the rain. He knew better than anyone that the nights in the apocalypse are extremely dangerous. Many mutated beasts prefer to move at night. The rapid growth period of mutated plants also occurs at night. Many mutated plants that pose no significant threat during the day reveal a completely different side at night. The place Yi Yan was heading to was a mountain covered in plants. At the moment the apocalypse broke out, both plants and animals mutated simultaneously. However, it was still only the second day of the apocalypse, and many plants and animals had not yet mutated to a terrifying degree. The sensing in Yi Yan's mind was not as faint as during the day, but very strong. After learning about the ability of the purple hook jade, he had not encountered such a situation. The sensing only fluctuated due to the proximity of the traitor to Yi Yan and whether the traitor was moving, affecting his sensing. This was the first time he experienced a situation where something remained in the same place, but the sensing was intermittent. Moreover, the biggest difference this time was that Yi Yan faintly felt that what he sensed might not be a traitor. Yi Yan killed a dozen zombies along the way, rushing to that place as quickly as possible, rain pouring down on him without him caring at all. However, the sticky feeling was quite uncomfortable. During the journey, He couldn't help but think that water mages would have it easy in such weather, completely unaffected by getting wet, as it was their natural battlefield. As soon as he stepped onto the mountain, stepping on various plants, Yin felt that the vitality of these things beneath his feet was different from before. These plants were mutating. Not only was it nighttime, but it was also pouring rain, the best time for mutated plants to absorb energy. However, they were not yet a threat and posed almost no harm to Yin. He was getting closer to the point in his mind. Yin gradually slowed down. It was right in front. Yin hid behind a large tree. Cautiously looking over there, he saw a mutated beast wrestling with a mutated snake the size of a bowl. Chapter 63. Professional Prefix. The strange beast was the size of a person, with a body covered in a hard shell. Meanwhile, the gray, mutated snake, about the size of a bowl, had many wounds on its body, bleeding profusely. However, the mutated snake had gained the upper hand, wrapping the strange beast tightly, leaving it almost unable to move. Yin looked at the scene in front of him and finally realized what he had sensed. In his previous life, he had heard of a type of strange beast known as the treasure guardian beast. They guard treasures of unknown origin. And this type of strange beast has only one unique ability: to conceal its own presence and that of the treasure, making it difficult for ordinary people to detect. The hard armor covering their bodies is not just for show. Their ability is also derived from that armor, used to hide their presence and that of the treasure. The treasures guarded by these treasure guardian beasts are usually rarer than those available to traders. What Yin had vaguely sensed during the day was precisely what the treasure guardian beast was guarding. It was precisely because of this beast's ability that Yin could not accurately sense it. At this moment, if it weren't for the fact that this mutated snake had encountered the treasure guardian beast by chance while hunting, resulting in a fight that prevented the guardian beast from focusing on hiding its presence and that of the treasure, Yin would not have been able to find this place accurately. Although the mutated snake was injured all over while trying to entangle the strange beast, it had successfully wrapped it tighter and tighter, indicating that the outcome of this struggle had already been determined. Yin saw the armor of the treasure guardian beast crack slightly. The mutated snake was clearly exerting more strength, and the guardian beast let out an angry roar. At this moment, Yin burst forth at full speed, charging forward suddenly, catching both the treasure guardian beast and the mutated snake off guard. There was actually a human hiding in the shadows. The mutated snake let out a roar. It could not loosen its grip on the strange beast, because if the strange beast broke free, it would definitely fail with its current injured body. The human charging towards it, although merely a one-star evolver, instilled an immense sense of fear in it. This was the pressure from a stronger being. Yin drew his white battle knife and struck decisively at the hesitating mutated snake. The snake's scales had evolved into very sturdy armor, but it had already sustained serious injuries during the fight with the treasure guardian beast, and now many of its scales were broken, drastically reducing its defense and leaving its body in a bloody mess. Yi's strike hit the most severely injured part of the mutated snake, cleaving it in two. The binding of the treasure guardian beast was instantly broken, and it roared in anger as it fell to the ground. Yin split the mutated snake in half without any hesitation, swiftly turning his knife to strike at its head. The mutated snake was dead, yet Yin did not stop his actions. He charged forward 2 steps, and with a flash of his white battle knife, he mercilessly struck the head of the treasure guardian beast. The guardian beast had just been exhausted by the mutated snake, and its armor had cracks. So Yin's blow struck its weakest part, catching it off guard and forcing it to retreat. Yin did not let up, although his mental energy was low at this moment, and using professional skills would have a significant impact on his body. He could still wield the power of thunder. After becoming a thunder mage, a domineering and terrifying power of thunder had surged within Yin's body, a capability that did not require mental energy and would not be consumed. This was equivalent to Yin's own unique ability, which would only consume stamina. As it was a thunderstorm, it further amplified Yin's power. Yin summoned the power of thunder within him, and instantly, dangerous white lightning spread across his white battle knife. He struck fiercely at the head of the treasure guardian beast. The thinnest layer of armor on its head was directly split open, The guardian beast immediately bled profusely from its head. Yi Yan struck again at its head, finally killing it. He felt an immense sense of relief. If it weren't for the fact that these two mutated beasts and the strange beast had been fighting for a long time before he arrived, both sides exhausted, he would not have easily taken advantage of the situation. The armor of the treasure guardian beast was notoriously tough. If it weren't for Yi Yan using his professional skills today, he would not have been able to take down this strange beast. Yi Yan was filled with excitement as he approached the nest of the treasure guardian beast. With the guardian beast dead, the sensation became even stronger. He pushed aside the rapidly growing grass from the past 2 days, revealing a damp scroll inside. Yi Yan picked it up, utterly shocked. This was actually a professional prefix. And coincidentally, it was the prefix for the Thunder Mage profession. The Thunder Mage prefix, Violent. After obtaining this prefix, all Thunder-related skills would increase in power, surpassing that of an ordinary Thunder Mage. From now on, every skill gained, whether it was a fixed skill that a Thunder Mage should have after leveling up or a special skill obtained from a trader, would carry the prefix Violent, significantly amplifying the skill's power. With this prefix, Yi Yan could crush any Thunder Mage of the same level. In his previous life, Yi Yan had heard of professional prefixes, but those prefixes were incredibly precious, with no duplicates. The skills of the same profession vary based on the prefix. However, there's no doubt that professional prefixes are extremely valuable, rarer than special professional skills. Yi Yan was immensely grateful for the ability of the Purple Hook Jade. Without it, he would never have made it to this mountain and found this professional prefix. After obtaining the prefix, Yi Yan began to handle the bodies of the treasure guardian beast and the mutated snake. These strange beasts and mutated beasts were filled with treasures, especially for someone like Yi Yan who had a craftsman profession. Yi Yan carefully extracted the first-level magic crystal from the head of the mutated snake and skillfully peeled off the intact scales from its body piece by piece. Little Zongzi was not idle either, starting to consume the essence of the mutated snake and the treasure guardian beast. After consuming the essence of the guardian beast, it gained a unique ability. It was the ability to hide its presence, a twisted power from the guardian beast. It could also help a few people nearby hide as well. And by contracting with Little Zongzi, Yi Yan indirectly gained this ability. This ability was incredibly powerful. When you are stronger than your opponent, you can intentionally hide, and the enemy will not detect your presence. However, when the enemy is evenly matched with you, this level of suppression does not exist. But with this ability, Yi Yan could also conceal his presence when facing enemies of similar strength. This harvest was exceptionally bountiful. Not only did he obtain a very rare professional prefix, but he also acquired a unique ability. However, Yi Yan could also sense that after Little Zongzi consumed the strange beast, it did not fully acquire the unique ability of that beast. For example, the special second-level zombie he killed today granted Little Zongzi terrifying defense, which Yi Yan also indirectly gained, compared to the ability to hide his presence he obtained now. The defensive ability was much stronger. It seemed that the completeness of the acquired ability was not entirely the same. Yi Yan then removed the hard shell of the treasure guardian beast before starting his return to school. He quickly returned to the school, and from a distance, he could see that the school tonight was extraordinarily lively, completely unlike the usual appearance of a post-apocalyptic night. The rain continued to pour down, and the campus was very dark, with zombies wandering about in groups. However, the zombies around the gymnasium had been nearly wiped out. The students who had been clearing zombies around the gymnasium were now bravely following Wen Yuan and his group, boldly going to other places to kill zombies. These people have seen Wang Yuan kill zombies. But Wang Yuan is afraid of death and is happy to have this group of subordinates help him kill zombies and collect magic crystals. Therefore, Wang Yuan's methods and intentions for killing zombies are worlds apart from the clear and purposeful approach of Wen Yuan and his team. Seeing the battle of Wen Yuan and the others, these people truly realized the power of the Evolvers. They couldn't help but marvel at how formidable these 4 individuals under Yi Yan were, making them wonder just how terrifying Yi Yan himself must be to have these people willingly work for him. It was also witnessing the strength of Wen Yuannan's group that intensified their desire for the evolution agent. as long as Yin gets what he wants. It will be a competition among their group. At that time, it won't just depend on who has more magic crystals, but also on strength. Right now, killing zombies is the best way to enhance their abilities. Lu Wan and Ji when you kept killing zombies, while Wen Yuan and Wu Wu warned them several times to be cautious, as the two had not yet injected the immunity agent. The siblings Lu Wan were constantly honing their combat skills, rapidly improving in the heat of battle, while Wen Yuan and Wu Wu, with the gray-level weapons made by Yi Yin, killed zombies very swiftly. At this moment, Yi Yin returned, having spent less than 2 hours. Yi Yin saw the four working hard to kill zombies, and those in the gym were also growing rapidly, with most having grasped the tricks of the trade, giving off a sense of driving the zombies to extinction. They were almost in competition with Wen Yuannan's group for zombie resources, with nearly 50 people. If it weren't for Wen Yuannan's team being evolvers, they really wouldn't be able to defeat them. Yi Yin couldn't help but sigh in his heart that no matter the circumstances, people can always adapt to their environment. Without greeting Wen Yuan and the others, Yi Yin joined the battlefield and started the competition for zombies. The students soon noticed that a monster had joined the battlefield. Yi Yin's speed was terrifying, darting through the zombies like lightning, and wherever he went, the zombies fell to the ground in an instant. The already drenched ground, stained with black blood and rain, became even more chaotic and terrifying. It was Yi Yin. He was back. He was too terrifying. What speed! Indeed, there was a reason why these four were his subordinates. He was too strong. Everyone not only recognized the horror of the evolvers, but also understood that there could be a terrifying gap, even among evolvers. Chapter 64. Killing the Level 2 Zombie. The commotion caused by Yi Yin killing zombies quickly attracted the attention of Wen Yuan and his three companions. Seeing Yi Yin return, they finally felt relieved. As long as Yi Yin was not around, they always felt something was missing. It wasn't that they were worried about Yi Yin acting alone, but without him, they lacked a backbone. Lu Wan looked at Yi Yin with a slightly heated gaze. This man was so powerful. In the current apocalypse, there were very few people who knew about traders and evolvers. Yet, Yi Yin had made them all into evolvers. Moreover, Yi Yin himself was an exceptionally rare profession. The rain showed no sign of stopping, but it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the group for killing zombies. After Yi Yin joined the battle, the speed at which zombies were falling around them became terrifying. At this moment, the battlefield had already spread from the vicinity of the gymnasium to the entire school. Although these students are not evolvers, they had seen and experienced the terrifying power of evolvers, and now they had killed many zombies. They were already much stronger than ordinary people. It was precisely because they witnessed the terrifying strength of Yi Yin and his group that their desire for power intensified. If they became evolvers, they would become as strong as Yi Yin. These students were now red-eyed with killing intent, no matter what. They wanted to be the one to obtain the evolution agent later. However, while these students were excited, they failed to notice a figure moving at an incredible speed, darting in from the school gate. Nearby, 5 or 6 students saw nothing and sensed nothing before their heads fell to the ground in an instant. In the moment of death, they were still fervently thinking about how they must obtain the evolution agent later. What appeared was the terrifying Level 2 zombie that Yi Yin encountered the first time he left the school. As soon as the Level 2 zombie appeared in the school, Yi Yin sensed it and spoke solemnly to the 4 who had unknowingly gathered around him. Level 2 zombie. The group shuddered. When Yuannan's expression grew complex. Could it be the one from before? Yi Yin said seriously, "Yes, it's that exceptionally terrifying Level 2 zombie. Don't approach it. Its speed is incredibly frightening. You're not its match." If it were another type of zombie that was exceptionally strong in other aspects, Yi Yin might have considered letting them team up to take down the Level 2 zombie for training purposes. But this Level 2 zombie was different. Yi Yin had personally experienced its terrifying speed. If the 4 of them confronted it, they wouldn't even be able to touch it before being toyed with and killed. However, Yi Yin was different now. He had indirectly gained the abilities of the little Zongzi, significantly increasing his speed. Ordinary Level 1 evolvers could no longer keep up with him. Moreover, Yi Yin was now a lightning mage. Once he activated the power of thunder within him, his speed would increase to another level. Because he had witnessed the terrifying speed of that level 2 zombie, he was confident that it was no longer his opponent. After the level 2 zombie instantly killed several students at the gate, it quickly rushed towards Yin. It sensed that there were several evolvers here. Eating them was better than eating hundreds of ordinary people. This level 2 zombie, although it had some intelligence, could not compare to the special level 2 zombie from another world that Yi Yin encountered today. This speed demon level 2 zombie could sense that there were several strong humans here, but it did not know that one of them was extremely powerful. Even if it knew one was very strong, it would charge towards Yi Yin without hesitation. In its mind, whether it could win was not the key. The key was that by eating these people, it could rapidly evolve. Yi Yin sensed the level 2 zombie charging towards him and sneered dismissively. Also rushing towards the level 2 zombie, Wen Yuanan and the others continued to kill their zombies, ignoring Yi Yin. The level 2 zombie clearly sensed Yi Yin and was shocked and very displeased. This human had fled quickly when it first saw it, yet now dared to actively approach it. In just a few seconds, the two collided violently. In an instant, the level 2 zombie that had previously overwhelmed Yi Yin was injured. It couldn't believe that in just one day, the human it had almost killed yesterday now dared to confront it head-on and even managed to injure it in a moment. A long cut was made on its shoulder by Yi Yan's white battle knife, black blood oozing from the wound. The zombie roared and stepped back. What shocked it even more was that this human could keep up with its speed and see its movements clearly. Level 2 zombies were still level 2 zombies, with a massive gap from level 1 zombies. This level 2 zombie realized that Yi Yin was different from before and stopped underestimating him, becoming cautious. The students who had been clearing zombies saw Yi Yin fighting against something completely different from these zombies and couldn't help but temporarily stop and watch in astonishment. They saw that the figure, which looked human in the dark, was moving at a terrifying speed. If Yi Yan's movements didn't occasionally pause, they wouldn't have been able to tell who was fighting. What was that? Its speed was comparable to Yi Yan's. So terrifying. Could it be an evolver? Are there so many evolvers in our school? At that moment, a flash of lightning lit up the sky, instantly illuminating the area. It was then that the students saw that what they were looking at wasn't a person, but a zombie. The magic crystal on its head was different from the zombies they had always killed. The zombies they usually dealt with, which were easy to handle and rotting, had blue magic crystals, while this zombie, which looked very human-like and difficult to deal with, had a yellow magic crystal on its head, combining that humans could evolve. Many of them had already guessed that zombies could also evolve. The zombie in front of them was likely an evolved one, and the color of the magic crystal on its head probably represented the level of the zombie's evolution. They had heard Wang Yuan say that evolvers were also classified by levels. Yi Yin and his group were level 1 evolvers, and they could easily kill these level 1 zombies. But what about level 2 zombies? The levels were different. Moreover, this level 2 zombie was incredibly fast, comparable to Yi Yin. If evolvers could be classified by levels, then zombies could probably evolve by levels too, right? Look at this zombie. The color of the magic crystal on its head is different from these zombies. Yeah, it looks different too. It has no rotting flesh and looks much sturdier than a level 1 zombie. More importantly, the speed of this zombie is terrifying. Ordinary zombies can't even run. They're very slow. Could Yi Yin fail to defeat this zombie? This zombie is a level 2 zombie, and Yi Yin is just a level 1 evolver. I don't think he can win. Yeah, the speed of this zombie is too terrifying. It's clearly different from these zombies. Definitely a level 2 zombie. The students stopped and curiously watched the battle between Yi Yin and the level 2 zombie. Meanwhile, Wen Yuanan and the others showed no signs of worry and continued to kill zombies. They knew that to obtain the spiritual source from the traitor inside, you needed a large amount of magic crystals. Even though this level 2 zombie had only evolved in speed, it was still a level 2 zombie, and its physical capabilities were much stronger than those of a level 1 zombie. When it realized that Yi Yan's speed was comparable to its own, it no longer underestimated him. A human and a zombie clashed at incredible speeds in the rain. Although Yi Yin had a profession, his mental energy was almost depleted, making it unrealistic to use Thunderstrike. So he and the zombie were exchanging blows, and for a moment, neither of them managed to injure the other. However, Yi Yin was ultimately just a one-star evolver, and in terms of strength, he couldn't match a level 2 zombie. The students were shocked to see Yi Yin starting to struggle, because the impression Yi Yin had given them before was that he was invincible. Look, he is just a one-star evolver, but this zombie is a level 2 zombie. The gap between level 1 and level 2 is indeed not something that could be easily bridged. Seeing Yi Yin gradually becoming strained, the level 2 zombie lost its patience and suddenly let out a roar, launching a fierce attack on Yi Yin as if it were its final strike. It almost abandoned defense because it believed that Yi Yin was now too weak to launch a lethal attack against it. It concentrated all its strength, maximizing its speed, and charged towards Yi Yin. Just as the level 2 zombie got close to Yi Yin, its sharp claws nearly touching Yi Yin's chest, its eyes suddenly narrowed, because it saw the strange smile at the corner of Yi Yin's mouth. It didn't care about that anymore and wouldn't think of anything else because victory was right in front of it. In the next second, its hand would pierce through Yi Yin's chest, devouring this powerful human, and the path to level 3 would be even smoother. However, the expected softness did not appear. Its hand touched Yi Yin's chest, but felt as if it had hit a solid iron block, unable to penetrate at all, producing a metallic clashing sound. The level 2 zombie suddenly raised its head, and at the same time, an unprecedented sense of crisis descended upon its heart. A flash of white light, and in the next second, the seemingly determined situation was instantly reversed, and the level 2 zombie's head fell to the ground. It died without understanding what was going on with this human's body. Yi Yin had only gained this special ability from the level 2 zombie after eating a special dumpling today, and it finally came into play. As a one-star evolver, Yi Yin could not use professional skills at this moment, and he would still be at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation with the level 2 zombie. So he had been waiting for the right moment, waiting for the level 2 zombie's patience to wear thin and to unleash its full strength for a final strike against him. At the same time, Yi Yin concentrated that terrifying defensive power on the zombie's target, the chest, and then unleashed a thunderous strike against the momentarily stunned level 2 zombie. The students stared in disbelief at everything happening, unable to comprehend how, in an instant, Yi Yin, who was about to lose, suddenly won. He killed the level 2 zombie. A one-star evolver actually killed a level 2 zombie. Terrifying. Yi Yin is truly terrifying. Chapter 65. Obtaining the Source of Spirit. The Enhanced Battle Knife. When Yuan Nan and the others didn't even look back, they had anticipated that Yi Yin would defeat the second-level zombie, knowing their leader's strength and hidden cards. This was Yi Yin's first time using this ability. Although his defensive power was still far inferior to that of the special second-level zombie, it was already quite formidable. In the future, as Yi Yin grew stronger, his defensive power would also improve. However, since it was Yi Yin's first time converting the defensive power of different parts of his body, he wasn't very skilled yet. So the defense at his chest wasn't maximized, resulting in a minor injury with a bit of skin broken. Yi Yin dug out the second-level magic crystal, ignoring the shocked gazes of the students as if nothing had happened, and continued to kill first-level zombies. By midnight, the 5 of them had killed more than 400 zombies. At Yi Yin's signal, when Yuan Nan and the others returned to the gymnasium, the 5 of them entered the trading time together, and upon checking the magic crystal count below, there were over 700 magic crystals. Yi Yin was overjoyed. After exchanging for the source of spirit and 2 bottles of immunity potions, they still had more than 300 magic crystals left. The spatial crystal only required 500 magic crystals. It seemed that by tomorrow at the latest, they would be able to leave the school, leave the town, and head to the concentration camp. Yi Yin immediately exchanged for 3 items and then gave the immunity potions to Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu. It was the first time the two had seen Yi Yin exchange items, and they were shocked at how the number of magic crystals didn't team match. The 5 of them exited the trading time, only to find that the area outside was packed to the brim. The students, seeing Yi Yin and his group stop fighting and enter the gymnasium, followed them in. Now there were only about 30 students left, and, surprisingly, 2 girls remained. When Yuan Nan and the other 3 girls looked at the 2 exhausted girls with admiration in their eyes. Among the dead, Some have been killed by the earlier second-level zombie, and a dozen or so have been infected or attacked by zombies. The remaining 30 students had fought their way out of the zombie horde, and their auras had changed. The look in their eyes was different. Although they weren't evolved beings, they had adapted to the survival rules of the apocalypse, making them vastly different from ordinary people. Seeing Yi Yin and the others come out of the trader, the already tense expressions of the crowd grew even more wary. Yi Yin's exit indicated that he had obtained what he wanted, meaning the next phase would be the struggle among these ordinary people. Yi Yin looked at these people and couldn't help but sigh. Humans are gradually forced to change by the apocalypse step by step. But what choice do they have? They can only do this. Otherwise, how can they survive? With a blank expression, Yi Yin said, there are still 5 bottles of 1-star evolution potions inside. And the price for one potion is 100 magic crystals. Just a reminder, if someone accidentally touches the traitor during a fight, they will be instantly killed by the traitor. They all knew this last statement without him having to say it, because they had seen someone get killed by a traitor with their own eyes. However, for them, 100 magic crystals for a potion was too expensive. Among the 30 people left, none had 100 magic crystals on them. The most anyone had was 40 magic crystals. The student with the most magic crystals had only gathered them after witnessing a companion being eaten by zombies and picking up the magic crystals that person had dropped after the zombies dispersed. They were just ordinary people, far weaker than Yi Yin and the others, and had to be extremely cautious to avoid being harmed by zombies. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. Now, after killing zombies all night, they were already exhausted, and upon hearing Yi Yin's words, they became tense again. With no one having 100 magic crystals, they could only resort to fighting amongst themselves. The atmosphere instantly became more tense, and everyone grew wary of each other. After finishing his warning, Yi Yin took Ji Wenyu and the others to grab food and exited the gymnasium. He had no time to care about the struggles among these students, nor was he interested in who would become an evolved being. Now that he had obtained the source of spirit, he just wanted to find a quiet place to cultivate and restore his spirit power. The 5 returned to the large supermarket they had previously cleared. Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu injected the immunity potions, allowing them to be more relaxed when fighting zombies in the future. The group had fought zombies until the early morning. Evolved beings require more food than ordinary people, and after a night of activity, their stomachs were already growling. After hastily eating something, Yi Yin said, "Let us rest early. Tomorrow we will continue killing zombies. And after exchanging for the spatial wristband from the trader in the market, we can leave here. Make the most of your rest." It was the first time Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu had heard about the spatial wristband, and they were surprised. However, they didn't ask much more. Listening to Yi Yin's words and falling asleep with a hint of caution, Yi Yin chose a spot a bit farther away from the others and sat cross-legged. Now, Yi Yin had the purple hook jade that allowed him to rapidly cultivate his spirit power and the source of spirit that accelerated his spirit power recovery. He immediately entered a state of spirit power cultivation. The next day, the heavy rain had stopped and the sky was gradually brightening. At this moment, Yi Yin had already restored half of his spirit power. When in a state of mental cultivation, the recovery speed of spirit power would naturally accelerate. Not to mention Yi Yin now had the purple hook jade and the source of spirit. Yi Yin exited his cultivation feeling refreshed and took out his white battle knife. This time, he chose to use the armor of the treasure-guarding beast and the scales of the mutated snake as enchanting materials. Yi Yin didn't dare to use too much spirit power, as he didn't know when danger might strike and needed to keep some lightning as a precaution. The armor of the treasure-guarding beast was in 2 large pieces, which would be cumbersome to carry on the road. So, Yi Yin enchanted both pieces. The toughness of the white battle knife instantly increased, exuding a faint sense of pressure. It seemed that even weapons produced by traders could be modified and upgraded using the craftsman profession. Yi Yin then selected 2 scales from the mutated snake and enchanted them onto the battle knife. At this moment, the battle knife underwent an astonishing transformation. The white battle knife flashed, and when the light dimmed, it surprisingly had a hint of silver light. Yi Yin stared in amazement at the changes in the battle knife. After being enchanted with the scales of the mutated snake, not only had the battle knife become sharper with significantly increased power, but it had also gained a special attribute: poison. It seemed that the mutated snake was a highly venomous snake. It had been injured at the time and unable to release the treasure-guarding beast, which was why Yi Yin had easily defeated it. The white battle knife, enchanted with the snake scales, had undergone such a significant change, gaining poison and taking a big step towards becoming a silver-level weapon. Yi Yin tried swinging the battle knife and found it much stronger than before. At this moment, Lu Wan heard the noise and woke up. She saw that Yi Yin had changed his battle knife and was somewhat surprised. She walked over to Yi Yin, unable to take her eyes off the battle knife that had a bit of silver light. "Yi Yin, when did you change your battle knife?" Yi Yin was in a very good mood and replied cheerfully, "This is the same one from yesterday. I just used my crafting skill to make a small modification to it." Lu Wan suddenly realized, "Oh, I get it. Wu Wu told me yesterday that both her and Yuan Nan's battle knives were made by you. You have some kind of craftsman profession." Yi Yin smiled and nodded, his eyes still studying the brand new battle knife. Lu Wan looked at Yi Yin, somewhat lost in thought. She couldn't imagine how she would be if it weren't for Yi Yin. It all felt like a dream, being saved by Yi Yin, becoming an evolved being, and seeking revenge. Lu Wan came back to her senses and felt a bit embarrassed in the silence, then shyly said, "So when will you make one for me too?" Yi Yin looked at the blushing Lu Wan and couldn't help but sigh. The school beauty is indeed the school beauty, even with all this filth. She is still incredibly beautiful. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. Wait until my mental power recovers a bit more tonight. And tomorrow I'll make it for you and Ji Wenyu." Hearing the unfamiliar term mental power, Lu Wan was puzzled and asked, "What is mental power?" Seeing that the others were still asleep, Yi Yin patiently explained to Lu Wan about professions and mental power. In the apocalypse, special professions are quite rare. Even in the early stages of the apocalypse, the three major professions are very hard to come by. Lu Wan said excitedly, "Then will I have a profession in the future?" Yi Yin looked into the distance, his eyes filled with ambition that wouldn't usually show. "Of course. My team will definitely be the most elite and powerful team in the apocalypse." Lu Wan looked at Yi Yin and felt like she had overlooked something important. When the others woke up, they simply cleaned themselves with the bottled water from the supermarket. After all, they couldn't take all of it with them. After eating something, they finally left the supermarket. Now, they had over 300 magic crystals, just 200 short of the space bracelet. The remaining 200 magic crystals were incredibly easy for the 5 of them to obtain. As they stepped outside, they began to kill zombies en masse. They found that the people from a gym had begun to clear out zombies at some point. Wu Wu took a quick glance and was surprised to see more than 20 people. After getting used to the ugliness of the apocalypse these past few days, she thought only the last 5 who became evolved would remain from yesterday. Although it looked like a few people were missing, it wasn't as brutal as she had imagined. Among those people, there were indeed 5 one-star evolved. After becoming one-star evolved, they realized that Yi Yin was truly strong. They couldn't reach Yi Yin's level after becoming evolved. They respected Yi Yin in their hearts because his strength was enough to crush them, yet he didn't monopolize their one-star evolution agents. When they saw Yi Yin and his group come out, everyone smiled and nodded at them. When Yuan Nin, on the side, jokingly or perhaps genuinely feeling jealous, said, "Boss Yi Yin, there are a few beauties over there throwing you flirtatious looks." Yi Yin slightly nodded towards those people and then began to lead his group in clearing out zombies, gradually moving towards the school gate. Chapter 66. Greedy Yin and his companions had over 300 magic crystals, only 200 short of the spatial hand ring. Each of them was carrying a considerable amount of supplies. Once they exchanged for the spatial hand rings, they could store everything inside, making their journey much easier and reducing the trouble of being spotted by others. The group found it very easy to kill zombies. The newly joined Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu had also injected the immunity serum, eliminating any worries about zombie attacks and allowing their strength to grow even faster. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the entrance of the market. What shocked Yi Yin, when Yuan Nin, and Wu Wu was that the numerous zombies they had seen last time were now almost as sparse as those outside on the streets. Compared to before, there were simply too few. The market, where zombies were rare, exposed the ground. The ground was charred black, and the nearby shops had been burned down. There had once been a great fire here that incinerated the zombies to the point that not even bones remained, leaving no magic crystals behind. Now, The group finally understood what the strange smell along the way had been. As for the fire here, they hadn't noticed it before because it likely happened while they were sleeping at night, and Yin had been focused on cultivating his mental strength. Although he was very sensitive to his surroundings while cultivating, he was somewhat dull to distant events. Evolutionaries, apart from their group, had appeared in the school. Now, on the third day of the apocalypse, it was impossible for other evolutionaries to emerge in such a large town. The group instantly became serious, and Yin, without saying a word, rushed into the supermarket. The other three quickly followed. In the market, with so many zombies having been burned, those who did must have gained a considerable number of magic crystals. They could now be exchanging items with the traders upstairs. At that moment, inside the supermarket, a dozen people were guarding the trader, each of them looking excited. They had sneaked into the supermarket during the heavy rain last night, and once the rain stopped, they poured several large barrels of gasoline from upstairs, almost killing all the terrifying number of zombies in the market. These people had been planning for a long time to take advantage of the numerous zombies in the market, but they didn't expect that the chosen location, this supermarket, would actually have a trader. It was as if heaven had opened its eyes for them. Not only had they obtained a large number of magic crystals, but they also had a trader delivered right to their doorstep. This time, they had collected more than 800 magic crystals. Adding those they had sporadically killed in the town before, they had reached a total of 1,000. Almost everyone present could become an evolutionary. Among the 15 people, 3 were already evolutionaries, and most of the zombies had been killed by them. They were all loyal to Wang Ji. Wang Ji was the leader of this group, and undoubtedly an evolutionary. There were also 3 other evolutionaries. One was Wang Ji's sister, Wang Hui. Another was his father, Wang Yuancheng. And the last was Wang Ji's best friend, Wu Tao. Their leader, Wang Ji, had already gone inside to exchange magic crystals for evolution serum. Even if 2 people still couldn't become evolutionaries this time, after Wang Ji came out, their group would have at least 14 evolutionaries. At that time, 14 evolutionaries killing 200 zombies would be an easy task, right? Although logically that was the case, everyone wanted to become an evolutionary immediately, as that was a state of existence different from ordinary people. In the past 2 days, these people, although not evolutionaries, had also fought with zombies. Originally a team of over 60, only a dozen remain now. They were very aware of the power of evolutionaries and the helplessness of ordinary people. As long as they became evolutionaries, they could survive in this apocalypse. Thus, everyone was nervously and excitedly waiting outside, hoping to be among those who would become evolutionaries. Later, the sky began to rain again, extinguishing the fire in the market. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known how to put out such a large fire. Unexpectedly, this operation attracted an unwelcome guest, a second-level zombie. The 4 evolutionaries joined forces, exerting great effort, and even got injured before they managed to kill this creature, which was completely different from a first-level zombie, resulting in the death of 5 ordinary people. Otherwise, they would have already collected the magic crystals downstairs in exchange for the evolution serum to leave. Just at that eerie and silent moment, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Wu Tao and the others were startled, grabbed their nearby weapons, and jumped up. Yi Yin and the others appeared at the staircase, thoughtfully surveying the crowd as they slowly walked over. Everyone was shocked, not expecting to see living people outside. Since there were evolutionaries in their group, they could naturally move outside and kill zombies. For what they knew, the small portion of people still alive in the town were either hiding somewhere and starving or wanted to join their group. These people seemed to be from the university. They had thought that everyone in the university had perished. Wang Yuancheng and the others, seeing a few university students and not a second-level zombie that would leave a lasting impression on them, breathed a sigh of relief and sat back down helplessly. An ordinary person stood up and said harshly, "Hey, kids, I advise you to turn around and leave now. This is our territory." Yin smiled, and a strange emotion suddenly rose in his heart. This emotion, which should only appear when he recalled the tragic events of his previous life, was a fierce and irritable feeling that rarely surfaced. However, the emotion that emerged now felt somewhat unfamiliar, distinctly different from the previous fierceness. But right now, He didn't think about those things. These people hadn't done anything particularly heinous to annoy him. They had merely occupied the trader he discovered first. Occupying, Ian finally understood that the emotion he could not suppress at this moment was greed. He desperately wanted the spatial hand ring inside the trader. But these people had killed all the zombies in the market and likely gathered 1,000 magic crystals to exchange for the spatial hand ring. Thinking of this, he was nearly out of control when he reached the market entrance. At this moment, the feelings of greed and anger did not diminish. Instead, they gradually filled Yi Yin's entire mind. What was happening? Why was this emotion beyond his control? Ian looked at the man who had spoken, his eyes gleaming strangely. Your territory? But these people were completely oblivious to Yi Yin's odd behavior, treating their group as ordinary people. Wang Hui looked at Yi Yin with disdain, saying irritably, "Didn't you see that this place has already been occupied by us? Oh, I get it. You want the food inside here?" Her expression was maliciously mocking. "Sorry, although there's plenty of food here, we want tea just handed out to people like you. If we hadn't cleaned out the zombies in the market, do you think you could enter the market, enter this supermarket? Get lost." Yi Yin stood there without saying a word, seeing Yi Yin act as if she didn't exist, as if he hadn't heard her. Wang Hui's anger surged. Ever since she became an evolutionary, weren't all these ordinary people bowing and scraping to her, letting her command them? She could easily kill ordinary people. She was above them, and the 5 people in front of her obviously didn't know what an evolutionary was. And she didn't mind letting them understand the terror of evolutionaries, making them realize that she was untouchable. Before Wang Hui could get angry, the others who had been watching the situation spoke up. After all, flattering Wang Hui would significantly increase their chances of becoming evolutionaries later. "Hey, can't you understand what Sister Wang is saying? She told you to get lost, and you still dare to stay here? Are you beggars? Sigh. These ordinary people are just short-sighted and don't know who our Wang Jie is. Huh, do you know what an evolver is? Why ask? Just look at their stupid faces. It's clear they have no idea. An evolver is someone whose body has been developed to the limit, not someone like you can provoke. An evolver can kill you all with just one finger. Our Wang Jie and Brother Wu Tao and Uncle Wang are all evolvers. Huh, scared, huh? We have 4 evolvers here. Our strongest boss is currently getting us some evolution agents. Wait a moment. Our number of evolvers will increase to 14. While we're in a good mood, why don't you just leave? Do you think you few can withstand the wrath of evolvers? 14 evolvers. Do you know what that means? Do you know how small and powerless you are in front of evolvers? No matter what they say, Yi Yin remains silent. When Yi Yin hears them say that someone is getting them evolution agents and that 10 people will become evolvers, his expression finally changes. Ordinary people need 1,000 magic crystals to exchange for 10 bottles of evolution agents from the trader. So, are they saying they have 1,000 magic crystals? You said someone is trading with the trader now? Yi Yin said in a deep voice, without a hint of fluctuation. He's scared, huh? We have wiped out all the zombies in the market. 1,000 magic crystals. 10 bottles of 1-star evolution agents. Sigh, you people wouldn't understand even if I told you. Just after he finished speaking, the person froze in place. Wang Hui, along with Wang Yuansheng and Wu Tao, who had been watching indifferently, stood up in shock, staring at Yi Yin. Traitor. This person actually mentioned the traitor's name. The others were slow to react and only now realized something was off. This person actually knows the traitor. When Yuanan, seeing their exaggerated reactions, chuckled and then said to Yi Yin, let us wait for him to come out here. If he changes the space bracelet, we'll just rob him. Yi Yan nodded it. Even if when Yuan and Han Ti said so, he would have definitely done the same. Because this is a cruel and selfish apocalypse. Everyone is competing for the trader's resources. Robbing is completely normal, and killing over robbery is also normal. Not to mention, Yi Yin, who has experienced 2 years of the apocalypse, understands this very well. At this moment, the unusually greedy emotion in his heart has not faded. Moreover, this greed did not arise without reason. It erupted completely under the circumstances, like the truest desire in Yi Yin's heart and the catalyst of the suppressed memories from his previous life. His companion is here, right? He will definitely exit the trading time on the spot because he would expect someone to be waiting for him outside. Wu Wu said with a smile. This time, the expressions of Wu Tao and the others directly changed to shock. They actually know about the option to exit the trading time. Chapter 67, How many evolvers are there? Everyone was shocked, standing frozen in place, fearfully staring at Yi Yin. They knew about the traders and the trading times. This indicated that they had also traded with the traders. So, among these 5 people, how many evolvers were there? Wang Ji's team started with nearly 60 people. These 60 people fought fiercely against the zombies, ultimately making the already burly and fierce Wang Ji the first evolver. After becoming an evolver, Wang Ji became even more powerful, putting immense pressure on these ordinary people. They dared not defy Wang Ji's orders, as they had witnessed how formidable he became after evolving. Thus, they killed zombies. If they didn't, Wang Ji would kill them. The number of ordinary people gradually decreased during the zombie killing, and the magic crystals they obtained concentrated on Wang Ji's family. Wang Hui, Wang Yuan, and Wu Tao each became evolvers one by one. Their team now had only a dozen people left. However, after enduring hardships, today they killed over 1,000 zombies in one go. Almost everyone present could become an evolver. The achievements of 60 people, the lives of dozens, only exchanged for 4 bottles of 1-star evolution potion. If it weren't for the many zombies burned to death last night, they didn't know how many more people would have to die to earn the next 100 magic crystals for another evolver. Yet these 5 people, merely 5, even if 1 or 2 were evolvers, how many zombies could they kill? They took dozens of people to slowly accumulate 400 magic crystals. These 5 people could at most have 1 1-star evolver. Meanwhile, they had 4 1-star evolvers here, and there would be more soon. So after a brief shock, they calmed down. Wu Tao stepped in front of Yi Yin. Kid, you seem to know quite a bit. Wang Hui looked at Yi Yin with resentment. This kind of person is actually an evolver. What a waste of magic crystals. It's better to give them to us. Any of our subordinates becoming an evolver is more useful than you. Wang Yuan sneered from the side, finally taking Yi Yin seriously. Yi Yin smiled faintly. We're fortunate. Not only can we get what we want, but it's also for free. Our magic crystals can be kept to trade for other things. What? Free? These 5 people actually had their sights set on them? Truly overestimating themselves. Ha ha. Did you hear that? He said he wants to take our boss's things. Hey, you seem to misunderstand the situation, right? I overestimated you. Even if you have 2 evolvers, you're not qualified to shout at us. Do you know how many evolvers we have? We have 4 evolvers. Didn't Tiwu just tell you that? Truly foolish. Overestimating yourselves. However, Wu Tao and the others focused on another of Yi Yan's statements. Magic crystals? They still had magic crystals on them? Looking at the 5 people, each carrying a large bag, it could be that there was not just food, but also magic crystals inside. The 3 exchanged glances, then smiled strangely. Standing in front of Yi Yan, their greed exploded in their hearts. They just didn't know what kind of person they were provoking. The more than 10 ordinary people saw their 3 evolvers and stood up, feeling schadenfreude. You're done for. You actually angered our 3 evolvers at once. Just now we told you to roll. Now you want to escape? It's too late. These ordinary people had witnessed the terror of evolvers. 2 or 3 ordinary people could safely surround and kill a zombie, whereas an evolver could take down a zombie alone, their speed countless times faster than theirs. In the time it took for 2 ordinary people to kill 1 zombie, an evolver could kill 5 zombies. This is the gap between ordinary people and evolvers. Let alone now, with 3 evolvers attacking together. Those people are definitely doomed. Wu Tao looked at Yi Yin as if he were a fool. Hey, do you know what you need to learn first in the apocalypse? It's to kill zombies, being scared of death yet not afraid of death. Then what? Yi Yin didn't even look at Wu Tao, focusing instead on the direction of the trader. He didn't think much of the person in front of him. The follower next to him immediately got angry. You little brat. Brother Wu Tao is talking to you. Can't you hear? Wu Tao waved his hand with a smile. He was in a good mood. These people were delivering magic crystals to them, adding to the 1,000 magic crystals they just collected. It was definitely enough to trade for the profession at the trader they encountered at the station. 1,000 magic crystals? Hee hee. They never thought of letting these ordinary people become evolvers so quickly. If everyone became an evolver, the strength of their form might not be able to suppress them anymore. To firmly hold onto these slaves, they had to wait until all 4 of them became 2-star evolvers before they could let these people safely become 1-star evolvers. Right now, Wang Ji was just checking to see if this newly discovered trader had anything worth buying. However, Wu Tao guessed that currently, there was almost nothing more enticing than the profession of the trader at the station. That was a special profession, a saint, a healing-type special profession. The price was 700 magic crystals. Even if Wang Ji wanted to buy something here, it would be enough. Not to mention, these 5 people were too foolish to actually say they had magic crystals on them. The more Wu Tao thought about it, the more excited he became, almost laughing out loud. In the apocalypse, what you also need to learn is to hide yourself. Ha ha ha. Are you a fool? You actually revealed that you have magic crystals on you? Aren't you asking me to kill you and then rob your magic crystals? He glanced at the 3 women behind Yi Yin, his gaze becoming even greedier. He had noticed that the women in this team of 5 were all stunning. These 3 women, just leave them to me. I will take good care of them. In bed. Ha ha ha. Yi Yin remained expressionless, while Wen Yuan and the other women looked impatient and disgusted, and Ji Wenyu's previously calm expression turned somewhat gloomy. Wen Yuan and the others thought, with you, can you kill Yi Yin? You probably can't even touch him. After Wu Tao finished speaking, Ji Wenyu darkened her face and said to Yi Yin, Boss Yi Yin, I really can't stand this lewd man. Can I kill him? Ji Wenyu's voice was not small, and everyone present could hear it clearly. They were first stunned for a second, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. This group is crazy. Identification complete. Truly laughable. What fools. Wu Tao and the others laughed as if they had heard the greatest joke, bending over with laughter. They just felt this group was so childish, coming in and pretending. But who cared about them? They thought they were fools. If you want to pretend, you need to have the capital to do so. Yi Yin slightly nodded. Ji Wenyu took the gray battle knife from Wu Wu's hand and slashed at Wu Tao, who didn't even regard him and kept laughing. Everyone present thought Ji Wenyu was like a clown, as an ordinary person actually attacked an evolver. However, when Ji Wenyu made his move, Wu Tao and the others' eyes widened. This person is an evolver. Ji Wenyu's speed was incredibly fast. These people only realized after he made his move. This boy is actually an evolver. And Wu Tao had never regarded Ji Wenyu seriously before. Watching him take out the knife, seeing his gloomy eyes, Wu Tao didn't think about dodging. He wanted these people to know what an evolver truly was. But when Ji Wenyu attacked, they realized that Ji Wenyu was actually an evolver. It was already too late. The speed of a 1-star evolver is not determined by rank, unless there is a significant difference in physical quality or some profession or fortuitous event. When Ji Wenyu made his move and Wu Tao had no intention of dodging, he was destined to be killed in an instant. The next moment, Wu Tao lay in a pool of blood, staring at Ji Wenyu with terrified eyes. The group was completely stunned, speechless for a moment. Yi Yin seemed to be their leader and was likely an evolver. But how did a mere team of 5 manage to kill 200 zombies and obtain 2 vials of 1-star evolution serum on the 3rd day of the apocalypse? Moreover, there were 3 girls in the team who hardly counted as combatants. It was unbelievable, too outrageous. How did they manage to kill so many zombies in just 3 days with only 5 people? Ji Wenyu looked at the people in the room and said word by word, I remind you once again, do not speak lewdly to our 3 girls or have any perverse thoughts. Otherwise, this will be your fate. The blood-dripping battle knife pointed at Wu Tao's corpse. Beside them, Wang Hui and Wang Yuanqing were so shocked that they couldn't react for a long time. Wu Tao was dead. A 1-star evolver was dead. They had wasted 100 magic crystals for nothing. What a heavy loss this was. The 2 glared angrily at Yi Yin and his group. In the early days of the apocalypse, the number of 1-star evolvers was very small, and it usually took a team to expend all their resources and fight desperately to gather 100 magic crystals to have 1 more 1-star evolver. All the resources of a team were used to nurture 1-star evolvers. But now, one of their team's 1-star evolvers was dead just like that. These people were truly despicable. Although Ji Wenyu had killed Wu Tao in an instant, Wang Hui and Wang Yuancheng were not afraid anymore. Just now, it was because they didn't expect that there were actually two one-star evolvers in the five-person team that they had underestimated Ji Wenyu, allowing him to kill Wu Tao instantly. Now, with all their defenses up, they were sure the other side couldn't kill them. The ordinary people looked at Yi Yin and Ji Wenyu in shock. Wow, there were actually two one-star evolvers in the five-person team. This is terrifying. Are they fighting so hard against zombies? Now we only have two one-star evolvers on our side too. Idiots. What are you afraid of? Our leader is still with the traitor. Right, when the leader comes out, we will have 3 one-star evolvers. No, we have 13 one-star evolvers. Ha ha ha. This group of idiots. They think having 2 one-star evolvers is impressive? Wait until our leader comes out. Even if all 5 of them are evolvers, they won't be our match. When Yuanin couldn't help but laugh out loud, almost saying, "You are right, all 5 of us are evolvers." However, before she could say it, a figure suddenly appeared beside the traitor. Wang Ji had come out. Chapter 68, Space Bracelet. Yin stared intensely at the space bracelet on Wang Ji's wrist. As soon as the people across from him saw Wang Ji come out, their faces immediately showed excited expressions. First, they were absolutely confident in killing Yi Yin and his group. Second, Wang Ji brought a 1-star evolution agent. Soon, 10 people would become 1-star evolvers. Wang Ji was imprisoned in a jail behind a small town when the apocalypse occurred. He was sentenced to life imprisonment for murder in his 20s. However, he had been in prison for less than 3 years when the apocalypse broke out, and everything was thrown into chaos. Not only did he get out of prison, but also because of his ruthless nature and fearlessness, he dared to fight against zombies from the beginning, obtaining a lot of magic crystals and fortuitously discovering the secret of the traitor, becoming an evolver. He returned to the town, bringing along a dozen desperate survivors who had escaped from prison with him, first rescuing his sister and father at home, and then absorbing some people in the town to start killing zombies. Wang Ji was a notorious criminal even in peaceful times, and after the apocalypse, he thrived. The apocalypse seemed tailor-made for someone like him. Among those who came out of prison with him, no one was as ruthless, reckless, and ambitious as Wang Ji. Therefore, he naturally became the first evolver and the leader of this group. When he wanted to prioritize making his family and brothers evolvers, no one dared to voice any objections. They could only obey. A person notorious for killing in peaceful times becomes one of the most terrifying figures in the apocalypse. Wang Ji's emergence undoubtedly gave those who were slightly wary of Yi Yin endless confidence. As soon as Wang Ji appeared, he saw a few additional people and Wu Tao's corpse on the ground. A fierce expression of anger appeared on his scarred face as he glared intensely at Yi Yin. However, Yi Yin didn't even glance at him, staring intently at the precious item on his wrist. Wang Hui immediately ran to Wang Ji's side, proudly looking at Yi Yin. "Brother, when you went in for the trade, those guys came and killed Brother Wu Tao. The 2 men are evolvers, and they have magic crystals on them." Wang Ji looked at Yi Yin with a sinister gaze. His large, dark-skinned figure made Yi Yin appear like a weak college student in his eyes. Someone actually dared to touch my people. The ordinary people had been scanning Wang Ji the moment he emerged, but they did not see the evolution agent they had been anxiously anticipating. One person asked anxiously, "Boss, where's our evolution agent?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ji's eyes flashed with a hint of impatience and ruthlessness. But he still patiently said, "Don't rush for the 1-star evolution agent yet. I've traded for a better treasure." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. And anger began to brew, but they dared not show it. Wang Yuanqing's eyes brightened when he heard there was a better treasure and asked, "What is this better treasure?" Wang Ji completely disregarded Yi Yin and the others. So what if there were 2 evolvers? They had 3 evolvers on their side. Moreover, he was very confident that with his ruthlessness and experience in killing zombies, the 2 evolvers together would not be his match. So he temporarily treated Yi Yin and the others as air, intending to let them know that he did not regard them as a threat, even if they were evolvers. However, he was quite interested in the 3 women, all stunning beauties. Wang Ji raised his hand to let everyone see the space bracelet on his wrist. See this? It's called a space bracelet. It has a space as big as a large warehouse inside, which can be used to store lifeless items. Everyone's eyes widened, not expecting such a thing to exist. The apocalypse was indeed amazing. Wang Ji looked at the space bracelet with satisfaction and continued. With this space bracelet, we can store plenty of food. No longer will we have to worry about food every so often. We can also share food with those hiding at home who are afraid to come out. And in exchange, let them help us kill zombies. We can even trade 10 magic crystals for a bit of food. This way, you won't have to worry about running out of magic crystals in the future. The more they listened, the more excited they became. In the future, not only would they no longer have to worry about food, but they could also get others to help them kill zombies. Earning back those magic crystals would be quick. This space bracelet was incredibly convenient. The dissatisfaction in their hearts immediately vanished, and they greedily looked at the food in the supermarket. They could take away a large portion. So convenient. However, the appearance of Yi Yin and his group gave Wang Ji a sense of crisis. It wasn't that he feared Yi Yin or felt threatened by him. Rather, Yi Yin and his group proved that other evolvers had emerged in this small town apart from his group. These people knew the secret of the traitor, and Yi Yan's group had clearly come to find this traitor today. Fortunately, Wang Ji arrived early and traded for the space bracelet first. This made him worry about the traitor at the bus station. That traitor had a very rare, special profession. If that traitor were to be found by an evolver like Yi Yin, it would be over. That holy envoy was definitely a highly sought-after rare profession. Although he wanted to quickly fill the space bracelet with a large amount of food and then go to the town to find those who were almost starving to make them work for him in killing zombies. Seeing Yi Yin and his group made him realize the crisis. He needed to immediately send these people out to kill zombies and gather 700 magic crystals to go to the bus station to exchange for that special profession. This profession must not fall into the hands of others. The ordinary people excitedly said, "Boss, let's quickly deal with these people and then recruit others." Wang Ji glared fiercely at Yi Yin and the others. They actually killed Wu Tao. They wasted his 1-star evolution agent, wasted his 100 magic crystals. Wang Ji said no more and directly unleashed the speed of a 1-star evolver, charging fiercely at Yi Yin. Yi Yin was slightly surprised by Wang Ji's movement. This guy was stronger than ordinary evolvers. His speed was a few notches faster, indicating that he had a higher natural talent. However, this level was still far from enough. Wang Ji charged forward, his eyes filled with confidence, disdain, and ruthlessness. He could take down 2 of these trash evolvers by himself. However, in an instant, his movement suddenly stopped, cold sweat soaking his back. In that moment, he felt death closing in on him. Clearly, he was the one who struck first. Just as he was about to rush in front of Yi Yin to end his life, the person in front of him seemed to teleport, disappearing from his spot. Then, Wang Ji felt an extremely dangerous aura coming from behind him. This person actually moved to his back in an instant, and he had not seen the other party's movement at all. Terrifying. This seemingly ordinary young man was actually so frighteningly powerful. Yi Yin held a white battle knife, shimmering with silver light, against Wang Ji's neck, expressionless. Everyone present was completely stunned. What was happening? Wang Ji charged forward, only to be subdued in return. How could this be possible? They were well aware of Wang Ji's skill and strength. Yet, that young man managed to hold a knife against Wang Ji's neck. If he moved even slightly, Wang Ji's head would fall. This reversal happened too quickly for everyone to react, and they couldn't believe it. This person was even stronger than the Wang Ji they had always feared, and not just by a little bit. In an instant, the situation turned around, and Wang Ji didn't dare to move easily. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. He never expected that such a terrifying person would appear in this small town. He didn't want to die. He hadn't had enough fun in the apocalypse, and he wasn't strong enough yet. This apocalypse had erupted just for him. It not only freed him from being locked in that prison for a lifetime, but also gave him superhuman powers. It allowed him to rise above these ordinary people. His ruthless nature could finally be unleashed. In the apocalypse, killing was completely legal. No one could control him, and he could do whatever he wanted, entirely based on his mood. But he never expected that today he would fall at the hands of an unknown young man. He didn't want to die. This apocalypse was his paradise, existing specifically for people like him. Wang Ji swallowed hard, his voice trembling, completely losing the arrogance he had just moments ago. Little brother, let's talk this over. I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that. Yi Yin remained silent. Wang Ji suddenly had a flash of inspiration and quickly said, "How about this? Little brother, I know a piece of information that is definitely worth my life." Yi Yin was just about to snatch his space ring to release the contract, which was also why he hadn't killed him immediately. Hearing Wang Ji's words, Yi Yan's eyes lit up. He had a feeling that this time it might be something good. "Speak." Wang Ji, seeing that Yi Yan was interested, immediately said, "We found a trader at the station, and I went in during the trading time. There's a special profession inside. By the way, you don't know what a profession is, right? A profession is." Hearing the words, special profession, not only was Yi Yan excited, but the other four were too. After all, Yi Yan's special profession, the junior craftsman profession, was very useful. Yi Yan suppressed his excitement and unusual greed. "Just tell me what the profession is." Wang Ji was startled, but couldn't care about that anymore. His life was at stake. Saint, a healing type, special profession. It can heal people. Definitely very rare. Worth 700 magic crystals. Yi Yan was overjoyed. A healing type, special profession. This type of profession was just as valuable as a craftsman profession in the apocalypse. It was a highly sought-after super profession that was hard to come by. When Yuan Nan and the other three heard this, they were also extremely excited. A healing profession. It can heal wounds. Although they've been killing zombies smoothly these past 2 days, there were too many zombies, and they inevitably sustained some minor injuries. In the future, if they encountered even stronger enemies and got seriously injured, it wouldn't be something they could just endure. Yi Yan suppressed the urge to laugh out loud, then said solemnly to Wang Ji, "I understand. Now you can release the contract with your space ring, right?" Chapter 69. Lost Wang Ji only felt that the young man behind him was unfathomable, to the extent that he even knew about the need to dissolve the contract for space wristbands. He only realized he needed to drop his own blood for the space bracelet to recognize him after he bought it. To take it off, he also needs to use his blood to the contract. This person not only knows about special professions, but also knows about spatial wristbands and the contracts of spatial wristbands. Who exactly is he? At this moment, the usually arrogant Wang Hui was staring blankly at the scene before her, unable to react for a long time. Wang Ji actually lost? This man was able to restrain him so easily? That's impossible. Her brother is definitely invincible. Who is this person? Their strength is so terrifying. Her brother, in order to save his life, even revealed the thing he wanted the most. Yet this person was still not satisfied and wanted the space bracelet. It's simply shameless. Wang Hui was still in a daze when she suddenly noticed Wang Ji's hand behind her back, making gestures at her. She finally woke up from her deep slumber and glanced at her dad beside her. The two exchanged a brief look and smiled subtly. Although Yi Yin was very strong, there were only 2 evolvers on the opposite side, along with 3 girls who had no combat ability. They couldn't do anything to Yi Yin, but they could always target the others. Aren't those women just living targets? They're completely defenseless, just standing there. Wang Ji awkwardly smiled and said, "This brother knows even this thing. I, Wang Ji, am impressed. To the contract, I need my blood. Let me go." Yi Yin withdrew the battle knife, and Wang Ji finally stood up straight. At that moment, Wang Yuancheng and Wang Hui, who had been waiting for an opportunity on the sidelines, suddenly charged towards Lu Wan and the 3 women. Wang Ji also chuckled and quickly left Yi Yan's side, heading towards the 3 girls. Yi Yan's face showed no signs of shock. Wang Ji followed behind Wang Hui and was feeling pleased as he watched the 2 about to catch the 3 women, when suddenly, the 2 in front let out a scream and then fell to the ground. Looking again, those 3 women in front are definitely not ordinary people. They are all holding weapons, and the aura emanating from them at this moment is undoubtedly that of evolved beings. Wang Ji didn't have time to doubt life before he felt a chill behind him. This feeling was very familiar. It was the feeling of death. This time, Yi Yan's battle knife pierced directly into Wang Ji's shoulder, rendering him unable to move. Before that, Wang Hui and Wang Yuancheng had already died. It was only at the moment of their death that they realized that this group of people were all evolvers. When Yuan Nan looked at the 2 people lying in a pool of blood, then silently glanced at the ordinary people. At that moment, these people were looking at the three of them with expressions as if they had seen a ghost, as if the three of them couldn't possibly be evolvers. Everyone was extremely shocked. These five people are all evolvers. It's only the third day of the apocalypse. On the first day of the apocalypse, which broke out at noon, it is now still the morning of the third day. The apocalypse has not yet lasted 48 hours. Yet how did the five of them manage to kill so many zombies? Their team of dozens of people has only managed to gather 4 evolved ones. This is just unbelievable. 5. I can't believe all 5 of them are evolvers. I never would have thought. I wouldn't have guessed it even if you killed me. How is this possible? How many zombies did they kill? It's terrifying. Uncle Wong and Sister Wong are both dead. The boss has also been taken hostage. Where on earth did these people come from? Wang Jigang felt a blur in front of his eyes and dizziness as soon as Yi Yan's blade cut through his skin. This blade actually has poison. As an evolved being, he surprisingly couldn't resist this toxin. It seems that the battle knife in this person's hand is not ordinary either. Wang Ji felt an overwhelming sense of regret at this moment. Wang Hui had just told him that these 2 men were evolvers, which made him completely overlook the fact that these 3 women were also evolvers, leading to a stereotype. Let him think he still has a chance to seize the man's weakness and take these 3 women as hostages. After all, the same profession is very rare, and he definitely does not want to give it up. However, if he knew that everyone in this perverted team was an evolved being, he would have confidently handed everything over. But now, Wang Hui is dead, Wang Yuansheng is also dead, and he himself probably cannot survive. His actions just now have given Yi Yanfei a reason to kill him. At this moment, Wang Ji felt dizzy and almost unable to stand. If it weren't for Yi Yan's intimidating presence that made him dare not act rashly, he would have already fallen to the ground. The poison on the dagger made him feel terrible. At that moment, Yi Yan realized for the first time how potent the poison on the battle knife was. Previously, he was killing zombies, and since zombies would die once their heads were chopped off, Yi Yan had no idea how strong the poison was after the battle knife was enchanted with snake scales. It seems that the toxicity is very strong. A 1-star evolver only cut a little, and it made him feel so uncomfortable. Lu Wan looked disdainfully at the corpse on the ground and the no longer glorious Wang Ji, and said brusquely, "If you had obediently listened, we might have spared your life, but you insisted on coming up to seek death." Actually, Ji Wenyu and the other 3 don't know what Wang Ji's situation is right now. It seems that he has been poisoned. It should be that Yi Yan modified his battle knife again, enhancing it once more, which is why it has this characteristic. As expected, special professions are truly enjoyable. The messenger that Wang Ji mentioned has made several people even more. Yi Yan coldly said, "Now we can contract." At that moment, Wang Ji finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Yi Yan glanced at the fallen Wang Ji, then raised his wrist and made a cut on it, letting the blood flow into the spatial wristband. Sure enough, the ordinary wristband suddenly glowed with a blood color, and then it fell off and dropped to the ground. Yi Yan immediately picked up the wristband, excitedly put it on his own wrist, and then took the knife from Ji Wenyu's hand, dripping his own blood onto the spatial wristband. The binding of the spatial wristband was successful. Yi Yan stood up, a bit excited, and said to the 4 people, "Binding successful." The others immediately showed joy and then looked around at the food. This is a big supermarket. The space inside is as large as a warehouse. So doesn't that mean we could empty this supermarket out? Those who were originally under Wang Ji's command stood there in a daze, shocked and unable to react for a long time. The shock brought to them by Yi Yan and his group was truly overwhelming. In less than 48 hours since the apocalypse began, how many zombies did a 5-person team kill to make all 5 of them evolve? It's terrifying. Before meeting Yi Yan, they had always thought that Wang Ji was invincible. However, Yi Yan effortlessly subdued Wang Ji, leaving him with no room to resist at all. Wang Hui and Wang Yuansheng headed towards the 3 girls. But they didn't expect that the 3 of them were also evolved beings and were instantly killed. This scene of the drama unfolded right before their eyes. Now looking at Wang Ji, he is already dead. The leader they relied on has died, just like that, merely grazed by Yi Yan's knife. Now, These talents understand that the apocalypse is far more complex than they had imagined, and there are many more powerful individuals. Ian ignored these people and directly started selecting items in the supermarket with Ji Wenyu and the others. They chose a lot of food, drinks, and some change of clothes. After all, they roll around in a pile of zombies every day, and their clothes will be stained with black blood in no time. After clearing out more than half of the supermarket, Yi Yin and the others finally stopped. Now, what Yi Yin needs to do is to head to the town station immediately. The station was far from Yi Yin and the others' location, which is why Yi Yin couldn't sense the movements of the traders there. As Yi Yin approached, the trembling, ordinary people all shuddered, fearing that Yi Yin would cause them trouble. He looked at the person in front and calmly asked, "When did you discover the traders at the station?" The person shivered and quickly adjusted his mindset. Now that Wang Ji was dead, their biggest support was gone. But wasn't there an even stronger Yi Yin in front of them? The person hurriedly replied excitedly, "Yesterday, we found them at the station just before dark. But Wang Ji didn't tell us what was inside, just told us to hurry up and gather magic crystals." Yi Yin then understood why Wang Ji and the others took such great risks to wipe out the zombies in the market. Because they discovered that the traders there had a special profession that required magic crystals. It should be known that in this market filled with flammable materials, causing a fire would be very difficult to extinguish. Perhaps their entire group would perish in the sea of flames. Fortunately, it had rained heavily just yesterday. When the rain was heavy, a group of people mixed into the supermarket. After the rain lightened, they set the fire. Afterward, they were lucky that it rained heavily again, extinguishing the great fire. They were in such a hurry because of that station trader's special profession. But in the end, all the benefits fell into Yi Yan's hands. It wasn't that Wang Ji was unlucky. It was that Yi Yan was too lucky. Now, Yi Yan not only got the space bracelet for free, not spending a single magic crystal, but also learned that the station traders had a special profession. Now, they still had 500 magic crystals on them, which were originally intended to exchange for the space bracelet, but now they got it for free and could use it to exchange for a saint. Only someone like Yi Yan, who had experienced 2 years of the apocalypse, knew how rare and precious the special profession of saint was. Yi Yan was about to leave with a few people when the ordinary people couldn't sit still anymore. "Hey, big brother, can you take us with you? We can kill zombies." "Yeah, please. We've killed a lot of zombies. We would definitely be very useful." Previously, when they followed Wang Ji, there were 4 evolved ones in their group, making it a very powerful team that could kill zombies very quickly. However, the 5 people in front were clearly much stronger than Wang Ji and his 4. Just 5 people had killed so many zombies and become evolved. Wang Ji and his 4 were completely no match for them. Following such a leader would provide a better chance to stand out. This is the survival rule of the apocalypse. If you are not strong enough, not the strongest, you can only rely on others and work for them. Perhaps then you could die a little slower. Amid their astonished gazes, Yi Yan seemed to ignore them and walked outside. How is this possible? There were only 5 of them, and now free labor was delivered to their door, yet they actually didn't want it. It should be known that Wang Ji wanted to absorb more people to make killing zombies more efficient. They finally understood that these 5 people completely did not see them as combat power. They were too weak, and the others didn't regard them at all. Staring blankly at Yi Yan's back, they vaguely heard, "No, this time we lost. If we had come before they entered the trade, we could have saved another 500 magic crystals." Chapter 70. The true special trader at the station, Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei watched the ordinary people crying and begging, feeling a sense of satisfaction. They had spent so long in prison, believing they would never have a chance to get out, but unexpectedly, the apocalypse happened. Both of them were ruthless individuals and had never feared killing zombies. When they discovered the traders and learned about the magic crystals, they became even more dedicated to killing zombies and collecting magic crystals. They had more than 20 subordinates, all brought from the prison. They could have brought more people, but there was an even tougher individual who came out of the prison. Wang Ji. Most of the people followed Wang Ji, while only a few stayed with them. In recent days, they had suffered quite a bit from Wang Ji and his group. The small town was limited in size, and with both groups clearing zombies, they easily ran into each other. However, every time, Only the two of them retreated because Wang Ji's side already had 4 evolved individuals. Moreover, their numbers were more than double that of Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei's group. On several occasions, Wang Ji arrogantly demanded that they hand over all their magic crystals. They had no choice but to comply. After all, how could 2 evolved individuals possibly defeat 4? Later, when several of Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei's subordinates went out to look for food, they saw Wang Ji and his group hurriedly exiting the station. Thus, they uncovered the secret of the traders. This trader was different from ordinary traders. Magic crystals were not the only condition for exchange. Here, a human life could be exchanged for 10 magic crystals. Upon learning this, Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei immediately took their people and started capturing those hiding in various corners of town. These ordinary people had hardly eaten anything since the apocalypse began and had not had a drop of water. They lived in constant fear, terrified that zombies would find them at any moment. Although only Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei were evolved individuals, the others were all criminals from the prison, ruthless in their actions and far stronger than those ordinary people in a fight. They were not starving either. They dared to kill zombies. So it was very easy to go to the supermarket, kill zombies, and take food, right? Therefore, when these ordinary people faced Wang Lei and the others, they had no strength to fight back. They were already on the verge of passing out from hunger. Merely walking took all their energy, let alone resisting these strong individuals. When Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei entered to meet the position of the saint, they were both excited. Upon seeing this position, they learned that there was something called a profession among the traders. There were 3 main professions and special professions. Special professions were undoubtedly very rare and precious, and they encountered a special profession for the first time, a healing type special profession. How could they not be excited? They only had a little over 200 magic crystals, while this saint required 700 magic crystals. However, this trader was a special trader. A human life could be exchanged for 10 magic crystals. It was too cost-effective. Their subordinates were all useful people who could continuously create wealth in magic crystals for them. So it would be a loss to kill one subordinate for 10 magic crystals. They could each kill far more than 10 zombies. Therefore, they set their sights on the ordinary people in the town. The process was indeed very simple. These people, who had not eaten for several days and had not had a drop of water, could not resist the subordinates of the 2, and they didn't even need to lift a finger. These ordinary people could only be manipulated. This was the insurmountable gap between the strong and the weak. At this time, there were already more than 10 corpses on the ground outside, with Zhang Diyu standing nearby. These people had to be killed by Zhang Diyu himself for the number of magic crystals to be recorded in his name. Killing more than 10 people meant over 100 magic crystals. How he wished that future traders would be like this. Killing people was much less risky than killing zombies. No, it should be said that killing people was completely risk-free. These people were nothing in front of evolved individuals. They were too weak. Zhang Diyu swung an axe and decapitated a nearby person, then provocatively looked at someone who had fallen not far away. Officer, did you see that? This is the difference between evolved individuals and ordinary people. I want to kill them. It's that simple. Just like I want to kill you. Zhang Diyu laughed arrogantly. However, in light of your justice, I'll let you watch how I kill these people one by one, so you won't die with your eyes closed, still thinking about these people who have nothing to do with you. Su Gan lay in a pool of blood, with several ribs broken, his feet unresponsive, unable to stand, and his whole body in unbearable pain, lacking strength. He looked ahead at the sea of corpses, filled with hatred for his own weakness. Among the dead were 3 wearing police uniforms, his colleagues. And Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei were the ones he personally arrested and sent to prison 3 years ago. After the apocalypse occurred, Su Gan and a few colleagues thought that with their strength, weapons, and guns, although the world had changed drastically, their sense of justice as special police officers remained unchanged. They took their weapons to fight zombies in supermarkets for food. During this time, several police officers had already died. They shared food with those they encountered in the town, and this continued for 2 days. Today, they went to the places where ordinary people were hiding to distribute food, only to find that those places were almost empty. Moreover, there were signs of a struggle, a complete mess. Finally, they found a few who had narrowly escaped and learned that it was Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei. So they headed to the station. At this moment, these special police officers filled with justice realized that this apocalypse had truly changed. Evolved individuals had actually appeared. They thought that with their guns, they could definitely save those people. However, there were two evolved individuals on the other side, one of whom was also holding a gun. As police officers and gun enthusiasts, Su Gan was shocked to see the pistol in Wang Lei's hand, one he had never seen or heard of. But the gray pistol exuded a dangerous aura. They were special police officers with guns, yet they were completely no match for the opponents. Before the three colleagues could even fire their guns, they were instantly shot in the head by Wang Lei. In an instant, Su Gan was knocked to the ground by the rushing Zhang Diyu. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In that moment, Su Gan, who had survived by a stroke of luck, clearly and desperately realized just how great the gap was between him and the evolved individuals. Zhang Diyu ruthlessly taught Su Gan, beating him to the brink of death, but deliberately not killing him. Officer Su Gan, if I hadn't recognized you as the one who personally arrested me years ago, you would have already died along with your three little friends. Zhang Diyu looked at Su Gan's painful and unwilling expression with satisfaction, continuing to torment him. When Su Gan could no longer let out a scream, he finally stopped. Officer Su Gan, just watch how these people are killed one by one, and then go die. Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei subordinates all looked at Su Gan with hungry eyes. They were all criminals from the prison, naturally harboring hatred for the police. Once their boss finished his business, they would slowly torture this police officer who was barely hanging on. Wang Lei leisurely sat to the side, eating sunflower seeds. Indeed, traitors were formidable. Not only did they make him a powerful, superior, evolved individual, but they also gave him this gray-level handgun. The shooting skills of these police officers were not bad, yet they were still instantly shot in the head by him. One reason was that Wang Lei was already an evolved individual. His reaction, speed, and agility far surpassed those still ordinary special police officers. Secondly, the gray-level handguns are countless times stronger than the ordinary handguns in the hands of these police officers. Looking at Su Gan, who once arrested him and is now lying on the ground in a dying state, Wang Lei feels even more that this apocalypse is a wonderful paradise. He had once seen no hope in life, but now he can start over. Moreover, from the very beginning, he is an evolved being one level above ordinary people. He can kill whoever he wants, and the police can't do anything but be mocked by him. Apart from the more than 10 people who have turned into corpses, there are over 50 ordinary people waiting for their fate. Some have blank expressions, having accepted this reality. In this apocalypse, there are not only terrifying and dangerous zombies, but also insane people. The more terrifying thing is that these insane people have surpassed ordinary humans and become evolved beings. Rather than being enslaved and tortured, it will be better to die early and be liberated. However, some people are unwilling. They fear death. No matter what happens, the will to survive always occupies the highest position. They are unwilling to sacrifice their lives for these reasons. They now know about evolved beings and traitors, and they might also become evolved beings in the future. But the premise is that they must survive today. Those who want to live are crying and shouting. Some even crawl over to plead with Zhang Diyu to let them join his team. Others curse incessantly, trying to escape. At that moment, Yi Yin and his group gradually approached the station entrance and heard the commotion from afar. Although the group did not know what had happened, they were not afraid at all. Ji Wenyu and the others understood their boss's strength very well and were eager to hone their own abilities. They were not afraid of whatever came their way. When they reached the station entrance, they saw that there were already more than 10 corpses beside the traitor, with blood flowing like a river. One of Zhang Diyu's subordinates looked at the ordinary people and said, "Boss, these people should be enough, right? Wing Lei's Nude. Enough for what? We don't just want that profession. We also want to exchange all the one-star evolution potions inside. Let you become evolved beings. When we meet Wang Ji again, what are we afraid of?" The man immediately became excited and said, "Then boss, these people aren't enough. We can only just exchange for the profession." At this moment, someone spotted Yi Yin and his 5 companions appearing at the entrance and excitedly pointed at them, shouting, "Boss, here come 5 fools. delivering magic crystals. 50 magic crystals. Ha ha ha. Chapter 71. Former Strongman. Sugan Yin only needed a glance to realize that the trader in the station was a special trader, and specifically one involved in life and death transactions. In his previous life, he had heard of many such special traders. Some required two people to fight to the death, with the survivor able to enter the trading period and receive something for free. Others directly used living people as sacrifices. There were even more types that Yi Yan had never heard of. The trader before him clearly shared some similarities with the second type. Indeed, people in the apocalypse were utterly untrustworthy. Wang Ji, when faced with life and death, did not fully disclose the truth and failed to inform Yi Yan about the special nature of the traders here. Even later, those who intended to ally with Yi Yan, Wang Ji's subordinates, did not tell him about this matter. At this moment, everyone in the station stopped moving. As soon as the man finished speaking, all eyes in the station were suddenly fixed on Yi Yan and his four companions. Wang Lei and Zhang Dayu looked at Yi Yan and the others with disdain, as if they were gazing at lambs. In their eyes, Yi Yan and his group were merely people coming to their deaths, posing no threat to them whatsoever. How could ordinary people possibly have the strength to resist evolved beings? These few were simply here to die. The ordinary people glanced at Yi Yan's group, but quickly averted their eyes. They were struggling to survive themselves and had no mood to concern themselves with others. In their hearts, Yi Yan and the others were even less likely to be there to save them. They had personally experienced the absolute power of evolved beings. Ordinary people could not resist them. These few were just a bit foolish, unable to understand what was happening, and dare to come over. Wang Lei made a gesture to his subordinates, and more than 10 people walked toward Yi Yan's group. They looked at the 5 casually, and as they got closer and saw the 3 exceptionally beautiful women, they were momentarily stunned. Then their eyes gleamed with lewdness. These 3 women were extraordinary. Each had their own unique charm. Compared to the women they had captured in town, these few were cleanly dressed and stunningly beautiful. Those other women couldn't compare at all. When you noticed the gazes of these men, her expression darkened, feeling displeased. One of them stepped forward, standing in front of Yi Yan. Following Wang Lei and Zhang Diyu, they were ordinary people, one tier lower than the 2. However, as subordinates of evolved beings, they felt themselves superior to other ordinary people. At that moment, facing Yi Yan, they had this mentality completely disregarding the 5. How did you find this place? Did you hear the commotion and think food was being distributed here? Ha ha ha. They all burst into laughter. These 5 can't be fools, right? Even if they heard the noise and came over, seeing the scene before them, they still don't run away, standing there like deer caught in headlights. Isn't that courting death? Ha ha ha. They must be scared stupid. No. When they first heard the noise, they must have thought there was some army or organization distributing supplies. That's why they came. Ha ha ha. How naive. One of them pointed at Sugan, who lay bleeding not far away, saying he was the police officer distributing food to those useless ordinary people in town. There were originally 3 of them, but now they're all dead. Ha ha ha. Such a fool. Caring for others in the apocalypse. He must be a saint. You 5 are really unlucky. Since you've come, don't think about leaving. One of them looked at Lu Wan and the other 3 with lewd eyes. I thought there were 50 magic crystals, but it turns out there are only 20. We will certainly treat these 3 beauties specially. With that, the group erupted into lascivious laughter. Wen Yunan and the other girls, upon hearing Wang Lei and the others' words, cast sympathetic and admiring glances at Sugan, who lay motionless on the ground. Indeed, in this apocalypse, there were very few who could still think of others. For everyone, managing to take care of themselves was already a difficult task. Even for them, although they still had a bit of kindness after the apocalypse began, it had been worn away by the evil and terrifying events around them. These police officers were truly commendable. Even in the apocalypse, they were still serving the people. Yi Yan's gaze was fixed on Sugan lying on the ground. He didn't think as much as the other 4 did, but his heart was the most excited, because the person before him was no stranger to him. He even knew his name. The person lying in a pool of blood, barely conscious, was named Sugan. In the 2 years of Yi Yan's previous life during the apocalypse, he was a well-known figure. Yi Yin had once had the fortune of seeing Su Gan in the concentration camp. At that time, Su Gan was a 5-star evolved being. Moreover, he was a feared sharpshooter. Yi Yin, at that time, was just a lowly person in the concentration camp, oppressed by others, and could only look at such high-level evolved beings from afar. But just that one glance was unforgettable. Su Gan at that time exuded a cold-blooded, murderous aura. But the most overwhelming aura was that of a strong man. The concentration camp was under siege by a horde of mutated beasts, and they had paid a high price to invite Su Gan. They also had the intention of having Su Gan join them. However, Su Gan did not agree. After helping the concentration camp through the crisis and killing countless mutated beasts, he received his reward and disappeared at a speed that left everyone unable to react. At that time, Su Gan was indeed a 5-star evolved being. It is important to know that in 2 years of the apocalypse, very few people could become 5-star evolved beings. All of them were core members of various factions, and he had heard that Su Gan operated alone, relying on his superb marksmanship to kill people and zombies invisibly. The mutated beasts would be shot down before they even approached him. Such a former strongman from his past life was unexpectedly encountered by Yi Yin here. Yi Yin suppressed his shock and had already decided to make use of this strongman in this life. The other 4 looked at Yi Yin's gaze, curiously regarding Su Gan. Does Yi Yin know this person? Zhang Dayu looked at Yi Yin and the others with dissatisfaction, then shouted at the subordinates at the door. What are you dawdling about? Hurry up and bring them over. Don't you see I'm waiting here? The ordinary people, hearing Zhang Dayu's shout, all trembled and looked despairingly ahead. The subordinates quickly put away their smug expressions and were about to drag Yi Yin and the others over. Yet Yi Yin subtly dodged the hand reaching for him and walked toward Su Gan. Everyone was taken aback, except for Wen Yunan and a few others. They followed behind Yi Yin. The subordinates were left standing there, not knowing what to do, staring at Yi Yin. Could this person really be a fool? Didn't he realize that people were being killed here? Didn't he see that they were about to die too? He was actually so calm as he walked toward that filthy police officer. The ordinary people who had been captured by Wang Lei and the others and were waiting to die were also astonished at Yi Yin. What was wrong with him? Couldn't he see the current situation? This was a slaughterhouse. What was he doing? Hey, where the hell are you going? They muttered among themselves. One idiot. He finished. Offending these people will lead to a terrible death. They might give us a quick end, but what about him? What's his situation? Shouldn't he have run when he saw this scene at the door? Why is he still waiting for them to discover him? Although Wang Lei and Zhang Diyu were somewhat surprised, they did not speak up, but rather curiously watched Yi Yin, wanting to see what he would do. Because in their minds, these 5 were just ordinary people. They could easily kill them in an instant. What does this young man want to do? They don't take it to heart. They're just curious. Yi Yin walked to Su Gan's side under the gaze of everyone present. Su Gan was on the verge of death, but his mind was clear. He had seen them when Yi Yin and the others appeared. What puzzled him was that the 5 of them did not flee upon seeing the hellish scene before them. Instead, they walked in and approached him. Why not escape? He couldn't protect these people. Their entrance could only mean death. Yi Yin crouched down, looked at this future powerhouse, and said solemnly, disregarding others' gazes, you don't want to die, right? You're not willing to give up, are you? Su Gan stared at the person before him in shock. But soon, he mustered all his strength to nod. Since this person had the courage to walk in, he must have some confidence. Although Su Gan didn't understand why he came to speak such words directly to him, he couldn't think about so much now. Ye Yan nodded in satisfaction, a sly smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He stood up, looked at Zhang Diyu not far away, and spoke to these people for the first time. You, our special police comrades, are very dissatisfied with your indiscriminate killings. If you kill another person, don't blame me for being rude. Everyone was frozen in place, thinking there was something wrong with their ears. This man must be joking, right? He actually said he would be rude to Zhang Dayu. Come on, that person is an evolver. They a bunch of rookies didn't even know what an evolver was and dared to speak so arrogantly. Su Gan lay on the ground, slightly worried as well. Huh, this is so funny. Do you know who our boss is? He actually said he would be rude to him. This is hilarious. Huh, this person really doesn't know his place. He doesn't even know what an evolver is and still dares to say he will be rude to our boss. Wang Lei laughed for a while, then looked at Zhang Diyu. Brother Zhang, Someone is provoking you. Zhang Diyu also stopped smiling, then looked at Yi Yin with a sinister gaze, not saying a word. As he picked up an ordinary person with one hand and held a knife to that person's neck, provocatively staring at Yi Yin. The person being threatened could only curse Yi Yin in his heart. Since Yi Yin said that earlier, he stood there without any action, quietly watching Zhang Diyu, expressionless. Now you're dumbfounded, right? Why don't you go up? Huh, just bragging. Our boss's knife is already at his neck. What can you do? Yi Yin remained silent, looking at Zhang Diyu. Zhang Diyu's eyes were filled with disdain as he provocatively stared at Yi Yin, as he tilted the knife in his hand. He was about to chop off that person's head. In that instant, a thunderclap. With a loud bang, everyone was startled, their bodies shaking. They looked on in horror, unable to believe what was happening. They saw purple lightning strike down. Before Zhang Diyu could chop off that person's head, his entire body was charred black, crashing to the ground. Violent lightning. Chapter 72. Powerful. Everyone was shocked as they looked towards Zhang Diyu's direction. What was going on? How did a lightning strike come down like that? All of them stared at Yi Yin in terror. This wasn't just the weather acting up. It was this man who did it. Wang Lei, who knew the details of the profession, looked at Yi Yin with a gaze filled with surprise and fear. This person was actually a lightning mage. He couldn't believe that within just 3 days of the apocalypse, an evolved being with a main profession had appeared in this small town. At first, he thought Yi Yin was just an ordinary person. But it turned out that not only was he an evolved being, but he was also a professional. Moreover, he had killed Zhang Diyu in an instant, far surpassing their strength. It was simply too mocking. The person who had just been held by Zhang Diyu crawled away in fear. He thought he was doomed, but suddenly heard a loud bang, and the Zhang Diyu beside him was struck by lightning and charred, dying on the spot. He had previously looked down on Yi Yin, not expecting this person to be so powerful and to have saved him. The expressions on the faces of Zhang Diyu's subordinates were even more comical. They had always thought these few were just ordinary people. They didn't expect that the leading young man was not only an evolved being, but also possessed terrifying abilities that shocked them. He had killed the formidable Zhang Diyu in an instant. It was simply a strong contrast. They had acted like fools before, boasting without restraint. Su Gang, who was on the ground, looked at this scene and finally felt at ease. Zhang Diyu was dead. The revenge for his colleague had been fulfilled. Those ordinary people who had died could finally rest in peace. Sugan didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary young man was also an evolved being like Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei, and his methods were so strange. With strength far exceeding those two, he saw lightning flickering around Yi Yin, and then not far away, Zhang Diyu was struck by a powerful purple lightning bolt out of thin air. Yi Yin's abilities must be some kind of characteristic of the apocalypse, just like the evolved beings. Seeing Yi Yin's powerful strength, Su Gan's eyes were filled with longing. The young man who had saved him, who had fulfilled his wish, was not only an evolved being, but also stronger than ordinary evolved beings like Wang Lei and Zhang Diyu. Su Gan struggled to get up, and when Yuan Nan immediately went to support him. Those ordinary people who had previously thought they were doomed now looked at Yi Yin in shock and excitement. They didn't have to die. This person had killed Zhang Diyu, and Wang Lei was no match for him at all. With great difficulty, Su Gan, with Wen Yuannan's help, walked to Yi Yin's side. I'm Su Gan, what is your name? Yan repeated, Yan. Su Gan's eyes were filled with gratitude and respect, along with hatred for Wang Lei and his group. Brother Yi Yin, can I ask you for one more favor? Yi Yin interrupted him and said calmly, these people will all die. They must pay for the lives of those innocent people who have died. Su Gan looked at Yi Yin gratefully, then silently made up his mind. Wang Lei turned pale upon hearing this. Yi Yin looked at the corpses on the ground. A total of 14. Now that it's the apocalypse, no one can control anyone else. Today you wanted to kill these ordinary people, so go ahead. But unfortunately, you ran into me. You killed Su Gan's colleague and wanted to kill Su Gan too. If you were stronger than me, then today, even if you killed someone, you would be right. But unfortunately, I am much stronger than you. Today, all of you will die. Those people trembled as they listened, unable to believe that the person they had just looked down on was actually someone of such formidable strength. Wang Lei knew disaster was imminent and forced himself to calm down. Although I can't win against you, don't get too complacent. Killing me will also take some effort. Wang Lei's subordinates finally saw a glimmer of hope. Wang Lei was an evolved being. Just now, Zhang Diyu had been caught off guard and killed in an instant. If Wang Lei intended to delay or escape, this person might not be able to kill him. Moreover, there were more than 20 of them, and even if he was powerful, it was impossible to kill them all at once. As long as they waited for Yi Yan to kill others, they could take the opportunity to escape. There was still a chance. He couldn't possibly kill 20 people in an instant, right? Yi Yan looked at Wang Lei with disdain, his eyes filled with blatant contempt. Hee, then you can try. Wang Lei felt a chill run down his spine under Yi Yan's gaze. This was an absolute pressure from a strong person, but he didn't want to die. He had just become an evolved being. In this apocalypse, he hadn't enjoyed himself enough yet. No matter what, he had to escape from here today. Wang Lei remained on high alert, ready to dash out of the station in an instant. With his one-star evolved being speed, he could escape unexpectedly. Even Yi Yan wouldn't be able to react in time. And besides, weren't there still more than 20 people that Yi Yan wanted to kill in the station? When he ran, those people would also escape in the chaos. Yi Yan was a smart person. He knew it was better to chase after a hard-to-catch evolved being than to catch these slow, ordinary people all at once. Suddenly, Wang Lei's figure flashed without warning, rushing toward the station's entrance for more than 10 meters. His former subordinates, seeing that Wang Lei had no intention of fighting Yi Yan and was directly planning to abandon everyone and escape, didn't have time to curse and quickly ran away. As the station's main door was right in front of him, Wang Lei felt incredibly excited. Yi Yan, remember today. Our accounts will be settled one day. Farewell. However, in the next second, Wang Lei's heart froze. A deathly voice rang out behind him. Settle accounts? Why not do it now? Pay with your life for those you killed just now. Then, Wang Lei's head fell to the ground. The ordinary people looked in horror at the scene at the station's entrance. They thought Wang Lei's speed was already very fast, but Yi Yan's speed was beyond their comprehension. They didn't realize when Yi Yan had instantly appeared beside Wang Lei. In the next second, the seemingly powerful Wang Lei was killed by Yi Yan with ease. Yi Yan picked up Wang Lei's gray pistol and examined it. Not bad, just enough for Su Gan to use. Those ordinary people who were just starting to escape saw Yi Yan blocking the road ahead and the dead Wang Lei. A wave of despair surged in their hearts. This was the power of evolved beings. They would forever have to look up to such powerful forces. What they didn't expect, even more, was that several figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Upon closer look, it was the one man and 3 women who had been following Yi Yan. Their speed just now had been telling these people that they were also evolved beings. These people instantly gave up on escaping and stood dejectedly in place. They had originally thought these 5 were weaklings, but it turned out they were all evolved beings. This was too mocking. They had previously boasted that these 5 didn't know what an evolved being was. In the end, they were all evolved beings, quietly laughing at these people in their hearts. Ridiculous. Weak. Yi Yan walked over to the trader's side, and sure enough, he received a prompt from the trader. 1 life could be exchanged for 10 magic crystals. Just now, Zhang Diyu had killed people next to the trader, accumulating magic crystals. But since he was killed by Yi Yan, the number of magic crystals was cleared. Yi Yan nodded at the few people not far away, and they brought over the more than 20 people. These were Wang Lei and Zhang Diyu's former subordinates, who of course knew what Yi Yan was going to do. Since Yi Yan wants to kill them, why not let them serve their maximum purpose? Although the apocalypse has only been happening for a few days, they already understand the rules of survival in this new world. That's how the apocalypse is. Perhaps 1 second you're in control of others' lives and deaths, but the next second, someone even stronger appears, taking everything you've worked hard to obtain, and might even kill you. They no longer wish to resist. Following Wang Lei and Zhang Diyu, they are acutely aware of the power of evolvers, and even more aware of how terrifying Yi Yan is, who can easily kill Wang Lei and Zhang Diyu. With their strength, it's impossible for them to resist Yi Yan. Su Gan watches Yi Yan and the others' actions without feeling repulsed. In fact, he even finds it somewhat exhilarating. When the apocalypse first occurred, he still clung to the beliefs of peacetime, hunting zombies in supermarkets with colleagues, frantically grabbing food to distribute to people. He knows the world has changed, the rules have changed, but he never expected it to become so unreasonable, with evolvers appearing who can easily kill ordinary people. He didn't anticipate such drastic and rapid changes in humanity. Just now, when he and his colleagues try to protect these people, they were met with senseless oppression and ruthless mockery. His colleagues and friends have died, and he is being tormented by Wang Lei and Zhang Diyu because he captured them years ago, forced to watch them kill. At that moment, he changed because he knows the world has transformed. Humanity has changed. Zombies have appeared, evolvers have appeared, and there are even more unimaginable occurrences he is yet to discover. If he doesn't adapt to this world, situations like today will eventually arise again. He vows to spend his life repaying Yi Yin and must push himself to change. He doesn't want to remain weak like this. Once proud of his marksmanship, today he was defeated by Wang Lei, just because Wang Lei is an evolver. And because of the special gun in his hand, Su Gan vows to become strong and repay Yi Yin. And those people now deserve to die. They helped Wang Lei and Zhang Diyu capture and cruelly kill ordinary people. They even killed Su Gan's colleagues of many years. Looking at the body of his colleague and friend, Su Gan becomes even more awakened. Being a nice guy no longer works in this apocalypse. Only strength is the undeniable truth. At this time, the 20 or so people have already been killed, and Yi Yin, at the trader's place, has recorded a total of 220 magic crystals. He also loots the 200 magic crystals from Zhang Diyu then, with the magic crystals and a few others, enters the trading time, and Su Gan also joins. Special profession, Saint, valued at 700 magic crystals. However, Yi Yin only needs 400 magic crystals to exchange. Chapter 73, The Saint. Yi Yin and the others originally had 500 magic crystals prepared to exchange for space rings, along with the 200 or so magic crystals that were traded with lives and the 200 or so magic crystals found on Zhang Diyu. They had nearly 1,000 magic crystals in total. Without saying a word, Yi Yin immediately exchanged for a bottle of 1-star evolution potion and a bottle of immunity potion. Su Gan, entering the trading time for the first time, realized that Yi Yin was intentionally inviting him to join the team. However, when Yi Yin handed him the evolution and immunity potions without saying anything, he was still surprised. He himself was curious about what made him special enough to be valued by such a powerful evolver. When Yuan Yin and the others, however, recognized from Su Gan's uniform that he was from the special police, and his skills were remarkable. Today, he had only been defeated by an evolver in the guise of an ordinary person. If Su Gan became an evolver, his combat power would surely be formidable. What they didn't know was that this wasn't the real reason. The real reason was that Yi Yin knew Su Gan would become a significant figure in the future. However, even if Yi Yin hadn't recognized him as Su Gan today, or had never heard of him in his previous life, he would still have brought him into his team. Because a special police officer with excellent skills and a sense of justice would be very helpful to Yi Yan's team. Su Gan gratefully injected the evolution and immunity potions, and the injuries he sustained from abuse and beatings were rapidly healing. As a special police officer, maintaining physical fitness was essential. He often engaged in intellectual and physical battles with criminals and carried out high-intensity tasks. So his physical condition was very good, and he was well aware of his own state. He carefully sensed the changes in his body, suppressing his excitement, and finally recognized the apocalypse from another perspective. The potential and strength of humans could actually be developed to such an extent. It was simply incredible. Since the sudden occurrence of the apocalypse was so unbelievable, then the existence of evolvers and professions was also acceptable. At this moment, Yi Yin had quickly changed his profession from saint to something else, feeling excited. After obtaining the profession, all the information about the saint profession flooded into Yi Yan's mind. The saint is a healing-type profession, and all skills are related to healing injuries. Moreover, this saint profession has a unique characteristic. Once learned, one cannot learn any of the 3 main professions, unless it is a special profession. However, this restriction was practically non-existent for Yi Yin, because in the early apocalypse, or even 2 years later, special professions were rare. It's possible that a large portion of people wouldn't even have access to the 3 main professions. However, in this life, Yi Yin knew the function of the purple hook jade, which could sense various treasures and traders, allowing him to exchange items at much lower prices than ordinary people could. Now, just 3 days into the apocalypse, Yin already possessed one main profession and one special profession. Even if someone in his team learned the same profession and could no longer learn the 3 main professions, Yin could still find even more powerful special professions to compensate for them. Yin had the profession of lightning mage, which prevented him from learning the same profession. Even if he could learn the same profession, he might not choose to do so, because in this life, he aimed to strengthen his combat power and would always be at the forefront. The same profession was meant for those who supported from the back to maximize its usefulness. Filled with excitement, Yi Yin showed the profession scroll to the remaining 5 people. All 5 were shocked. Although Wu Wu and Wen Yuanin had seen Yi Yin obtain his profession earlier, they still didn't fully understand what a profession entailed. Now, each person received a profession scroll and learned what the same profession was, feeling amazed and deepening their understanding of professions. Yi Yin looked at the 5 and said, "I am already a lightning mage and cannot learn this profession. Does anyone among you want to learn it?" When you wanted to protect Lu Wan and everyone. This feeling was sometimes almost twisted, but he was a man, and the best way to protect everyone was to charge to the front and kill enemies. So after some thought, when you decided to give up. As for Sugon, after touching the same profession scroll and learning about professions, he already had his heart set on the profession he wanted the most. That was the gunner. Although the gunner also provided support from back, shooting required intense focus and attention, making it impossible to use 2 professions simultaneously. Therefore, Sugon never considered learning the same profession. The 3 girls had some thoughts about it, but each of their personalities was ultimately different. Wu Wu had been training her body since childhood and had extraordinary talent. It was impossible for her to waste such talent and her daily perseverance to become a healer on the battlefield. Lu Wan had a fiery temperament. She was always the one who couldn't hold back in any situation. If there was a fight and she wasn't there, she would feel uncomfortable. Although when you hoped Lu Wan would be safer in the back, she couldn't stand it. When Yuanan was moved as soon as she heard that this profession was a healing type that could heal teammates. Ever since Yi Yin was injured in front of her for not wanting her to be harmed by that 2nd-level zombie, she had felt guilty towards Yi Yin. She didn't want to see Yi Yin get hurt again, and even if he were injured in the future, she wanted to be able to do something for him. And this same profession was undoubtedly the best choice. Thus, while Wen Yu sulked at Lu Wan, when Yuanan successfully obtained the same profession, the moment she learned the same profession, when Yuanan's mental strength was also developed. Blushing, she excitedly said, "This profession currently has only 2 skills, but as my mental strength increases in the future, more skills will appear." Yi Yin, hearing this, curiously asked, "Is this profession not upgradable?" When Yuanan replied, "It cannot be upgraded. As long as the total amount of mental strength reaches a certain level, new skills will awaken." Lu Wan, anxious and curious, asked, "What are the 2 skills you have now?" When Yuanan smiled proudly, "I have plant manipulation and green spring." The others looked at Wen Yuanan with anticipation. Plant manipulation is a skill that can quickly stop bleeding, detoxify, and heal external wounds, requiring relatively little mental strength. With my current mental strength, I can probably use it about 20 times. Yi Yin was very satisfied. Given Yi Yan's current strength, almost no one could inflict serious injuries on him, nor could they seriously injure his companions in front of him. This plant manipulation, while healing external wounds, was incredibly powerful, capable of quickly stopping bleeding and detoxifying. It could play a decisive role in a battle. Moreover, with Wen Yuanan's current level, she could use it around 20 times. When Yuanan continued, "The other skill, Green Spring, requires more mental strength. I can only use this skill twice at most right now, and it is used for treating serious internal injuries. It can heal from the root, restore the body, and recover a person's physical strength and vitality. Compared to plant manipulation, this skill was far more powerful. It could actually heal from the root. It could also restore physical strength and vitality. This skill required a lot of mental strength, and yet when Yuanan could still use it twice. It seemed that the rumors from the previous life were true. In his last life, although Yi Yin was just an ordinary person in the concentration camp, he heard many rumors and information from various people. The truth and falsehoods had to be discerned by himself. In his previous life, Ian heard that healing-type special professions were extremely rare. Those who possessed such a profession, regardless of their background, would be constantly courted by any faction, hoping that the healer would join their ranks. The factions that had healing-type professionals treated them like deities. Moreover, healing-type professionals possessed a powerful trait. Their mental strength was exceptionally strong. This should be an inherent attribute of the profession. After meeting this envoy today, Ian guessed that most healing professions had significant limitations. For example, this envoy, after learning, could not learn the three main professions unless it was another special profession. This condition was not a big deal for Ian, but for others, it was a monumental condition. Many people would fight fiercely when they encountered the three main professions, let alone the rare special professions. If today someone else obtained this profession and learned it, they would likely have to rely on this profession for a long time in the post-apocalyptic world. As the late post-apocalyptic period approached and various factions developed, there would be factions seeking to recruit healing-type professionals based on special professions. Today, the condition of not being able to learn the three main professions was merely the limitation of the envoy. Other healing-type professions would have various different limitations. This significant limitation also gave healing-type professions an advantage. Their mental strength was incredibly strong. At this moment, Wen Yuan was the best proof. Ian smiled with satisfaction, but did not voice his speculation, as the 5 individuals had too little understanding of mental strength, with 4 of them completely lacking it. Ian looked at the excited Wen Yuan. "Don't worry, I won't let you have just this one profession." Wen Yuan shyly looked at Ian. "Of course I believe you. However, even if I only have this one profession in my life, I will be satisfied. I don't want to see you get hurt while I can't do anything." As soon as Wen Yuan finished speaking, the other 4 began to tease. Wu Wu held back laughter. "Yuan, you're too much. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you learn this profession." Lu Wan also joked with Wen Yuan. "Yeah, are you only going to heal Ian? If we get hurt in the future, you probably won't even glance at us. That's so biased." Ji Wenyu took the opportunity to hit back at Lu Wan. "Then why didn't you learn just now?" Lu Wan immediately grabbed Ji Wenyu's ear. "You brat. Now that you're an evolver, you think you're something special, huh? Just watch how I deal with you." Wen Yuan felt embarrassed by everyone's teasing and quickly hid behind Ian. Su Gan looked at the scene before him, unable to believe that this was the apocalypse, as if it transported him back to the days before the apocalypse just a few days ago. Ian looked at the group, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. He noticed Su Gan, who was silent, and walked over, taking out the gray pistol he had received from Wang Lei. "You're a police officer. You should be very good at using a gun, right?" Ian certainly knew he was stating the obvious. This person would later become a renowned sharpshooter, striking fear into others in Ian's previous life during the apocalypse, causing terror in just 2 short years. Su Gan looked at the gray pistol in Ian's hand. This pistol was the weapon Wang Lei had used to instantly shoot down his 3 colleagues. The police gun in his hand seemed like a toy, completely not a match. However, he was now an evolver. Everything was different. Let him hold this gun, never forgetting today's humiliation and hatred, and bravely survive in the apocalypse. Su Gan took the gray pistol, and his eyes were no longer filled with confusion. Chapter 74. Out of the town. Ian and his group stepped out of the trading time, and the dozen or so ordinary people who had been saved by Ian looked at him with gratitude. At the same time, their eyes were filled with expectation. After today, they had learned about evolvers, traders, and discovered that the apocalypse might have a hopeful side. They too could become strong and kill zombies. And Ian, this powerful individual, was their best support at that moment. Ian looked at these people and, before they could speak, said expressionlessly, "Give up. I won't take you with me." The faces of the crowd turned pale. They did not understand why Wang Lei and Zhang Diyu, both evolvers, continued to absorb ordinary people, even though those ordinary people knew that these evolvers wanted them to be cannon fodder, to charge ahead and kill zombies. However, surviving in this way might allow them to become evolvers and at least have food every day. Yet, Ian's group, now only 6 people, was no longer recruiting followers. They couldn't comprehend. Isn't it better to have more people? This way they could kill many zombies. Sugan looked at these people with some pity. This was the most emotion he could muster at the moment. His character had greatly changed during the earlier trampling. Sugan had come to understand the cruelty of the apocalypse. He knew that in this world, strength was paramount. More importantly, from now on, he would dedicate his life to becoming stronger to repay Yi Yan. So, he wouldn't spare any extraneous feelings for others. From now on, his loyalty and pain would only be shared with the members of this team. This was the apocalypse. Being part of such a team was already a tremendous fortune. Yi Yan was not a saint. Although he had been reborn, he was ruthless and only focused on becoming stronger. However, every time he saw these helpless and weak people, he was reminded of his past self. At this moment, his heart would fill with sadness, resentment, regret, and pity, along with various complex emotions. So he fell silent, waved his hand, and took out a considerable amount of food. Take this food and share it among yourselves. Now that you know about the traitors, it's up to you from here on. These people had not had enough to eat for a long time. They had relied on the little food from Sugan and his companions to survive until now. Seeing so much food, they were so excited they almost cried. However, their respect for Yi Yan kept them from rushing forward to grab it. Yi Yan was undoubtedly a strong individual, and taking them along would indeed be a burden. However, Yi Yan had saved them before. Otherwise, they would have been corpses by now. And now, Yi Yan had resolved their urgent need by providing them with food. Their gratitude towards Yi Yan was something that could not be easily expressed in just a few words. Although they were very surprised by Yi Yan's method of producing food. Clearly, the 6 of them were empty-handed, yet with a wave of Yi Yan's hand, such a large pile of food appeared. They tactfully did not ask questions. Continuously, thanking Yi Yan. Yi Yan waved his hand dismissively, not wanting to say more. He had intended to take the 5 people directly out of the station when he noticed the bodies of 3 police officers on the ground. Seeing their bodies still dressed in uniforms, Yi Yan couldn't help but admire them in his heart. Even at such a time, they were still thinking of others, which was truly commendable. Yi Yan walked over and, under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, retrieved 3 police handguns from the 3 bodies. He walked up to Sugan's side. Take out the gun. Although Sugan didn't know what Yi Yan was planning to do, he trustingly pulled out the gray handgun that Yi Yan had given him earlier. Yi Yan used his beginner craftsman skill, homogeneous reinforcement. The 3 handguns disappeared one by one, and the gray handgun gleamed with light. Everyone was stunned. Yi Yan looked at the handgun with satisfaction. As a craftsman, he was naturally very sensitive to weapons. Just a glance was enough for him to know the properties and power of the weapon. Although the gray handgun had only been enhanced by 3 ordinary handguns, its power had increased significantly. The ordinary people were even more dumbfounded, finally realizing that the apocalypse was not just about evolvers. The techniques Yi Yan had used to kill Zhang Diyu, as well as the current method of making 3 handguns disappear into thin air, made these people aware that there were still many unknowns in this apocalypse. Under the shocked, awed, and grateful gazes of the crowd, Yi Yan led the others out of the station. At this moment, what he needed to do was head to the concentration camp from his previous life. Since he couldn't find his parents elsewhere, following the trajectory of his past life, his parents would eventually arrive at the concentration camp. Yi Yan originally felt that he had gained a lot during this time. All his companions had become evolvers, and they had over 500 level magic crystals. This was already quite impressive. However, when he thought of the colossal entity from his past life, he felt that he was still very small and far from enough. He had to keep strengthening himself and his team before reaching the concentration camp. In this life, he must take revenge. The other 5 noticed that Yi Yan's expression seemed to change strangely, as if he was recalling something infuriating, and they dared not interrupt. Once Yi Yan calmed his emotions, he said, "We need to leave this town now. Staying in a small place and claiming dominance is not a long-term plan. We need to go out and compete for resources to become stronger." The 5 understood this principle as well. Over the past few days, they had personally experienced the cruelty and mystery of the apocalypse. To survive, they could only become stronger than everyone else. Sugan asked, "Boss, where are we going?" Yi Yan's eyes sparkled with fire. "To a place I must wipe out." The others widened their eyes. In the days they had spent with Yi Yan, They had hardly seen him lose control or express such anger. After a moment of contemplation, Ian suddenly shifted the topic without warning. What if today I encountered this situation? Ian did not continue. The other five looked at him seriously, and Luan asked what? Ian closed his eyes, a faintly tragic and helpless smile tugging at his lips. What if today I came across something I absolutely needed from this special trader, but I didn't have enough magic crystals? I would do the same thing as them. When Yuanan's clear voice held no hesitation. So what? I'll help you. Ian suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the five before him. Their eyes were resolute. The moment Yin saved them, they had already decided to follow him to the death in this apocalypse, no matter what happened. Even if he were a killing machine, so what? They would accompany him in killing. Was there any need for more reasons? Hadn't their determination already echoed in their hearts countless times? Although Yin did not want to admit it, the feelings surging in his heart at that moment were indeed touched. Not wanting to dwell on this matter any longer, Yin turned to Sugon. Do you still have police cars at the station? Sugon immediately replied, yes. We also have armored personnel carriers. Ian's eyes lit up and he said, great. Let us go get the vehicles now, and then we'll leave here. The six of them walked along the road, showing no intention of hiding at all. They were in fact quite arrogant. If ordinary people who still did not know what evolvers were saw them, they would probably be scared to death. Through a few words exchanged with the others, Sugon learned about magic crystals, traders, and so on. He understood that to survive in the apocalypse, the first priority was to kill zombies and gather magic crystals. And Sugon, being a SWAT officer, was exceptionally skilled. Even though his specialty was shooting, in terms of physical skills as a SWAT officer, he was definitely very strong. Because of this, these selfless SWAT officers were able to fight their way out of a supermarket filled with zombies, delivering food to those in need without any prior experience. With a few reminders, Sugon quickly mastered the skills to kill zombies, and in no time, the advantages of his SWAT identity became evident. Only Yian's speed in killing zombies surpassed his. The other four were amazed. SWAT officers truly lived up to their reputation. They instantly outpaced the four of them. Thus, while the group speed was not slow, they also delayed some time by killing zombies and collecting magic crystals along the way. Upon returning to the police station, it was empty, with no zombies in sight, and some food remained on the ground. Sugon sighed and said, when the apocalypse struck, most of my colleagues instantly turned into flesh-eating zombies. We didn't change. We could only bear the pain to kill them. Later, we guessed that the residents in the town were living in dire straits, with no food, so we did our best to go out, kill zombies, grab food from the supermarket, and then find people to share it with. Along the way, a few more companions were infected by zombies, and in the end, only four of us remained. 3 were killed by Zhang Deyu, and now only I am left. Everyone listened silently to Sugon's words. Sugon took them to the garage, and the SWAT vehicle finally came into view. It was an armored personnel carrier, larger than an ordinary van, capable of accommodating over a dozen people. The armored vehicle was significantly taller than regular cars. The body was made entirely of bulletproof materials, capable of withstanding powerful bullet fire. Only the front row for the driver had a window, which was also made of bulletproof material and protected by a sturdy mesh. At the back of the vehicle, there were a few very small windows high up. Due to the vehicle's height, an ordinary person could not see the interior from the outside. Entering from the back, the seats inside were arranged in 2 rows along the sides of the vehicle, unlike the typical horizontal seating in regular cars. This allowed for a large space in the middle of the vehicle, even enough for a person to lie down and sleep there. The driving capability of the armored vehicle was even more impressive. This armored personnel carrier was configured for the scenic area of the town. Because the tourist flow in this area was very large, emergencies were inevitable. Thus, there was such a well-equipped armored vehicle. Ian was very satisfied with this vehicle, and the others were also full of praise. Sugon found the keys to the armored vehicle and, along with Yin and the others, searched the police station for all the firearms and ammunition, resulting in a bountiful haul. Ian looked at the rifles, handguns, and a large amount of ammunition with satisfaction and said to Sugon, "Don't worry, once my mental strength is replenished, I'll definitely enhance your gun. We need rifles, and a sniper rifle is also very necessary. When Yuan nudged the excited Su Gan. How is it? It's great to follow Yan, right? Those evolved leaders we encountered these days only exploit their subordinates. There's no one like Yan who thinks of everyone and makes everyone stronger. Su Gan Sinsli Zipli. I was just lucky. I happened to meet Boss Yan at the critical moment of life and death. Everyone packed up their belongings, and with Su Gan driving, they finally left the town, winding through the mountain roads. At this moment, not far from the town, in a village, a few men brought back 3 women, roughly pushing them to the ground in a room for the man sitting above to inspect. Boss, these women are the ones we caught on the road. Aside from being a bit dirty and smelly, they're not bad. What do you think? The lofty man took a puff of his leaf cigarette, disdainfully looking over the 3 women. You dare to bring this kind of goods? If I want to protect you later, those adults won't agree. The men quickly begged for mercy, and the person next to them immediately took the women away. Their fate was evidently sealed. Chapter 75, Survivor Base. Yin shared the method of cultivating mental strength with one Yuanan, and the others in the vehicle quieted down, not wanting to disturb the two. Seeing Yin and Wen Yuanan practicing their mental strength while they had nothing to do made a few of them feel anxious. After all, this was a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. During their time in the car, they couldn't do anything, couldn't kill zombies, couldn't improve their own abilities. Yin and Wen Yuanan could still cultivate their mental strength, while they could only close their eyes and rest. Feeling as if they had been left behind, they needed to become professionals quickly. They had followed Yi Yin and witnessed firsthand how he, as a professional, brutally killed equally ranked evolved beings and even took down level 2 zombies. At this time, the little dumpling was not in Yi Yan's hat, but had crawled on a Lu Wan's lap, being scolded repeatedly by Ji Wenyu for being a perverted cat. When the group left the small town, it was already afternoon. After driving for 2 hours, the sky was getting dark. If they continued driving, they would soon reach the nearest city to the small town. At this moment, Yi Yin, who had been in a state of cultivating mental strength, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed something, and it was 2 things. One of them had a very familiar aura. It should be the traitor. The other was more unfamiliar. An energy fluctuation that Yi Yin had never seen before, very distinctive, clearly not from the traitor. Yi Yin immediately said to Su Gan, who was driving, "Stop. Let's turn." Upon hearing this, the others were puzzled. Aren't we supposed to go to City S first? Only Wen Yuanan, seeing Yi Yan's expression, immediately guessed that he had sensed something again. Yi Yin excitedly said, "Let's go to a place with good stuff first." Su Gan obediently turned the vehicle in another direction. Although finding their parents was urgent, Yi Yin knew that his parents wouldn't arrive at the concentration camp so quickly. If he got there early, it might trigger a butterfly effect, making it impossible to find his parents for a lifetime. Therefore, he absolutely could not miss this opportunity to enhance his strength. He knew how powerful the concentration camp was, how ruthless the people inside were, and what his enemies were like. So he dared not let his guard down. He had to continuously improve his strength before reaching the concentration camp. After driving for more than 10 minutes, Yi Yin called for a stop. The group got out of the vehicle empty-handed, while Yi Yin stored the vehicle in his spatial bracelet. When Yi Yin was packing food earlier, he had only used up a little over half of the space, leaving plenty of room for the vehicle. He had originally thought it would be a large vehicle, but it turned out to be the size of a van, so it was very easy to store now. Yi Yin took the lead and walked ahead. If his senses were correct, then the 2 light spots were located halfway up this mountain. At this moment, the sky was about to darken, and Yi Yin reminded the others, "Be careful. Once night falls, these mutated plants and animals will be even more dangerous." In fact, they were already very vigilant without Yi Yin saying anything. Ever since they drove up the mountain and saw the scenery, they understood. Some plants that were once normal began to grow wildly. In just a few days, some plants had grown 10 times larger than before. They looked extraordinarily bizarre, as if they had entered a magical world. Moreover, these plants moved strangely. At this time, they finally understood what Yi Yin had said about the mutation of animals and plants. The group hurried forward, and before long, they heard some voices ahead. "Where are we going to find women?" "Seriously?" "Yeah, there are only a few places nearby where people live. The living people have already gathered here. Where else are there other women? It's just luck if we catch a fleeing woman on the road." The boss won't be satisfied anyway. Hey, you guys keep it down. Are you looking for death? If the boss finds out, not to mention whether he will question you, if the higher-ups find out, you won't have a life to live. The group was clearly frightened, muttering a few words softly, and then there was only the sound of footsteps. As they walked a few meters further, they saw Yi Yin and his group ahead, and they were all startled. This is unbelievable. In this vegetation, they had actually heard no footsteps at all. However, when they thought about it, there were more than 10 of them, all walking and talking, so it was normal not to hear any noise from the front. But when they clearly saw the appearances of the 3 women among the 6 in front, they were all astonished and speechless, thinking they were dreaming. They actually encountered women. Moreover, these 3 women were not only clean, but also very beautiful. If they brought these 3 women back, the 2 of them would definitely have nothing to say this time. However, looking at the 3 men, except for one who looked a bit strong, the other 2 seemed too cowardly to even kill zombies, so bringing them back would just get them scolded. When Ian saw this group of people, he was a bit shocked. Among these more than 10 people, there was actually an evolved being. Logically speaking, since this was a village, the population was originally small. Having one evolved being was already quite remarkable. However, from their previous conversation, it was clear that their leader was someone else. This person was just a subordinate. The leader, Lu Longfei, was the first to come to his senses, but his gaze remained fixed on the few women. You must have escaped from inside, right? We have a survivor base here. Do you want to come? The others remained silent, looking at Yi Yin. Yi Yin nodded slightly, although Lu Longfei was somewhat displeased. He didn't show it. In these past few days, he had deeply realized that in this apocalyptic world, without absolute certainty, it was best not to offend anyone. Although the people in front looked ordinary and posed no threat, it was still wise to be cautious. However, Lu Longfei's little brother was not having it. Deng Peng saw that these people showed no sign of gratitude, and he immediately became furious. In these past few days, which survivor had not desperately sought them out to join? Yet these people were acting as if it was a given that they could join without a hint of appreciation. Hey, why are you guys being so unreasonable? Do you think our survivor base is a place you can just join? Deng Peng arrogantly glared at Yi Yin and the other 2 men, not being harsh toward Lu Wan and the other women. When Yuan Nin chuckled to himself from the side. Deng Peng, although just an ordinary person, had killed quite a few zombies these past few days, and he was no longer the same as before. In the base, he had to bow and scrape to those evolved beings, but when facing other ordinary people, he didn't need to act like a lackey. Just right. The women he had caught for the boss had displeased the boss, and he had been taught a lesson, so he was feeling quite unhappy. These people had just walked into his line of fire. The others were all watching the show, completely unconcerned about stopping it. Ian looked at him, and while when Yuan Nan and the others thought he was about to kill someone, Ian unexpectedly smiled. Really? Then thank you very much. Deng Peng felt his face regain some pride and quickly flattered Lu Longfei, pointing at him and saying, You just saying thank you is enough. This is our brother Longfei. He's an evolved being. You should thank him too. Yi Yin smiled and said without any reluctance, Brother Longfei, thank you so much for allowing us to join you. Lu Longfei smiled with satisfaction. Joining us isn't just for free food. You still have to kill zombies. Can you handle that? As soon as Lu Longfei said this, the others began to laugh recklessly. Ha! With their weak appearance? Kill zombies? Ha! That's just too funny. Deng Peng, what are you blabbering about with those evolutionaries? Do they even know what evolutionaries are? It's really funny. I think they would be scared to pee themselves just walking among these mutated plants. When Yuan and the 5 others are stifling their laughter. When have they ever seen their boss swallow his pride like this? They really don't know what he's up to. Meanwhile, Ji Wenyu and Su Gan haven't been smug for long when Deng Peng, having had enough fun, pointed at the 2 of them and said, Hey, you 2 are wooden or what? No need to say thank you. Their smiles froze, and they could only awkwardly say, Thank you, Long Fei Ge. Seeing their flushed faces, the others thought they were scared and began to mock them incessantly. Deng Peng looked at the 3 girls behind him with satisfaction and said in a gentle voice, As for these 3 beauties, no need to be polite with us. When we go in later, we'll treat you to a big feast. No need to be shy. The 3 girls exchanged glances and nodded with smiles. Everyone was even happier to see that the three girls didn't have any resistance and were smiling at them. After all, forcing a beauty doesn't taste good. It's better when they are understanding. They had no idea that Lu Wan and the others were not smiling at them, nor were they laughing because of the promised feast. The three of them were actually laughing at Yi Yin and his companions. So a group of people led the way, feeling relaxed, chatting and laughing as they walked up the mountainside. They not only completed the urgent task of presenting three women, but also gained three laborers. With newcomers, they could bully and tease them again. Along the way, these people kept teasing Yi Yin and his friends, making disgusting jokes to amuse the three girls. They didn't know that the three girls were laughing uproariously not because of their crude jokes or to belittle the three men, but because it was just too funny to see Yi Yin and his friends endure the insults without retorting. Deng Peng walked in front, feigning a sympathetic expression. Sigh. Following these three useless guys before, you must have gone hungry a lot, right? Don't worry. From now on, when you join us, we'll make sure you eat well every day. Behind him came the sound of tinkling laughter, and Deng Peng felt even prouder. As the saying goes, when choosing a man, pick one who has skills. What uses a man who can't even fill your stomachs? You three are really useless. Do you even count as men? When you join us, we'll definitely train you well. You can't be so soft and weak anymore. Upon hearing this, Ji when you finally couldn't hold back, her face twisted in anger. Soft and weak. Oh, I'll show you what a man is right now. But when Ji when you glanced at Yi Yin, he had a faint smile on his lips, completely ignoring that guy's words, treating it like a joke. Ji when you calmed down. Meanwhile, the three girls in front burst out laughing upon hearing his words. At that moment, a sharp shout suddenly came from not far ahead. Damn it! Stop laughing. Shut your mouths. The crowd had reached the entrance of the base, and the one cursing was the man on duty at the entrance. Chapter 76. The foggy-based Deng Peng's face was displeased as he walked over to the man. Idiot! Who are you cursing at? Don't you see who has arrived? Upon seeing Deng Peng, the man immediately changed to a fawning demeanor. Brother Deng. Of course, I know it's you. The new person doesn't understand the rules, so they need to be scolded. Deng Peng slapped the man's head. Don't you see what kind of newcomers they are? The man finally noticed the group slowly walking up from behind and was immediately captivated by Lu Wan and the other two women, unable to move. This is the apocalypse. How can there still be such clean and beautiful women? The women serving them were mostly captured and forced into it. Moreover, without the conditions to bathe, they were smelly, and some even emitted a sour odor. Having become accustomed to those kinds of women, seeing these goddesses made him feel as if he had encountered fairies. Deng Peng slapped the man's head again. What are you staring at? Is it your turn? The man awkwardly smiled, then said to Wen Yuan Nan and the other two, Ladies, I am truly sorry. If I had known you were girls, how could I possibly scold you? Please don't take it to heart. Then the man noticed Yi Yin and the others at the back, and his expression changed rapidly. What are you guys making noise about in the middle of the night? Don't you know it will attract zombies? The three women couldn't help but giggle at the scene. Deng Peng then remembered that Yi Yin and the others were still behind and reluctantly walked over to them, saying to the man, You call two people to take them to the back room and assign them work. They must be rigorously trained. We don't raise people who eat for free here. The man immediately agreed and went to call for help. Deng Peng ignored Yi Yin and the others in his eyes. Yi Yin's trio would from now on be the lowest ranked people in the base, not even daring to kill zombies, destined to do the most humiliating and exhausting work. If they still couldn't kill zombies, after a while, they would have to be taken out to feed the zombies. After all, food is very scarce in this apocalypse. People who can't kill zombies are useless. No one wants to support them. He finally gave Yi Yin a disdainful glance, and then smiled at Wu Wu and the other two. You three will have different treatment. I'll take you to meet our boss. The three women glanced at Yi Yin, but seeing he had no instructions, they followed Deng Peng and the others. Yi Yin and the three were taken by two people, walking towards the other side of the base. This used to be a village, with a decent area and a lot of land. However, after the apocalypse began, the crops here mutated, no longer belonging to humanity. So the base's area is now relatively small. There are guards at several exits of the village, and many people are patrolling around. The appearance of Wen Yuan Nan and the other two caused quite a stir. After all, They were already very eye-catching beauties during peacetime, and they were even rarer in the apocalypse. While they were admiring the beauty of the three, they were also secretly whispering, "What a pity! If only I could have one of them. Dream on. Our boss wouldn't even dare to touch them. When would it be your turn?" Sigh. So pitiful. Clearly so beautiful. I can't imagine how they would look all wrinkled and haggard later, turning into people who look 50 or 60. Oh, I really can't imagine. If only we could enjoy them before that. Yi Yin and the three followed the two, observing the situation in the base. Treating this place as a base is not a long-term solution. Once the nearby crops mutate to a certain stage, they will know the terror. However, this was just Yi Yan's casual thought. He couldn't worry about so much. In the short half-minute it took for Yi Yin to walk, he sensed nearly 10 evolutionary beings. This shocked him immensely. In this base of less than 100 people, there were actually 10 evolutionary beings. It was only the third day of the apocalypse. How could a small power have 10 evolutionary beings? Yi Yin could not fathom how these people had obtained so many magic crystals in such a short time. Unless there were others like him who had had fortuitous encounters? Moreover, the fluctuations he had sensed earlier were indeed within the space. After entering, Yi Yan's feelings grew even stronger. Could it be that the treasures he sensed allowed the people in this base to become evolutionary beings so quickly? The two were still continuously explaining the base's rules to Yi Yan's trio, telling them to behave, and their words were laced with disdain. However, Yi Yin and the three remained silent throughout. The two thought Yi Yin and the three were relatively obedient. At least their personalities weren't abrasive. Indeed, in the apocalypse, if you have no strength and a bad temper, you are just looking for death. In such situations, even the most temperamental people learn to endure and act submissive. Arriving at a secluded house, they opened the door, and a pungent smell rushed out. One person said, "You will stay here tonight, don't wander around. If you get killed by those evolutionary beings, don't blame me for not warning you." The other person saw they were still not moving and had no intention of going in, and kicked at Su Gan. "Damn, why are you dawdling here?" Before he could finish his sentence, he froze, because Su Gan had caught his leg in midair with an irresistible force. He stared at Su Gan in shock. Could such power really belong to an ordinary person? Su Gan coldly looked at him. "Next time, your leg will be broken." The man collapsed to the ground. In that instant, he understood. The person before him was an evolutionary being. This sense of oppression and helplessness was something he had only felt from the high-ranking evolutionary beings in the base. The other person was equally shocked upon witnessing this. His mouth gaped open, and he was about to call for help to notify others in the base. But Ji Wenyu swiftly struck his neck, and he fainted immediately. Su Gan smiled at Ji Wenyu. "Not bad. You grasped this method after just hearing me explain it once." Ji Wenyu smiled shyly. Yi Yin sensed the two energy fluctuations in the center of the base and said, "Let's go. Lu Wan and the others should be there too. There are more than 10 evolutionary beings in this base. I previously felt at ease letting them follow, but now it seems, if they encounter any danger and expose their identities, they will be in grave danger." The two immediately became tense without saying a word. They hurriedly followed Yi Yin towards that direction. Although Su Gan had only joined the team today, he had already regarded this as his home for the rest of his life. Yi Yin and the others were his companions, aside from Yi Yan's status as the leader. He held the others in the same regard as Yi Yin. Su Gan had always been someone who valued loyalty and organization in the police force, and now he considered himself one of Yi Yan's group, naturally worrying greatly about Lu Wan and the others. If anything happened to them, his anger would not be less than that of Yi Yin and Ji Wenyu. At this moment, in a two-story small villa within the base, Zhang Yang saw Lu Wan and the other three, and his eyes sparkled. At the same time, he sighed, lamenting that he had no chance to enjoy any of them. A hint of lewdness flashed in his eyes, but he tried to conceal it, not wanting to make them feel disgusted. He had to persuade these three women to willingly serve the adults who would soon arrive. Those adults particularly liked obedient and docile women. If a woman resisted, they would be displeased and take it out on him. Although these women are indeed beautiful and very clean, even if they resist, those people wouldn't get angry. Instead, they would see it as a form of playfulness. However, If they willingly submit to and please those adults, who knows, they might receive more one-star evolution agents, or even a two-star evolution agent. So, he must persuade these three women now. At the crucial moment, he could reveal the identities of those adults. And they might just agree. After all, in this apocalyptic world, power and strength are the best temptations. Although he would conceal from them what would happen after serving those adults. Deng Peng, seeing that Zhang Yang was very satisfied, immediately took credit. Boss, how about it? Are you satisfied this time? The three beauties, Lu Wan, are very willing to join us. Zhang Yang, thinking about his two-star evolution agent, happily said, Good, your quota is advanced. The next one-star evolution agent will be yours. Deng Peng's eyes widened, almost falling to the ground. Then, he quickly thanked him repeatedly. Almost kneeling, Thank you, boss. I will definitely work harder in the future. As for Lu Longfei, after bringing the women in, he went out. He had more urgent matters to attend to and more important people to please. Zhang Yang let Deng Peng go out and then stayed with the three women in the room. His generous agreement to Deng Peng's evolution agent was also to show them that their resources were indeed very powerful. One-star evolution agents are not as rare as in other places. In the room, there were two other evolutionists who were Zhang Yang's trusted subordinates, and their strength was also among the top in this base. Zhang Yang showed his happiest smile and said to the three women, Ladies, I still don't know your names. Lu Wan directly said, My name is Lu Wan, she is Wu Wu, and she is Wen Yuan Nan. There was no expression on her face. The other two women also seemed distracted, as if they had no interest in what was happening. Zhang Yang was taken aback. This was different from what Deng Peng had said earlier. Why did they seem not very eager to join them? He thought for a moment. Beautiful women naturally have a bit of pride. As long as their vanity and desires are satisfied, that would be enough. After all, he still wanted them to willingly serve those adults so he could obtain more resources. And who knows, he might become a two-star evolutionist. Zhang Yang smiled and said, Ladies, our base is very safe, and we have as much food as you want. The three women remained silent. Zhang Yang continued. Also, we have many evolutionists in our base. The apocalypse has been happening for 3 days. I believe you all know what an evolutionist is, right? Zhang Yang's eyes revealed a hint of secret disdain, waiting for their surprised expressions. To his surprise, Lu Wan impatiently said, We know. Zhang Yang's expression froze for a moment. Then he suppressed his anger. To be honest, our base has 23 one-star evolutionists. Chapter 77. Sir? At this moment, when Yuan Nan and the others could no longer maintain their calm and disdain. In this base, there were actually 23 evolvers. The number far exceeded any team they had encountered before and far surpassed their own. Seeing that the three women finally reacted, Zhang Yang became smug and gently said, Don't worry. As long as you join us and become evolvers, it won't be difficult at all. You heard it. As long as my subordinates make me happy, I can make them evolvers. The three women exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes filled with vigilance and worry. Zhang Yang got down from his elevated seat and walked over to Wu Wu, attempting to hold her hand, but she blocked him. He didn't mind and began to speak slowly. To be honest, since you're here, you know what we're going to do. Yes, in the apocalypse, women have only one role, which is to please men. Since you've come along, you must have accepted this point. What I want you to do is to serve those sirs, make them happy. Whatever they want to do with your bodies, just let them do it. Make sure they are satisfied, otherwise I won't be able to save you. Lu Wan and the others showed expressions of disgust, but upon hearing Zhang Yang mention those sirs, they became even more alert. He actually didn't want to do such disgusting things, not for any other reason, but because he had people above him, and he referred to those people as sirs. What was going on? In this remote little village, having 23 evolvers was already very strange. So what was the deal with those sirs? Zhang Yang saw the poor expressions on the women's faces and thought he had completely subdued them. Don't worry, as long as you make those sirs happy. You won't need my help. Those sirs will naturally let you live a completely different life. The other two evolvers sneer from the side, thinking Zhang Yang was truly wicked. What use would women serving those sirs have? Just look at these three. Even if they were stunningly beautiful, after serving once, they would rapidly age and wither, living no more than a few months. Zhang Yang actually claimed they could have a better life. Ha ha ha. By then, not to mention those sirs. Even if these three were thrown back, the ordinary people in the base would look down on them. However, preparations still needed to be made. If they weren't willing and hopeful to serve, how could they please those sirs and obtain better resources? Alas, what a pity, because these three women were simply too beautiful. Such goods, not only were they in high demand in the apocalypse, but even in peaceful times, they would drive men crazy. Just then, hurried footsteps came from outside, and the faces of Zhang Yang and his companions suddenly changed. Bang! The door was violently slammed open. The newcomers were not the subordinates they expected, but three completely unfamiliar men. And the aura radiating from these three men was undoubtedly that of evolvers. Before Zhang Yang could react, he felt a chill around his neck. Startled, he instinctively darted to the side, but it was still a moment too late. A bloody gash was cut into his shoulder. As an evolver, he hadn't been injured or felt pain in a long time. Zhang Yang and his two subordinates stared in shock at Wu Wu, who stood coldly with a blood-stained battle knife. This woman was also an evolver, and quite strong. At this moment, Lu Wan and Wen Yuanin also no longer conceal their auras, suddenly unleashing the aura of a one-star evolver. Zhang Yang looked at the sudden change in front of him with some fear, not expecting that 6 evolvers had quietly infiltrated his base. Were the other evolvers in the base idiots? How could they not sense that these people were evolvers? In fact, this was the ability Yi Yin had obtained from guarding the exotic beast earlier. This ability to conceal one's aura could be shared with companions for a certain period, allowing them to also hide their presence. So even if the base was filled with enemy evolvers, and they were stronger than Wen Yuanan and the others, they had not yet discovered that the 3 of them were evolvers. Zhang Yang's mind was a mess. He couldn't understand why so many of them couldn't sense that the others were evolvers. Although he could feel that the other party was strong, the 3 women weren't strong enough to hide their evolver auras from him. How'd he not noticed it all just now? Zhang Yang glared at Wu Wu and the others with malice, sneering. You don't know that they are evolvers. You are evolvers yourselves. Impressive. What method did you use to conceal your evolver auras? Lu Wan rolled her eyes dismissively at him. None of your business. Zhang Yang was furious. The moment the door was smashed open, he smelled the overwhelming scent of blood. The 3 of them could enter here, indicating they had defeated. No, probably killed the guards outside. But even though more than half of the evolvers in the base had gone to welcome those sirs, there were still at least a dozen evolvers remaining. Yi Yin looked at Zhang Yang coldly and said, Worried about your evolver subordinates? Zhang Yang's face turned even paler. Could it be? This man gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. When that woman named Wu Wu attacked, he had already sensed that she was very strong. However, the man in front of him, clearly the leader of this group, felt not only strong but also unfathomable. Yet Zhang Yang could clearly sense the aura of a one-star evolver from him. Yi Yin continued, Your subordinates who were sensible have been taken down by me. Those who didn't know their place and provoked me, I killed. I encountered 5 or 6 evolvers, all of whom were fearless, and they are probably out of breath by now. Zhang Yang was furious. 5 or 6 evolvers. How many women and precious treasures would he have to offer to obtain that many evolution agents? Previously, when those sirs found him, they directly gave him 10 bottles of one-star evolution agents, asking him to work for them, help them search for women and treasures. With the support of those sirs, he became the boss of this base. But now, as the number of evolvers in the base increased, he began to worry about the future. If he made a major mistake, his position as boss could easily change hands. Now that several evolvers had suddenly died in the base, he could already imagine what would happen next. At this moment, several people rushed in from outside, surrounding Yi Yin and the others. They were the evolvers who had not appeared before. The 7 of them were smarter than the previously dead evolvers. Having seen that they were no match for Yi Yin in the dark, they did not reveal themselves. Now, knowing that those people were returning, they came in to control Yi Yin. One evolver looked at Zhang Yang, his eyes no longer holding the previous trepidation. Boss Zhang, what is wrong with you? How did you get injured? Could it be that you were beaten by these women? He, Soon those sirs will arrive, Boss Zhang. So many core combatants have suddenly died in the base. You better think of a good reason. As for these people, we'll take care of them. Zhang Yang's face turned ashen. However, he knew that his situation was dire this time, and it was better not to offend anyone easily, because this was the apocalypse that was more realistic than ever. The wound on Zhang Yang's shoulder was neither light nor heavy, but he did not dare to strike at Yi Yin easily. He knew very well that he was absolutely no match for this young man. But those adults are different. No matter how awesome Yi Yin is, he is definitely not a match for those people. Those people are monsters. It's not something that can be simply summed up with the word evolvers. As long as they can trap them and hold out until those adults arrive, and hand over the treasures to them, these people will die. Yes, by then, when they get the treasures, the anger of those adults might be reduced a bit, and they won't kill themselves. If they're lucky, they might even keep their positions. The 7 evolvers who trapped Yi Yin and the others are all on high alert. Although they are criticizing Zhang Yang verbally, they do not dare to act recklessly, because they have clearly seen Yi Yan's strength outside. Now that they dare to come in, it's only because they calculated that other evolvers in the base would be returning soon, and those adults would come along as well. If those adults come back and see them cowardly hiding outside, they will definitely die a miserable death. Now, Zhang Yang, as the leader, has allowed such an incident to happen in the base and was even injured by a woman, which is the best opportunity for them to rise. Therefore, they dare to come in and surround Yi Yin and the others, but no one dares to make a move. Not only Yi Yin, but even the 2 men beside him. Either one of them has strength above theirs. After they rushed in, they were even more shocked to discover that these 3 women are also evolvers. Moreover, the woman who injured Zhang Yang has strength that is actually comparable to the 2 men beside Yi Yin, and she was able to injure Zhang Yang in an instant. How terrifying is that? With so many evolvers, they cannot handle a single woman. This team of 6 is truly remarkable. The 2 evolvers who had been with Zhang Yang from the beginning and guarding him have now recognized the situation and joined the 7-person team. The 9 of them surrounded Yi Yin and the 6, but they kept a certain distance, clearly showing their apprehension. Wen Yuan knew that these people were wary of Yi Yan's strength and absolutely dared not attack them at this moment. They could only wait for those so-called adults. So he asked Yi Yin, how many evolvers did you kill just now? Yi Yin frowned. He only knew roughly, but not exactly. Next to him, Wen Yu said 5. When Yuannan's face became serious as he said, 5, plus the 10 in the room now, there are still 8 evolvers. At this moment, even Yi Yin was puzzled. He clearly sensed about a dozen evolvers, so why are there still 8? When Yuan said, Zhang Yang said that there are 23 evolvers here, and some of them must have gone out to meet those adults. Upon hearing this, one person immediately said, are you scared? We have 23 evolvers. Do you 6 think you stand a chance? When those adults arrive, you will know how insignificant you are. You will definitely pay the price for what you just did, and you will regret killing so many of us. Yi Yan's doubts were growing. How could a small, remote village base have produced 23 evolvers in just 3 days? It's truly bizarre. At this moment, the white light that had been in Yi Yan's mind flickered in the corner of the room. Yi Yan smiled. Who cares how many evolvers they have or what adults there are? We just need to take the things and leave. Chapter 78, 2-star Evolver. Zhang Yang's group was utterly confused. What was going on? What did they want to take? Yi Yan ignored these people and walked directly towards the back of Zhang Yang's seat. The people surrounding Yi Yan dared not act recklessly, although they were reluctant. They obediently moved aside, not daring to approach Yi Yan at all, let alone trap him. Yi Yan swaggered over, and it was at this moment that those people realized what was happening, their faces turning pale. How did he know there was something over there? That item had been carefully kept by them after they found it, and no one was allowed to touch it easily. Even Zhang Yang had only seen it a few times. Now, they were just waiting for the adults to come and take it away. How did this person know? Zhang Yang couldn't care about anything else and could only block Yi Yan's path, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Yi Yan in disbelief, stuttering, Why you? How do you know? Yi Yan smiled. Are you going to stop me? Although Yi Yan had a smile on his face, Zhang Yang could see clearly that there was no emotion in his eyes. Even if there were other emotions, they were all greed. Zhang Yang was all too familiar with that greed. It was an emotion everyone had in the apocalypse. However, the greed in Yi Yan's eyes gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, as if that greed would grant Yi Yan boundless power. In an instant, sweat soaked his entire body. In front of Yi Yan, he had no desire to fight him. This was an absolute suppression of power, although Zhang Yang felt unwilling in his heart. Thinking about the terrifying adults, his body still instinctively moved aside. Better to die now than to wait and die later, right? After all, those adults would be arriving soon. And even if Yi Yan took something, he couldn't escape far, because no matter how powerful Yi Yan was, he was definitely not a match for those adults. Thinking of those people filled Zhang Yang's heart with fear, deeper than his fear of Yi Yan. As Yi Yan walked over, when Yuan Nan and the others wanted to follow. However, those people were characters who preyed on the weak. Just now, they could step aside for Yi Yan. But they had no intention of doing the same for these few. Were they really going to lose all their face today? Su Gan's face flashed with a cold smile as he pulled out a gray pistol, instantly raising it and firing a shot with a speed that caught everyone off guard. Bang! The man blocking the front of the group was hit right between the eyebrows, his eyes widening as he fell down. The people next to him immediately ducked far away, looking at Su Gan and the others with fear. They saw the lifeless man's forehead gradually turning black, which was quite chilling. The bullet was actually poisoned. Earlier in the car, Yi Yan had enchanted the gray pistol with snake scales, causing all the bullets fired to carry poison. However, the poison from the pistol was weaker than that of Yi Yan's battle knife, but it was still very useful. The others beside Su Gan also looked like they were not to be trifled with, and the woman who had injured Zhang Yang was also watching closely from the side. The crowd dared not block them anymore and could only let the group pass. In a corner of the room, there were curtains that had been pulled over to form a triangle. Yi Yan's heart raced as he pulled down the curtain. Inside, there was a traitor standing, with a cyan-hooked jade emitting a faint glow devoid of life. Next to the traitor, there was another item. It was a purple crystal. This was the other energy fluctuation that Yi Yan sensed. Yi Yan picked up the crystal, and all the information about it flooded into his mind. This was a dual-class crystal. It allowed the user to learn 2 main classes. This item would definitely be an invaluable treasure in someone else's hands because, in the apocalypse, the 3 main classes were much easier to obtain than special classes. If he obtained this crystal, he could learn 2 main classes. However, for Yi Yan, sensing the traitor and the treasure, special classes were not rare at all. But this item in front of him was still a treasure, presented to him. How could he not learn from it? Moreover, Yi Yan had always been fond of another main class. After learning the Lightning Mage class, he still felt a bit regretful. Thinking of another class, Yi Yan couldn't help but recall a certain acquaintance from his previous life. I wonder if he has made it to the concentration camp. At this moment, seeing Yi Yan unceremoniously take the dual-class crystal, those people felt their hearts sink. That was something meant for the adults. It had already been agreed upon. And if Yi Yan used it, even if they came later, they wouldn't be able to make him give it back. And killing him would be useless. They would surely be implicated as well. Those capricious adults might just kill them all if they were unhappy. Some people were itching to move forward, but the 5 from Wu Wu stood directly in front of them, looking at them with threatening eyes. One person stepped forward, his voice trembling. There was fear of Yi Yan, but more so fear of the adults they spoke of. Yi Yan, I warn you, that thing is not something you can touch. Those people are almost here, and if they find out you used it, you will definitely die today. In their hearts, they knew Yi Yan's strength was indeed terrifying, and his team was very elite. However, compared to those adults, it seemed insignificant. Even if Yi Yan's strength were to increase tenfold, he would still not be a match for those people. Once those people arrived, Yi Yan and his group would definitely be doomed. The difference lay in whether Yi Yan would use the crystal now. If he did, those adults would surely be enraged. They would also suffer the consequences. Yi Yan scoffed disdainfully, a good thing is right in front of me. How could I not use it? After saying this, under the shocked and terrified gazes of the crowd, Yi Yan crushed the dual-class crystal. The faces of those people were filled with terror, almost cursing out loud. Zhang Yang looked at Yi Yan with madness, his eyes bloodshot. Yi Yan, you're finished. That has something for the adults. How dare you touch it? Just wait to die. You can't escape their grasp. The others were equally frantic and terrified. This madman, he was done for. He actually used something meant for the adults. Just wait, and he would soon realize that with his level of strength, it was all a different matter. There are always stronger people out there. Don't be too arrogant. Just wait and see how he gets brutally killed. Watching these people go crazy. When Yuan and the others showed rare signs of worry on their faces. From the very beginning, these people have been talking about those adults, showing great reverence towards them. Now, seeing Yi Yin stealing something meant for those adults, they were so agitated, as if they too would be finished. Could it be that the adults they spoke of were truly that formidable? At that moment, a group of people arrived outside the base. Leading them was the previous Lu Longfei, followed by other evolvers from base. Behind these people were 3 individuals dressed in black robes, covering their entire bodies. Before they even reached the base, the group could already smell the thick scent of blood and quicken their pace to return. Seeing the scene inside the base, they were momentarily stunned. Blood flowed like rivers. However, the attackers had not gone for total annihilation. It seemed they had something important urging them on. Lu Longfei couldn't believe it. Most of the evolvers had been left in the base. What kind of invaders could cause such heavy losses? A figure dressed in a black robe let out a disdainful screech upon witnessing the scene, then said, "After giving you so many resources, this is the strength you show us? Don't you all want to live anymore?" The 8 evolvers felt a shiver in their hearts, overwhelmed with terror, and for a moment, they didn't know how to respond. Another man in a black robe scoffed coldly, saying, "It's just a small base. If it's destroyed, so be it. I hope those things aren't taken by anyone." The 8 sensed a strong warning and the stench of death in his words, breaking out in a cold sweat. Finally, one person spoke up, his voice clearly not as cold as the other 2, showing some humanity. But his words were heartless. "I'm quite curious about who could turn a base with so many evolvers into this state. I really want to fight him." One person said, "Stop wasting time. Hurry and take us over there. If those things are lost, you'll all pay the price." Lu Longfei immediately led the 3 towards the center of the base. At that moment, Yi Yin and the others were still at a certain distance from each other. He wanted everyone to come over and check out the trader together. The desperate crowd, seeing this situation, went mad, completely disregarding their reservations, and surrounded Yuan and his 5 companions. "Damn it, what else do you want? If you also get the things from the trader, what are we supposed to do? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." Each of these people had blood-red eyes, as if disaster was imminent, ready to fight to the death. Seeing this scene, a sense of caution finally arose in Yi Yan's heart. Could the person they spoke of really be that strong? Although Yi Yan believed that his strength, which had developed so significantly by the 3rd day of the apocalypse, was quite rare and almost no one could reach his level. However, the fear on these people's faces was genuine. Yi Yan had a bad premonition. Although all the magic crystals were on him, allowing him to enter the trading period completely, Yuan and the 5 were held back by them, unable to enter with him. At that time, if a powerful enemy appeared that even Yi Yin couldn't defeat, they could easily choose to randomly teleport via the trader. Wu Wu drew her gray battle knife, causing those surrounding them to tremble. However, they did not easily step aside as before. Their fear of the adults suppressed their fear of Yi Yan's group. In their minds, those adults were far stronger than Yi Yan. But even so, they were no match for Yi Yan, nor for his subordinates. Wu Wu's gaze turned cold, and she charged forward. Yuan and the others also drew their weapons and rushed at the surrounding people. Sugan did not draw a gun, but also took out a cold weapon. In an instant, fighting broke out everywhere. Among them, Wu Wu and Sugan were the strongest, killing their opponents in seconds. The other 3 were not as formidable, and those people immediately noticed, turning to attack them. Yi Yan exploded with speed, intending to rush over to help. But at that moment, a flash of white light startled Yi Yan, forcing him to stop. Someone was able to push him back despite his speed. Yi Yan was pushed back a few steps, and alarm bells rang in his heart. A man in a black robe held a long white curved knife, exuding a dangerous aura, and looked up at Yi Yan with a smile, revealing a handsome face. "Hello." Yi Yan's eyes narrowed. A 2-star evolver. Chapter 79, Imminent Crisis. At the same time, two more dark figures flashed into the room, followed by a group of evolved beings streaming in behind them. Yi Yan's movements halted, and the people in the room seemed to be affected by something, all stopping in place. The despair they had just felt faded away upon seeing the three black-robed figures, and they actually knelt on the ground in awe. The fear brought by Wu Wu and Su Gan had been completely forgotten, even though they still couldn't understand why, being one-star evolved beings themselves and not professionals. There could be such a significant difference. In just a few seconds of confrontation, Wu Wu and Su Gan had killed 5 of their evolved companions. Everyone knelt down, and the atmosphere in the room became extraordinarily eerie. The moment the black-robed figures appeared, Su Gan and the others felt an intense sense of crisis. These 3 were incredibly strong. The person who had stopped Yi Yan exuded an unfathomable aura. Could it be? This was the first time they had seen Yi Yan being stopped under such circumstances. The situation was dire. As the black-robed figures appeared, Yi Yan was blocked and forced to retreat. At the same time, everyone in the room ceased their movements. In the next second, Wen Yuan-nan and the others quickly retreated to Yi Yan's side. Lu Jingxi assessed Yi Yan and the others for a second and immediately recognized that they were 6 one-star evolved beings, then disdainfully turned his gaze away. Confusion also swirled in his heart. 6 one-star evolved beings were nothing to him. But these 6 one-star evolved beings had turned this base of 100 people upside down. Although he could tell that the strength of these 6 far surpassed that of ordinary one-star evolved beings, especially 3 of them. The one facing Mutong was the strongest. But so what? They were not ordinary evolved beings. He and Gao Wei were 1-star evolved beings, while Mutong was already a 2-star evolved being. They didn't need to regard these 6 with any seriousness. As long as they wanted, these 6 could die immediately. Lu Jingxi merely glanced at Yi Yan and then shifted his gaze to the kneeling people. His expression was cold as he spoke. "Where are the items?" The kneeling individuals immediately buried their heads lower, despair and madness creeping in, their scalps tingling. No one dared to speak. After Lu Longfei entered and discovered that the root cause of all this chaos was actually the people they had brought back, he was utterly shocked. These 6 were all evolved beings, and he had been completely oblivious to it. It was truly terrifying and bizarre. Looking at the previously polite Yi Yan, whose strength was now the most fearsome, he felt a chill just glancing at him. But so what? Now that the 3 adults had arrived, no matter how strong Yi Yan was, he would die here today. Thinking of this, Lu Longfei finally suppressed his surprise and looked at Zhang Yang, who was kneeling on the ground, his shoulders bleeding profusely.